Chapter 1 Framed for Infidelity? I shall not plead guilty. Is there someone in His Highness the Seventh Prince's tent? I saw it too, it appears to be Siwan. Impossible. How could a concubine's illegitimate daughter capture His Highness' interest? Siwan, still reeling from excruciating pain, overheard the conversation outside the tent. It was a familiar voice, friends of Qingjia. She opened her eyes to find herself sprawled on a disheveled bed, her attire in disarray, exposing her alabaster arms, her hair a tangled mess, presenting the appearance of having been fiercely cherished. Gazing at the tent she knew so well and listening to the approaching footsteps, she finally grasped one undeniable truth: she had been reborn. Reborn on the very day she was falsely accused of seducing the Seventh Prince. She had no connection to him whatsoever, yet had been struck unconscious and dragged into the prince's tent. In just a quarter of an hour, the Seventh Prince would return, commanding his guards to drag the disheveled Siwan out, tarnishing her reputation and reducing her to a scorned woman. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to the identity of her betrayer. It wasn't until Qingjia wed the Seventh Prince that she comprehended the truth. Qingjia's secret meetings with the prince had been exposed, and she had been used as a scapegoat. Siwan closed her eyes, a cold smirk escaping her lips as she resolved not to waste another moment. She straightened her garments, seized a dagger from the table, and forcefully slashed a hole in the tent, evading the gathering noble women and escaping. Half an hour later, drenched and weary, Siwan returned to the grand tent of the Duke of Qin's estate. Upon entering, she was met with a severe reprimand. "You wretched girl, how dare you return?" She lifted her gaze to find her biological father, the Duke of Qin, standing before her, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. His fists clenched and relaxed. He glared at Siwan with fury. "Father, who has angered you so?" Though she feigned ignorance, she knew well that the scandal surrounding Qingjia's clandestine meetings with the Seventh Prince had escalated otherwise. The Duke would have no time for her. "You've truly outdone yourself. Even now you dare to quibble. Tell me, where have you been?" "By the Eastern Lotus Pond." "Did you genuinely visit the Lotus Pond, and nowhere else?" The Duke inquired coldly. "If you confess now, I might grant you a chance for redemption." Unfazed, Siwan retorted, "Pray, enlighten me, father. Where should I have gone?" The Duke seethed with rage. Such defiance. "I wonder if you possess the fortitude to withstand your own obstinacy. Bring forth the family law." "Father, please wait." A gentle voice interrupted. Qingjia approached, arm in arm with an exquisite lady, followed by 7 or 8 noble women and their daughters. With grace and warmth, she counseled, "Father, Wanwan is but a girl. Even if she has committed a grievous error, it would suffice to leave her under the guidance of Aunt Lu. There is truly no need for the family law to be invoked." The beautiful lady beside her dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, lamenting softly. "The eldest young lady is kind-hearted, considering her sister. Yet I find myself too ashamed to continue instructing this shameless daughter. It is best left to you, my lord." Aunt Lu, whose name was Xuanyin, was a fallen noblewoman, the Duke's childhood companion, who had been brought into the estate after bearing Siwan, a rare exception to the family strictures that in the capital. It is widely known that Lady Lu is gentle and virtuous, always deferring to the Duchess and the legitimate young lady, Qingjia, truly fulfilling the duties of a concubine. In an instant, some lamented, "How can a family as upright as the Qin Dukes give rise to such a shameless daughter?" Lu Xuanyin wept, saying, "Wanwan, you must acknowledge your mistakes surely, for the sake of our father-daughter bond. Your father will not take your life." Enduring the scornful and disdainful gazes of the multitude, Siwan stood tall and calmly inquired, "Father and mother have accused me of wrongdoing and shamelessness, demanding that I confess my faults. I implore you, please clarify what precisely I have done wrong, for I am a loss and cannot allow myself to be wronged without recourse." "You stealthily infiltrated the camp of the Seventh Prince, intending to seduce His Highness, a matter that has spread like wildfire, even alarming Empress Hui, who sent proof to our home. You have nearly brought disgrace upon the Duke's household." The Duke of Qin was furious. "Do you still wish to deny it?" The Duke, accustomed to a life of honor, never anticipated nearly being undone by this daughter. Siwon's attempt to ascend socially was not only base and disgusting, but also implicated all the young women of the Si family. What a foolish act. Proof? Siwon expressed her astonishment, inquiring, what proof? The Duke of Qin turned his gaze to Lu Xuanyan. The woman's lips trembled, displaying a pained expression of disappointment, as with reddened eyes, she retrieved a piece of pale yellow fabric from her sleeve, presumably a young lattice undergarment. Lu Xunyan's tears flowed more profusely as she choked out, Wan you truly disappoint me. You wanted proof, did you not? Here it is. The Duke of Qin, exasperated, pointed at the garment and scoffed. What a disgrace. Siwon remained composed. A mere garment cannot prove I seduced the seventh prince. This item was discovered by Empress Hui in the seventh prince's tent and was sent here by her handmaid. The evidence is evident. What further arguments can you muster? The Duke reprimanded harshly that it was utterly absurd and humiliating for an unmarried young lady to have her intimate belongings presented publicly by a man's mother. The Duke of Qin was nearly breathless with rage as Qingjia grasped Siwon's sleeve gently, urging, Wan, just admit your mistake to father and Lady Lu. This matter can be resolved without further escalation. Siwon retorted coldly, I am not at fault. Why should I confess? Surveying the scene, Siwon noted that, aside from the Duke's household, numerous onlookers were gathered below the stone steps, friends of Qingjia. If she were to accept this unjust blame, embellished by these witnesses, she feared becoming, as in her past life, a pariah despised by all. Qingjia appeared agitated, bearing a look of disappointment. Wan you? Ignoring her, Siwon replied frostily, to ascertain the true owner of this undergarment requires careful discernment. It is unreasonable to simply attribute the guilt to me without proper examination. To elicit a confession, one must possess irrefutable evidence. Tarnish my reputation with a mere garment of uncertain origin is truly laughable. I could equally assert that this attire belongs to you, dear sister. Should you accept such a heinous accusation based solely on another's words? Qingjia's fingertips trembled slightly, and her lips quivered almost imperceptibly. Duke Qin, incensed, retorted, outrageous. You show a lack of decorum and dare to slander your sister. Lu Xunyan's expression was one of utter disappointment. She unfurled the pale yellow bodice, her palm gliding over the vividly embroidered orchid pattern, and in a hushed tone, she implored, Wan, cease your obstinate denial. This garment was personally prepared for you by our aunt. How could she fail to recognize it? Chapter 2. The sufficient alibi. As the accusations turned once more towards Siwon, Qingjia's tense body relaxed slightly. Siwon shook her head with a cold smile. In her previous life, Lu Xuanyan had uttered the same words. Back then, she had unconditionally trusted her mother, never suspecting that one day she would be betrayed by her own kin. Her mother had ruthlessly nailed her daughter to the pillar of shame for seducing men. Indeed, as soon as Lu Xuanyan spoke, the onlookers were abuzz with gossip, their faces alight with intrigue. If her own mother claimed it was true, it must be so. Lu Yinyang would never slander her own flesh and blood. Even as death loomed, Siwon remained defiant, truly a born villain. Lu Yinyang, however, displayed a measure of rationality, at least refraining from covering up for her daughter. Upon hearing these damaging words, Siwon remained unperturbed. She raised her voice, inquiring, Aunt, has anyone coerced you into lying? No one has coerced me. Lu Xuanyan wiped her tears. Wan, I do not wish for this outcome either. But I have taught you since childhood that one must be punished for wrongdoing. Then why do you cast this slander upon your own daughter? Siwon fixed her gaze on her. You are well aware that the garments of the noble women in the public residence are all crafted by the same embroidery house. It is impossible to distinguish the owner of the small garment based on its pattern. Why then do you insist it belongs to me? Lu Xuanyan struggled to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, the orchid pattern garment was personally arranged by me for you before the hunting expedition. There can be no mistake. That small garment remains untouched in my dressing case. Never worn even once, Siwon interrupted coldly. However, since everyone's attire is identical, there is no need for identification. She turned to Duke Qin, stating, Father, I do not wish to cause you distress, yet I cannot allow myself to be bullied. I just noticed that the hunting grounds have several prize chitin hounds. If we let the hounds sniff this item, They will surely uncover its true owner and provide an explanation to Consort Hui. Siwon welcomed the prospect of escalating the situation, fearing only that it might not become tumultuous enough. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of her elder sister, Qingjia, whose brow glistened with beads of perspiration, and a smile crept onto her face. The crowd buzzed in response to Siwon's words. Clearly, the belly band did not belong to Siwon. Otherwise, she would not have had the audacity to suggest the Khitan hounds identify it. She appears quite steadfast. She does not seem to be lying at all. In the Duke Qin's household, she was the sole illegitimate daughter, raised by a concubine, unversed in propriety. Her words carrying little weight. Perhaps she was merely crying wolf? Look how distressed Lu Yinyang appears. Lu Xuanyan, casting a glance at Qingjia, whose demeanor was precarious, felt a pang of heartache. Approaching Siwon, she whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "Wanwan, I beseech you, do not escalate this matter further. How will it end? How can your reputation be preserved?" Lu Xuanyan understood that Siwon was deeply filial. When she suggested going east, Siwon would not go west. However, today, confronted by Siwon's unusually calm and indifferent gaze, Lu Xuanyan felt a foreboding sense of unease arise within her. With a direct tone, Siwon addressed the situation. "Aunt, do not fret. My witness will arrive shortly." A witness? Duke Qin and Lu Xuanyan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. "Have you bribed someone to testify on your behalf? We will not acknowledge any baseless claims. Pray, does His Grace recognize my witness?" A melodious voice rang out from the doorway. The assembly turned, their expressions shifting dramatically as they bowed in deference. The esteemed figure was none other than the beloved Princess Qingyu, favored by the current emperor. Clad in resplendent palace attire, she strode in with an air of superiority, her complexion radiant as spring blossoms. Not only had she arrived herself, but she also led two elegant and spirited Khitan hounds by her side. Qingjia's countenance grew increasingly grim, an involuntary sense of dread creeping into her heart. How could Siwon, a mere illegitimate daughter of the household, possibly have connections to Princess Qingyu? And why was the princess accompanied by two Khitan hounds? Despite the turmoil within, Qingjia maintained her composure and respectfully inquired, "Princess, is there a matter that brings you here?" Approaching Duke Qin, Princess Qingyu replied, "I have come to restore the second Mrs. Honor. That pouch cannot possibly belong to her. If anyone doubts this, let these hounds sniff it. They will swiftly identify the true owner." Qingjia's face paled in an instant as she gripped Lu Xuanyan's arm tightly. "This is merely a family matter. It is unnecessary for the princess to trouble herself so." Duke Qin appeared uncomfortable, acknowledging the princess's goodwill with a bow. "It is not my concern, but rather your bias, my lord. The eldest daughter is your child, and so is the second. She is drenched and in distress. Have you even uttered a word of concern for her?" Princess Qingyu retorted without hesitation. Duke Qin opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Siwon was merely a lowly-born daughter, lacking any remarkable traits. The household's efforts to raise her to this age were already a display of benevolence. How could she be compared to Qingjia? If not for the fear of harming the precious daughter, he would have relished the thought of punishing this ungrateful girl. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyan scrutinized Siwon, noticing remnants of water on her garments. Her eyes flickered as she asked, "What has transpired, Wanwan?" Siwon glanced at Princess Qingyu, who nodded slightly, and replied, "Just moments ago, Princess Qingyu slipped into the lotus pond, and I rescued her, which accounts for my disheveled state." In her rebirth, Siwon had refrained from returning immediately to the Duke's residence, for she recalled a crucial detail. Previously, when she was accused of seducing the prince, the emperor's most cherished Princess Qingyu had also perished on that very day. Those who served the princess were situated in the western beast garden, yet her body was discovered in the eastern lotus pond. How could a princess of the imperial family die within the palace grounds, alone and without a soul to attend her? Surely, there was a hidden agenda. Siwon recognized this as an opportune moment, a compelling alibi. She hastened to the eastern lotus pond, where she found Princess Qingyu sitting by the water's edge, her hands covering her face as tears streamed down. Behind her, a senior maid, with a twisted expression, abruptly pushed her into the pond. C1 no longer hesitated, plunging into the water to rescue Qingyu. While making a request, she hoped Qingyu would bring 2 exquisite chitin hounds to the camp of the Duke of Qin to testify on her behalf. Lu Sun Yin could hardly have imagined that C1's fortune would prove so remarkable, becoming the savior of Princess Qingyu. With a princess's protection, where she were to recklessly entangle herself with the young lady. Qingjia was the legitimate daughter of the duke's household, renowned for her beauty and virtuous reputation, serving as a paragon among the noble women of the capital, with the potential even to ascend to the position of empress. Such a promising future could never be allowed to be tarnished by C1. Chapter 3. Am I unworthy to be the daughter of a concubine? Despite his indignation at C1's shameless behavior, the Duke of Qin understood that her act of saving the princess was commendable, and he could not publicly humiliate Qingyu. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured respectfully to the onlookers. The crowd, perceiving the delicate situation, refrained from provoking the duke's wrath and, suppressing their curiosity, began to take their leave. A hint of sarcasm flickered in C1's eyes. In her previous life, they had been convinced that she had climbed into the bed of the 7th prince. To preserve the duke's century-old reputation, they had boldly promised in front of everyone to punish her with familial discipline, even threatening to sever ties. Yet, with the princess now intervening, they retreated, utterly disregarding the so-called century-old prestige, which was truly laughable. C1's gaze fell upon Qingjia. She noticed her elder sister drenched in cold sweat, appearing as if she were about to faint from the oppressive heat. C1 hurriedly approached her, feigning concern. "Sister, what is the matter? The weather is unbearably hot. I feel a bit faint from the heat," Qingjia replied, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, offering a weak smile. Lu Xuanyan, filled with concern, suggested perhaps Qingjia should return to her room to rest, lest she exhaust herself. "Thank you, my lady," Qingjia smiled gently. However, C1 would not allow her to leave. "Sister, do you not feel the slightest curiosity regarding the outcome? What is there to be curious about in such sordid matters? Instead of pondering this, it would be wiser to peruse the Book of Rites." Everyone knew that Qingjia, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Qin, was a renowned talent in the capital, capable of literary composition at the tender age of 3 and penning poetry by 5. Her works having garnered the admiration of the empress, it was only natural for her to speak with such pride. As she attempted to free herself from C1's grasp, she found herself unable to escape. "Is C1 truly this strong?" she thought in astonishment. The latter spoke slowly. "Sister, you know that I have studied under a great scholar and cannot bear to witness such filth. However, if I leave prematurely without a thorough investigation, it may arouse suspicion. For indeed, public opinion can be fearsome. Wan, release your sister. You are hurting her." Lu Xuanyan raised her voice, visibly displeased. "My lady, no matter how painful my grip may be, it pales in comparison to the punishment of familial discipline. Did you not hear father say he would employ the family code to discipline me? If the truth remains undiscovered, I shall surely face his wrath." Sivan fin terror. Qingjia halted her struggles. If she did not stay, would she not be seen as a cruel stepmother allowing her half-sister to meet her demise? She bit her lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood. At this moment, Qingyu stepped in to mediate. The second miss speaks wisely. Indeed, public opinion is to be feared. To dispel any suspicion and reveal the truth, I request the cooperation of the eldest lady. C1 released her grip, taking the leash from Princess Qingyu, allowing the 2 chitin hounds to sniff the piece of pale yellow fabric intently. She lifted her gaze to see Qingjia, her face a mask of schadenfreude, slowly loosening her hold. With a bark, the 2 chitin hounds dashed towards Qingjia, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the remaining ladies who had not yet departed. Is it truly the case that the 2 slender hounds have forsaken seeking out C1, instead racing towards Qingjia? Are they unaware that it is not C1 who lacks shame and engages in impropriety, but rather, one may know a person's visage but remain blind to their heart? Perhaps Qingjia has mastered the art of pretense. TSK, she appears virtuous at first glance. Yet who could have imagined her private life to be so debauched? Upon overhearing the whispers of those around her, Qingjia felt a wave of discontent wash over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Alas, why are they approaching my sister? Could it be that she is the true owner of this scandalous garment? Siwan feigned confusion as she inquired. Wan, you misunderstand. This is not mine. I have a pure and innocent relationship with the seventh prince. There are no romantic entanglements. Qingjia defended herself, her complexion pale. Lu Xuanyan, usually delicate and unable to fend for herself, hurriedly positioned herself before Qingjia, preventing the hounds from advancing. The Duke of Qin, a man of martial prowess, swiftly reacted, kicking the hound away with a resounding thud. The dogs yelped in distress and scampered off, tails tucked between their legs. Father, Annie, what are you doing? Someone is scheming against our household. It would be unwise to allow them to ridicule us. Qingjia is the apple of my eye, a paragon of virtue and filial piety. Even if she were to err, it would be an unintentional mistake. They may choose to investigate or not. The world is not so accommodating, the Duke of Qin proclaimed with indignation. Siwan stood her ground. If my memory serves me correctly, Father just stated that the garment is evidence. How is it that the owner of the garment has suddenly shifted to my sister, and you refuse to acknowledge it? How dare you? How could I have given birth to such a heartless creature? The Duke of Qin thundered with fury. Wan, Qingjia is your elder sister. Even if you harbor jealousy, it is unseemly to harm her in front of so many. Lu Xuanyan's tears flowed more freely now. Despair etched upon her features. Auntie, if you accuse me of plotting against my sister, might I inquire who oversees the silk shop of the household? Siwan asked coldly. Lu Xuanyan fell silent. The silk shop was part of the old matriarch's dowry, yielding substantial profits annually, making it the envy of the other young ladies in the household. Regrettably, it had been entrusted to the eldest granddaughter on the day of Qingjia's coming-of-age ceremony. The garments worn by the ladies of the household were all sourced from this very silk shop. Seeing Lu Xuanyan at a loss for words, Siwan turned to the Duke of Qin. Father, this scheme is not aimed at my sister, but at me. Had it not been for Princess Jingyu's timely intervention, I would surely have faced the family as punishment. Would you and my sister have been pleased then, had I been grievously harmed? Qingjia shook her head repeatedly. Wan, I cherish you dearly. How could I ever harm you for the sake of reputation? It must be a lapse in judgment from the steward that has afforded others an opportunity to exploit, having lived a second life. Siwan was unwilling to endure further indignities. If I must suffer due to my sister's lack of strictness, does she not owe me some form of compensation? What sort of compensation do you seek, Wan? I possess a set of jade hairpins carved by a master artisan. They would complement your complexion exquisitely. Dear sister, do not attempt to placate me with such trifling gifts. Siwan interjected, waving her hands dismissively. If you truly intend to show goodwill, perhaps you could bestow that silk shop upon me. You are aware that I possess nothing of value, unlike your abundant wealth. Very well, I underestimated you. A mere illegitimate daughter, yet so consumed by greed and malice that you covet even your legitimate sister's dowry. You are utterly unworthy of being Su Yan's daughter. The Duke of Qin exclaimed in a fit of rage, pointing an accusing finger at Siwan. Unworthy of being my mother's daughter? Siwan retorted with a scoff. Then who am I deemed worthy to be a daughter to? To my lady? Beside her, Lu Xuanyan felt a chill run down her spine, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Siwan, she couldn't possibly have discovered the truth, could she? It is inconceivable. Chapter 4. The Nirvana system. Lu Xuanyan had lived for many years, weathering numerous storms, and after a moment of panic, she swiftly regained her composure. The incident from years past was known only to her. What Siwan had uttered was merely in a fit of anger. Wan, her aunt had advised her. I am a concubine, and you are a daughter of lesser status. We must recognize our positions and refrain from coveting that which does not belong to us. Siwan was both amused and exasperated. Should she applaud Lu Xuanyan for her composure? Had it not been for her previous life, wherein she endured the torment of being confined in the ancestral hall and subjected to heart-rending sacrifices, Siwan might have genuinely believed her aunt to be as unassuming as a wild chrysanthemum. After all, She had often reminded herself to avoid excessive competitiveness, to respect her legitimate sister, and to yield to her. Little did she know that her dear sister, Qingjia, was in fact Lu Xuanyan's biological daughter. The respect and humility Wan had shown ultimately became daggers turned against herself, transforming into the very benefits that Qingjia would wield. Such hypocrisy. She was curious to see if, in this lifetime, should she choose not to yield or defer, Qingjia would still ascend to unprecedented heights, ignoring Lu Xuanyan's trivial remarks. Wan turned to the Duke of Qin. "Father, it is not that I covet my sister's dowry, but rather that she fails to manage those beneath her. If you do not grant me the silk workshop, should any further troubles arise, I shall tacitly accept that it is my sister who has instigated conflict. You ungrateful daughter, do you dare to threaten me?" The Duke of Qin's face darkened. "This is not a threat," Wan shrugged, "merely a plea for fairness. Earlier, when you suspected the pouch belonged to me, you were quick to invoke familial discipline. Yet now, as those two hounds rush towards my sister, you remain silent. Are you not aware that unequal punishments for the same offense are inherently unjust?" Lu Xuanyan staggered, nearly fainting, and forced a smile on one. "Qingjia is your elder sister. There must be some misunderstanding. Do not bear ill will towards her. If Aunt claims there is a misunderstanding, let us report this to the authorities and ascertain the true owner of this pouch." Wan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the unsteady Lu Xuanyan, who resembled a cat with its tail stepped on, shrieking in protest. "Do not report it. Doing so would ruin Qingjia's reputation." Realizing her reaction was excessive, Lu Xuanyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked plaintively at the Duke of Qin. The Duke's heart ached for her, and he said with disdain, "Is it not the silk workshop you desire? Very well, it is yours. However, this matter must remain a secret. You must not tarnish Qingjia's name further." "Agreed." Wan nodded, walking slowly towards Qingjia, and thrust the pouch in her hands. "Sister, take care of your personal belongings." Qingjia trembled as she accepted the pouch. "I may keep silent, but I cannot vouch for others." With that, Wan savored the sight of the trio's shifting expressions, both pale and flushed, before departing the tent alongside Princess Qingyu. "Second miss, you are so defiant towards father and aunt and have offended the legitimate miss. Do you not fear punishment upon returning to the Duke's residence?" Princess Qingyu queried, somewhat perplexed. She felt Wan's actions were impulsive and perilous. "Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, my grandmother hails from the loyal and valiant Duke's residence. She is most equitable in her dealings. With her present, the situation shall not escalate." The reason Wan dared to cause a commotion within the camp was due to the presence of the matriarch of the Qin royal family, a steadfast anchor in turbulent times. The old matriarch possessed a clear mind, perceiving only right and wrong, devoid of distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Otherwise, the illegitimate Qin duke would never have been able to inherit his title. Regrettably, in her previous life, she was dragged from the tent by the 7th prince's men, rendered unable to defend herself, which led to her tragic fate. The second young lady's prior requests have been fulfilled by the princess. However, the debt of life-saving cannot simply be repaid with 2 trifling dogs. Qingyu gently clapped her hands, and a young woman of unremarkable appearance stepped forth to bow to Wan. This maid, named Jin K, possessed some skill in martial arts and would remain by your side to provide assistance. Wan understood that the princess of noble status did not wish to be indebted to her, despite having saved her life. Accepting this gesture graciously, she replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." After Qingyu departed, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Wan's mind. "Ding! The host has been detected as the sole phoenix destined being in this realm, and the cuckoo's fate has siphoned your fortune, meeting the binding conditions of the Nirvana system. The system is now binding with the host. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. Nirvana system? What manner of entity is this?" Wan glanced around, seeing no one else. The voice seemed to materialize from thin air. "Moreover, isn't it said that only a phoenix can undergo rebirth? If I am indeed the phoenix destined being, then who is the cuckoo's destined bearer? Is it Qingjia? Indeed, should the host doubt, I can reveal the fortune values between you two." Si-Wan continued onward, and as she lifted the tent flap, she beheld Qingjia seated in a corner, cradling a warm cup of tea and sipping delicately. Tears streamed down her face, as if she were bearing a great injustice. Lu Sun-Yin was gently comforting her. In the past, Si-Wan might have envied her aunt's kindness toward her legitimate sister. Yet, as time wore on, her heart had grown cold. Little did she know that even now, they would not relent. At this moment, she had seen through everything, unperturbed by the display of maternal affection. Her attention was drawn solely to above Qingjia's head, a blood-red phantom of a cuckoo emerged, its form transparent, yet exquisitely crafted, pulsating with vitality. Every detail vividly discernible. The cuckoo's tail bore an additional 8 golden feathers, each resembling exquisite gold, resplendently beautiful. Si-Wan felt as though she were magnetically drawn, unable to divert her gaze. Host, there's a bronze mirror to your left. You may examine your fortune body. Following the guidance, Si-Wan sat before the bronze mirror. In the reflection, a phantom also hovered above her head, yet it resembled a dull bird, its feathers mottled and lackluster, appearing half alive, with only a single tail feather draped over her shoulder. A woman possessing the destiny of the 9-feathered golden phoenix is regarded as the most supreme and noble in the world, yet she had lost 8 of them. Should the host fail to reclaim the remaining tail feathers, she would be drained of the last vestiges of her fortune by the cuckoo, transforming from a cuckoo bird into a phoenix. The system expounded. Can you assist me in reclaiming my fortune? The system hesitated. I cannot. Si-Wan secretly scoffed. What can you possibly do? The system, agitated, replied, I can teach you how to reclaim your fortune. Do tell. Aside from the 5 golden feathers seized on the day of your birth, the remaining 3 were gradually taken by Qingjia. When you were 5, the carriage of the Duke of Qin was startled. You and Qingjia were the youngest, and Aunt Lu was unable to protect both of you alone. As you tumbled from the carriage, she clung tightly to Qingjia. You, however, fell down the slope, leaving a scar on your left cheek. Since that day, many have whispered behind your back, calling you an ugly creature, including the servants of the Duke's household. In their eyes, you are not a young lady, but merely a pawn pushed forth by your own mother in pursuit of wealth and status. Chapter 5. Feasting on fortune in your youthful innocence. You believed that Aunt Lu regarded you merely as a pawn to flatter the matriarch. Yet the truth was far more intricate. The system continued. Do you recall the grave illness that beset you at the tender age of 10? That month passed in a haze, with precious few moments of lucidity. Si-Wan furrowed her brow, recognizing the truth of this memory. Dear host, the one who suffered was not you, but the Duchess Zhao, who was ailing from a deficiency of vital energy, requiring the blood of a close relative as a medicinal catalyst. However, with her legitimate son still in infancy, unable to endure the rigors of bloodletting, it fell upon her daughter to sacrifice herself for her mother's sake. Si-Wan remained composed. Qingjia could not save the matriarch. Indeed, this was the case, yet she found herself unable to refuse. Should she decline to save her mother, others would either question her lineage or deem her cold-hearted, indifferent to the peril of her own mother. Lu Xuanyin would spare no effort to present the world's greatest treasures to Qingjia, unwilling to see her face any hardship. Si-Wan rolled up her sleeves, gazing at the terrifying scars upon her wrist, her eyes dimming. It was no wonder she had languished in illness for an entire month. Once again, she had become a stepping stone for Qingjia. Although she had been but a child then, she was aware of the accolades bestowed upon Qingjia for her exemplary filial piety, even earning the commendation of the Empress Dowager. When you came of age, the old matriarch sought to arrange a match for you, selecting her nephew for your consideration. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch's birthday celebration arrived, to which you had devoted considerable effort preparing a jade carving. Yet, when you unveiled the box at the feast, a crack marred the exquisite piece, leaving the matriarch greatly disappointed in you. You endeavored to explain, but no one believed your words. All perceived you as willful and cold-hearted, dissatisfied with the match. Even your usually affectionate grandmother harshly cursed the union, resulting in its untimely demise. Si-Wan offered a faint smile, addressing the system. The past cannot be reclaimed. I can only grasp what lies ahead. The system, perplexed, queried, the future? The Duchess Zhao's deficiencies were the lingering consequences of childbirth, with intermittent flare-ups. Though the earlier incident had been the most severe, C1 articulated. The system, an entity from beyond, possessed profound insight into the entanglements of the C sisters and the entirety of her former life. In a fortnight, Zhao's ailment would flare once more. This time, dear host, you must prepare in advance, preventing Lu Xuanyan from obtaining your blood. Without it, Qingjia cannot substitute herself for you, thereby maintaining her facade of filiality. The system suddenly grasped the implication. The adversities you recounted earlier resonated deeply. During my own tribulations, as my fortunes waned, Qingjia used me as a stepping stone, ascending step by step. Does this imply that the more grievously she falls, the more I can reclaim the fortune that was unjustly taken from me? C1 inquired. The system regarded the host with newfound respect. Indeed, the only phoenix of this small world, you grasp the essence with remarkable clarity. Precisely so. Yet, there remains a matter that eludes my understanding. C1 dismissed the mother-daughter pair, silently probing the system. You mentioned that Qingjia seized 5 golden feathers at my birth. Although we share the same birth date, how did she, as an infant, manage to usurp such fortune? C1 felt a vague connection between her own lineage and this act of fortune-stealing. Indeed, the system remarked, although Lu Xuanyan is merely a concubine, she possesses the wisdom to know her place and adhere to propriety, serving the Duchess Zhao with utmost diligence. Zhao, in turn, places great trust in Lu Xuanyan, even allowing their 2 children to be cared for together by a wet nurse. The unexpected incident occurred on that fateful day. Only Lu Xuanyan and the wet nurse were present in the room. The wet nurse, having consumed something foul, hurriedly excused herself to change, leaving Lu Xuanyan alone to watch over the 2 young ladies. She harbored no fears regarding Lu Xuanyan's intentions. After all, it was well known throughout the household that the kind-hearted concubine was gentle and compliant. Furthermore, the legitimate young lady bore a distinguishing red birthmark on her palm, ensuring she could not be mistaken. However, to her astonishment, the moment the wet nurse departed, a flash of red light appeared. Lu Xuanyan stood frozen, witnessing a mysterious aura enveloping the 2 infants, establishing an invisible connection between them. Once the red light faded, she rushed forward to inspect, discovering that the child swathed in pink now bore a red mark on her palm, while the one wrapped in crimson remained unmarked. It is essential to note that as a concubine, Lu Xuanyan's child was a legitimate daughter, entitled only to pink, while Zhao's daughter, being a legitimate offspring, could don the grander red. Given that the infants were strikingly similar and shared the same father but different mothers, distinguishing between them was nearly impossible. The sole identifying feature was the red birthmark on the palm. C1 scoffed. Let me guess, Lu Xuanyan subsequently swapped the swaddlings of the 2 children? The system nodded in affirmation. No wonder they were biological mother and daughter. Qingjia, merely a newborn, instinctively managed to usurp my red birthmark and fortune. Lu Xuanyan, as her mother, upon realizing this, not only failed to intervene, but also aided her daughter in stealing my identity, thus allowing Qingjia to ascend as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qin. Furthermore, she admonished me to be perpetually yielding and never to confront the young lady, her audacity rivaling that of a fortress. The system, through a bronze mirror, observed the mother and daughter comforting each other and deemed the host's sentiments justified. What exactly is Qingjia? Why is she capable of siphoning others' fortunes? C1's face contorted with disdain. The system clarified. Qingjia possesses a cuckoo fate, inherently embodying the selfish and greedy traits of the cuckoo bird. However, the true source of her ability to commandeer fortunes lies in the reverse fate worm hidden within her heart. The reverse fate worm is a maternal lineage worm, with the mother worm feeding on fortune, while its offspring scavenge for suitable nourishment to provide for the mother worm. Host, you are the only woman in the Duke of Qin's household, and indeed the entire capital, to possess a phoenix fate. Should you successfully consume all fortunes, the cuckoo bird could undergo a complete transformation. To see Qingjia, you embody immense temptation. Siwan's expression darkened considerably. Are you suggesting that I harbor the offspring of the reverse fate worm within me? The system affirmed, indeed. This offspring worm may not necessarily be detrimental to you. You have recently seized a silk shop from Qingjia. If you manage the shop effectively, you could reclaim a portion of your fortune. After all, the offspring and maternal worm serve as conduits for fortune. Siwan silently reminded herself to remain calm and composed, resisting the urge to succumb to fury. Having been granted a second chance at life, she has already seized the initiative and must leverage this advantage to reclaim from Qingjia everything that was taken from her, piece by piece. When shall I be able to expel the Zigu? Once the host regains the 8 golden feathers and transforms into a phoenix reborn from the flames, it will signify the failure of Zigu to absorb fortune, leading to its inevitable decline and demise. Simultaneously, it will also retaliate against the master possessing the mother worm. Just as Siwan pondered these thoughts, she heard the voice of the system. Host, I am the auxiliary system. My energy is not abundant. It is necessary to sever your perception of the fortune entity. Upon uttering this, Siwan noticed that the ethereal shadow above her and Qingjia had completely vanished. Chapter 6. I laugh at your usurpation. Currently, the host's fortune value stands at 20, while Qingjia's fortune value is 90. For every golden feather reclaimed, the host's fortune value increases by 10 points, and Qingjia's is correspondingly diminished by 10 points. Should the fortune value fall below 0, one will be obliterated by the consciousness of the world. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Siwan may not have encountered the term obliteration before, yet she could surmise its meaning. Essentially, it signifies her disappearance. I am but 20 points away from annihilation. How lowly indeed. Siwan let out an ambiguous chuckle and ventured. With Qingjia's high fortune and my lowly one, even if I were to confront my birth mother with the truth of the royal substitution, I would be unable to present any evidence. They shall not believe you, the system asserted with certainty. Only by tearing apart the hypocritical facade of Qingjia and her mother will others begin to doubt the reality of that year. Only by shattering her painstakingly cultivated reputation will I be able to reclaim all that is mine. Siwan understood that Qingjia would not be so easily toppled. It required careful planning. The hunting event spanned merely 3 days, beginning with Princess Jingyu's fall into water, followed by rumors of a certain young lady from the Qin Duke's estate attempting to seduce the 7th prince. With such turmoil ensuing, the emperor lost interest in the hunt and returned to the capital with his civil and military officials. Qin Duke's estate. Siwan entered the main hall to find the old matriarch seated at the head, her countenance dark and brooding, as if she could weep torrents. She was undoubtedly aware of the scandal concerning the undergarment. A fleeting glance at the anxious Qingjia and the concerned Lu Xuanyan filled Siwan with revulsion. One by one, the others bowed in respect to the matriarch. With a resounding thud, the old matriarch struck the table, producing a dull sound. Lu, not long ago, when Shigur was unwell, Fang Yang was left in the estate to care for him. Before her departure, she tirelessly instructed you to look after these children. How could such a shameless debacle arise? Fang Yang was the maiden name of the duke's wife, Zhao. Lu Xuanyan fell to her knees with a thud, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, Matriarch, please allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive. That undergarment was intentionally left in the 7th prince's camp by a maid seeking to ascend the ranks, and it has no connection to our young ladies. The maid has already been dealt with. The matriarch showed no sign of reaction, her fingers deftly spinning the beads on her wrist. If that is the case, why must the silk shop in Qingjia's possession be transferred to Siwan's name? The silk shop in Qingjia's hands had been entrusted to her by the matriarch on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, boasting the most skilled embroiderers in the capital. And it would not be an exaggeration to say it was a treasure trove. If there are no other hidden circumstances, why would Qingjia bestow such a valuable asset upon another? Qingjia's delicate brows knitted slightly, her exquisite countenance revealing a hint of sorrow. Grandmother, that day at the hunting grounds, due to an undergarment of unknown origin, all the young ladies of the duke's estate were sullied with scandal, and Wanwan has suffered the most injustice. I thought it best to transfer the silk shop to Wan as a form of recompense. Lu Xuanyan delicately wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. The young lady and Wan had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Under your guidance, the sisters often yielded to each other when it came to delicious treats and enjoyable activities. The silk shop was a heartfelt gift from the young lady. Please do not be angry. Ever since the incident at last year's birthday banquet, the old matriarch's demeanor towards Wan has grown particularly frosty. A rift has developed between the grandmother and granddaughter. Yielding to one another? I see it as some individuals shamelessly taking advantage of the elder sister's tender heart. The speaker was the third Miss, Qingning, whose father, Chonghui, was the second son in the family and a direct brother to the Duke of Qin. Who does not know that the silk shop was prepared by the grandmother as a dowry for the elder sister? To envy even others' dowries is truly beneath consideration. The old lady turned to Wan and asked, "Do you wish for this silk shop?" Wan did not deny it and nodded. This overt display of greed elicited a scoff from Qingning. "Second sister, has the noble house treated you poorly? Why must you covet what belongs to others? Do you not understand the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate? Or have you forgotten your own status, trusting too much in grandmother's affection?" Qingning aimed to vent her frustrations on Qingjia, seeking to humiliate Wan before the old lady. After all, Wan had long since offended the matriarch, thoroughly tearing apart the veil of propriety. Thus, Wan could scarcely claim the silk shop. What she cannot have, others shall not obtain. Wan cast a sidelong glance at Qingning. In both past and present lives, this third sister was nothing more than Qingjia's sycophant. Yet, her closeness to Qingjia was also driven by her desire for personal gain, especially since her own dowry had long been squandered by her gambling father. That day, it was father who decided to give the silk shop to me, and both my mother and sister agreed. Why should I refuse? Wan's tone was light and airy. You must have coerced uncle. Qingning rushed forward, grasping Lu Xuanyan's sleeve. Aunt Lu, please speak fairly. Why would uncle agree? Lu Xuanyan's expression stiffened. Noticing this, Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Qingning had a knack for picking the right targets, and she had struck gold with Lu Xuanyan, who cherished Qingjia like a precious gem. After all, having been mother and daughter for a full 19 years in a past life, Wan understood Lu Xuanyan well. If given the choice, she would prefer that everyone forget that farce and would not want Qingjia's reputation tarnished in the slightest. Now, with Qingning insisting on reopening old wounds, it would be strange for Lu Xuanyan to feel at ease. It would likely feel like a venomous bite. What are you laughing at? Qingning glutted at Wan. Wan deliberately elongated her tone. What am I laughing at? I laugh at your overstepping. I laugh at your ignorance of propriety. Clearly a daughter of the second branch, yet you meddle in the affairs of the first branch. Shouldn't father inform you? The third miss, of which concubine he chooses to spend the night with. Wan's smile was exceptionally radiant, her half-exposed face breathtakingly beautiful. Yet her words were laced with the utmost bitterness. The old lady couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Since the age of 5, her granddaughter had suffered an injury on the left side of her face, which led her to style her hair loosely to conceal the small scar. However, upon returning from the arena, she seemed to have transformed. Her hair was neatly arranged, exuding a newfound confidence and grace, embodying the essence of a young lady from the esteemed Qin family. The old matriarch nodded inwardly, recognizing a different perspective than others. Regarding the jade carving incident, she held no blame towards Wan. It was evident that a malicious individual had orchestrated the scheme, lurking in the shadows while Wan stood exposed. If she continued to shield Wan recklessly, it would only serve to endanger her further. Yu, Qingning, still a maiden in her family's confines, was incensed by Wan's remarks, her eyes reddening with indignation. After a prolonged moment, she finally exclaimed, "Grandmother, Wan has gone too far. You must stand up for your granddaughter." Chapter 7. The Crown Prince? The token exchange, since the silk shop has bestowed its favor upon Qingjia, she has become its rightful owner, and her intentions regarding its disposition are not for me to question. The old matriarch has made her stance clear, and despite any resentment simmering within Qingning, she dares not voice her discontent. With a fierce glare directed at Wan, she hastens to Qingjia's side, whispering something inaudible. Siwan, however, remains unfazed, narrowing her eyes towards a small courtyard to the east, where her full-blooded brother, Sisu, resides. Unlike herself, who is swapped at birth, Sisu is the legitimate son of the noble house. Even with an older brother preceding him, he enjoys the utmost affection, even overshadowing Qingjia to some extent. If memory serves her well, Sisu's recent illness was grave, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for Qingjia's 3-day vigil at Shueyu Monastery, enduring without food or water, which moved the highly skilled Master Mingjing, the outcome would have been dire. Master Mingjing personally administered treatment to Sisu, preserving his life. Alas, despite her intervention, Sisu suffered prolonged high fever, resulting in his blindness. In light of this incident, the entire Qin family has come to revere Qingjia profoundly. Even the blind Sisu regards her as his savior, willing to shield her from hidden dangers. Yet, Siwan recalls how, in her past life, her merciless fiancé had once imprisoned her in the ancestral hall and mentioned that Master Mingjing only acknowledged tokens, not individuals. Each of the princes possesses a token, which allows them to summon Master Mingjing for a consultation. Had it not been for Qingjia's quarrel with the 7th prince, who deliberately left her waiting for 3 days before presenting his token, Sisu would not have lost his sight. It is a fact that the 7th prince produced the token, yet he callously delayed, dismissing Sisu's plight. Regardless, Sisu is her blood relative. Siwan cannot stand idly by while a 7-year-old child endures the agony of fever and the torment of blindness. The only course of action she can take is to secure a token in advance to alter Sisu's fate. Calculating the time, she realizes that the 7th prince and Qingjia have already developed feelings for one another, making his token a futile hope. However, there remains another token, potentially within her grasp, that of the crown prince. The crown prince, born of the late empress, ranks 5th among his siblings. Designated as heir at the tender age of 3, he was abducted by nefarious individuals and cast into a remote mountain region. Everyone presumed that the young prince would meet a grisly end at the jaws of wild beasts. Unexpectedly, he was nurtured by the Wolf King, emerging from the mountains after enduring 5 years of a feral existence. Having long since forsaken human behavior, the crown prince resembles the fiercest of predators. The emperor found this ominous, yet the crown prince's visage mirrors that of the late empress to an uncanny degree, leaving no room for doubt regarding his identity. Reluctantly, the emperor accepted this son, while secretly contemplating how to strip him of his princely status. Fortunately, the maternal clan of the late empress was formidable, and before the emperor could act, they swiftly placed the crown prince in the military for training, transforming him from a wild creature into one resembling a common man, thereby preserving his position as heir. Currently at odds with the emperor and disliking the constraints of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince resides in a suburban palace. Should she acquire his token, Sisu would be saved. Wan, Brother Su is unwell, and I cannot help but worry. Would you accompany me to visit him? Qingjia furrowed her brow, her eyes slightly reddened with concern. Siwan glanced at her and nodded. Together, Qingjia, Qingming, and Siwan made their way towards An Yuan Pavilion. Upon reaching the bedroom, the moment the door was pushed open, a heavy, bitter scent of medicine assailed their senses. The serving maids hurriedly delivered water and medicine, moving about in silence, creating a suffocating atmosphere. A slender and beautiful woman sat on a low stool by the bed, holding the boy's hand and weeping silently. She was Lady Zhao, the wife of the Duke. After enduring 10 months of pregnancy, her child had fallen gravely ill. As a mother, her worries were overwhelming, leaving no room for thoughts of hunting. Hearing footsteps, Lady Zhao wiped her tears and turned around. You have arrived. Siwan glanced at the bed. Brother Su's face was flushed with fever, and he was already unconscious. Qingjia, on the verge of collapse, hesitated before finally saying, I have heard that Master Mingjing excels in acupuncture and possesses medical skills superior to those of the court physicians. If we could invite her, perhaps Brother Su might be saved. Lady Zhao smiled bitterly and shook her head. When the court physician had been at a loss regarding Brother Su's condition, She had thought of Master Mingjing. However, Shueihua Monastery did not rely on worldly offerings, and Master Mingjing, being a person of enlightenment, rarely interacted with the nobility. Even a mother of the favored Su Guifei found it difficult to meet her. Compared to the Su family, what was their Qin duke's residence? Si Qingjia bit her lip. Her eyes filled with determination. Mother, I am willing to try. Si Qingning widened her eyes in shock. Is elder sister out of her mind? To propose seeking Master Mingjing's assistance without absolute certainty. If she refuses to help and anything happens to Brother Su, I fear Aunt would hold you accountable. Lady Zhao's heart ached like a mirror reflecting the pain of her daughter, and she embraced Si Qingjia, weeping uncontrollably. Si-Wan observed them, her lips pressed tightly together. Though she felt no maternal bond towards Lu Xuanyan, Lady Zhao was her biological mother, who cherished Si Qingjia deeply. A day later, Si Qingjia, as in her previous life, knelt before the gates of Shueihua Monastery under the blazing sun. The monastery was located in a remote area, typically traversed only by farmers. Yet the news of the Duke's eldest daughter kneeling to plead for medical help for her younger brother spread throughout the capital that very night. Si-Wan understood that this was orchestrated by Lu Xuanyan. This aunt, seemingly pitiful, was actually as shrewd as an experienced merchant, adept at seizing opportunities and never missing a chance to advocate for Si Qingjia. Si family, your elder sister is seeking medical aid at Shueihua Monastery. Why have you come to see me? The tall young man stood with his hands clasped behind him, his shadow elongated by the setting sun, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Master Mingjing recognized the token, not the person. She sought assistance not from Shueihua Monastery, but from another source. The Crown Prince, raised by the Wolf King since childhood, was unpredictable, and Si-Wan dared not conceal the truth. You know I possess the token. Si-Wan nodded. Your Highness, I can exchange a piece of information for the token. She raised her head, her gaze clear and bright, locking eyes with the Crown Prince. Such a gaze could be deemed disrespectful. However, the Crown Prince, far from taking offense, inquired with great interest, Do share. Just moments ago, I passed by the Imperial Beast Courtyard and beheld a magnificent Dawan horse being tended to by several trainers, remarked Si-Wan with an air of calm. The Dawan horse possesses the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day, exuding unparalleled grace, and is worth its weight in gold. Being an aficionado of horses, the Crown Prince held this distinguished steed in the highest regard, even going so far as to assign dedicated caretakers for its upkeep. No one could have anticipated that this exceptional Dawan horse would inadvertently trample upon the chest of the Crown Prince's own uncle. The Crown Prince stepped forward, gently grasping Si-Wan's chin. Is the information you exchanged with me related to the Dawan horse? Chapter 8. Si Qingjia had knelt for an entire day. The Crown Prince, with his delicate nose and thin lips, his sword-like brows framing bright eyes, regarded Si-Wan with an expression devoid of disdain, merely scrutinizing her. Si-Wan did not resist, stating, horses perceive the world through sound. Should their hearing be impaired, even if they appear physically robust, they will be difficult to control and might even turn against their rider. The Crown Prince's chest heaved violently. My uncle recently visited the palace specifically to borrow this Dawan horse. Years ago, my father deemed him an ill omen, and it was my maternal grandfather and uncle who risked everything to send him into the military, preserving both his life and the position of heir. If this Dawan horse were to injure my uncle, I would bear the blame unto death. What unusual behavior does Feiji exhibit to lead Miss C to conclude it has hearing issues? Feiji was the name of the Dawan horse. As I passed the Beast Training Institute, the horse trainer called out to Feiji several times, yet the horse showed no reaction, even displaying aggressive behavior. If I were to ride it recklessly, the Crown Prince's gaze darkened, awaiting Si-Wan's response. The consequences could be mild injury or, at worst, death. Without hesitation, Si-Wan spoke firmly. If Feiji's hearing is indeed compromised, I shall willingly present the token. The Crown Prince was not one to dither. The news Si-Wan brought could save his uncle's life, and even if the token were forfeited, it held little significance. Moreover, she had also saved Qingjia. However, the matter of the princess's assassination should not be publicized, and the emperor would not openly reward it. By giving the token to the Si family, it could be considered a settled affair. The crown prince dispatched a veterinarian to examine the Dewan horse. Shortly thereafter, the veterinarian hurried back, sweat beading on his forehead, and knelt suddenly. Seeing this, the crown prince understood everything. He gestured for the veterinarian to withdraw and commanded a servant to retrieve the token, which he personally handed to Siwan. Miss C, with this token, proceed to Shueihua Monastery, and Master Mingjing will accompany you to the public residence for consultation. The crown prince added, your elder sister has been kneeling at the entrance of Shueihua Monastery for an entire day. To bring Master Mingjing with your token would be to usurp another's merit. My younger brother is still young, and this illness is severe. If we delay any longer, it may jeopardize his health. The crown prince nodded, saying no more. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Siwan withdrew. Half an hour later, the carriage from the Duke of Qin's residence arrived at the gates of Shueihua Monastery. Siwan looked up and immediately spotted the figure kneeling on the stone steps. Her garment billowing in the wind, slender yet resolute. It was Qingjia. Beside her stood Lu Xuanyan and a handsome, refined young man, Mian, the Duke of Qin's eldest son. Mian had been studying at Wansong Academy, but upon learning of his brother Su's recent troubles, he had taken leave from his teacher. Instead of returning to the Duke's residence, he had come directly to Shueihua Monastery. Gripping the water pouch, his knuckles turned white, his eyes filled with concern. Qingjia, the day is drawing to a close. If you continue to endure this, you will not withstand it. Qingjia bit her lower lip. Shaking her head, Lu Xuanyan crouched down to wipe the sweat from her brow, tears welling in her eyes as she did so. Miss, your brother's health is paramount, but your own well-being is equally important. You must not neglect yourself out of love for your brother. Aunt, I am aware of my own limits, Qingjia replied, her breath weak. With furrowed brows, Mian swiftly lifted her into his arms. Qingjia attempted to struggle, but he said, return tomorrow, his tone imbued with tenderness and an air of finality that brooked no refusal. Siwan approached the stone steps. What brings you here? Mian inquired coldly. I am also concerned for Su Gur and have come to implore Master Mingjing for assistance. What are you? A mere illegitimate daughter, unworthy of meeting Master Mingjing? Mian could not suppress a scoff. Brother, do not speak so. Wangwan means well, Qingjia gently interjected. Well-meaning? Mian scrutinized Sivan, his gaze lingering on the disfiguring scar on her left cheek, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. If you wish to do something for Su Gur, then kneel here in place of Qingjia for an entire night. With that, he strode away with an air of superiority. Lu Xuanyan furrowed her brows and reproached Wanwan. How can you still be causing trouble at such a time? Siwan replied, how can one know without trying? Very well. It seems you are resolute in your folly. Do as you wish. Siwan was not Lu Xuanyan's child, and thus the latter felt no compassion for her. Observing Siwan willingly courting hardship, Lu Xuanyan refrained from intervening, finding her foolishness laughable instead. In terms of status, she was a mere illegitimate daughter, far inferior to Qingjia, the legitimate daughter. In terms of talent, she had only a rudimentary understanding of the arts, while Qingjia was a prodigy of great scholars. In terms of beauty, Siwan's left cheek was marred, while Qingjia was exquisite, like a pristine lotus emerging from the water. How could such an unworthy Siwan ever hope to win the favor of Master Mingjing? Lu Xuanyan glanced at the maidservant trailing behind Siwan, said to be a gift from the old matriarch, named Jinkei, who was indeed rather commonplace. After Lu Xuanyan departed, Jinkei looked at Siwan and asked in a dull tone, Miss, will you kneel? Siwan shook her head, refusing to kneel. She boldly advanced and knocked on the door with determination. Before long, a young novice opened the door and peeked out. Siwan produced a medallion from her bosom and waved it, stating, I wish to see Master Mingjing. Recognizing the medallion, the novice did not dare to be remiss and hurriedly invited Siwan into the chapel to meet Master Mingjing at the Duke of Qin's residence. Mian assisted the exhausted Qingjia down from the carriage. Upon seeing her so weakened, Lady Zhao's heart ached with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Grasping Qingjia's icy fingertips, she lamented, do not go again. Mother, Su Gur is my own brother. If I were to give up easily, I cannot find peace at night. Si Qingjia replied, her voice trembling with emotion. Lady Zhao wept silently. After returning Si Qingjia to her chamber, it was not long before the old matriarch arrived. Did you not say that Su Guer merely caught a chill? Why then must we seek Master Mingjing's intervention? The old matriarch's canes struck the cobblestones with a resonating thud. Mother, I did not intend to conceal it. Lady Zhao's complexion drained of color. I know you fear for my well-being, but Su Guer is my grandson, and as his grandmother, I feel utterly ashamed for being less diligent than Qingjia. Simian interjected. Sister has knelt outside Shueihua Temple for an entire day without food or water. The old matriarch tightened her grip on Si Qingjia's hand. Grandmother, it is of no consequence. Si Qingjia coughed delicately, and it was not only her granddaughter who had gone to the temple. Wanwan also sought to contribute her efforts. Simian could not help but scoff, remarking that Wanwan should take a good look in the mirror, no matter how fervently she prostrated at the mountain gate. Master Mingjing would not grant her an audience. Brother, Si Qingjia's cough grew more pronounced. Drink some water and say fewer words, Simian gently urged, patting the slender back of the lady. Zhao turned to Lu Xuanyan, expressing her gratitude. Wanwan has a good heart. If it were not for the eldest Mrs. initial idea, Wanwan would not have been able to offer her modest assistance. However, she is still quite young and impetuous. We must not let her cause any trouble for Shueihua Temple. Lu Xuanyan added softly. Just as they were speaking, a maidservant hurriedly approached the old matriarch, bearing news. The second miss has invited Master Mingjing. Chapter 9. The Seven Treasures of Buddhism. The occupants of the room were incredulous, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Lying on the bed, Si Qingjia straightened her back, her complexion pale. Zhao believed her fatigue stemmed from kneeling outside the Water Moon Temple all day, and thus did not contemplate further. Lu Xuanyan bit her tongue, approached, and adjusted the quilt with a little more force than necessary. As Si Qingjia regained her composure, she softly reminded, Grandmother, Mother, Master Mingjing has arrived. We should go greet her. It would be impolite to keep her waiting and give the impression that we are neglectful. Si Mian elongated his face, gritting his teeth, and stubbornly retorted, I do not believe Si Wan can truly bring Master Mingjing here. She could simply be an ordinary nun attempting to deceive us. Young master, Wanwan would not be so capricious, Lu Xuanyan replied, her demeanor demure, yet subtly implying Si Wan's waywardness. Although they were mother and daughter, such humility seemed excessive. Last year, when celebrating grandmother's birthday, a significant blunder occurred. Who could guarantee she wouldn't jest with the life of second brother? There remained an impenetrable barrier between them. Lu Xuanyan's smile faltered, her shoulders trembling slightly. Onlookers assumed Si Mian's harsh words had put Lu Yinyang in an awkward position. Yet she alone understood that the situation was far more complex. Do not speak recklessly. Wanwan means well, Zhao interjected, grasping her eldest son's sleeve to halt his thoughtless remarks. Lu Yinyang had always been dutiful and loyal, having once risked everything to save Qingjia, even at the cost of Si Wan's well-being, leaving a scar the size of a fingernail on the left side of her face. A young lady's beauty, though secondary to her character, often dictates her treatment in society. With her appearance marred and her status as a concubine, she had endured considerable hardship over the years, making her temperament somewhat irritable, an understandable consequence. However, it was essential to guide her properly before her marriage to avoid future misfortunes. Let us go, the matriarch declared, and no one dared to dissent. Si Qingjia, needing to change her attire, would join later, while the others proceeded to Wan Yuan Pavilion. Inside the chamber, a nun clad in simple robes stood by the bedside, her expression neutral as she manipulated a string of prayer beads. Siwan presented a cup of hot tea, whispering, my younger brother has been unwell for several days. He is not only young, but was also born under difficult circumstances, rendering him weaker than most children. I implore you, master, to assist us. Simian, supporting Zhao, entered behind the matriarch. Despite years of studying the classics, he was not foolish enough to voice his doubts about the nun's identity. Should she truly be Master Mingjing? He could not afford to offend her. For years, Master Mingjing had lived in seclusion, and thus no one in the Grand Qin Duke's residence had truly seen her. Having received the token, Master Mingjing naturally did not decline. She turned to the gathered family, clasped her hands in prayer, and bowed. After taking Sisu's pulse and examining his eyelids, pupils, and tongue, she discerned the ailment before retrieving her needle pouch, preparing to administer acupuncture. Do not rush. A gentle and melodious voice floated in from the doorway. Siwan turned to see Si Qingming assisting Si Qingjia as they entered. Si Qingjia, fortune value 88, host. Last night, Si Qingjia sent someone to deliver the deed of the silk shop. Her fortune value has decreased by 2 points, bringing your fortune value to 22. The system informed. Only a decrease of 2 points. Siwan chuckled softly, casting a glance at the heavy purse at her waist. Then she shall repay me with more fortune today. From the moment she laid eyes on Master Mingjing, Siwan found herself irresistibly drawn to the blood-red amber pendant that hung from the nun's chest. Amber is one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, symbolizing the teachings of precepts, meditation, and wisdom. It cultivates composure in practitioners, gradually leading to enlightenment. The piece owned by Master Mingjing was the size of a child's fist, rich in color, and a treasured gift from the late emperor to the Shuiwen monastery, renowned throughout the capital. When Siwan presented her token for consultation, she implored Master Mingjing to place the amber in her purse, resting it against Sisu's chest. The amber not only calms the mind, but is also an auspicious object. Frequent contact with this treasure would benefit Sisu's health. Master Mingjing did not refuse, and the amber was soon secured in Siwan's purse. Thus, when Si Qingjia entered, her gaze sweeping from the bottom to the top of Master Mingjing, she failed to notice the blood-red amber's presence. Moreover, having already developed feelings for the 7th prince, she had heard him mention that regardless of status, Master Mingjing only recognized the token and not the person. Siwan had no means to acquire such a token. With her brows slightly relaxing, she concluded that the nun was an impostor. Once Si Qingjia took her seat, Si Qingming scoffed, casting a doubtful glance. I have heard that Master Mingjing does not appreciate disturbances and rarely meets with guests. She certainly wouldn't accompany anyone for a consultation. How is it that my elder sister knelt outside Shuiwen Monastery for an entire day without exception, yet your second sister only had to ask for her come? As she spoke, Si Qingming held a sense of authority. She and Si Mian shared the same opinion. What was he want to be compared to the ethereal Master Mingjing? Qingming, the old lady, did not expect such impudence and displayed her displeasure. Master Mingjing remained composed, her expression devoid of any ripples. Madam, the young master's ailment has progressed significantly. If we do not administer acupuncture to expel the heat and toxicity, even if we can preserve his life, he is likely to suffer lasting repercussions. With her experiences from a past life, Siwan understood that Master Mingjing was not exaggerating. Her medical skills were indeed exceptional. Madame Zhao's composure faltered, her grip on the curtain tightening, her veins visibly protruding. I implore you, Master, to treat my son swiftly. She was thoroughly panicked. Lu Xuanyin stepped forward, gently soothing Madame Zhao, whispering, Madam, the young master is precious, and we are at a critical juncture. Should Wanwan err in her attentiveness and mistake the person? Before Lu Xuanyin could finish, Madame Zhao's heart raced anxiously. The old lady, however, maintained her composure and turned to Siwan. How did you manage to summon Master Mingjing? My granddaughter went to the monastery to request an audience and then met with Master Mingjing. Siwan omitted the details regarding the token. But your elder sister knelt for an entire day. Si Qingming pointed accusingly at Si Qingjia nearby. Siwan felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering her head in silence. Si Qingjia rose and approached Master Mingjing step by step, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Master, might you present the blood-red amber? This exquisite item, bestowed by the late emperor, serves as a testament to your identity. Master Mingjing gazed at Si Qingjia and uttered a soft amitabha. You, dear benefactor, possess extraordinary fortune, a rarity among the esteemed. Why cling so stubbornly to this? Such persistence could lead you to a lesser path. Si Qingjia's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yet the warmth did not reach her eyes. I fail to comprehend your meaning, Master. Master Mingjing slowly shook her head. The world is filled with the foolish, akin to moths drawn to a flame, relentlessly pursuing power, wealth, fame, and desire, unwilling to cease their endeavors. This young benefactor, while appearing perceptive and graceful, has already succumbed to the allure of temptation. Chapter 10. C1. A meritorious minister of the public house, Lu Xuanyan approached with a gentle smile, positioning herself between Master Mingjing and Qingjia. The nun discerned the formidable fortune surrounding Qingjia, indicating her exceptional capabilities. Should any ill thoughts arise, the consequences would be dire. Master, your visit today is to attend to the young master's ailment. Let us not delay the matter at hand. Lu Xuanyan tactfully redirected the conversation. Master Mingjing cast a penetrating glance at Qingjia, choosing silence thereafter. With deft fingers, she pinched a golden needle and pierced it into the inner arm of Su. Even in unconsciousness, the young child felt the sting, emitting muffled groans of discomfort. Zhao's heart ached, yet she dared not interrupt, leaning on the old matriarch for support. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she observed the scene unfold. The servants of An Yuan Pavilion, wary of exacerbating Su's condition, refrained from opening the windows, resulting in an oppressive atmosphere thick with medicinal odors and sweat. Siwan felt stifled. She did not linger any longer and, clutching the edge of her pouch, stood at the doorway to catch a breath of fresh air. System, I recall that in my previous life, Master Mingjing accepted Qingjia as a lay disciple, indicating a fondness. Why, just now, did she directly point out Qingjia's obstinacy and shortcomings, contrasting starkly with the past? C1 silently inquired of the system. Host, the reason is quite straightforward. Previously, Qingjia's fortune value was 90. Once it surpassed 90, she would garner the favor of heaven and earth, radiating exceptional grace. Individuals in the Buddhist realm, like Master Mingjing, naturally hold affection for such gifted beings, making it unsurprising that she would take her as a disciple. However, after you seized the silk shop, Qingjia's fortune value plummeted by 2 points. Though slight, this decline significantly impacts her. Now, while she still possesses good luck, it pales in comparison to the divine favor she once enjoyed. Her selfishness and ambition cannot be concealed, and Master Mingjing, with her keen perception, would certainly notice. The system elucidated. Through the thin fabric, C1 caressed the amber piece. She initially intended to place the amber on brother Su to bestow him with blessings. Yet amidst the room's skepticism, she hesitated to draw attention to herself. Standing out is not an easy endeavor. In this lifetime, Qingjia would not become Master Mingjing's disciple. It seemed her union with the seventh prince would not proceed smoothly either. Moreover, host, Master Mingjing is a benefactor in Qingjia's fate. Missing out on her assistance would cause Qingjia's fortune value to continue its decline, ultimately reflecting upon you. Should it fall by 10 points, you would reclaim a golden feather, the system remarked, its mechanical voice carrying a hint of eager anticipation, clearly longing to witness that moment. The duration of Master Mingjing's acupuncture was not overly lengthy. She appeared calm and composed, yet her treatment was executed with the vigor of a martial general. As Sisu suffered from internal heat and toxins, she performed bloodletting. Once the toxic blood was expelled, the high fever subsided naturally. Upon hearing Zhao's joyful call of Sisu's name, Siwan turned and stepped inside. Sisu had awakened. Though frail, his spirit was surprisingly vibrant. Zhao and the old matriarch cradled him in their arms, affectionately calling him heart and liver. Siwan, wishing to join the warmth of the moment, removed the pouch from her waist, cradling it in both hands and presenting it before Master Mingjing. Master, this treasure is precious. It is time to return it to its rightful owner. Qingjia gazed at the modest pouch embroidered with orchids, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. The chill that enveloped her was almost palpable, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. A mother knows her daughter best. Upon observing her unease, Lu Xuanyan promptly approached Siwan, inquiring with a smile, "What treasure do you possess? Let me have a look." Regardless of Lu Xuanyan's true identity, she was officially recognized as Siwan's biological mother. In the realm of Dachi, disobedience and filial impiety were grave offenses. Siwan could not refuse Lu Xuanyan, nor did she wish to. As she lifted her gaze, the angle allowed her to behold her intact right cheek, a visage as exquisite as a painting, radiant and alluring. She curved her crimson lips, unfastening the pouch to reveal a piece of exceptionally valuable blood-red amber, placing it into the palm of the venerable Master Mingjing. Upon seeing the blood-red amber, Lu Xuanyan gasped in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. See Qingjia's complexion drained of color, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Si Mian's timely support, she would have surely fallen to the ground. Blood-red amber? Are you truly Master Mingjing? Master Mingjing nodded, her expression complex. Si Qingjia's eyes were filled with crimson veins as she realized she had been outmaneuvered by Si Wan. Regardless of the methods Si Wan employed to summon Master Mingjing, she was acutely aware of the latter's true identity, even having concealed the blood-red amber, which could validate her identity, within the pouch to mislead her. She had been certain that Si Wan could not procure the token, convinced that this nun did not possess the blood-red amber. Little did she know, it was a trap meticulously designed for her, and her overconfidence had ensnared her in a quagmire. Si Qingjia closed her eyes, suppressing the more sinister expressions that threatened to surface. In the eyes of her grandmother, mother, and elder brother, she was the epitome of gentleness, kindness, and fragility. Even when deceived, she should not exhibit a trace of resentment. Wan, I wish to see Master S. blood-red amber just now. Why did you remain silent? Si Qingjia forced a smile. Si Wan replied, Master Mingjing is a transcendent monk, unconcerned with the opinions of the world. If I were to vouch for her, it would be somewhat presumptuous. So you simply watched as I offended Master Mingjing? Si Qingjia barely restrained herself from erupting in anger. This was the second time she had suffered a setback at Si Wan's hands. The first time involved a loss at a silk shop, which was inconsequential. As the legitimate daughter of a noble family, her dowry was substantial, and she lacked for silver. The second time, however, she had incurred the wrath of Master Mingjing, leaving her seething with indignation. It was important to note that earning Master Mingjing's commendation would elevate her reputation in the capital, providing her with greater leverage to vie for an exalted position. Si Qingjia's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Si Mian, torn between affection and frustration, raised his hand, intending to slap Si Wan, but was halted by the matriarch's admonition. Si Mian, do not act foolishly. Wan just saved your biological brother. Si Mian's palm froze midair, caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or withdraw. Ultimately, he could only storm away in exasperation. Lu Xuanyan harbored deeper grievances against Si Wan and Si Mian, yet she dare not voice them. After all, Si Wan had saved Si Su, rendering her a benefactor to the family. And, as the daughter born after 10 months of arduous pregnancy, it was unreasonable to castigate her over a minor transgression. Otherwise, others might perceive her as an unkind mother. However, upon witnessing Qingjia's disheveled appearance, her heart ached profoundly. Seeing that the siblings had not quarreled, the old matriarch breathed a sigh of relief and, alongside Madame Zhao, expressed her gratitude to Master Mingjing. It was merely a matter of fulfilling a trust, nothing to be overly courteous about. The group bid farewell to Master Mingjing. On their way back, Si Qingjia turned to Si Wan, remarking on her sister's remarkable abilities. I had knelt all day without being able to see Master Mingjing, yet you managed to invite her for a consultation. I wonder, dear sister, for where you procure the token. Chapter 11. Si Qingjia dared not confront Si Wan directly. What token? Si Van fin d'ignorance. Observing her demeanor, Si Qingjia felt a surge of genuine anger. She longed to reproach Si Wan and expose her hypocritical facade. However, with the elderly matriarch and the Zhao family present, revealing the matter of the token would only serve to highlight her own insincere tactics. The old lady was astute, and though Zhao possessed a nurturing heart, she was no fool. Should they begin to harbor doubts about her, not only would their affection wane, but they might also question her past actions, potentially jeopardizing her significant endeavors. Ultimately, Si Qingjia refrained from a direct confrontation. Wan misheard. I meant to ask, from where did you acquire the passage token for the Shuewen Monastery? Si Wan replied with a smile. Elder sister, do not jest with me. My fortunes have never been favorable. I cannot compare to your blessings. For me, inviting Master Mingjing was the greatest stroke of luck in my life. Upon hearing this, Zhao's perception of Si-Wan shifted. Previously, during the old lady's longevity banquet, she had thought Si-Wan's temperament was erratic and misformed. Even the master had expressed disdain when mentioning this daughter. Little did she realize that Si-Wan possessed such resolve, having sought out Master Mingjing to rescue Qingjia from the clutches of the underworld. Qingjia, fortune value 87. The system's announcement echoed in Si-Wan's ears, making her smile appear more genuine. Congratulations, host. Master Mingjing has a significant influence on Qingjia, and her fortune value will continue to decline. It was premature for congratulations. Si-Wan remained grounded, for the agony of having her heart and blood taken was still an unforgettable nightmare. The source of that nightmare was none other than Qingjia and her mother. The old lady summoned Lu Xuanyan to her side, praising Lu. You have raised a fine child. Not only has she aided Feng Yang, but she has also assisted me. Lu Xuanyan looked up in astonishment. You are aware that when Feng Yang gave birth to Qingjia, she suffered greatly, and over the years, her vitality has waned. Had it not been for Qingjia's blood and medicinal assistance, she might not have endured. If anything were to happen to Qingjia now, her condition would deteriorate further. Lu Xuanyan's eyelashes fluttered. The old lady spoke sincerely, even removing her jade bracelet to place it on Lu Xuanyan's wrist. Previously, it was Lu Xuanyan's loyalty and obedience that garnered praise from the old lady. This was the first time she received recognition through her daughter. Qingjia lowered her gaze, her eyes dimming slightly. Beside her, Qingning fumed, casting a glare at Si-Wan. She could not comprehend how Si-Wan's fortunes could be so favorable. Having indeed summoned the genuine article, had that none earlier been a counterfeit, Si-Wan would not be a benefactor to the household today, but rather a sinner. Despite the jealousy threatening to overflow within her, Qingning dared not voice her thoughts. After all, they were raised in the same household, and the differences in their bearing were evident. Following Master Mingjing's examination, Sisu's health improved day by day. The ominous clouds that loomed over the main courtyard finally dispersed, and Zhao found the energy to take over the household duties from Lu Xuanyan, preparing new garments for the young ladies of the residence to attend the palace banquet. In her previous life, Si-Wan was confined to the ancestral hall by the Duke of Qin for the scandal of climbing in a bed, and thus, she had no chance to attend the palace banquet. However, she heard whispers of a quarrel between the Crown Prince's cousin and the Ninth Prince at the Beast Park, where, unbeknownst to anyone, someone had opened the cage of a ferocious black bear. The bear lunged forward, viciously attacking the Crown Prince's cousin, while the Ninth Prince was shielded by Qingjia, emerging unscathed. Qingjia's fortune was flourishing, rendering her impervious to harm from both beasts and birds alike. The system noted this. Si-Wan, holding an embroidery frame, found herself at a loss with the needle, feeling a throbbing headache. She was not skilled in women's crafts. Flourishing fortune, Si-Wan chuckled softly. For the past half-month, her fortune value had plummeted to 81. Could it still be deemed flourishing? The system replied earnestly, stating that among the royal family, those with a fortune value exceeding 40 were exceedingly rare. Si-Wan remarked, ordinary individuals possess a fortune value of only 10. As for the host, it stands at 20, merely a remnant of the protection from one golden feather, while Qingjia boasts a staggering 8 golden feathers. How could she possibly be compared to an ordinary person, despite having lived 2 lives and possessing a steady temperament? Si-Wan felt a pang of envy at the system's words. After much turmoil, her fortune value was a mere 29, incomparable to 81. However, there was still ample time ahead. She was in no rush. Previously, Si-Wan had exchanged a token from the Crown Prince to preserve Sisu's eyesight, which ultimately proved beneficial for her. Yet, it also placed her in the debt of the Crown Prince. It was known that the Crown Prince was quite close to his maternal family and held deep affection for his cousin, akin to that of biological brothers. If she could safeguard the life of the Crown Prince's cousin, it would be a way to repay her debt and clear the slate. Logically, the iron cage housing the black bear was under strict surveillance, and it was improbable that the lock would be forgotten, indicating that there must have been someone with malicious intent behind the bear's escape. Si-Wan spoke slowly, hoping the system might provide some hints, but the system remained silent. In exasperation, she coughed twice, attracting the attention of Jean K, who brought her a bowl of pear soup to soothe her throat. "Host, I can only assist. Not take sides," the system replied. C1 understood the adage that one cannot rely on mountains when they crumble or on people when they flee. She had no expectation of gaining anything substantial from the system. "My fortune is not comparable to Qingjia's. Rushing in recklessly would not only fail to save anyone, but might also lead to my own demise at the claws of the black bear." However, C1 intentionally left her thoughts hanging, teasing the system. The system, indeed, took the bait, inquiring with curiosity, "However what?" C1 chose to remain silent. After rescuing Su, her standing in the Duke's household would rise significantly. Her life would become more comfortable, and both the matriarch and the Duke's wife, Zhao, would treat her with greater favor, as if the farcical events of last year's birthday banquet had long since faded into oblivion. Donning her veil, C1 set out with Jean K once more towards the hunting grounds. "Host, are you planning to employ the same tactic and reveal news to the Crown Prince in advance?" the system asked. C1 shook her head. Possessing the memories of her past life, she was seen as an anomaly, an ill omen to ordinary folk. She did not understand the Crown Prince's character well enough to take such a gamble. "I merely wished to ask him for a favor." C1 was finally granted an audience with the Crown Prince. She made her request, and the temperamental prince, without inquiring into the reasons, pondered for a brief moment before acquiescing. "I shall grant your wish," he declared. A sigh of relief escaped C1's lips. Although her intentions were rooted in the desire to repay a debt of emotion, she could not shake her anxiety about being alone with the Crown Prince. 10 days swiftly passed, leading to the grand palace banquet. As a mere concubine-esque daughter, C1's attire was modest and unassuming, rendering her presence rather inconspicuous amidst the opulence of the Qin Duke's household. Qingning observed C1 in secret, noting how she styled her bangs to conceal the scar on her left cheek. At first glance, her visage did possess a somewhat intimidating allure. Alas, with a gust of wind, the scar was revealed, and no matter how much she endeavored to enhance her appearance, it remained true that an unfortunate countenance often drew misfortune, rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 12. C1 has also disappeared after offending Master Mingjing. Qingning returned to her chamber from on Yuan Pavilion, only to be seized by her mother by the ear and reprimanded soundly. This chastisement served to awaken Qingning's not-so-astute mind considerably. She understood that she was within the imperial palace, surrounded by the female relatives of noble families. These esteemed ladies and young misses each held distinguished identities. Even if her uncle was a first-rank duke, his status relied solely on the protection of an ancestor long deceased. In another generation, their family would inevitably descend in rank. Her cousin, Mian, was still engrossed in his studies and bore no official titles. As for her younger brother, who was already 14, he was nothing but a wastrel, spending his days chasing cats and teasing dogs, neglecting all proper pursuits. And her younger cousin, was frail and weak in body. She held little hope for him. Compared to the plethora of talents in their clan, the Qin Duke's household appeared to be lacking in successors. Previously, Qingning had not grasped this reality. But after being harshly scolded by her mother for her thoughtlessness in offending the exalted Master Mingjing, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, compelling her to be far more cautious. At the very least, she dared not stir trouble during the palace banquet. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at C1. "Host, the beast garden lies ahead," the system reminded her. The founding emperor of this dynasty established a martial spirit that endures to this day. Although the royal family occasionally convenes for floral banquets and poetry gatherings, their true delight lies in hunting in groups. Even within the confines of the inner palace, a beast garden is maintained, housing a number of fearsome beasts. In the past, when officials' families passed by the beast garden and heard the roar of a tiger, they were often so frightened that they trembled uncontrollably, their skirts dampened, becoming the subject of ridicule. Since then, it is uncertain whether this was intended to sharpen everyone's resolve. Each time one entered the palace for a banquet, even if taking a detour, one must pass through the beast garden, where even princes would host feasts and drink, which was truly unsettling. C1 discreetly raised her eyes, surveying her surroundings. The beast garden boasted numerous pavilions for viewing, surrounded by tall banyan trees, lush and verdant. Do you think you are impressive just because you have the crown prince to protect you? I will kill you. A slightly immature voice echoed from nearby, mingled with the sounds of others attempting to dissuade. The onlookers turned their gaze, discovering two extravagantly dressed children engaged in a scuffle. To be precise, one was throwing punches and kicks, while the other was defensively guarding his head and face. Siwon quickly discerned the identities of the two. The aggressor was the ninth prince, while the one on the defensive was the crown princess cousin. Suddenly, the roar of a black bear resounded, its presence formidable. Rather than fear, the officials' families merely laughed and began to comment. It was said that the black bear had been transported from the northern regions, and indeed, it was remarkable. It appeared to have recently given birth, and the little black bear looked rather endearing. Taking advantage of their inattention, Siwon quietly slipped away. Before long, the roars grew closer, and the solid, powerful figure approached as well, prompting them to finally realize something was amiss. How did the black bear escape? There are still people in the beast garden. Quick, save them. We're the guards. The ninth prince and the crown prince's cousin, upon seeing the advancing black bear, could no longer continue their scuffle, their faces pale with terror. Outside the beast garden, Qingjia's eyes flickered with concern. The individual attacked by the black bear is none other than the ninth prince, a full-blooded brother of the seventh prince. Although she had previously quarreled with the seventh prince and failed to summon the esteemed Mistress Ming Jing in time, allowing Siwon to seize the opportunity in recent days. The misunderstanding between them has been resolved, and they have reconciled completely. As she witnesses her beloved's younger brother in peril, how could Qingjia remain unconcerned? Driven by a fervent desire to save him, she disregards all else and dashes into the beast enclosure. Behind her, the startled exclamations of the matriarch and Lady Zhao echo. Qingjia, what are you doing? Come back. My son, do not go. Yet, Qingjia does not falter in her steps. She recalls the time in her youth when she encountered mountain bandits and was saved by her aunt. The aunt had fainted after a collision, holding her protectively in her embrace. Though her head had spun, her consciousness remained intact. Struggling to escape Lu Xuanyan's hold, she sought help from the guards of the duke's residence. However, she had not ventured far before encountering a fearsome tiger, which approached her, sniffing at her arm. The fabric was stained with Lu Xuanyan's blood. Qingjia nearly swooned at the sight. She did not wish to perish. Fortunately, the anticipated pain never materialized. The tiger refrained from attacking her and instead departed the area. From that moment, Qingjia sensed that the fortune the Taoist had predicted was indeed true. Her luck was extraordinary, and even wild beasts would not engage her. Qingjia later confirmed this several times, each instance proving accurate. It was this assurance that emboldened her to enter the beast enclosure. Is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Qin mad? Is she truly willing to offer herself as prey for the bear? Look, she stands before the ninth prince. After all, she is the daughter of a first-rank duke. Surely she would not risk her life for wealth and status. Lu Xuanyan, a daughter of a minor official, had been taken as a cherished concubine by the Duke of Qin. Even if she was not the primary wife, managing household affairs had been quite taxing lately, and the matriarch and Lady Zhao had brought her along to broaden her horizons. At this moment, Lu Xuanyan was in a state of distress, fearing not only for Qingjia's safety, but also that she would be labeled as overly cunning. Twisting her handkerchief, she called out in defense. The eldest miss is a woman of great loyalty. She once had an acquaintance with the ninth prince and could never bear to see him harmed by a beast. The ninth prince is still young, not yet a man, and this will not tarnish a lady's reputation. The matriarch cast a gratified glance at Lu Xuanyan, feeling that indeed, the aunt was loyal to a fault. Unbeknownst to anyone, Siwon had also vanished. Qingjia was oblivious to the discussions outside the beast enclosure. With audacity, she extended her arms, positioning herself protectively behind the ninth prince. Do not fear, your highness, for I am here. The black bear indeed halted its advance. The distance between Qingjia and the bear was merely a few feet, close enough that she could smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. The ninth prince's legs trembled, nearly succumbing to faintness. He resembled a turtle, retreating entirely behind Qingjia, unwilling even to reveal a finger. Yet, Qingjia was merely a slender girl. Despite her extraordinary luck, she could only shield the ninth prince. Within the beast enclosure, only the crown prince's cousins stood isolated, with nowhere to flee or hide. The black bear had also spotted him, pivoting and lunging forward. Suddenly, a bamboo basket flashed past. The black bear's vision was rather poor, rendering it unable to discern the contents of the bamboo basket. Yet, its sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, immediately detecting a familiar scent. It was its offspring. The cub lay nestled within the basket. This black bear had recently given birth and held its young in the highest regard. Otherwise, it would not have roared and charged out of the iron cage upon discovering its cub was missing. The two human children bore the scent of the cub. It was the second sister. Qingning could not help but exclaim. The ladies present all raised their heads to behold a young girl standing in the viewing pavilion, her hands tightly gripping a coarse rope, vigorously shaking it to maneuver the bamboo basket near the black bear. Perhaps due to the weight of the cub, beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her hair was disheveled, revealing a scar on her left cheek. Who else could it be but C1? Chapter 13. Even beasts exhibit maternal affection. WNWN. How is she in the viewing pavilion? Lex New York furrowed her brow, her eyes devoid of any concern for her biological daughter, instead brimming with suspicion. Qingjia had performed a significant feat by rescuing the ninth prince from the jaws of a black bear, and it was possible that she would earn the favor of the Empress Dowager. The involvement of SWN could potentially hinder Qingjia's prospects. The old matriarch scrutinized the scene and inquired of ZH Osh, for it appeared that a bear cub was nestled within the bamboo basket. ZH Osh nodded in affirmation, explaining that her daughter-in-law had heard news of a recent birth in the beast garden, where even a tiger, known for its ferocity, would not harm its offspring. The black bear, upon recognizing its own flesh and blood, would instinctively prioritize its young over any threat. What an astute tactic. The old matriarch regarded this with admiration. This child had matured and grown more composed. In comparison to Qingjia's reckless incursion into the beast garden, she found SWN's approach far superior, ensuring not only her own safety, but also the preservation of the two noble lives. Lex New York smiled, appearing genuinely pleased for SWN. Just then, the sharp announcement of the eunuch pierced the air. The crown prince has arrived. The seventh prince is here. SWN heard the commotion, but dared not look, fearing that a moment's inattention might allow the mother bear to seize the bamboo basket, leaving no other means to restrain it. The crown prince's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he commanded the guards to clear a path, then confidently strode into the beast garden, lifting his pale-faced cousin into his arms. The cousin burst into tears. "Cousin, I am afraid." "Do not fear, it is all right now," the crown prince soothed, ruffling the boy's hair and casting a glance at the seventh prince, who was gently comforting his younger brother, his gaze laced with coldness. Once the beast garden was devoid of others, SWN, who had held on for so long, could no longer maintain her stance and slowly placed the bamboo basket on the ground. The mother bear dashed forward, snatching the cub as if imbued with understanding, returning to its iron cage without the need for the guards to intervene. The crown prince declared, "Investigate at once. Who opened the cage? There shall be no mercy." He cast a penetrating glance at SWN. SWN felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, leaning against the cold wall, utterly exhausted as she sat on the ground. "System," she thought, "I merely requested the crown prince to send someone to detain the eunuch hiding in the viewing pavilion. He shouldn't suspect me, should he?" "Difficult to say," the system replied. "The host possesses a fortune value of only 29, which is above average but still appears rather low compared to the crown prince, likely not affecting his judgment." In other words, the crown prince would still harbor doubts about her. She had just saved his cousin from a gruesome fate, and while it might not earn her accolades, it should not provoke his ire. The system offered a dry consolation. "Do not worry, host. You know, in your past life, he did not ascend to the throne. SVN sighed. Yet he is still the crown prince now, and I am merely a daughter of the duke's household, unloved by my father and mother." SWN chuckled bitterly. Though she spoke thus, she did not belittle herself. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, How could she resign herself to fate? Once her strength had returned, SW braced herself against the ground, preparing to rise, only to find a hand extended before her, long-fingered and exquisitely delicate. She looked up to see the crown prince standing there. SW opened her palm, revealing the raw and bloodied flesh from the rope's abrasion. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness, but please do not soil your hands." The crown prince pressed his lips together, striding forward with purpose as he grasped Si-Wan's arm, lifting her with the ease of a chick. Though the motion appeared coarse, it did not inflict pain upon her. "Summon Dr. Su," he commanded, and the guards promptly complied. At that moment, only the two of them occupied the pavilion, while the officials and their families lingered below, unwilling to depart. The crown prince quickly released his grip, and Si-Wan silently stepped back half a pace to maintain her distance. "You were well aware that something would transpire at the Beast Garden today," he stated in a low yet resolute tone. Si-Wan remained silent. This prince, raised amidst a pack of wolves, possessed a solitary and suspicious nature, regardless of her explanations. He would not believe her, rendering her words futile. After all, her actions today were merely a means to repay a favor. With the debt cleared, they were even. "Si-Wan," the crown prince raised his voice slightly, a hint of anger seeping through. This was the first time he addressed her by name. Previously, he had called her Miss C or Lady C. "Your Highness, it was you who ordered that stealthy eunuch to be restrained, granting me the opportunity to seize the bear cub and divert the attention of its mother." Si-Wan spoke softly. "In other words, it was you who saved that young master, not I." The crown prince narrowed his dark eyes. "Flattery." Si-Wan bowed her head once more. The crown prince, disinterested in further conversation, awaited Dr. Su's arrival, observing as he treated the wound and bandaged it appropriately before departing with a flick of his sleeve. The members of the Qin Duke's residence, oblivious to the unfolding events, only witnessed the esteemed crown prince leaving the pavilion with a dark expression. Clearly, despite Si-Wan's act of bravery, she had offended the heir apparent. Big sister, Si-Wan truly shot herself in the foot. How audacious for a mere illegitimate daughter to provoke the crown prince. Si Qingming relished the misfortune. Wan's nature is innocent. She surely did not intend to offend His Highness. Si Qingjia's brow furrowed with concern, appearing deeply troubled. Si Qingming tugged at her cousin's sleeve and remarked, regardless of whether she acted with intention or not, "Others will perceive the young ladies of the Qin Duke's residence as lacking in propriety. Big sister, you're in the prime of youth, and I have already reached my coming of age. If Si-Wan hinders us, it might jeopardize our prospects for marriage." "Jeopardize?" Si Qingjia disagreed, remembering the whispers of the seventh prince. A blush of youthful embarrassment crept upon her cheeks. After such a commotion, the palace banquet concluded hastily, having merely consumed some food and water. In the carriage returning home, Lu Xuanyin shared a seat with Si-Wan. Observing the quiet girl before her, with lowered eyes and folded hands, Lu Xuanyin secretly sneered. She had never anticipated that after years of hunting, she would be outmaneuvered by a mere fledgling. Si-Wan had devised such a lowly scheme to capture the attention of the nobility, while she herself had taken risks to protect the life of the ninth prince, born of the beloved consort Su, only to have her glory snatched away. Fortunately, Si-Wan was foolish enough not to seize the opportunity to curry favor with the crown prince. Indeed, Qingjia has captured the admiration of the seventh prince. She is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the Qin state, possessing a noble status, having been cherished since her youth, making her a fitting match for a royal. Contemplating this, Lu Xuanyin felt a sense of relief. "Wan, what brings you to the observation platform?" At that moment of urgency, the daughter, fearing for her elder sister's safety, ascended the platform, hoping to find something to distract the mother bear. To her astonishment, she spotted the bear cub. The daughter reasoned that even beasts possess maternal affection. They would never neglect their offspring. Thus, she placed the cub in a bamboo basket and waved it before the mother bear, which indeed proved effective. Si-Wan feigned innocence as she gazed at Lu Xuanyin. While beasts exhibit affection, the person before her, who had called her mother for over a decade, was even less caring than a mere creature. Chapter 14. The Imperial Decree of Reward in her previous life. Lu Xuanyin witnessed the gruesome act of her so-called fiancé extracting her heart and blood, delivering the steaming bowl of essence to Qingjia. At that moment, C1 was oblivious to the depths of Qingjia's malevolence, unaware of the true purpose behind the plot to end her life. It was not until the system unraveled her confusion that she learned of the sinister curse residing within Qingjia, capable of seizing her fortune. The final and most crucial step in this nefarious scheme was indeed the extraction of her heart's blood. Thus, Qingjia could entirely usurp her fate, allowing the cuckoo to sprout 9 golden feathers, defying destiny and ascending to an exalted position. Her father, Duke of Qin, regarded her with disdain, indifferent to her existence. Yet Lu Xuanyin was her biological mother. C1 had lived a full 19 years in her past life without ever doubting the aunt who betrayed her. Little did she realize that Lu Xuanyin was the true architect of her tragic demise. Had it not been for Lu Xuanyin swapping her identity with Qingjia, the cuckoo would never have thrived and soared. Qingjia ought to express gratitude towards Lu Xuanyin. With a mother like her diligently paving the way, Qingjia attained her coveted position. Silence enveloped the journey. Upon arriving at the Duke of Qin's residence, C1 lifted the carriage curtain and beheld an unfamiliar old maid approaching Qingjia, murmuring a few words. Qingning, overhearing, widened her eyes in astonishment. After the maid departed, Qingning could no longer contain her envy, exclaiming, "Sister, that maid said His Majesty intends to issue a decree to reward you. This is an immense honor." Upon hearing the term reward, C1 paused momentarily. In her previous life, Qingjia had indeed received imperial favor for protecting the 9th prince at a critical juncture, propelling her into the ranks of esteemed noble women. C1 had hoped that her act of saving her cousin, the crown prince, would thwart Qingjia's rise. Yet it seemed she had failed to alter the trajectory of her past life. It appeared that reclaiming her fortune would require meticulous planning. C1 felt no urgency. Compared to being falsely accused of seducing a prince and confined to the ancestral hall for days, her current circumstances were already vastly improved. She felt content and would not be disheartened. After all, Qingjia was the despicable thief, while she was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to her. The sound of Qingning's jubilant voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for the old matriarch and Lady Zhao to overhear. Lady Zhao felt a mix of joy and concern as she tightly grasped Qingjia's hand. "Do not take risks next time. Your mother would be heartbroken." Qingjia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nestled against Lady Zhao, repeatedly calling her mother. Lu Xuanyin smiled softly, though her fingers, clutching the silk handkerchief, turned pale. C1 understood Lu Xuanyin's inner turmoil. Despite her father's modest status, she was a concubine, and even with her extraordinary beauty, she could never rise to the position of a legitimate wife, merely being transported into the Duke's residence in a small sedan chair. Having spent nearly 2 decades as a concubine, regardless of the Duke's affection, a concubine remained a concubine, and Lu Xuanyin's origins would forever prevent her from surpassing Lady Zhao. If that were not enough, to spare her daughter from following the same path and enduring the injustices of her lineage, Lu Xuanyin resolutely swapped her child with that of the Duke's legitimate wife, Lady Zhao. Henceforth, her daughter would possess an impeccable status. Yet she cannot openly relish the sound of her daughter calling her mother. The true mother of the legitimate young lady must be the Duchess, not her concubine, Lu. As the group advanced, C1 caught sight of a familiar figure and intentionally lagged a few steps behind. A young eunuch from the hunting ground discreetly slipped her a note. C1 did not hasten to open it. Upon returning to her chamber, she read the line inscribed on the note. Both she and the system were momentarily taken aback. 3 days later, the eunuch bearing the edict arrived at the residence of Duke Qin. The matriarch, along with all members of the first and second households, stood in the front courtyard to greet him. The eunuch proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor commands, I confer upon you, see, a paragon of filial piety and virtue, possessing extraordinary intelligence, who has bravely rescued a child from a beast's jaws. A special gift of 100 taels of gold and a heaping of eastern pearls." Thus decreed, upon hearing the content of the imperial decree, Qingjia, despite her youth and renown, her extensive acquaintances among the royal family, felt her face flush crimson with excitement and joy. In the capital, noble ladies were as numerous as the fish in the river, yet she had never heard of a girl receiving such imperial commendation before her marriage. Setting aside the 100 taels of gold, which were mere trinkets, the bestowed Eastern pearls were rare treasures that wealth alone could not procure. As Qingming had stated, this was a tremendous honor. The earlier scandal involving her undergarment during the hunt, although suppressed by the seventh prince, had nonetheless tarnished her reputation. Now, the imperial decree felt like a refreshing bowl of cool well water on a scorching summer day, washing away all prior humiliation. Qingjia bit her lip, silently admonishing herself not to lose her composure before the palace eunuch. Once her emotions settled, she stepped forward, knelt, and raised her hand, saying, "This humble daughter receives the decree." To her astonishment, the decree did not fall into her hands after a moment. Qingjia looked up in bewilderment, discovering the eunuch's face flushed with embarrassment, his mouth agape yet silent. Instinctively, she glanced at Duke Qin, who, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Eunuch, is there a problem? Why has the decree not been bestowed?" Lu Xuanyan, supporting the Duchess Zhao, strained to listen intently. The eunuch pondered for a moment before whispering, "My lord, the emperor's decree is intended for the second young lady, not the eldest." Impossible. Lu Xuanyan could scarcely believe her ears. Qingjia was so noble, so exceptional. How could she possibly be compared to the lowly Siwan? It must be a mistake. Zhao, having come from a prestigious background, felt disappointment that her own daughter had not received this honor. Yet, as one called her mother, she considered her as her own child and felt a sense of happiness. However, she could not fathom why Lu, the concubine, reacted so strongly. Meeting Zhao's puzzled gaze, Lu Xuanyan jolted, realizing she had overstepped. She was merely a concubine of the household and must adhere to her station. "Madam, one is merely a daughter of lowly birth. How could she surpass the eldest young lady? I truly did not foresee." Lu Xuanyan softly defended herself. At this moment, Qingjia remained kneeling, her expression dazed and incredulous. Just days prior, a wet nurse from the seventh prince's side had delivered a message, indicating the emperor's intent to reward a daughter of the Duke Qin's household. She had assumed without question that it would be her. As Lady Lu aptly remarked, there exists no rationale for favoring a concubine's daughter over the legitimate heir. To elevate the illegitimate branch in such a manner is indistinguishable from treating the illegitimate as legitimate. Such actions could potentially disrupt the moral fabric of society. Despite her profound dissatisfaction and seething anger, Qingjia dared not voice a single note of dissent. She understood that both the blessings and the wrath of the sovereign are manifestations of imperial grace. The decree had been irrevocably established, leaving no room for her to negotiate. At this moment, the astonishment that once graced the face of Duke Qin had long faded. He turned and beckoned to Siwan, who stood in the corner, exclaiming, "Come forth, my child, and accept the decree." Obediently, Siwan stepped forward to receive the weighty edict. Witnessing this scene filled Qingjia with a deep-seated envy. Her delicate features contorted in a fierce grimace, a metallic taste of bitterness lingering on her lips. How fortunate is Siwan in her fate? Chapter 15. Your aunt would not harm you for the first time in her 16 years of existence. Qingjia tasted the bitter fruit of jealousy. Born into a prestigious noble family as the legitimate daughter of the main branch, her status was unrivaled. Even Siwan, raised under her aunt's name, could not compare. However, Qingjia never anticipated that one day, the emperor's rewards would bypass her and directly bestow upon Siwan. To her dismay, she knelt joyfully to receive the decree. Siwan would surely mock her naivety from behind. Qingjia closed her eyes, the metallic sweetness of blood intensifying upon her lips as she struggled to stand. Leaning against Lu Xuanyan, proximity allowed Lu Xuanyan to catch the whiff of blood in the air. Together, they watched as Siwan stepped forward to accept the decree. After the eunuch announced the emperor's will and departed, Lu Xuanyan feigned an expression of trepidation, grasping Siwan's hand and whispering, "Wan, in ancient times, when parents were alive, one should not possess private wealth. Otherwise, it is deemed unfilial." The 100 taels of gold and a heaping of pearls granted by His Majesty would be better served in the public treasury to mitigate criticism. Your aunt seeks your best interest. Even with her back turned to see Qingjia, Lu Xuanyin could sense the palpable despair and turmoil within her. This situation was unjust. Qingjia was the favored daughter, the precious jewel cherished by the Duke of Qin. Anything she could not possess, Si1 had no right to claim. With this conviction, Lu Xuanyin had labeled Si1 as having accumulated private wealth by accepting the reward, thus branding her as unfilial. Hearing Lu Xuanyin insist that her actions were for Si1's benefit, while simultaneously tightening the noose, Si1 remained unperturbed within. Had this been her previous life, subjected to reproach from her biological mother with accusations of unfiliality, she would have felt deeply wronged. However, upon learning that Lu Xuanyin was not of her bloodline, the resentment that had once consumed her dissipated like mist. After all, Qingjia was the child Lu Xuanyin bore after 10 months of pregnancy. A piece of flesh from her own body. It was only natural for Lu Xuanyin to consider her welfare. Yet, she should not have positioned herself as a stepping stone for Qingjia to flourish upon her very bones. Si1 was not a mere clay statue to be worshipped. She would retaliate, resist, and never succumb to passivity. Grasping Lu Xuanyin's hand firmly, she met her gaze and declared, "Aunt, I am not like my sister." Raised under the tutelage of esteemed scholars, having only heard the saying, "A gentleman's duty to his parents is filial," thus loyalty can be transferred to the sovereign. His Majesty grants me gold and silver. My acceptance signifies loyalty to the throne and filial piety to my father. Do you imply that I should defy the decree? Si1 deliberately raised her voice. In the courtyard, everyone heard her words clearly, instinctively looking towards Lu Xuanyin. It was widely acknowledged that Lu Xuanyin of the main branch was typically demure and cautious, ever following the lead of the Duke's wife, Lady Zhao. She was beautiful, yet inconspicuous. Even though the Duke of Qin would frequently spend 20 days a month in Lu Xuanyin's quarters, no one truly paid her any mind, save for the knowledge that she had borne an uncherished daughter. Little did they realize that Lu Xuanyin's harshness towards her own child was merely a means to curry favor with the Duke's wife. Filial impiety ranks among the gravest of transgressions. Should this accusation be substantiated, it is unlikely that Si1 would retain her rewards. She would likely be cast out from her home, severing all ties. Though Aunt Lu appears delicate and fragile, her heart is indeed ruthless. Lu Shi, refrain from your baseless words, the matriarch murmured, rubbing her aching brow, quietly lamenting. The emperor's decree to honor his own daughter should have been a matter of great pride. However, misunderstandings with the Qingjia and subsequent turmoil instigated by Lu Shi have marred this occasion. Could it be that they believe life in the noble household is too serene, inviting ridicule? Lu Xuanyin's shoulders trembled, her lips devoid of color. The Duke of Qin looked upon her with compassion, his expression filled with sympathy. Wan, your aunt's intentions are for your welfare. Why must you interpret her actions with such malice? Si1 replied, Father, it is not for malice that I perceive her intentions, but rather that aunt's tendency to elevate one while disparaging another is not a novel occurrence. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, revealing the scar upon her left cheek. Years ago, to protect her elder sister, Aunt Lu disregarded her own daughter's safety. Now, to please her elder sister, she would undoubtedly usurp my rewards. Si1 turned slightly away, avoiding Lu Xuanyin's gaze, as if her heart had been irreparably wounded. Lady Zhao, the Duke's wife, felt a profound sense of guilt. She had not anticipated that Aunt Lu's unwavering loyalty would inflict harm upon this innocent child. Approaching, she grasped Si1's icy fingers. My child, you have endured unjust treatment. From this day forth, I shall cherish you as my own daughter, Zhao declared with unwavering conviction. Si1 felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Throughout her life, she had rarely had the opportunity to experience Zhao's maternal affection up close. Although her features did not closely resemble Zhao's, the gentle contours bore an unmistakable resemblance. Ever since Si1 was a child, Lu Xuanyin had fretted over the possibility of her identity being revealed, confining her within a small courtyard. Whenever Si1 ventured out, The consequences were not merely punishment and reprimands, but also Aunt Lu's unrelenting tears. Over time, C1 had become akin to a bird with broken wings, unable to soar. Meanwhile, Zhao remained oblivious to these tribulations. Hearing Zhao refer to herself as mother, even in the context of stepmother, sent a jolt of fear through Lu Xiuyan. She forced a smile, saying, "Madam, Wanwan is my flesh and blood. How could I bear to let her suffer? I merely acted without due consideration, thinking that Wanwan, being of lowly status, would be unworthy of the emperor's rewards, hence the confiscation of the gold and pearls." The Duke of Qin joined in to smooth over the situation. Lu Xiuyan has but this one child, and all that C1 consumes and uses is personally selected by her, despite her heartfelt devotion. She ends up with a reputation for cruelty, which could tarnish the family's name. Zhao, whose disposition was gentle, found herself wavering. Seizing the moment, C1 sought to liberate herself from Lu Xiuyan's influence. She stepped forward, now merely an arm's length from the Duke of Qin. "Father, are the items chosen by my aunt truly of good quality?" C1 inquired. "Your aunt would not harm you," the Duke of Qin replied, his face displaying impatience. He had always held a low opinion of C1, perceiving her as unattractive and disagreeable in temperament, fearing that she would remain unmarriageable, rendering her a burdensome liability. C1 glanced around, her gaze settling on Lu Xiuyan. For some inexplicable reason, a chill suddenly enveloped Lu Xiuyan. C1 retrieved a palm-sized jade vial from her sleeve, adorned with an intricate design of purple bamboo. "Was this not the ointment I had someone bring back from Shu? It is said to be composed of purple bamboo, complemented by various precious medicinal ingredients, known for its efficacy in diminishing scars. I specifically sent a few bottles to your aunt." Zhao took the jade vial into her hands. Lu Xiuyan felt beads of sweat forming at her brow, her hands trembling as she wiped her perspiration away, unable to suppress her guilt. "Mother, do you detect this scent? Is it the fragrance of the ointment?" C1 inquired. Zhao, following her suggestion, opened the vial and inhaled deeply, her brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. Chapter 16. "Father, what if it is not a conspiracy?" Madame Zhao, hailing from an esteemed family, commands a cadre of capable stewards and engages in extensive trade across various regions. The precious purple bamboo ointment was brought back by the second son of the old steward from the land of Shu. This was prompted by Madame Zhao's casual mention of the scar on her illegitimate daughter's left cheek, a mark left to protect Qingjia, which filled her with guilt and a longing to atone, though opportunities eluded her. Subsequently, the second son of the old steward delivered the ointment to the Duke's residence. Although Zhao claimed she had no use for it, she opened the jar and was immediately enveloped by a refreshing scent of bamboo, distinctly memorable. Yet, within this familiar jade bottle, not a trace of bamboo fragrance lingered, resembling the most ordinary and inexpensive ointment. Zhao turned her gaze towards Lu Xiuyan, her brow slightly knitted. "Aunt Lu, this batch of ointment was personally delivered to your courtyard by the old nurse. She should have informed you that it must be applied to Wanwan's cheek. Even if it cannot entirely erase the scar, it should at least lighten it." Lu Xiuyan struggled to maintain her composure, responding defensively, "Madam, how could I dare disregard your instructions? The moment the ointment arrived, I entrusted it to Wanwan. Perhaps it has lost its potency due to prolonged storage, resulting in a diminished scent that makes it difficult to discern." At these words, C1 smiled gently, her voice sweet and soft, exuding an aura of innocence. Yet her words sent a chill down Lu Xiuyan's spine. "Aunt, I fear it is not merely a matter of diminished efficacy, but rather that someone has intentionally switched the ointment." Lu Xiuyan retorted, "Wanwan, your aunt endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. Even if you disdain her lowly status, burdening you, you could simply request the madam to acknowledge you under her name. Why resort to such slander?" Tears streamed down Lu Xiuyan's face in an instant. The onlookers were struck with realization. It became evident why C1 continuously accused Lu Xiuyan. She no longer wished to remain an illegitimate daughter. The girl harbored lofty aspirations. This sentiment resonated with others, including Duke Qin, who had always favored Lu Xiuyan and now felt a pang of sympathy, commanding Si-Wan to apologize to her aunt. I have done no wrong. Why should I apologize? Si-Wan coldly refused. You accuse your birth mother of wrongdoing, and that is indeed a fault. Father, what if it is not a conspiracy? Si-Wan took a step forward, gazing up at Duke Qin with unwavering resolve. Once, she had hoped her father would champion her cause and rescue her from despair. Yet, what she received in return were cold dismissals and repeated punishments of kneeling. Si-Wan could not recall how long she had knelt in the past, only that it had injured her bones. Every rainy day brought excruciating pain to her knees, rendering her unable to stand. Duke Qin, however, could not muster even a glance in her direction. After all, she was merely an unattractive, illegitimate daughter, unworthy of the noble duke's precious time. His disregard only emboldened Qingjia and Lu Xuanyan, allowing their cruelty to escalate. Si-Wan exhaled a breath of cold air and, under Lu Xuanyan's astonished gaze, swiftly advanced. Seizing the hand of the nurse, surnamed Hu, Lu Xuanyan's trusted sister-in-law. Wanwan, what are you doing? Lu Xuanyan's voice was sharp, akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Whom Mama, startled, cried out, Second Miss, please let go of this old servant. Let's speak calmly. Unperturbed by Whom Mama's resistance, Si-Wan dragged her forcibly before Madame Zhao. Madam, do take a whiff of the scent on her hands. Si-Wan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Madame Zhao felt an ominous premonition. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped Whom Mama's hand and bent down to sniff. Indeed, she detected a faint whiff of bamboo fragrance, precisely the scent of a Ziju ointment. Si-Wan, employing the same tactic again, thrust Whom Mama's hand towards Duke Qin. Father, do take a whiff as well, lest you unjustly place the label of unfilial upon your daughter. Duke Qin, a man of martial prowess, possessed keen senses. If Madame Zhao could discern the scent, how could he possibly fail to recognize it? His expression darkened as myriad thoughts flitted through his mind. The scar-removing ointment, procured at great expense by Madame Zhao, had found its way into the hands of a servant, particularly into the possession of Xuanyan's sister-in-law, who had gained considerable favor in her presence. Was it Whom Mama who had surreptitiously swapped it while Xuanyan was oblivious, or had Xuanyan intentionally mistreated her daughter? No, that seemed implausible. Duke Qin instinctively dismissed the latter possibility. He and Xuanyan had but this one child. Even if Si-Wan were somewhat unrefined, she was still his flesh and blood. The Ziju ointment was beneficial for children, capable of erasing scars and granting the illegitimate Si-Wan a promising future. How could Xuanyan deliberately relinquish such a precious item to a servant? That would be akin to turning one's elbow outward. Who? You possess audacity beyond measure, daring to privately exchange a master's ointment. Duke Qin admonished sternly. This was the most rational explanation. Si-Wan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by Duke Qin's reaction. Having learned from her past life, she had heard many secrets unknown to others. For instance, Lu Xuanyan had once saved Duke Qin's life, caring for him diligently for months. Duke Qin had fallen deeply in love with her kindness and thoughtfulness, her subtle charms. She was like a soft reed, entwining herself around the steadfast rock that was Duke Qin, satisfying his masculine pride. Alas, Xuanyan's status was too lowly to be a legitimate wife, and Duke Qin endured for years, concealing his affections from the old master and matriarch, nurturing his beloved in a separate residence. Only after marrying Madame Zhao did he feign the need for a concubine, bringing Lu Xuanyan into the household as a secondary wife. With feelings invested, it was only natural to protect her. Shifting the blame onto Whom Mama was entirely reasonable. With a thud, Whom Mama fell to her knees, banging her head on the ground. Master, spare me. This old servant did not realize the Ziju ointment was so precious. I merely regarded it as an ordinary remedy and applied it to my hand. Had I known it was specially prepared for the second miss, I would not have dared to act without permission. Upon hearing Whom Mama's panicked pleas for mercy, Lu Xuanyan felt both sorrow and exasperation. She had long known the efficacy of the Ziju ointment for Si-Wan, yet did not wish for this hoof to regain her beauty. Therefore, she had summoned Whom Mama, instructing her to dispose of the ointment far from sight. Whether by burning or throwing it away was inconsequential, but it must not be presented to Si-Wan. Nevertheless, Madame Zhao, as the Duke's wife, deserved a modicum of respect. Lu Xuanyin pondered for a moment before instructing Granny who to fill a jade vial with ordinary ointment and send it to Siwan. However, this wretched individual, blinded by greed, succumbed to temptation. Taking advantage of her position, she clandestinely appropriated the precious Zizhu ointment, only to be caught red-handed. Lu Xuanyin was overwhelmed with anxiety, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Siwan smiled knowingly. Even in the absence of tangible proof, she could discern that Granny who was weaving a web of deceit. This old crone, who spent her days at Lu Xuanyin's side, could not possibly be unaware of the immense value of the ointment that the Zhao family had procured at great expense from Shu. She was not inclined to let Granny Hu off the hook so easily and pressed further, if the nurse was indeed oblivious. Then who had extracted the ointment and exchanged it for mere ordinary salve? Chapter 17. Annie, I am utterly perplexed as to what my daughter has done wrong. Madame Hu's face resembled parchment, her anxiety palpable. Instinctively, she cast a glance at Lu Xuanyin, steeling herself as she retorted, "Second miss. Your usual arrogance and harsh treatment of the servants could have stirred discontent among them, leading one of the maids to swap the ointment. How can you hold Miss responsible for using the Zizhu ointment?" Siwan stood before Madame Hu, surveying her from head to toe with disdain. She recalled being confined in the ancestral hall, where Madame Hu's son had attempted to breach her sanctuary, attempting to impose himself upon her. She had vehemently refused, wielding scissors in self-defense. Later, as her flesh was cruelly cut, it was Madame Hu and her son who restrained her limbs, preventing her from resisting, lest the blood flow profusely and ruin their endeavors. The brute strength of the man had even led to the breaking of his own fingers. This vile mother-son duo, complicit in their malice, deserved condemnation. Auntie, I cannot fathom what I have done to incur such displeasure from Madame Hu, Siwan lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she delicately dabbed at the corners with her handkerchief, her expression one of utmost grievance. She was determined not to squander this opportunity. If she could not extract a substantial concession from Lu Xuanyin now, once Qingjia leveraged the influence of the seventh prince, it would undoubtedly become more arduous to exact a toll. However, with Duke Qin providing protection, dealing with Lu Xuanyin posed a significant challenge. As Siwan pondered her course of action, the matriarch spoke. Lu Annie, I too am curious as to why you permit your subordinates to disrespect Wanwan. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the matriarch, Lu Xuanyin trembled even more. She was acutely aware that she had raised the old woman's suspicions. This shrewd matron surely perceived the undercurrents at play. If she failed to concoct a flawless explanation, the more she spoke, the more errors she would likely make. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Time stretched until the soft rustle of fabric disrupted the stillness. Qingjia glided forward, gently taking Siwan's hand in a soothing gesture. Sister, do not weep. Perhaps it was merely a mistake on the part of the servants. How about this? I shall send someone to Shu to procure another batch of Zizhu ointment for you. Apply it with peace of mind, and you shall grow even more beautiful. Her smile radiated warmth. Qingjia, the legitimate daughter of the Zhao clan, was accustomed to receiving respect from all, even the noble ladies of the royal family. She believed that her intervention would prompt Siwan to relent. However, Siwan, oblivious to the grace extended to her, brusquely withdrew her hand. I understand that my elder sister is inherently kind-hearted and cannot bear the sight of bloodshed, yet even the mightiest dam can succumb to a mere ant's nest. If we do not diligently rectify the misbehavior of these insolent servants, they will likely become even more audacious. Today they pilfer ointment. Tomorrow, could it be the emperor's precious pearls? Siwan recognized that the pearls sent from the palace had become a thorn, deeply embedded in Qingjia's flesh. Each mention drove it deeper, intensifying her own discontent. Indeed, Qingjia's smile faltered, her irritation evident. Yet, maintaining her composure, she refrained from publicly quarreling with Siwan. Instead, Mian, unable to bear witness to his sister's distress, stepped forward to defend Qingjia. Siwan, you ought to recognize your own position and refrain from causing discord among us today. The face of the young man, once strikingly handsome, now twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. This very individual was her own blood brother, sharing both father and mother. Si1 harbored no doubt that even if she and Si Qingjia were to assume their respective roles, Si Mian would still favor Si Qingjia. In his eyes, Si Qingjia was perpetually in the right, while she was eternally in the wrong. Having such a relative was truly disheartening. Host, your elder brother seems to have been brainwashed. The system interjected, unable to contain itself. Brainwashed? Could it be that Si Qingjia fed him some sort of potion? Si1 inquired. Not exactly. It is merely that Si Mian has cherished Si Qingjia since childhood, and this habit has long become ingrained. Changing it would be quite a formidable task, the system continued, concerned for the host's feelings. However, you have regained 9 points of fortune. If you acquire just a little more, you can reclaim a golden feather, which will correspondingly reduce Si Mian's level of enchantment. Si1 had always thought that Si Mian had lost his senses, and she was too weary to delve into the reasons. Thus, she decided to speak plainly. Elder brother, though I'm not born of the same mother, I'm still your father's child. Now, even servants tread upon my dignity, stealing from me while brazenly accusing me of arrogance and claiming I deserve my plight. If this were to spread, others would deem our household to lack propriety. Propriety? How dare you lecture me on propriety? Simian tander dinanja. Enough. The old matriarch, unable to bear the sight any longer, finally spoke. She cast a glance at Lu Xuanyin and asked, how do you intend to deal with the rebellious Hu? Over the years, Lu Xuanyin had been exceedingly compliant, and even when she erred, the old matriarch did not wish to deliver a harsh blow. One must always provide an opportunity. Moreover, the old matriarch could not fathom a mother who did not love her child. Wanwan was a piece of flesh torn from her, and despite the thinness of their bond, blood ties could not be severed. Perhaps misunderstandings had arisen between mother and daughter, lingering unresolved, leading to the current predicament. Madame, who was a concubine married to a distant cousin, having accompanied them for many years. Though she had not achieved any notable merit, her toil could not be dismissed. It would be unjust to punish her for a moment's indiscretion. Lu Xuanyin sobbed as she interceded for Madame Hu. I did not ask you to punish her harshly. I merely instructed you to handle the situation. Are you unable or unwilling? The old matriarch's tone was icy. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother, and the same applies in reverse. Duke Qin understood his mother well. He knew that she held propriety in the highest regard and could not abide any sordid affairs within the household. If Xuanyin could not summon the resolve to deal with Madame Hu, it was likely that there would be no place for her in the grand residence. Duke Qin had exerted considerable effort to bring Lu Xuanyin, an outsider, back into the fold and grant her a title. He could hardly endure further complications. Madame Hu and Xuanyin were both mistress and servant, as well as distant relatives, and there were lingering affections between them. Given their age, resorting to corporal punishment would render the household excessively callous. It would be better to simply send her away. With just a few words, Duke Qin determined Madame Hu's fate. Tears streamed down Lu Xuanyin's face as she gazed sorrowfully at Duke Qin, her voice barely above a whisper. My lord, you are well aware of my brother's plight. His family, steeped in poverty, has suffered greatly. He labored in his youth and now bears the scars of his toil. Were it not for the meager earnings of the Hu family, who have been by my side, our entire household would struggle to survive. How could we possibly find a way forward? Duke Qin turned away, refusing to meet her gaze or lend an ear to her pleas. Though he held a fondness for Lu Xuanyin, it did not render him a naive fool. The Hu family had long clung to the duke's estate, drawing sustenance from it for years, reaping countless benefits. Even if cast out, they would not face starvation. Xuanyin, with her tender heart, was perhaps unwittingly influenced by these cunning servants, which had led to a rift between mother and daughter. Chapter 18. The Six Visages of Guanyin. Beyond the reach of ordinary artistry, One understood that her ability to deal with Aunt Hu today was largely supported by her grandmother. However, if she wished to lay a hand on Lu Xuanyin again, it was utterly improbable. After all, to others, Lu Xuanyin was her biological mother. While she could afford to be unkind, she could not be unfilial. Approaching Lu Xuanyin, Si1 gently wiped away her tears. Aunt, she is merely a troublesome servant. Why weep so bitterly? Were it not for knowledge of the truth, One might think that aunt who holds more significance in your heart than I do. Si-Wan spoke softly. Lu Xiuyan's sobs faltered. Raising her gaze, she met Si-Wan's face, which subtly bore the shadow of the Zhao family. Her brows and eyes resembled a clear spring, pure yet frigid. Did she know the truth? What else could explain her persistent defiance? Lu Xiuyan felt a mixture of fear and rage, as if her insides were scorched by fire, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Soon, she regained her composure. She pondered that if Si-Wan were to uncover the truth, she would undoubtedly cause a stir before the Duke of Qin and the matriarch, behaving nothing like the calm demeanor she exhibited now. Perhaps it was simply her nature. She truly was an unfilial daughter. Wan, do not overthink this. Aunt who is merely elderly and momentarily confused. Why trouble yourself with her? Be mindful not to jeopardize your own standing, Lu Xiuyan advised. Her expression taut as she sought to defend her sister-in-law further. I merely feel that aunt cares for me so deeply that she would forsake her own daughter-in-law for my sake, Si-Wan replied, shaking Lu Xiuyan's arm with an affectionate gesture, preventing Lu Xiuyan from voicing her objections. Lu Xiuyan could no longer maintain her pitiful demeanor. A fierce expression emerged upon her beautiful face. Fortunately, she retained some sense of restraint and refrained from challenging the Duke of Qin's decisions. Following the tumult, the group dispersed in discontent. In the Qingzue pavilion, Qingjia, dressed in a gown of delicate yellow, arrived at Lu Xiuyan's courtyard. The maids and servants, long accustomed to her presence, greeted her respectfully. Miss, Aunt Lu has caught a chill and has just risen, one maid informed her. Since the imperial decree had awarded Si-Wan 3 days prior, Lu Xiuyan had likely been overwhelmed with anger at her daughter's defiance, leading to her illness that night. She had consumed countless bowls of dark, bitter medicine, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. Si-Wan visited daily, at both dawn and dusk. Although Lu Xiuyan was reluctant to see her, one could not strike at a smiling face. She could not simply dismiss Si-Wan without arousing suspicion, forcing her to endure her anger and engage in a charade. At the sound of footsteps, Lu Xiuyan initially presumed it to be Si-Wan. Her complexion shifted between hues of green and white, her body tense. Upon seeing Qingjia lift the curtain, her expression softened somewhat. Qingjia glanced at the maids, who promptly withdrew, leaving only her and Lu Xiuyan in the room. The incense burner wafted fragrant smoke, filling the air with its rich aroma. Qingjia, what brings you here? Lu Xiuyan coughed, leaning against the edge of her bed, her face pale as parchment. Qingjia cast a sidelong glance at the incense burner. Aunt, why light incense when you're coughing so severely? Lu Xiuyan sighed softly. This incense serves another purpose. She offered no further explanation, and Qingjia did not press her, instead rubbing her brow and stating, something has happened. The mother prepared to send someone to inform the elders of the clan that Si-Wan would be raised under her name. What? Lu Xiuyan was taken aback, hardly believing her ears. Having lived in the public house for over a decade, she understood that even though the Lu family was not of high standing, a legitimate daughter raised by the main wife held a position akin to that of a half-legitimate daughter. If this were to come to pass, Si-Wan, despite not being on par with Qingjia, would still be 100 times more fortunate than an ordinary illegitimate daughter. Would this not mean that Si-Wan's fortunes would improve, while Qingjia would not continue as smoothly as they had thus far? Lu Xiuyan felt uncertain. She gripped the quilt tightly, her knuckles turning white. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate was clear. The old matriarch would never agree to this, Lu Xiuyan murmured softly. Last year, during the old matriarch's birthday, the gift Si-Wan prepared had a crack, which not only boded ill, but also carried a hint of a curse. The old matriarch, being deeply devout, particularly abhorred such omens, and even with a broad mind, such a scandal would surely diminish her fondness for her illegitimate granddaughter. My mother has already discussed this with grandmother, and she has consented, Qingjia replied, shaking her head, a hint of irony flickering in her eyes. She fears I would find out, hence she concealed it from me. But how long can she keep this secret? What is there to hide from you? Does she think you and Si-Wan are incompatible? Or is she afraid you will prevent her from recognizing her daughter? Lu Xiuyan was filled with indignation. Over the years, Qingjia had served Zhao with utmost dedication, not daring to relax even for a moment, embodying pure filial piety. Yet, Zhao was ungrateful, often flaunting her status as the main wife, while favoring the illegitimate daughter and neglecting the legitimate one. First, she prepared the purple bamboo medicinal ointment for Siwan, and now she contemplated officially adopting her. This was madness. Seeing Qingjia's gaunt cheeks, her sharp chin, and pale lips, Lu Xuanyin felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Qingjia twirled the red cinnabar bracelet around her wrist, her expression dimming. "Aunt, there is no need for excessive worry. Although grandmother and mother have already agreed to this matter, if mother wishes to acknowledge her daughter, she must consider the opinions of the maternal family. If they are unwilling, no matter how Siwan schemes, it will all be in vain." Even in the solitude of the chamber, their voices were hushed. After all, the disdain evident in their words was too palpable, sounding peculiar to their ears. Your maternal grandfather may lack a title, but he is the grand preceptor of the current dynasty, and your maternal aunt is the favored concubine, enjoying great favor. Moreover, several younger generations have achieved success in the imperial examinations. The Zhao family, in terms of both heritage and prospects, has far surpassed the Qin Duke's household. Lu Xuanyin saw this clearly. Were it not for the Zhao family's immense power, she would not have mustered the resolve to relinquish her beloved child. She too was a mother, who could understand the heart-wrenching pain she felt. Years ago, concubine had shielded the emperor from sword, suffering a loss that rendered her unable to bear children. With no sons or daughters of her own, she had often welcomed you into the palace, treating you as her own. Should you express reluctance, she might summon your mother to the palace, rebuke her for her folly, and persuade her to abandon this notion. Qingjia nodded gently. She indeed wished to leverage concubine's influence to resolve this matter. However, one must not make it too conspicuous, for otherwise, the old lady and the Zhao family would lose face. It is likely that I would also find it challenging to extricate myself smoothly. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly struck her. "Aunt, do you recall that a skilled artisan once crafted a magnificent six-sided glass palace lantern, resplendent and exquisite, of considerable value?" Consumed by the desire to bestow a gift upon the Empress Dowager, Zhao Defei intended to present this lantern and requested that I depict the various manifestations of Guanyin on each of its faces. The Great Compassion Guanyin, the Great Mercy Guanyin, the Fearless Lion Guanyin, the Great Radiance Guanyin, the Heavenly Spouse Guanyin, and the Profound and Far-Reaching Guanyin. The 6 manifestations of Guanyin can only be realized through the deft hand of an accomplished artist. And Qingjia is precisely the artistic talent Zhao Defei has in mind. Chapter 19. The Palace Lantern? The framing of C1, even though Lady Zhao, the Duchess, did not intentionally publicize it. In just a few days, the entire household became aware that she intended to acknowledge C1 as her own. Lu Xuanyin deliberately summoned C1, her eyes slightly reddened, as if bearing an immense grievance. With a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Wan, what are your thoughts?" Lu Xuanyin believed that having raised C1, no matter how peculiar or stubborn the child might be, she would still possess a modicum of respect for her biological mother. However, contrary to her expectations, C1 entirely disappointed her. The lady's good intentions were met with the daughter's apparent lack of gratitude. C1 lowered her gaze, seemingly respectful. Yet her words ignited both anger and fury in Lu Xuanyin. "Aunt, do you not wish for your daughter to have a bright future?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanyin's frail expression nearly faltered. Biting her tongue forcefully, she forced a bitter smile, saying, "You are flesh of my flesh. How could I not desire your well-being? Yet, after 16 years of relying solely on one another, soon you shall become the daughter of a lady. I am both delighted and somewhat reluctant." The system, fearing that C1 might be deceived by Lu Xuanyin's performance, hastily reminded her, "Host, she is lying. You must not believe her." "I know," C1 responded silently. She was the mother of Qingjia, and all her schemes over the years were for Qingjia's future. If she truly believed her mother's deceit, she feared her fate would be even worse than in her previous life. Observing C1's obliviousness and her insistence on competing for the resources provided by the Zhao family, Lu Xuanyin dispelled any remaining doubts. She had to put an end to this matter. After C1 departed, Lu Xuanyin instructed a maid to deliver a pot of flowers to Si Qingjia, a black dachira. Upon receiving the dachira, Si Qingjia immediately understood Lu Xuanyin's intentions, a smile curling at her lips as she whispered a few words to her close maid. 2 days passed swiftly. Si Qingjia painted 6 incarnations of Guanyin on a 6-sided glass palace lantern. Once she completed the final stroke, she exhaled deeply, and applause erupted behind her. Splendid, splendid. Qingjia is truly the foremost talent in the capital. This painting is remarkably exquisite, so lifelike it seems to breathe. The second lady could not help but exclaim in admiration. Beside her, Lady Zhao wore a look of satisfaction. The palace lantern, already of considerable value, became even more precious with Qingjia's additional strokes, embodying a sense of Buddhist charm, indeed a rare treasure. The matriarch also offered her commentary. Regaining her composure, Si Qingjia's cheeks flushed slightly, as if shy. Suddenly, she looked up at C1 and beckoned. "Dear sister, come and see this palace lantern. Otherwise, once it is delivered to Aunt, you shall no longer behold it. The lanterns in our residence cannot compare to this one." C1 stood rooted to the spot, as if her legs had taken root. Si Qingjia raised her brows slightly, feigning surprise. "What, Wan, do you find anything amiss?" "There is nothing amiss," C1 replied with a gentle smile. She was well acquainted with this palace lantern and had a profound impression of it. Considering the time, the lantern had been sent to the residence of Duke Qin for over a month, and Si Qingjia had completed her 6 incarnations of Guanyin, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present the lantern in the palace to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. For Zhao Dafei, Si Qingjia is not merely her niece, but rather a child in whom she has invested considerable affection and effort, having personally witnessed her growth and harbored great expectations for her. She wishes to assist her in soaring to new heights, transforming into a phoenix. Furthermore, Si Qingjia herself is quite diligent from a young age. She has been apprenticed under a great scholar, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It is through her depiction of the exquisite Guanyin on the precious 6-cornered palace lantern that Zhao Dafei can find solace. However, this delicate lantern, adorned with an intricately painted Guanyin, is incredibly fragile. In her past life, a mere brush of C1's sleeve against it resulted in utter chaos, as the 6 paintings became a muddled mess, akin to a spilled palette of colors. The unsightly stains rendered it almost unviewable. At that time, after finally being released from her confinement and emerging from the ancestral hall, C1 had yet to clear her name before this incident transpired, inciting the ire of Duke Qin, who summoned the family's disciplinary measures to administer a harsh lesson. C1 vividly recalls the barbed whip, each strike leaving her with a gruesome wound. Initially, she had the strength to cry out in pain, but as time wore on and her vitality waned, the blood flowed, saturating her garments and dripping onto the stone floor. She pondered for a long while, unable to comprehend what had gone awry with the lantern. It was only later that she learned from her fiancé that Si Qingjia, with her remarkable ingenuity, had employed flower juice as paint. Such artistry imbued the works with a vibrant spirit, garnering praise from all who beheld them. The brilliance of Si Qingjia's talent became evident. Upon hearing this, C1 finally grasped the matter at hand. The 6-cornered palace lantern required vivid colors to shine brilliantly when lit. Thus, as Si Qingjia prepared to depict the 6 incarnations of Guanyin, she mixed a considerable amount of blue butterfly flower juice into the pigments, creating a scene where the flowing garments of Guanyin danced gracefully, with soft pink clouds gathering and dispersing, creating an ethereal beauty. Unfortunately, these exquisite paintings would be rendered ruinous upon contact with burning soda. On the day the lantern was damaged, C1's outer robe became stained with burning soda powder. However, as burning soda is colorless and shapeless, unless it directly touched her skin, she could hardly perceive it through several layers of fabric. The powder, falling onto the lantern, transformed the blue butterfly flower juice from pink to blue-purple in an instant, obliterating the original design and resulting in a chaotic mess. Regrettably, C1 was unjustly blamed as the culprit. Si Qingjia approached, gracefully taking C1's hand and guiding her closer to the lantern. Upon closer inspection, Siwan recognized that the lantern indeed captivated the eye, had it been presented to the Empress Dowager as Zhao Defei intended. Qingjia would surely have garnered her admiration and favor. Nevertheless, in Qingjia's perspective, seizing fortune is far more significant than securing a promising future. After all, the Empress Dowager's intentions are elusive. Who can say whether this noble lady would favor her because of this lantern? Qingjia has employed methods of seizing fortune for many years with considerable success. Thus, it remains her foremost objective. Sacrificing the six-cornered palace lantern would be of little consequence. Observing her elder sister employing the same old tricks, Siwan cast a glance at her own voluminous sleeves and curled her lips into a smile. Qingjia did not pause her steps, continuing to move forward. As Siwan's sleeve brushed past the palace lantern, Lu Xuanyin suddenly exclaimed, "The pattern on the lantern is ruined." Siwan shook her wrist, pulling up her sleeve. Upon removing the covering fabric, the originally flawless hexagonal glass lantern revealed numerous large stains of blue and purple, marred and disfigured, completely obliterating the compassionate visage of Guanyin, rendering it utterly unsettling. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. "Wan, what have you done?" Lu Xuanyin's voice was sharp as she pointed at Siwan, firmly believing that Siwan was the true culprit. Chapter 20. Dearest Aunt, you are indeed astute and meticulous. I merely find myself here, having done nothing, Siwan softly clarified. I am well aware that the exquisite six-cornered palace lantern is of immeasurable value, crafted with painstaking effort by my sister. Whoever allows it to be destroyed shall bear the guilt before the public estate. Seeing Siwan present her case so logically, Lu Xuanyin's anger intensified. Fearful of revealing too much, she hastily dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "Do not be obstinate. Everyone knows that due to my negligence, your beauty was marred. Since that moment, you have held a grudge against both me and the eldest miss. Now, out of jealousy, you have deliberately destroyed the lantern prepared by Empress for the Empress Dowager. Wanshan, you are being foolish and willful." Lu Xuanyin wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, portraying herself as a mother deeply wounded by her child. Amidst her tears, she cast a glance at the old matriarch and continued to embellish her tale. "Your foolishness lies in misplacing your hatred. The reason you and the eldest miss fell from the carriage was due to the chaos caused by bandits. Your ire should be directed at the brigands, not your own kin. Your willfulness stems from your disregard for the state of the public estate and your father's struggles in the court. By tarnishing the lantern, you have brought our entire family into disfavor with the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" The courtyard was eerily silent, the sound of a falling needle audible. Second Madame Gu, known for her simple-mindedness, was both infuriated and distressed by Lu Xuanyin's words, fearing the repercussions for the second household. "Wanshan, the public estate has painstakingly raised you without ever neglecting your share. Your elder sister intends to acknowledge you as a legitimate daughter. What more could you desire?" Sihuan pondered in silence, realizing that it was precisely because the Zhao family wished to recognize her that Qingjia had become anxious, losing her usual composure. Otherwise, according to the trajectory of her past life, she ought to have orchestrated this scenario with more finesse, positioning herself as the flawless victim, rather than personally leading herself to the six-cornered palace lantern as she did today. This maneuver was indeed effective. The second madam and others would not suspect her. However, the old matriarch was far from easily deceived. "Your words are misguided, for you witnessed with your own eyes that it was the eldest sister who brought me near the lantern, not my own volition," Sihuan asserted. Qingjia staggered, her lovely visage marred by sorrow. "Wanshan, do you imply that I would deliberately set a trap to ruin this lantern, wrought with my countless tears, to ensnare you?" With a bitter smile, Qingjia exclaimed, "I am my parents' legitimate daughter, the eldest miss of the Qin State public estate. I possess everything. How could I possibly resent my younger sister? Do you truly perceive my heart as so narrow? It is not the eldest sister who is narrow-minded. Rather, I believe it is the second sister who has grown spoiled from favoritism." Qingning could not help but murmur. Qingning spoke the thoughts of all present. In recent times, Sihuan's actions could hardly be deemed discreet. At first, she arrogantly seized the silk shop that rightfully belonged to Qingjia, using the pretext of being wronged. Subsequently, she summoned Master Mingjing ahead of time to treat Su, thereby earning the gratitude of the Zhao family. As if that were not enough, she entered the palace with the public officials to attend a banquet, where she even saved the 9th prince and the princess cousin, provoking the emperor to issue a decree rewarding her with gold and pearls from the east. With such ostentation, can it not be deemed as showing off? Yet, the old lady and the Zhao family, in their foolishness, allowed a mere concubine's daughter to rise above the legitimate daughter without a word of admonition. This has led Si-Wan to hold herself in high regard, her actions growing increasingly audacious. Fortunately, Lady Lu is sensible and recognizes her daughter's true character, refusing to shield her misdeeds. Instead, she stands up for justice, openly accusing Si-Wan. Second sister, if it weren't for you, how could the palace lantern have been broken? Si Qingning questioned, her neck stiff with indignation. She has always been close to Qingjia, and could not help but defend her at this moment. Who knows? It has nothing to do with me, Si-Wan retorted, rolling her eyes and preparing to leave. Witnessing Si-Wan's brazen demeanor, Duke Qin's face darkened ominously. Over the years, he had expended significant effort to curry favor with concubine Zhao, aiming to gain prominence in the emperor's eyes. He desired for all to know that he, Si Changjun, was not merely a waste enjoying the protection of his ancestors. Little did he expect that such a golden opportunity would be ruined by this unfilial daughter, Si-Wan. You insufferable wretch. Dare you argue? Duke Qin glanced around, seized a broom from the corner, and strode towards Si-Wan, pretending to strike, but was halted by the old lady. Changjun, the truth is not yet clear. Do not wrong the child, she said, furrowing her brow as she looked at the silently weeping Qingjia. Were it another unmarried daughter subjected to her grandmother's scrutinizing gaze, she would likely have been thrown into a panic. Yet Qingjia remained composed, her expression still sorrowful, as though she bore a tremendous grievance, exuding the demeanor of a victim. Even though Duke Qin had long inherited his title and was no longer the cautious, sycophantic son of a concubine that he once was, he still felt a slight lack of confidence in the presence of the old lady. Moreover, he was renowned in the capital for his filial piety. How could he go against his mother's words? Duke Qin threw the broom to the ground with a sigh. Mother, look at what Si-Wan has become. If she is not reprimanded, I fear she will cause a great disaster. One must be punished only when wrong is committed, and there is no evidence to suggest that Wanwan broke the lantern. Si-Wan was taken aback by the old lady's protection, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Lady Zhao stepped forward, grasping Si Qingjia's hand, and advised, Your grandmother speaks the truth. It may have been an accident. Si Qingjia's tears flowed more freely, feeling wronged and perplexed as to why Lady Zhao would defend Si-Wan. Was it solely because Si-Wan had invited Master Mingjing? It seemed that only her son was truly treasured, while she, as a daughter, was of little consequence. Lu Xuanyin felt a pang of sympathy for Si Qingjia, but could not approach to comfort her. With a quick turn of her thoughts, she devised a plan. Lu Xuanyin trembled, pressing her hands against her chest, displaying an expression of profound guilt. Xuanyin, do you know something? Do not shield the child. Duke Qin admonished. My lord, I would not dare to presume. I once observed Wanwan bringing in a considerable quantity of caustic soda, a substance known to corrode paintings and calligraphy. Could it be that the palace lantern has been tarnished due to its contact with this caustic soda? The crowd turned their gazes towards Si-Wan, astonished by her apparent malice. Si-Wan, unperturbed, inquired, Aunt, I merely approached and took a glance. Where is the caustic soda? Lu Xuanyin hastened to Si-Wan's side, shaking her sleeve, causing a considerable amount of powder to cascade onto the ground. Look, what else could this be if not caustic soda? Lu Xuanyin retorted in anguish. Aunt, you truly are both clever and observant, to have conceived of hiding the caustic soda in your sleeve as a means to spoil the palace lantern. Si-Wan remarked with profound implication. Chapter 21. Confronting Si Qingjia, the profound words of Si-Wan caused Lu Xuanyin's expression to drastically change. Wanwan, since your childhood, your aunt has advised you that even as a concubine's daughter, You must conduct yourself with dignity and not harbor malicious intentions. Yet, not only have you completely forgotten her counsel, but you have also concealed the caustic soda, leading to a grave mistake. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks as Lu Xuanyin coaxed. Wanwan, you are my child, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. Your aunt would never wish you harm. Be obedient and acknowledge your errors before the master, the lady, and the eldest young miss. Do not persist in your folly. As she spoke, Lu Xuanyin performed a graceful bow towards Duke Qin, her slender waist resembling a willow, appearing exceedingly pitiful. In stark contrast, Siwan remained unyielding, displaying her obstinacy. Host, your father's temples are throbbing with veins. If he cannot clear your name, he may resort to family discipline. The system urged anxiously. He will not, Siwan replied with conviction, for there was no injustice to rectify. She disregarded Lu Xuanyin's hypocritical malice and bent down to scoop a handful of powder from the ground, cradling it in her palm. Aunt, how do you know this is caustic soda? Lu Xuanyin lamented. I witnessed you purchasing it at the grocery store, even mixing it with lime for enhanced potency. At that time, you deceived me, claiming it was for pest control. Never did I imagine it was intended to harm. How could I have given birth to such a scheming daughter? Siwan continued Lu Xuanyin's train of thought, explaining that caustic soda could dissolve silk fibers and be detrimental to health. If mixed with lime, its corrosive properties would be significantly amplified when combined with water. It could even burn human skin. If this truly is caustic soda, upon contact with water, my flesh would likely be flayed away, she remarked, reaching for a teacup on the table. Realizing Siwan's intent, Qingjia intervened, seemingly distressed for her. Wanwan stopped. Yet, Qingjia remained rooted in place, not advancing a single step. Zhao and the old matriarch rushed forward, attempting to seize the teacup from Siwan's grasp to prevent her from doing something foolish. Siwan deftly evaded, assuring, Grandmother, mother, do not worry, this is not caustic soda. She poured the liquid into her palm. Lu Xuanyin turned her head slightly, as if fearing the gruesome scene would frighten her, and dared not look. Contrary to everyone's expectations of burning and corrosion, nothing happened. Siwan stood there beaming, and the white powder in her hand did not dissolve upon contact with water, thus it would not generate heat. Upon not hearing Siwan's anguished cries, Lu Xuanyin turned around in confusion, frozen in place. Could it be that this isn't the caustic soda mixed with lime? If this substance were indeed caustic soda, it should have burned the skin upon contact with water. Why then did it fail in Siwan's hands? Lu Xuanyin racked her brain, utterly perplexed. Had she not retained a semblance of composure, she would have rushed forward to examine it closely. What Lu Xuanyin dare not do, Qingning undertook. The woman rushed forward, gripping Siwan's wrist and staring intently at her palm. How is this possible? Qingning's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is it not possible? Siwan retorted with a cold smile. I have long asserted that this is not caustic soda. Qingning could hardly believe it, if it were not for the lie. How could the palace lantern have been so corroded? What means did you employ? Siwan turned around, extending her palm before the old matriarch and Madame Zhao, and asked softly, Pray, what do you make of this? The old matriarch's expression grew serious as she dipped her fingertip into the droplet of water and brought it to her nose for a few sniffs. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, poking Siwan on the forehead. You clever little thing. You almost deceived me. This is certainly not lie. Madame Zhao, having taken a whiff, wore a similarly bewildered expression. Observing this, Lu Xuanyin felt a sense of foreboding, her gaze fixated on Siwan. What trickery was this girl concocting? Siwan took a silk handkerchief and wiped the moisture from her palm, leisurely approaching the palace lantern. She blew gently on the filthy design atop it, and with each breath, the layer of blue-purple dust cascaded away, revealing the original image of Guanyin. The glass at the top glimmered under the sunlight, resplendent and flawless. This indicated that the lantern had not been damaged at all. Initially, Lu Xuanyin's face was etched with guilt and sorrow, but upon seeing the lantern's true appearance, her expression froze, as if struck by lightning, leaving her utterly immobilized. It was a sight to behold. Siwan gazed at her with a smile, gently inquiring, Aunt, what troubles you? The Guanyin on the lantern remains unchanged, does it not? The lantern is unscathed? Si Qingming rubbed her eyes, looking perplexedly at the second mistress. Having spent years navigating the intricacies of the inner court, the second mistress had consumed more salt than Si Qingming had rice. How could she fail to discern the peculiarities of today's events? She hastily covered Si Qingming's mouth, preventing her from speaking out, lest her foolish daughter become embroiled in this matter. "Aunt, do take a look. Is this lie?" Siwan asked. Lu Xuanyin ground her teeth in frustration, never having imagined that she had fallen victim to Siwan's ruse. It was clear that Siwan had anticipated this all along, even donning the outer garment that concealed the lie. However, before changing, she had replaced the powdered residue on her sleeves and used the blue-purple powder as a smokescreen. Thus, even though the guanine image on the six-sided glass lantern was formed from flower juice, it would not fade due to the lie. The layer of powder simply appeared corroded, when in truth, it was entirely intact. Lu Xuanyin grimaced bitterly, realizing that the floral scent she had detected when the guanine image was damaged likely originated from the blue-purple powder, which was flower pollen. While Lu Xuanyin had already deduced the situation, Duke Qin was still processing it, directing his inquiry at Madame Zhao. "Madam, if the white powder is not lie, then what is it?" Madame Zhao could not suppress her amusement, replying, "My lord, it is merely crushed borneal." I leaned in to sniff and detected a faint pine fragrance. Lu Xuanyin's shoulders slumped as she closed her eyes in despair. She could scarcely imagine how the old matriarch and Madame Zhao would perceive her actions of justice at the expense of Qin. Would they view her as righteous or condemn her as an unloving mother? Regardless of their interpretation, it would be detrimental to her. She had truly underestimated Siwan. "Qingjia, the palace lantern is precious. Please take care to store it safely to avoid further trouble," the old matriarch commanded. Si Qingjia's complexion paled as she realized her grandmother was subtly reprimanding her. She forced a smile and nodded, promptly placing the palace lantern into the box. Seizing the opportunity of collecting the lantern, Si Qingjia managed to extricate herself from the situation, though Lu Xuanyin was evidently not as fortunate. The old matriarch regarded her with a frosty gaze, her wooden cane striking the ground with a resonant thud, lamenting, "Lu, you are Wan's biological mother. Why must you be so harsh with her?" Lu Xuanyin wept as she defended herself. "Esteemed matriarch, I merely saw Wan purchasing lie and happened to encounter this incident. It was not my intention to make things difficult for her." Chapter 22. She and Qingjia are locked in fierce competition, contrasting elements of ice and fire. Lu Sunyan's eyes were swollen and red from crying, her entire demeanor a picture of disarray as she collapsed onto the ground. It is said that Siwan is Lu Sunyan's only daughter. Even if a mother is unkind, a daughter rarely remains indifferent. Zhao Shi cast a glance at Siwan, only to find her expression utterly serene, her gaze devoid of any sign of disturbance, as if the woman kneeling before her was not her biological mother, but rather a complete stranger with no ties whatsoever. What could Lu Yingyang have done to create such a rift between mother and daughter? Zhao Shi found herself perplexed. Duke Qin was equally bewildered, his face contorted with disdain as he pointed at Siwan, saying, "Your aunt merely gave rise to a misunderstanding. It was not intentional. Do not hold it against her." "Do not hold it against her?" Siwan tilted her head. "Father, do you truly believe it is I who is being petty? Were it not for grandmother and mother's clarity of mind, insisting on evidence before passing judgment, I fear that the moment the palace lamp was soiled and my sleeve dropped the powder, you would have subjected me to punishment without hesitation. You are a man of strength, while I, though not frail, am still no match for a man's vigor. The mere thought of being struck by a barbed whip terrifies me." Seeing Siwan's protest, Qingjia's face fell, and Si Mian, already in a foul mood, sneered, "What? Do you think father and Lu Yingyang are unkind? You possess quite the audacity." "Not all." Siwan lowered her eyelids. "What do you have to fear?" Si Mian demanded. Siwan met his gaze steadily. "Elder brother, you are astute and surely noted that just moments ago, Aunt claimed the powder was lime-infused burnt soda, capable of burning skin upon contact with water. Yet when I lifted the teacup, ready to pour water into my palm, she made no attempt to stop me. What do you think of that?" Si Mian wished to argue, but Lu Sunyan's actions could hardly be described as maternal. If he were to defend her, he would risk becoming a source of ridicule. Moreover, as the legitimate son, he had little connection with Lu Yinyan. Why should he invite trouble on her behalf? Calming himself, Si Mian stood still, his gaze towards Si Wan revealing an unkindness. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Sun Yin overheard the siblings' exchange, and tears as large as pearls streamed down her face in a torrent. Her sobs were soft, frail, and filled with a poignant beauty. Coupled with her prior plea for Duke Qin's help, it melted his heart, and the reprimands that had risen in his throat could not be voiced. Sun Yin had erred, yet her mistakes were not grave. Her intentions were good. To chastise her further would only serve to chill her heart. It was Si Wan, however, who had publicly humiliated her own mother, displaying a truly willful and obstinate nature. There are no parents without faults. Wan, let us not speak of today as events again. Duke Qin commanded in a deep voice. He assisted Lu Sunyin to her feet, gently patting her back to provide comfort. I understand that your harshness towards Wan stemmed from a mother's love. Master. Lu Sunyin clutched Duke Qin's sleeve tightly. But children may not comprehend your good intentions. Perhaps it is better to let go. When she runs into a wall, she will learn her lesson. Lu Xuanyin nodded with tears in her eyes. Duke Qin turned his gaze towards the Zhao family, inquiring if Madame Zhao intended to register Si Wan under her name. I shall send someone shortly to deliver a letter to the clan leader, he declared, thereby granting his consent. A surge of fury welled up within Lu Xuanyin, and she tasted the metallic tang of blood on her lips. Yet, she dared not look at Si Wan, fearing her disdain would become uncontrollable. Originally, the first house had only the illustrious young Lady Qingjia. Being the legitimate daughter of the main wife, backed by esteemed scholars, was not only exceptionally talented, but also renowned for her beauty throughout the capital. Now, with Si Wan also registered under the Zhao family, the status of the legitimate young lady was no longer singular and lost some of its preciousness. What alarmed Lu Xuanyin further was that Si Wan's rising status could signify a resurgence of her fortunes. Earlier, Qingjia had lived a life of ease and grace, yet recently faced numerous obstacles, while Si Wan had saved Princess Jingyu and received accolades from the sage. If she had not siphoned off Qingjia's fortune, how could she be living such a fortunate life? This was unacceptable. She and Qingjia were like dragons and tigers, utterly incompatible. Only one could bask in fortune, and that person must be Qingjia. The farcical scene concluded hastily. Even if some recognized that the scheme targeted Si Wan, they could not voice it, as it was orchestrated by members of the first house, who were also the ones to dismantle it. Others meddling in family affairs would likely find no benefit. The second lady grasped Si Qingming's wrist, forcibly leading her daughter away from the scene. The old matriarch patted Si Wan's shoulder, saying, Wan, you have suffered. Upon hearing this, Si Wan said nothing, but Lu Xuanyin felt a tremor in her heart. Did the old matriarch harbor suspicions against her? She wished to explain, but feared causing trouble for Qingjia. Thus, she forced herself to suppress her unease and timidly called out to the Duke. After nearly 20 years of close companionship, Duke Qin understood Lu Xuanyin's sentiments well. He immediately supported her and departed from the courtyard. Watching Lu Xuanyin stumble away, Si Wan felt little satisfaction. She knew that with Duke Qin's protection, it would not be an easy task to bring down Lu Xuanyin and her daughter. However, those who toil with sincerity shall not be forsaken by fate. One day, she would reclaim her due justice. Moreover, today, utilizing the glazed hexagonal palace lantern, she had managed to turn the tables on Si Qingjia, which was not without its rewards. Host, that bit of fortune value has finally been acquired. The system's cold, inorganic voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Si Wan's lips curled into a smile, filled with anticipation. You mentioned that when my fortune value reaches 10 points, I can reclaim a golden feather. Is that true? The system does not deceive the host. If you harbor doubts, you may temporarily check your fortune status. No rush. We shall discuss it tonight, Si Wan replied. That evening, Si Wan beheld Si Qingjia, whose illusory tail feathers of the cuckoo atop her head had diminished from 8 to 7. Her aura was far less vigorous than before, appearing almost injured, curled up and lamenting. In contrast, the phoenix illusion above Si Wan's head had restored to 2 golden feathers, no longer resembling its former half-dead state. The host's current fortune value is 30 points, while Qingjia's is 80 points, the system announced. A full 50-point disparity. Truly, my elder sister possesses remarkable fortune. The enigmatic chuckle of C1 resonated in the air. The system promptly remarked, her fortune is pilfered from the host, yet stolen fortune is still fortune. One must never be complacent. Rest assured, I shall remain diligent until every piece of what she has taken is reclaimed. C1 sipped her tea and whispered a few words to Jean Quebec, possessing memories from her past life. She was acutely aware that the Marquisate would not remain tranquil in the coming days. The long-standing ailment afflicting Lady Zhao had resurfaced, necessitating her preparations. As anticipated, the following morning, news of Lady Zhao's sudden illness spread throughout the entire Marquisate. Chapter 23. The Zhao family's illness and the need for blood medicine. The sudden onset of my mother's illness left me, as her daughter, with a moral obligation to attend to her. Qingjia sat by the bedside, holding Lu Xuanyan's hand, her brow furrowed with concern. Yet, dear aunt, you too require care. Your complexion is so pale. I have specially prepared a bowl of snow frog soup to nourish your health. Lu Xuanyan's heart softened tremendously. My child, do not always devote your energy to me. I am but your father's concubine, and in terms of family background and status, I am vastly inferior to the lady of the house. You are the legitimate daughter of noble birth. Associating with a concubine could tarnish your reputation. Lu Xuanyan spoke earnestly. No one wished more fervently than she for Qingjia to lead a prosperous life. After all, they were bound by blood, a bond that could never be severed. Your reputation pales in comparison to your well-being, Qingjia asserted with grave sincerity. Lu Xuanyan felt her eyes warm with tears and continued to persuade. Aunt knows of your filial piety, but we are in a critical period now. We must not be careless. She sighed. Were it not for C1's recent troubles, which had stirred discontent between the old matriarch and the Zhao family concerning Qingjia, there would be no need for such caution. Lu Xuanyan gently pried open Qingjia's palm, observing the vividly colored red birthmark, and her taut nerves began to relax. This birthmark was the key to proving Qingjia's identity. With it, the Zhao family would harbor no suspicions. Even in the face of estrangement, a mother could easily be swayed by affection, forgiving her child. Aunt, I truly believe that the previous method was effective. Qingjia hesitated momentarily before speaking. When she was 10, the Zhao matriarch had similarly fallen ill due to a deficiency of vital energy, teetering on the brink of death. After the physician's examination, it was determined that only the blood of a close relative could serve as a medicinal catalyst for recovery. At the tender age of 10, Qingjia, embodying pure filial devotion, had not hesitated for a moment to offer her blood that very night to save her mother's life. Upon awakening, Zhao Shi, upon hearing of this act, trembled as she rolled up Qingjia's sleeve. When she beheld the gruesome, twisted scar, she could no longer contain her emotions. Embracing Qingjia tightly and weeping uncontrollably, her heart ached with both sorrow and gratitude, never having anticipated that her daughter would endure such suffering for her sake. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this entire scheme was a calculated act of self-sacrifice devised by Qingjia and Lu Xuanyan, intended to elicit guilt from Zhao Shi and render her compliant. Indeed, 6 years prior, Qingjia had tasted the sweetness of this tactic. Now, facing a precarious situation within the estate, she contemplated employing this old stratagem once more to regain Zhao Shi's affection. Lu Xuanyan sipped her tea, moistening her parched lips. She recognized the efficacy of this tactic, though executing it was far from simple. Years ago, C1 had been merely 10 years old, unsuspecting of her mother's intentions. A simple dose in her meals could render the child lethargically compliant for a month. During that time, the matriarch of the Duke's household had unfortunately fallen ill, and no one paid heed to the fate of a concubine's daughter. However, the circumstances had changed entirely now. The Duke of Qin had informed the clan leader, officially recording C1 under Zhao Shi's name. She was no longer merely a concubine's daughter, but half a legitimate daughter, and that was not the crux of the matter. The fundamental reason for the difficulty in achieving their goals lies in C1's loss of self-trust. She has relinquished her control. Acknowledging this, Lu Xuanyin felt an indescribable sorrow. Siwan was an exceptional pawn, remarkably useful, having resolved countless troubles over the past decade. Yet now, this invaluable piece was slipping from their grasp. And it would be a strange occurrence if Lu Xuanyin found peace in such a situation. If you wish to extract blood to create a medicinal concoction for the lady, the concubine would not hinder you. After all, one must sacrifice to gain. However, Lu Xuanyin hesitated, lowering her voice. It may not be easy with Siwan. In truth, the choices do not rest solely with Siwan. There are also the eldest son, Si Mian, and the younger son, Si Su. However, both brothers are legitimate heirs, and should they sustain any injuries, the entire household would be on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult to deceive them. Sivan, on the other hand, presents a different scenario. With careful planning, there remains a chance. We could resort to the same method as before, administering her a sedative. Lu Xuanyin suggested. Si Qingjia shook her head, believing this course of action to be too risky, as it could easily lead to leaks. It would be wiser to lure her out of the residence and then seize the opportunity to abduct her, allowing us to extract as much blood as needed for the medicinal concoction. Lu Xuanyin frowned. Are you intending to take Si Wan's life? Concubine, how could I be so cruel? Si Qingjia replied with a smile. Regardless, Wan is my own sister. I merely seek her blood to save our critically ill mother, with no intention of trading one life for another. However, executing this plan within the estate poses too great a risk. If we move it outside, others will perceive it as the work of bandits and will not suspect me. Do you have confidence in luring Si Wan out of the residence? Lu Xuanyin inquired. Si Qingjia blinked, smiling sweetly. Let's not forget that Wan still manages a silk shop. If the shop encounters any legal issues, as the owner, she will inevitably have to step out to address the situation. There's no avoiding it. In the evening, a servant hurriedly approached Siwan. Second miss, there has been a problem at the silk shop. What happened? Siwan rose, puzzled by what sort of trouble could arise in a place dedicated to tailoring. A woman, holding a child, is causing a scene at the silk shop's entrance, claiming that our embroiderer was careless and left a needle in the collar of a garment, injuring her child, who is now crying incessantly. The servant's face was etched with worry. Siwan lowered her gaze, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She mused, at last it has arrived. From the moment she learned that Lady Zhao's old ailment would resurface, Siwan had suspected that Si Qingjia would not remain idle. Now, with her fortune continuously waning, if she were to lose Zhao's maternal affection due to malicious actions, how could she maintain her position as the legitimate daughter of the household? Thus, she would undoubtedly resort to the desperate tactic of blood extraction for medicinal purposes. Yet, Si Qingjia is not Zhao's daughter. Her blood would be ineffective, leaving her with no choice but to set her sights on her own. Today, as uproar at the silk shop serves as bait to draw her away from the estate. Has the manager compensated the mother and child for the medical expenses? It's peculiar. The woman refuses compensation, insisting on meeting the shop's owner, perhaps hoping to extort more money, the servant speculated. She seems to seek justice. Siwan smiled faintly. Once the matron departed, she cast a glance at Jean K, who followed closely behind her into the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, a woman adorned with a hooded veil emerged. Clad in exquisite attire fashioned from shoe brocade, radiating opulence and beauty. The matron praised. The fabric sent by the old matriarch is truly splendid, perfectly complementing the pearl bracelet upon your wrist. The woman wore a bracelet of pearls, strung from the esteemed East pearls bestowed by the emperor himself. These East pearls are of great value, a privilege not afforded to other maidens. This treasure is uniquely hers, a distinctive piece belonging solely to Siwan. Even with her hooded veil, others could easily recognize the East pearl bracelet. As the woman stepped into the carriage, an inconspicuous servant hurried to the door of Lu Xuanyin, whispering a few words. Lu Xuanyin's eyes brightened, and she clapped her hands in delight. Success! Chapter 24. The medicinal catalyst. Isn't it time for this to arrive? Si Qingjia sat nearby, a smile gracing her lips. She was the daughter of Lu Xuanyin, having inherited her mother's exquisite beauty. Due to the presence of a reverse fate worm within her, she had been continuously siphoning off Si Wan's fortune, gradually resembling the Duchess Zhao. This resemblance was also the reason why Qingjia had never been suspected of her origins. "Qingjia, you have already left the manor. Do not delay," Lu Xuanyan reminded her. If it were not inconvenient to act within the public estate, they would not have needed to expend so much effort devising schemes. "Do not fret, Aunt. I have everything under control." Qingjia rose and approached the window, picking up scissors to trim the asparagus fern. She had enlisted the finest assistant, one who would undoubtedly not disappoint her. 6 years prior, she had been praised as a dutiful daughter by the empress herself. 6 years later, she would still merit the reputation of utmost purity and filial piety. On Hawaiian Street, a carriage from the Qin Duke's residence halted before a silk shop. A woman, adorned with a veil, alighted and surveyed a weeping mother clutching her child. "My son has been harmed by the embroiderer from the shop. He has bled profusely and is writhing in pain. You must give me an explanation." The woman stepped forward to examine the wound on the boy's neck, confirming it had indeed been inflicted by an embroidery needle. "Where's the needle?" The mother produced the needle, still stained with blood. The woman took it and shook her head. "This is not from our silk shop. All of our needles are specially crafted, engraved with patterns at the end. This needle bears no such design and does not belong to us. Does the Grand Qin Duke's residence expect to evade responsibility?" The mother shouted hoarsely. "If Madame does not believe us, she may file a complaint with the authorities, and the truth shall emerge in due time." In this era, there is already a prevailing aversion to litigation. Ordinary victims would feel trepidation at the mere mention of facing officials. Moreover, this woman was hardly the embodiment of integrity, having accepted Lu Xuanyan's money to falsely accuse the silk shop. The woman turned pale, trembling visibly. "Never mind. I shall not pursue this further. But be more cautious in your dealings henceforth." She hastily gathered her child and departed. The woman clasped her hands and called out, "There are those who, with guilty consciences, slander our silk shop. I urge all to discern the truth and not be misled by malevolent individuals." Perhaps this was a mere attempt at extortion. Otherwise, why would she flee so quickly upon hearing of the authorities? Previously, she had only heard of the eldest Miss C, renowned for her exceptional talent, beauty, and filial piety. Little did she expect the second Miss to be equally astute. Yet the second Miss is far too modest. She has not revealed her face beneath the veil, and we do not know her true appearance. Her sister is the most beautiful woman in the capital. She cannot be lacking in beauty. Not necessarily. I have a relative who works at the Duke's residence, and she claims the second Miss is a disfigured monstrosity, which is why she dares not show her true face. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the woman departed in her carriage. As the carriage turned the corner, an unexpected change occurred. The coachman had somehow been replaced by another, who fiercely cracked the whip and turned the carriage in the opposite direction towards the Qin Duke's residence. Unbeknownst to the new coachman, the woman seated in the back did not scream in alarm. Instead, she regarded him with an icy stare. She raised her hand, lifting the veil's delicate fabric to reveal her scarred left cheek. Her features, however, were entirely dissimilar to Siwan's. It was none other than Jean Quebec. Before departing from the residence, the young lady repeatedly instructed Jean K to meticulously observe the boy's injuries and the patterns on the embroidery needle. Should anything appear amiss, she was to threaten to report to the authorities, thereby frightening away the deceitful woman. Jean K, initially skeptical, was astonished by the young lady's foresight. Not only did she resolve the troubles at the silk shop, but she also anticipated that someone would act maliciously on the carriage. As a trained assassin, Jean K was impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. Even if she were to leap from the carriage, she could easily escape. However, the young lady had other plans, and she had to exercise patience in her dealings with the coachman. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage turned into a narrow alley. The coachman glanced around, ensured no one was watching, and forcibly dragged Jean K from within the carriage, threatening her, "If you dare to scream, I shall take your life." Jean K feigned terror, nodding vigorously. The coachman, a handsome young man with a slender frame and a brooding expression, shoved Jean K into a woodshed and delivered a swift blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Following Qingjia's instructions, he took a dagger and slashed Jean K's limbs, collecting her blood in a porcelain vial. Before departing, he lifted the veil from her head. Observing her unremarkable face, he furrowed his brow. His gaze shifted slightly, fixating on the scar on her left cheek, dispelling any remaining doubt in his mind. The injured face indeed belonged to Siwan. As the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, the unconscious Jean K suddenly opened her eyes, clarity returning to her gaze. She had merely been pretending to be faint. Although she was unsure of the young lady's motives, an assassin never disobeys their master's commands. After swiftly bandaging her wounds and donning her veil, Jean K hurried back to the manor. At the same time, Siwan, with a pale visage, passed by the courtyard where Qingjia resided. Observing her half-stumbling steps, her sleeves stained with splotches of blood, Qingjia's smile deepened. "Aunt, I previously said this method would prove effective." Shaking the porcelain vial, she declared, "Look, the medicinal catalyst is here, is it not?" The vial contained still liquid human blood, a crucial element for maintaining her reputation as a dutiful daughter. Lu Sunyan's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice hoarse. "Qingjia, you have harmed yourself once more." No mother can bear to witness her child endure suffering, and Lu Sunyan was no exception. She could not bear to part with her daughter, yet had no alternative. 6 years prior, the Empress Dowager's praise had elevated Qingjia to great heights, appearing resplendent, but in truth, it was a perilous ascent. Should Qingjia fail to voluntarily shed her blood to provide the Zhao family with the medicinal catalyst, she would fall from the ranks of filial piety into profound disgrace. Not only would her reputation be tarnished, but she would also incur the disdain of the Empress Dowager, who held ethics in high regard. Thus, the higher she had been exalted, the greater her inevitable downfall would be. In comparison, enduring a few superficial injuries was a worthy sacrifice. Do not worry yet. I am far more robust than ordinary women. Even if injured, I shall recover swiftly, leaving no scars behind. Qingjia was immensely pleased with her own constitution. She possessed extraordinary beauty, remarkable talent, a healthy physique, and a noble lineage. Without the need to become a mere prince's consort, even ascending to the status of a queen, subordinate only to the emperor, was within her grasp. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Qingjia's demeanor grew increasingly haughty. She grasped a dagger, heating its blade over the fire before pressing it against her wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a clean cut, severing her own flesh. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, while Lu Xuanyin caught it in a porcelain bowl, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could the Zhao family, who appeared so ordinary, suddenly fall ill? The remedy required the blood of a close relative as a catalyst. Was this not akin to the leech's thirst for blood? "Auntie, do not weep. It is not hurt," Qingjia said, her face devoid of color, still seeking to comfort Lu Xuanyin. As long as she could achieve her goal, she was willing to endure any sacrifice. What was this small toll in the grand scheme of things? Chapter 25. Qingjia's unwavering filial piety. Qingjia's countenance radiated an air of certainty. Little did she realize that all she possessed had been illicitly appropriated from Siwan. After losing nearly half a bowl of blood, Lu Xuanyin resolutely refused to allow her to continue this self-inflicted torment and hastily bandaged the wound. Just as her grandmother, father, and Su Guer were present, she decided to visit the main courtyard to deliver the medicinal catalyst to them. Without a glance at the bowl filled with fresh blood, Qingjia clutched the porcelain vial tightly. As she pushed open the door, a maid cautiously assisted her as they proceeded towards the main courtyard. Before she could step into the Zhao family's chamber, the sounds of a heated argument reached her ears. Previously, it was Qingjia who had drawn blood for the medicinal catalyst. Now, with the lady of the house fallen ill again, could her father truly force his daughter into self-harm? Duke Qin cherished Qingjia dearly and could not bear to see her hurt. Yet the stark reality remained. Zhao's life was deemed more precious than Qingjia's flesh and blood. Chongjun, drawing blood will not lead to death. If Feng Yang does not receive her medication in time, her life may be in peril. She is your lawful wife. The old matriarch could no longer contain her approach. Though she typically refrained from chastising the younger generation, the gravity of the situation left no room for delay. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall take on the role of the villain. The matriarch's tone was displeased. Mother, that is not my intention. Duke Qin feared the old matriarch would misunderstand and hurriedly offered an explanation. Fang Yang's illness had struck so suddenly, had Meng Guo returned to Wansong Academy a day earlier. As the eldest son of the household, he would have provided the medicinal catalyst. Alas, fate had conspired against them. Regardless of luck, there is no other choice at this moment, the old matriarch asserted sternly. Qingjia lifted her skirt and stepped over the threshold. Hearing the commotion, both the old matriarch and Duke Qin turned to her. Upon seeing Qingjia's excessively pale complexion, Duke Qin understood immediately. It was clear that his eldest daughter, feeling sympathy for her mother, had drawn blood in advance and was eagerly presenting it. She did not wish to impose upon herself, embodying her unwavering filial piety as always. Qingjia's thoughtful consideration greatly pleased Duke Qin. His fingers trembled as he accepted the porcelain vial. What lies within? He inquired. Qingjia gently nodded. You are not mistaken. It is indeed the medicinal catalyst sent by your daughter for your mother. Come here. Duke Qin called for a servant, instructing them to prepare the blood as the physician had prescribed. The maid cautiously held the porcelain vial, terrified of shattering the invaluable medicinal catalyst. They could not afford to incur Duke Qin's wrath. Supporting Qingjia, the maid helped her sit on a low stool beside the bed. Gazing at the unconscious Zhao, Qingjia covered her lips with her hand, unable to restrain her tears any longer. Mother, I was wrong. I should not have quarreled with you. Wanwan is indeed Su Guer's savior. Granting her the status of legitimate daughter is only reasonable. It is I who acted thoughtlessly and threw a tantrum. Please recover swiftly. I shall accept any reprimands or scoldings you wish to bestow upon me. Qingjia sobbed. The old matriarch took up a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. After all, she was an unmarried young lady, despite her usual composure. She too could become flustered in the face of great adversity. The aged matriarch gently ruffled Qingjia's hair, offering solace. Do not fret. A deficiency in vitality is hardly a grave affliction. With the right medicinal catalyst, your mother shall swiftly recover. Is that truly the case? Qingjia's eyes brimmed with tears. Would I deceive you, my dear? Qingjia knew well that her grandmother would never lie. For a rare moment, she displayed the innocence of a young girl. Understanding her frailty, the matriarch advised, you should return and rest. Do not overexert yourself. Qingjia shook her head. I wish to stay here and keep my mother company. Seeing her stubbornness, the matriarch acquiesced. Soon, Siwan, pale-faced, arrived at the main courtyard. Her dress had sleeves that were slightly short, revealing a glimpse of pristine bandages beneath, evidence of her wounds being tended to. Qingjia lowered her gaze, contemplating deeply. She feigned concern, asking, Wanwan, you do not look well. Are you unwell? Siwan looked up, opening her mouth to speak but faltering in silence. Qingjia had anticipated this. Her half-sister, still unwed, had been abducted by villains. Even if nothing untoward had occurred, her reputation was tarnished. If Siwan possessed even a modicum of sense, she would remain silent regarding the truth. With the medicinal catalyst in her possession, Qingjia's spirits soared, and she did not press Siwan further. She spoke softly, if you are unwell, you should return to rest. With brother absent from the household, I shall remain here, like a mother to you. Siwan responded with a gentle acknowledgement, but did not move. Qingjia made no further demands. At that moment, Sisu hurried over to Siwan, silently calling out, Sister. Having recently endured a severe illness that drained his vitality, Sisu appeared gaunt, his chin sharply defined. Siwan affectionately patted his head. He was her only full-blooded brother, merely 7 years old. In a past life, not only had she lost precious time for his treatment, but she had also blinded him and sacrificed him to protect Qingjia from an assassin, costing him his life. Host, Lu Xuanyan has arrived, the system alerted. Siwan smirked inwardly, who was unaware of Lu Xuanyan's unwavering loyalty to the Duke's household. She served the matriarch dutifully, with unwavering respect. Everything had its beginning and end. In the preceding days, Lu Xuanyan had been attending to Madame Zhao. Today, with Qingjia having acquired the medicinal catalyst, Madame Zhao only needed to consume the concoction infused with her kin's blood to recover, making her presence all the more essential. In her previous life, after 19 years of being mother and daughter, Siwon finally uncovered the truth behind the switch of identities. She understood why her mother had shown her no love, favoring the esteemed, legitimate daughter instead. Lu Xuanyan's intentions were rather straightforward. Aside from herself, her greatest affection was reserved for Qingjia. At this moment, Qingjia could solidify her reputation for filial piety, becoming a paragon among the noble ladies of the capital. It was a momentous day. Naturally, Lu Xuanyan would not be absent. Siwon greeted Lu Xuanyan, who merely nodded in response, her thoughts far removed from Siwon. Preparing this medicine would undoubtedly require a significant amount of blood. The young lady was suffering greatly. Lu Xuanyan grasped Qingjia's hand gently, filled with concern. As long as my mother remains healthy, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my flesh and blood. Even my life would be worth it. Lu Xuanyan quickly interjected, "My lady, do not speak such foolishness. When a matriarch awakens, she will surely be distressed." The scene depicting maternal kindness and filial piety filled Siwon with a sense of derision. The system, equally vexed, remarked that it was no wonder Qingjia possessed the fate of a cuckoo. With such a thin skin, she was incapable of committing acts of theft. Pay her no mind. The more triumphant she feels now, the more wretched she shall be later. Siwon rotated the bandage wrapped around her wrist. She was uninjured and felt no pain. Without her, as the catalyst, the medicinal concoction would yield no effect. Siwon glanced at the unconscious Madame Zhao, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She could only wonder if her mother-esque body could withstand it. Sensing the host's concern, the system reassured her, "Do not fret, dear host. Although Madame Zhao is indeed suffering from a deficiency of vital energy, it is not an acute condition. She shall recover within 3 days of medication." Siwon pressed her lips together, committing the time frame to memory, wary of any potential oversight. Before long, the matron entered with the freshly brewed medicinal soup. Lu Xuanyan received the tray, her eyes flickering with anticipation. Chapter 26. Why Curse One's Own Flesh and Blood. Lu Xuanyan sat by the bedside, personally administering medicine to Zhao Shi. The comatose figure found it exceedingly difficult to part her lips. Yet Lu Xuanyan approached the task with meticulous care, gently coaxing Zhao Shi to open her mouth. The dark and precious medicinal concoction remained untouched, not a single drop spilled. The physician, who had long attended to Zhao Shi, stroked his beard and remarked, "The symptoms of the Duchess are not as severe as they were 6 years ago. After consuming this medicine, she is likely to awaken in the time it takes to burn an incense stick." The old matriarch and Duke Qin beamed with joy. Qingjia, in particular, grasped Sisu's hand tightly, tears of excitement streaming down her face. Siwon sat expressionless upon a wooden chair. She inquired, "System, what do you think would be Qingjia's reaction if I were to remove the gauze?" The system replied, "Host, you are indeed ruthless." It continued, "Do not rush. Let us wait until the incense is burned down." Siwon reminisced about the days 6 years prior, when Lu Xuanyan had drugged her, leaving her in a perpetual haze, her consciousness clouded, akin to a mere shell of her former self. She felt neither pain nor the passage of seasons. Nor did she comprehend joy or sorrow. Reduced to a mere creature, she was entirely dependent on Lu Xuanyan for sustenance, serving solely as a vessel for blood, facilitating Qingjia's aspirations. In truth, her memories of that time were somewhat hazy. Yet, the more she reflected, the more resolute she became in avoiding a second such ordeal. She had to sever any lingering hopes Lu Xuanyan and her daughter harbored. Thus, upon discerning Qingjia's scheme, she played along, having Jean K don a veil and the distinctive East Pearl bracelet that would reveal her identity before leaving the estate. The coachman, unfamiliar with Siwon, recognized her only by a small scar on her left cheek. Upon lifting the veil and spotting the scar, he confirmed her identity. He directly extracted blood and delivered it to Qingjia. Little did he suspect that the woman he had abducted and discarded in a corner was not Siwon. Bujin que, asquille d'assassin. Though this ploy was perilous, its success promised unforeseen outcomes. Siwon resolved to take the gamble. Fortunately, Qingjia took the bait. And fortunately, Jean K's injuries were not grave. After applying a healing ointment, recovery would come swiftly. Otherwise, C1 would be hard-pressed to absolve herself of responsibility. The incense burned down in the blink of an eye. Duke Qin, fixated on Zhao Shi, observed her for some time without witnessing any signs of movement. He muttered to himself, "Why is the lady not yet awakened?" Lu Xuanyin, equally bewildered, held an empty medicine bowl, at a loss. The physician stepped forward. "Allow me to check her pulse once more." As he carefully examined her pulse, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. What could be amiss? He wondered anxiously. Lu Xuanyin's heart raced. The concoction administered, derived from the blood of a loved one, was meant to invigorate the patient and replenish her vitality. Yet Zhao Shi's pulse bore no distinction from before the medication was taken. Could there have been a flaw with the medicine? The physician was increasingly agitated. How could there be an issue after the eldest miss took so much blood? Lu Xuanyin's complexion turned ashen. Qingjia stepped forward slowly, rolling up her sleeves to reveal gauze still seeping with blood. Sensing the gaze of the onlookers, she bit her lip, methodically peeling away the layers of gauze, revealing an ever-expanding stain of crimson. When the final layer was removed, the gaping wound on her wrist was grotesque, flesh and blood a macabre sight. The elderly matron turned her gaze away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Although the Duke of Qin was a man who seldom lingered in the inner chambers, his eyes secretly glistened with unshed tears. His eldest daughter possessed unparalleled talent and beauty, yet she bore the scars of sacrifice on her wrists, resembling a twisted centipede. Such a sacrifice was indeed considerable for a woman. Lu Xuanyin's fingers trembled, narrowly preventing her from dropping the porcelain bowl onto the ground. A deep resentment brewed within her. What did childhood affection matter in the face of familial power and influence? The Duke of Qin cherished and favored her. Yet it did not prevent him from raising her as a nameless concubine outside the estate. Were it not for her cleverness in seizing the crucial moment of giving birth to a daughter and fortuitously encountering the old matron while holding the child, she might have languished in obscurity for the rest of her days. If she had been the matriarch of the Duke's household, Qingjia would not have had to endure such suffering. "Doctor, I am my mother's daughter. The blood I just drew cannot be false. Could it be that the medicinal herbs are faulty?" After speaking, Qingjia caught a glimpse of C1, who was watching the scene unfold with an air of amusement, causing her heart to skip a beat. Perhaps the issue lay not with the herbs, but elsewhere. It should not be. The doctor, racking his brain, could not find an answer. Suddenly, he raised his head to fetch the leftover herbal residue. Qingjia longed to intervene, but with her father and grandmother present, speaking out would inevitably raise suspicions. The trembling wet nurse hurried to the small kitchen to retrieve the remnants of the herbs. The doctor pinched the fragments, bringing them to his nose to sniff, finding no abnormalities. The old matron could not help but inquire, could it be that the herbs, having not been processed, retain toxicity? The doctor stiffly shook his head. The herbs show no abnormalities. It must be the medicinal catalyst that is problematic. "Doctor, could you have made a mistake?" Lu Xuanyin clutched her collar, tears streaming down her cheeks. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that Qingjia was her own flesh and blood. Otherwise, why would she be so pained? The old matron found it strange and cast another glance. Seeing that the time was nearly right, C1 stood up and stepped forward, interjecting, "Perhaps it is not a mistake, but rather that the catalyst failed to take effect, thus not serving its healing purpose." Qingjia's mind went blank as she suddenly turned to C1. What did she mean by that? Could it be that she had guessed the identity of the coachman who had abducted her and drawn her blood? Qingjia admonished herself not to think wildly. Yet even if C1 was aware of the coachman's identity, she could not possibly fathom this layer of complexity, for from the cradle, she had always been the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. The stark truth had remained unchanged for years. How could C1 suspect? Wan, the lady has kindly kept you in her name. How can you cause a ruckus in the main courtyard? Lu Xuanyin exclaimed, feigning deep sorrow. "Aunt, I did not cause a ruckus. The catalyst was indeed taken from my sister at the cost of her own health, but who knows if it might have been swapped." As she spoke, C1 pressed her fingernails against the gauze, shifting it upward to reveal a smooth wrist, unmarred by scars and devoid of any trace of blood. Lu Xuanyin stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she had just witnessed. Beside her, Qingjia's complexion was even more pallid. You are unhurt? Lu Xuanyin exclaimed in shock. Aunt, what are you saying? Even if my daughter's appearance is less than pleasing, she is still your child, born after 10 months of labor. Why would you curse your own flesh and blood? Siwon was left in a daze, tears streaming down her face, weeping more pitifully than Lu Xuanyin, her fragility evident. I did not, Lu Xuanyin hastily retorted. I merely saw the bandage wrapped around your wrist and mistakenly thought you were injured as well. Siwon patted her chest and, with a meaningful glance, replied, My daughter only has a slight ache in her wrist. The bandage is for applying medicine to a bruise. I never imagined it would lead to such a misunderstanding with you, Aunt. Chapter 27. One fears that the brother may feel discontent towards his majesty. The concubine is simply concerned for you. Lu Xuanyin suppressed the impulse to turn and gaze at Qingjia. She constantly reminded herself of her status as a concubine. Despite her respect for the legitimate wife and the legitimate daughter, it was inappropriate for her to draw too near them in public. Otherwise, it would tarnish Qingjia's reputation. Lu Xuanyin's dry explanations not only failed to convince Yuan, but also aroused the old matriarch's suspicions. Both Lu and Qingjia were particularly concerned about the medicinal catalyst. Could the issue lie therein? Was it possible that Qingjia, not wishing to harm herself, had fabricated the situation, and had concubine Lu, who had always cherished Qingjia, chosen to conceal the truth? The old matriarch's expression grew solemn as she grasped Qingjia's arm, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the wound from which blood had been drawn. Perhaps the blade had cut too deeply, the flesh laid bare, leaving no room for deceit. Since blood had indeed been drawn, the only plausible explanation was that someone had tampered with the catalyst. Otherwise, how could the freshly brewed medicine have lost its efficacy? Yet, who among them possessed the audacity to steal the life-saving remedy of the duke's wife? The old matriarch found herself perplexed. Qingjia's thoughts were also a tumult. She felt an unusual panic. She had never imagined that one had not actually drawn blood. Furthermore, she was not even a biological daughter of the Zhao family. No matter how much blood was shed, it would be in vain. But if she stubbornly refrained from bleeding, could she bear to watch Zhao perish? Where was she to procure the catalyst? Suddenly, Qingjia conceived an idea, her fingers no longer trembling. Her complexion turned ashen, and her body weakened, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Duke Qin caught her in time, preventing her from falling to the ground. Unbeknownst to the others, as Qingjia fainted, her back was turned to them, with only Lu Xuanyin standing before her. She silently mouthed the word brother. Lu Xuanyin reacted swiftly, her face filled with concern. The eldest lady must be suffering from excessive blood loss. She cannot endure much longer. She hesitated, stammering about the catalyst. What should be done? They could not draw more blood from the eldest lady. What if it jeopardized her foundation? In the presence of the strikingly beautiful eldest daughter, Duke Qin, despite his stern demeanor, exhibited a flicker of paternal affection. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and decisively declared, Go fetch Mian. As the eldest son, it is his duty to attend to his mother during her illness. 6 years ago, Qingjia had already shouldered that responsibility for him, and now it was his turn to step forward. Lu Xuanyin's top body immediately relaxed somewhat. Observing this, the old matriarch, though puzzled, did not delve deeper, assuming that concubine Lu was merely worried for Qingjia's safety. After all, concubine Lu had long been by Fanyang's side, and Qingjia was almost like a child she had raised herself. The girl's gentle temperament was far more endearing than the eccentricity of Wanwan. It was only natural that their bond was profound. She instructed Butler Chun to personally make the journey to Wansong Academy without delay. The old matriarch was not one to act irrationally. Her granddaughter had already been injured and was unconscious. How could she insist on the child continuing to bleed? Moreover, Sugur was only 7 years old. After much deliberation, it seemed the most suitable choice was Mian, who was studying away from home. The system side, host. Qingjia undoubtedly possesses the protection of fortune. Her methods are indeed remarkable. To reclaim all the golden feathers from her would likely prove quite challenging. But what of it? One cannot simply concede defeat. C1 had never imagined that through a brief exertion, she could dismantle the foundation that Qingjia and her mother had painstakingly built over the years. Her intention was to proceed with steady determination, gradually achieving her goals. Fortunately, she had not left empty-handed. C1's almond eyes sparkled with mirth, yet the system remained perplexed. Everything has its limits. Excessive concern can prove detrimental. Lu Xuanyan's fixation on Qingjia had long surpassed the respect a concubine ought to show the legitimate wife, and their grandmother had begun to harbor suspicions. Once a doubt takes root, the thick fog that blinds one to the truth dissipates, revealing the clues that had previously been overlooked. Wansong Academy was a considerable distance from the capital. It was not until the deep hours of the following night that Mian finally returned to the main courtyard. Weary from his travels, upon witnessing his mother in a state of unconsciousness and his sister's pale complexion, his gaze fell upon C1, who sat beside them. Her cheeks flushed with color. A surge of anger ignited within Mian. He could not fathom how his mother could be so foolish as to keep C1, this cunning half-sister, under her roof. Was this not akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Clenching his fists tightly, Mian spoke in a cold voice. Leave. C1, on the brink of tears, asked, "Brother, what have I done wrong?" In the past, C1 had referred to Mian as elder brother. But today she deliberately mimicked Qingjia, calling him brother instead, seeking to provoke him. As expected, Mian's countenance darkened considerably. He refrained from responding, his gaze fixed intently on their grandmother. "Grandmother, I have heard that last night Qingjia also drew blood from mother, only to be deceived by a malicious party, rendering it unsuitable for use. May I inquire if that thief has been apprehended?" Mian's insinuation was clear. He believed C1 to be the culprit. To torment Qingjia by employing such despicable and self-defeating tactics, thereby harming their well-meaning mother, was something he would not tolerate. Such a sister, as venomous as a viper, he would not acknowledge. The old matriarch had dispatched her trusted maid to investigate, yet found nothing. According to Qingjia, after drawing blood, she had left the porcelain bowl containing it in her room while she went to the outer chamber to tend to her wound. During this time, she was oblivious to any comings and goings in her bedroom. The maidservants stationed in the courtyard were also hesitant, unable to provide certainty. After all, everyone had assumed that Zhao Shi would recover after taking her medicine, and none could have anticipated the ensuing turmoil. The old matriarch shook her head slowly. Seeing this, Mian did not immediately demand blood. Instead, he glared furiously at C1. "I ask you, where were you yesterday evening?" C1 stood up and approached Mian step by step. "Brother, are you beginning to suspect me? It is not that I possess a narrow mind that cannot tolerate a half-sister, but rather your history precedes you," Mian replied, his tone condescending. "Not long ago, at our family's gathering in the palace, you insisted on drawing attention to yourself, using a bamboo basket to attract the attention of a black bear, and ended up offending the crown prince. C1, the taste of failure is not pleasant, is it? Under Qingjia's influence, Mian's disdain for C1 deepened to the point where he no longer felt the need to feign civility. "Brother, if you merely slander me with baseless accusations, I would prefer to overlook it as a family matter, not wishing to pursue it further. However, since you insist on mentioning that palace banquet as your sister, I must advise you to tread carefully in your words and actions." C1's tone remained indifferent. "What do you think you are?" Mian scoffed at the "In the beast sanctuary, I safeguarded the 9th prince and the crown prince's cousin, and was duly rewarded by imperial decree. Yet, my brother questions my act of salvation, revealing, I suspect, his disdain for me. Those who are unaware may erroneously perceive your sentiments as discontent towards his majesty." C1 deliberately elongated her tone, her words striking enough to rend Mian's heart. "C1, cease this at once." The Duke of Qin was taken aback, wishing fervently to silence C1 and prevent her from speaking recklessly. Their noble house, shrouded in the protection of ancestral favor, had ascended to nobility, each step fraught with trepidation and hardship. Should these words fall into the ears of those with ill intent, all would be lost. How could the Duke of Qin not be enraged? Chapter 28. Severing the left and right arms of Qingjia, the Duke of Qin gasped for breath. His eyes suffused with a crimson hue. He could not fathom why the Zhao family, being of noble lineage, produced such a foolish offspring, especially when he himself was not of humble origins. Not only did his son provide others with ammunition for gossip, but he was also oblivious to his own shortcomings, choosing instead to compete with his unmarried sister. It was utterly disgraceful. The Duke was inclined to chastise Si Mian, yet the sight of the ailing Zhao restrained his ire. As the Duchess, her life was of paramount importance. Mian, this is not the time for disputes. Your mother's life hangs in the balance. Administering her medicine is our priority. Upon hearing this, Si Mian recalled that his mother had yet to take her medication. He swallowed hard, accepting the dagger handed to him by the nurse and warming it over the flame. With the blade, he made a shallow incision on his wrist, allowing the crimson droplets to trickle into the bowl below. Just as the vessel neared capacity, the physician urgently called for a halt, swiftly bandaging Si Mian's wound. He then carried the medicine to the small kitchen, assured that with the doctor's supervision, the concoction would be flawless. Brother, Si Qingjia gazed vacantly at the blood-stained bandage, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung upon a broken thread. It is my fault. I failed to oversee the medicine, causing you to suffer. It is not your fault. Si Mian tenderly ruffled Si Qingjia's hair, his gaze softening, a stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor. In this moment, he embodied the essence of a devoted brother. Unfortunately, this harmonious scene was disrupted by Si Wan, who coughed discreetly, drawing the attention of all present. Grandmother, father, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose, she stated. Speak freely. The Duke gestured dismissively. My daughter may have seen the thief who swapped the medicine. Si Mian fumed. I knew it was you who stole Qingjia's blood. Si Wan raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Si Qingjia. Mian. The elderly matriarch's wooden cane struck the ground, silencing him. Si Wan retrieved a scroll of rice paper from her sleeve, presenting it with both hands to the old lady. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyin felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. She yearned to uncover the contents of the scroll. Fortunately, the matriarch unfurled the paper swiftly. It depicted a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of gentle harmlessness, resembling a refined scholar. However, if Jean Kay were present, she would recognize him as the very driver who had inflicted wounds upon her. In her previous life, Si-Wan had crossed paths with this driver, named Ding Huan, who was the most trusted man of Si Qingjia. His status surpassed even that of the seventh prince. Their bond was forged through trust, stemming from Ding Huan's past as a street orphan whom Si Qingjia had saved, preserving his life. Such a debt of gratitude could not be repaid, and since then, Ding Huan had remained by Si Qingjia's side, becoming her sharpest weapon. Many unsavory tasks, best left unspoken, were executed by Ding Huan himself. Si-Wan understood Si Qingjia. Given her cautious nature, she would certainly not wish for others to uncover her true identity. The task of drawing blood could only be entrusted to Ding Huan. This conviction led Si-Wan to create the portrait in advance. Who is he? Where have you seen him? Duke Qin questioned sternly. His daughter did not know the man's name, yet she was able to depict his likeness due to his malicious intent. Masquerading as a coachman, infiltrating the inner quarters where the women resided to spy. Observing his furtive behavior, she took extra care to remember his features. Si Qingjia also recognized the portrait. She was intimately familiar with Ding Huan and felt a profound sense of reassurance about him. He was her hidden shadow, never to be revealed lightly. Little did Si Qingjia dream that one day, Ding Huan would be unmasked by Si Wan, laid bare before the eyes of the entire household, as though her very skin had been peeled away, exposing her darkest and most despicable traits. For the first time, Si Qingjia felt fear. This half-sister seemed to be specifically targeting her. How else could she so precisely identify her vulnerability? Her lips trembled as she lowered her gaze, afraid to allow her father or grandmother to witness her flustered state. Fortunately, Duke Qin and the matriarch's attention remained fixed on Si Wan, oblivious to her distress. This man appears unfamiliar. He likely does not belong to the household. Why would he seek to replace Qingjia's blood? Is it a long-standing grudge against your mother? seeking revenge? Duke Qin pondered with a heart full of doubt. Zhao's temperament was gentle and tranquil. She had no history of enmity with anyone. Even the Duchess had no grievances with others. Who would target her? Siwan longed to assert that perhaps the rogue had swapped the blood not to harm Zhao, but to protect Qingjia. Yet, she retained a measure of rationality, realizing that she was currently powerless to contend with her favored legitimate sister. Any attempt at confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Siwan slowly shook her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanyin and Qingjia exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. It was best that Siwan remained unaware. Otherwise, they would need to devise a method to eliminate this threat and prevent complications. However, considering that this individual could freely enter and exit the inner quarters, and given the change in the medicine's ingredients the previous day, if he harbored ill intentions, Siwan began. Duke Qin's expression hardened. Setting aside Siwan's potential disfigurement, merely looking at the renowned beauty Qingjia, it was inevitable that she would marry into a prestigious family, securing powerful allies for the household. However, if her reputation were tarnished, akin to a pearl dulled by dust, or a jade marred by a flaw, it would likely hinder her ascent. Moreover, besides the main branch, there were also 3 daughters from the second branch and other concubines in the household. Duke Qin had no desire to wear the green cap of a cuckold. Investigate. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must unearth this man. Duke Qin slammed the table fiercely. Siwan's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling utterly exhilarated. No matter how much protection Duke Qin enjoyed, he was still a first-rate duke, seasoned in the political arena with considerable skill. Once he resolved to act, capturing Ding Huan would merely be a matter of time. With Qingjia's left and right arms severed, how could Siwan not be pleased? Observing her dazed elder sister, she feigned concern, saying, "Perhaps the excessive bloodletting has compromised your constitution. Your complexion does not seem well. It would be best for you to return to your chamber and rest. I shall manage matters here in the main courtyard." However, Qingjia remained unmoved by Siwan's feigned sympathy. As my mother's biological daughter, it is my duty to honor her. To delegate this responsibility to another would be to betray the teachings of the sage. With this assertion, Qingjia reminded Siwan to always be cognizant of her own identity, to remember the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Siwan raised an eyebrow, not missing the fleeting look of disappointment in Lu Xuanyin's eyes. She secretly chuckled, eager to witness the day when Qingjia's true identity would be unveiled, and whether she would then lament, claiming to be the legitimate daughter-born of the principal wife, completely disassociating herself from the lowly concubine. Chapter 29. It is utterly impossible for her to acknowledge this niece. Simian was the first child of the Zhao family, and the bond between them could not be severed. Using his blood as a medicinal catalyst, the concoction indeed proved effective. Not long after Zhao regained consciousness, she slowly opened her eyes. Qingjia gasped in surprise, rushing to the bedside like a fledgling returning to its nest, wrapping her arms around Zhao's shoulders and weeping uncontrollably. The 7-year-old Sisu also sobbed, hiccuping in distress. Zhao, feeling heartbroken, embraced both children, her voice hoarse as she offered them comfort. Witnessing this scene, Siwan's expression remained eerily calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. The system, mistaking her tranquility for sorrow, offered silent consolation. Host. The Duchess believes Qingjia to be her own flesh and blood, hence her affectionate demeanor. Once the truth is revealed, everything will return to its rightful course. Is that so? Siwan smiled, not taking it to heart. In her past life, she had lived only until the age of 19. If she did not seize the opportunity of these 3 years, there would be no future for her. The pain of having her heart cut and blood drawn constantly reminded her that preserving her life and living well were of utmost importance, far surpassing the luxury of maternal love. Though the medicine had worked, Zhao required 2 months of recuperation to gradually regain her strength as autumn approached. During this time, Siwan busied herself with managing the silk shop. One day, just as she was preparing to leave with Jean K, butler Chen hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "Second miss, the Duke requests your presence in the study." Siwan was somewhat taken aback. Despite being recognized by Zhao and regarded as a half-legitimate daughter, the Duke of Qin had never been particularly close to her. In his eyes, the disfigured C1 was merely a pawn devoid of value. Why waste energy on her? Thus, the request for her to visit the study was indeed unusual. Butler Chun, eager to present good news, whispered, "The villain you previously sketched has been captured." C1 blinked, surprised that the Duke had provided her with such significant news. Following Butler Chun, she soon arrived at the study. Upon entering, she found Si Mian, Si Qingjia, and the old lady seated on the 8 immortal chairs, while a young man bound tightly with hemp rope knelt before them, none other than Ding Huan. Father, elder brother, elder sister, Si1 greeted in succession, her gaze fixed on Ding Huan, the once formidable captain of the guards now found in a most disgraceful predicament. In her previous life, Ding Huan had risen to prominence through the recommendation of Si Qingjia, gaining favor with the 7th prince and subsequently becoming the captain, his hands stained with the blood of countless victims. In this life, it seemed he would have no such opportunity. 1-1, please identify this person. Is he the one who disguised himself as a coachman and intruded into the inner residence? Duke Qin inquired. Si Qingjia's breath quivered slightly, and she whispered a warning. Sister, be careful not to misidentify him. It would be one thing to let a guilty person go free, but the greatest fear is to wrongfully accuse an innocent. Given Si Qingjia's compassionate nature, it was unsurprising that she would voice such sentiments in front of the Duke's household. Si1, uninterested in her caution, stepped forward, scrutinizing the young man closely. After a moment, she declared, Father, the one masquerading as the coachman is indeed him. Si Qingjia clenched her hands into fists hidden within her sleeves, too afraid to refute her or meet Ding Huan's gaze, fearing she might arouse the old lady's suspicion. Ding Huan's eyes dimmed instantly upon witnessing the scene. He comprehended that Si Qingjia had forsaken him, a wave of despair surging within him. Even as a criminal, the public office was not permitted to enact private punishment. Si1's face displayed distress, but after a moment, she appeared to have devised a plan and suggested, why not send him to see the officials? A shameless intruder like him, who has trespassed into private quarters, must surely have a criminal record. The authorities need only conduct a brief investigation to render a fair judgment. Si Qingjia hesitated, words caught in her throat. Si1 cast a sidelong glance at her and chuckled lightly. The old lady, wishing to avoid trouble, promptly decided to follow Wanwan's advice. Although the Duke of Qin was not the old lady's offspring, he held great respect for his legitimate mother and immediately acquiesced. Ding Huan was forcibly taken to the government office by the public servants. The reason for his begging was that he had previously broken someone else's leg, leading to the victim's death from severe injuries. Fearing for his own life, he had taken to the streets, never anticipating that Si Qingjia would come to his aid. Now, with the old case resurfacing, the authorities adjudicated and sentenced Ding Huan to 80 lashes and banishment, and he might very well perish en route. The system's voice announced, Si Qingjia's luck value is 79. Ever since C1 reclaimed a golden feather, their luck values seemed to have stagnated, remaining unchanged for quite some time. It appeared that Ding Huan was of considerable significance to Si Qingjia. Otherwise, such a substantial blow would not have occurred. Host, Ding Huan has clandestinely assisted Si Qingjia in many unsavory deeds, preserving her image of kindness and frailty. Now that Ding Huan is incapacitated, Si Qingjia has lost her support. Inflicting harm upon others will likely not be as effortless as before. The system sighed in relief. However, C1 held a different perspective. Si Qingjia possesses immense fortune. Ding Huan was merely a tool in her hands. With this tool dulled, another can easily be replaced. Caution must be exercised to navigate the turbulent waters ahead. 3 days later, concubine Zhao invited the Zhao family and her 2 daughters to the palace for a gathering. Zhao Shi was 8 years senior to concubine Zhao, having raised her almost like a daughter, resulting in a profound sisterly bond. Upon hearing that her sister had suffered from a depletion of blood and nearly faced death, concubine Zhao was overwhelmed with concern. She felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing, wishing to leave the palace immediately to visit the public office. Yet, the palace had its own rules that she could not contravene, so she was forced to suppress her worries and wait until Zhao Shi's health improved before summoning her to the palace. Sister, I am relieved to see you well. Concubine Zhao, adorned in resplendent red palace attire, bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Shi, exuding beauty and grace akin to a blooming peony. It was no wonder that for many years she had remained in the emperor's favor. Dismissing her attendants, concubine Zhao approached and grasped Zhao Shi's hand tightly, which felt considerably frilier. I have long since recovered. Do not weep, your highness, lest you ruin your makeup. Zhao Shi still regarded her as a young girl. Playfully tapping concubine Zhao's nose, her eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and waved toward Siwan. This is Wanwan, born of concubine Lu. Recently, I have acknowledged her in my name, and she shall henceforth be regarded as a sister to Qingjia. Concubine Zhao responded nonchalantly with a hum. She was already aware of Siwan's existence, but harbored no fondness for the illegitimate daughter of a concubine. Although concubine Lu appeared docile and compliant, one must never underestimate a seemingly harmless dog that can still bite. Honesty is a virtue. She would never be reduced to the role of a concubine, nor would she seize the opportunity of bearing a daughter to return to the noble house and secure the title of a secondary wife. Empress Zhao yearned to convey to her sister that one may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. However, Zhao simply refused to heed such counsel, firmly believing that Lu was a virtuous woman without ulterior motives. This was already perplexing enough, but now she astonishingly regarded the illegitimate daughter of Lu as her legitimate offspring. Truly bewildering. Nonetheless, Siwan had indeed rescued the 9th prince and the crown prince's cousin, earning the emperor's personal commendation for her bravery and valor. It was also heard that she had formed a friendship with Princess Qingjia. Thus, Empress Zhao felt it prudent to refrain from further criticism. However, the prospect of her accepting this niece was utterly out of the question. Chapter 30. The nature of the cuckoo woman is to occupy and plunder due to the affection that imperial concubine Zhao held for her. Treating her as if she were her own, Qingjia frequently visited the Zhongsue Palace during her childhood, navigating its halls with ease, unlike Siwan, who remained constrained. As she approached, her peripheral vision caught the disdain and contempt etched on Zhao's face, which filled her with satisfaction. As long as her aunt detested Siwan, it would be difficult for her to ascend the great vessel of the Grand Tutor's household and to earn the favor of the noble women. The prominent families were well aware that despite Siwan's status as a legitimate daughter, she was still of lowly blood, and her unattractive appearance rendered her unworthy of prominence. For someone like Siwan to rise again would indeed be a marvel. Qingjia's heart, which had been racing, gradually returned to tranquility. In a corner unnoticed by the Zhao family and imperial concubine Zhao, she cast a triumphant glance at Siwan. Siwan, however, seemed unfazed by Zhao's cold demeanor. Having once faced death, she found that the lofty disdain of Zhao, which could inflict no real harm upon her, paled in comparison to the agony of having her heart laid bare. Siwan bowed respectfully to imperial concubine Zhao. Observing the woman, nearly 30 yet still exuding an alluring beauty, it became clear why the emperor favored her so. Furthermore, Zhao had once thwarted an assassin's attack, showcasing both grace and beauty. Had it not been for subsequent events, the palace would never have allowed Su Huifei to wield such unchecked power. Rise, imperial concubine Zhao commanded, unwilling to diminish her sister's dignity. However, to prevent Siwan from coveting Qingjia's possessions, she felt compelled to issue a warning. Previously, I sent a 6-corner glass lamp to the Duke of Qin's residence and heard it cause quite a stir. Zhao fiddled with her vermilion nails. Zhao, taking the initiative, explained, "Your Highness, it was merely a misunderstanding. Wan accidentally got some pollen on the lamp, but it can be easily cleaned with a soft cloth and will not damage it in the slightest." Imperial concubine Zhao narrowed her eyes, continuing, "I have heard whispers of something resembling burnt soda. It is merely crushed ice, which resembles burnt soda in appearance," Zhao replied with a smile. Having spent many years in the palace, imperial concubine Zhao possessed a mind far more astute than that of an ordinary lady. With just a few words, she sensed the undercurrents of deceit. Yet, her sister's excessive kindness towards Siwan restrained her from acting upon her suspicions. Very well, She is but a concubine's daughter. If my sister is pleased, I shall indulge her. Whether in the Duke of Qin's residence or the Grand Tutor's household, there is no shortage of funds. Should she prove ungrateful, I possess myriad ways to ensure her compliance. Qingjia blinked and softly remarked, "Aunt, that lamp was crafted with great effort over the course of half a month. I wonder if Her Majesty is pleased with it?" "Indeed, extremely pleased. She praised your artistry, declaring it unparalleled within the palace." Imperial concubine Zhao replied, pride sparkling in her eyes. Qingjia blushed, a shy smile gracing her lips. Imperial concubine Zhao tenderly patted Qingjia's hand, regarding her with the affection of a mother. Yet, one could not help but ponder. If Imperial concubine Zhao were to bear her own child, would she still hold Qingjia in such high regard? Siwan lifted her gaze, her eyes falling upon Zhao's flat abdomen. Little did anyone suspect that within lay the burgeoning life of a child. Others believed that Zhao Dafei had irrevocably lost her ability to conceive due to the assassin's blade, a notion she herself harbored. Yet, fate often unfolds in mysterious ways. Zhao Dafei found herself with child, but alas, a cup of dear blood wine thwarted her hopes, and she could not preserve the life within her womb. It was not Zhao Dafei who consumed the wine, but the current emperor. The dear blood wine fortified one's physique and invigorated the spirit, heightening one's passions. Naturally, Zhao Dafei, deeply enamored with the emperor, shared moments of intimacy and passion, a common occurrence. However, she had suffered injuries in the past, and with the passage of time, her pregnancy was precarious. Soon, she was gripped by excruciating abdominal pains, drenched in sweat. Initially perplexed, she was struck dumb upon discovering her bedding and garments stained with vivid crimson blood. Such a volume of blood could not simply be attributed to her monthly cycle. She was indeed with child. Years of indulgence had caused Zhao Dafei to forget her true identity, and she could not foresee that her moment of negligence would lead to a grievous error. She was consumed by anguish and guilt, teetering on the brink of despair, even directing her ire towards the emperor, blaming him for carelessly extinguishing her lineage. At first, the emperor patiently sought to console her. But as Zhao Dafei repeatedly spoke out of turn and offended his dignity, he finally erupted in anger, rebuking her vehemently. From that moment on, she never set foot in the Zhongshui Palace again. The Grand Preceptor's residence remained unchanged, yet within the harem, Zhao Dafei had become a pariah. The dual blows of losing her child and her favor aged her by many years in merely 2 months, even leading her to contemplate death. Before her demise, the only concern that weighed heavily on her heart was Qingjia. She dispatched a letter, hoping the emperor would remember their past affection and bestow upon Qingjia the title of princess, then set Zhongshui Palace ablaze, leaving no trace behind. In his grief, the emperor, naturally, could not deny Zhao Dafei's wishes. Thus, Qingjia ascended to the position of princess, stepping upon the remains of her aunt. Once Qingjia became the wife of the 7th prince, Siwan heard a rumor. That fateful cup of dear blood wine was connected to Su Huifei, the mother of both the 7th and 9th princes. Siwan could scarcely believe that such cold-heartedness and cruelty could exist in the world. Although Zhao Dafei was not Qingjia's biological aunt, she had genuinely cherished and nurtured her for over a decade, providing guidance and care. Did Qingjia not feel a shred of shame in marrying the son of her family's enemy? This question remained unvoiced by Siwan. Yet, she had come to deduce the answer. To Qingjia, fame, fortune, and power far outweighed familial bonds. Moreover, as the daughter of Lu Sunyan, she bore no blood ties to the Zhao family. She had merely usurped Siwan's identity to enjoy the affections of her maternal lineage. Sensing Siwan's thoughts, the system remarked, "Host, Qingjia is a ravenous vixen. Her nature is one of occupation and plunder, deeply embedded in her soul, unerasable. Zhao Dafei and you are both victims, and she is but a source of nourishment for Qingjia." Siwan understood the system's meaning and smiled gently. "It matters not, as long as I reclaim my rightful golden feathers one by one. Qingjia will no longer be able to exploit the stolen luck to deceive the world." The system inquired further, "Does the host intend to inform Zhao Dafei?" Siwan nodded. "Why not? Once Zhao Dafei has her own child, she will not resort to self-harm, and Qingjia will not ascend to the position of princess. Su Huifei will also refrain from becoming the de facto power within the imperial palace. This indeed is a venture that yields numerous benefits. However, Zhao Dafei harbors no affection for the host, and it is likely she will not believe. The system expressed its concern, cautioning, whether she believes or not is Zhao Dafei's choice. All I can do is make an earnest attempt. Siwan replied in a calm tone. Chapter 31. The enigmatic C1. The three women were retained in the Zhongsue Palace by concubine Zhao for a meal. Before they could finish, a pale-faced eunuch approached with a beaming smile. C1 observed his attire, recognizing him as a high-ranking steward. Your Highness, a considerable number of cicadeer have been sent from the northern regions. The Imperial Medical Institute specially prepared wine from deer blood and antler velvet, which is said to have nourishing properties. His Majesty will visit us in Zhongsue Palace tonight to partake in this drink with you. A flicker of awareness danced in Si Wan's eyes. She understood that this was the very deer blood wine that had wrought tragedy upon concubine Zhao's life. Once the eunuch departed, Si Qingjia smiled sweetly and remarked, "The emperor is truly considerate towards Annie, always thinking of you." Zhao nodded in agreement. While deer blood wine may not be particularly precious, the gesture of sending fresh delicacies to share with the concubine indicated that the emperor held her in his thoughts. In the cold and unfeeling confines of the imperial harem, the consorts of the three palaces relied on two main factors to thrive: family background and imperial favor, with the latter being of utmost significance. Although the Grand Tutor held a venerable position in the court, he had no influence over the affairs of the harem, and even the opportunities to see his youngest daughter were few and far between. If concubine Zhao were to suffer grievances, there would be no one to confide in, which naturally filled Zhao with concern. Today, witnessing the emperor's evident regard for her sister, the heavy stone that had lodged in her heart finally eased. Siwan's long lashes fluttered as she turned to Zhao, saying, "Mother, I had a dream last night." "What kind of dream?" Zhao replied, puzzled, for Siwan was typically reserved and reticent. It was indeed unusual for her to speak of dreams within the palace. "I dreamt of a stag running wildly through the forest, which encountered a couple. The husband drank the blood and flesh of the stag, his cheeks flushed and spirit invigorated, while the wife was struck in the abdomen by the stag, cradling her belly and crying out in pain. Upon looking down, she discovered she was bleeding." Siwan expressed her bewilderment over the dream, admitting that she had recalled it upon hearing of the cicadeer wine. Her expression was one of innocence, whereas concubine Zhao's countenance darkened, as if it could drip with water. It was well known that a decade prior, she had shielded the emperor from a sword and was grievously wounded, resulting in her inability to bear children. Siwan's mention of miscarriage in front of her was a blatant affront. "Auntie, please do not be angry. Wanwan did not intend to offend you." Si Qingjia set down her chopsticks and poured tea for concubine Zhao, her concern palpable. Yet hidden from Zhao's gaze, she smirked, reveling in the misfortune. Si Qingjia had never anticipated that her half-sister would be so foolish as to strike at such a sensitive wound in front of their aunt. Perhaps she had grown complacent in her comfortable life, forgetting her own limitations. "Your Highness." Zhao furrowed her brow, gazing at her sister with a mix of guilt and pleading, her eyes glistening. Remembering that One had recently sought the assistance of Master Mingjing to save her brother, Zhao's inner fury stilled. Though she was lacking in propriety, she owed a significant debt of gratitude to her sister. Zhao Dafei closed her eyes, managing with great difficulty to suppress the fury within her chest. With a forced smile that did not reach her eyes, she said, "The second young lady appears to have had a restless night and has dozed off in the Zhongsue Palace. It will be best for her to return to the residence and rest." This was her subtle indication to dismiss them. Zhao hurriedly grasped Siwan's wrist and bid farewell to Zhao Dafei. Upon returning to the estate, Si Qingjia went to the front courtyard to pay her respects to Duke Qin, where she fortuitously encountered Lu Xuanyan. Lu Xuanyan was grinding ink while Duke Qin was poised to write, creating a harmonious scene. Upon seeing her daughter, Lu Xuanyan's eyes sparkled. "Father Luani." Si Qingjia curtsied in greeting. "Did your visit to see the Dafei today go smoothly?" In recent years, Duke Qin had increasingly valued Zhao Defei, hoping she might speak well of him in the emperor's presence and whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Qingjia shook her head, her voice trembling as she replied. Ani was angry. Duke Qin was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within him, and he hastily inquired, "What happened?" "It's nothing." Qingjia feigned difficulty, hesitating to speak. Observing her eldest daughter's demeanor, Duke Qin quickly discerned that it must be Si Wan's mischief in the Zhongsue palace that had provoked the noble lady's ire. Duke Qin trembled with rage, lamenting how he could have fathered such a willful daughter who not only lacked beauty, but also brought disgrace upon the family. Zhao was equally perplexed, insisting on raising her as a legitimate daughter. How could such a reckless being be the legitimate daughter of the main wife? What would outsiders think of Duke Qin's household? Qingjia, tell me exactly what happened. Do not conceal anything from your father. Duke Qin's expression turned grave. Qingjia seemed frightened and dared not lie. Initially, all was well as they dined in her aunt's palace, when an imperial eunuch suddenly arrived to announce that the emperor wished to share a drink of dear blood wine with her aunt that evening. Wan had had a nightmare the previous night, coincidentally related to a stag. Upon hearing this, she recounted her unsettling dream, in which a pregnant woman was gored by a stag, resulting in a miscarriage. As she spoke, Qingjia's voice quivered as she softly wept. You know that my aunt has been injured and can bear no children for the rest of her life. For Wan to say such things is akin to stabbing my aunt's heart with a soft knife. Unfilial girl. Duke Qin's face darkened, and he violently hurled the inkstone from the table, shattering it into pieces. My lord, you must be cautious not to harm your health with your anger, Lu Xuanyan exclaimed, gently placing her hand on Duke Qin's chest, feeling deeply remorseful. It is all my fault. I bore a daughter but failed to raise her properly, and now she has brought trouble to our household. I truly wish I could offer my life as an apology to the Defei. Duke Qin understood that this matter had nothing to do with Lu Xuanyan. It was entirely Si Wan's foolishness that had brought calamity upon him. How could someone as understanding and cultured as Xuanyan bear such a daughter? Unfilial, ungrateful, and utterly foolish. At this moment, he could only hope that the Defei would not hold Si Wan's misdeeds against her, considering the Zhao family and Qingjia. If she truly sought retribution, he would prefer to send Si Wan to a monastery, where she could consistently accompany the flickering lights of ancient Buddhism. In doing so, the Defei would find it difficult to pursue her grievances further, thus preserving the dignity of the household. The Duke of Qin had already devised a plan in his heart. He grasped Lu Xuanyan's hand and sighed. Xuanyan, Wan is indeed willful. She must be taught a lesson, so do not hold it against me. Lu Xuanyan shook her head tearfully, nestling in his embrace. It is only natural for a father to guide his daughter, my lord. You act with Wan's best interests in mind. As her mother, how could I possibly fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and harbor resentment? I shall inform my mother at once, to prevent her from blindly favoring Wan. The Duke of Qin was utterly perplexed. He found no redeeming qualities in Si Wan. Yet both the matriarch and the Zhao family seemed enchanted by her, lavishing affection on a concubine's daughter. There was even a subtle inclination to surpass Qingjia. The Duke of Qin shook his head inwardly. While he had not yet indulged in favoritism towards a concubine at the expense of his wife, they had already lost their way. Si Wan indeed possesses a certain bewitching quality. Chapter 32. The esteemed consort is the biological sister of my mother, sharing a similar constitution. The Duke of Qin departed first, leaving only Lu Xuanyan and Qingjia in the study. Lu Xuanyan picked up the shattered inkstone from the floor. Her face filled with regret, for it was a fine Duan inkstone, quite valuable, now ruined due to Wan's actions. Have the servants clean this up. Do not hurt your hands, Qingjia urged, stepping closer and catching a whiff of the faint plum fragrance emanating from Lu Xuanyan. It felt familiar. Aunt, you smell delightful, Qingjia remarked, wishing to inhale the scent more deeply, but Lu Xuanyan gently pushed her away. You have yet to be married. Such delicate fragrance may not be suitable for you, so refrain from inhaling it, Lu Xuanyan advised. Qingjia's mind wandered back to a time in her aunt's chamber, where she had encountered a similar scent. At that time, her aunt had mentioned its purpose. though she was unsure of its true significance. With ink stains on her fingertips, Lu Xuanyin wiped them with a silk handkerchief and said, "Let us proceed. We must see what is unfolding, lest it escalate beyond control." The two then made their way to the old lady's courtyard. Madame Zhao and the second madam sat on either side of the old lady, while the Duke of Qin stood below the hall, glaring fiercely at Siwan. His expression resembled that of a foe rather than a father. "Mother, you do not understand the extent of Wan's recklessness." The Duke of Qin inhaled deeply, striving to contain his fury. "The Taisha residence has always been on good terms with our family, and Consort is your own sister. Their familial bond has been tarnished by her actions. His Majesty even sent someone to concoct deer blood wine specifically to restore Consort's health. Yet Wan insists on mentioning how the stag caused a woman's miscarriage. For a young lady to utter such foolishness could utterly disgrace our family." The old lady furrowed her brow, turning to Siwan. "Why did you act thus?" Siwan stepped forward, her voice clear and her demeanor poised. "Grandmother, it is not mere folly on my part. There are reasons behind my actions." She paused before continuing. "However, the reasons cannot be disclosed to outsiders. They must be conveyed solely to you." The old lady, intrigued, wished to hear Siwan's defense. "Come with me." Siwan followed the old lady to a side chamber, dismissing the servants until only the two of them remained. "Now we can speak freely," the old lady stated. Siwan nodded. "Today, upon entering the Zhongsui Palace, I noticed that Consort had butterfly-shaped blemishes on her cheekbones, barely visible beneath layers of makeup. Such blemishes render one unable to partake in deer blood wine." The old lady deemed this reasoning utterly unfounded. "Consort, being your sister, shares a similar constitution. When mother was pregnant with Shuga, she too developed extensive butterfly-shaped blemishes on her cheekbones. You, fearing mother's distress, even ground flower seeds to create powder for her makeup. Once Shuga was born, all traces of her blemishes faded away." Siwan continued. The old lady seemed to grasp something, her eyes widening in disbelief as she abruptly rose from her chair. "It cannot be," she exclaimed incredulously. "The imperial physician once said that Consort's foundation was damaged, making it nearly impossible for her to conceive again. Yet, as the saying goes, heaven leaves a thread of hope amidst the 49 transformations. Who can guarantee that Consort could never bear a dragon heir?" The elderly matron gasped for breath, contemplating the implications of the consort's favor. If she were indeed with child, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The matron dared not dwell on such thoughts. In truth, her granddaughter lacked certainty regarding the matter. Her only intention had been to deter the consort from consuming wine. Unbeknownst to her, this well-meaning act had incited the ire of the noble lady. Siwan retained some reservations. She recalled that in her previous life, it was not the deer blood wine that caused the consort's miscarriage, but rather the emperor's passionate entanglement with her. However, to divulge such intimate matters about the sovereign would surely provoke the matron's wrath. Thus, Siwan refrained from voicing her thoughts. The matron gently stroked Siwan's head, recognizing the child's good intentions. After her commotion, the consort would likely refrain from drinking the deer blood wine again. "Why not share the truth with your father and mother?" the matron inquired. The granddaughter had no confidence at the time. If she were to hastily inform her mother, the consort's sister, it might exacerbate the situation. Since her rebirth, Siwan had skillfully navigated numerous calamities using her memories from her past life. Should anyone discern her so-called precognitive abilities, the consequences would be dire. Hence, she could not directly assert that the consort was with child, but could only infer such from subtle hints. As for why she chose not to confide in her father, Siwan offered a wry smile. He would not believe her. The matron pressed her fingers to her brow. Although the Duke of Qin was dutiful, he had been a son of a concubine who inherited the title, and their bond, though labeled as mother and son, was separated by a layer of distance. Thus, there were certain truths the matron felt uncomfortable articulating. Any revelation, whether light or heavy, could strain the mother-son relationship. Yet at times, the Duke displayed excessive favoritism and naivety. His affection for Lady Lu was one matter, but it was common for men to indulge in fleeting pleasures. The matron did not expect the Duke to be a paragon of virtue, But like Lady Lu, he was oblivious, blindly adoring Qingjia while neglecting Wanwan. Others observed and would merely remark on Lady Lu's apparent loyalty and respect for the main household. Yet this reverence was manifested through the subjugation of Wanwan. When a matron initially discovered this, she could scarcely believe her eyes, thinking perhaps she was being overly sensitive. Could there truly exist a mother who did not love her child? Over time, the disturbances within the household had remained unresolved. Lady Lu not only failed to protect Wanwan, but even went so far as to push her daughter forward, all for her own self-preservation. The matron ultimately confirmed that Lady Lu harbored no maternal affection for Wanwan. Perhaps it was due to the demands of nurturing Qingjia immediately after childbirth, a habit that had taken root over the years, causing her entire heart to be devoted to Qingjia. This had fostered such a distorted relationship. The matron recognized that the household had wronged Wanwan. Grandmother knows that your life has not been easy. You possess a kind heart, yet your temperament is stubborn. However, you are ultimately a daughter of the household, and it is unwise to distance yourself from your biological father, the matron advised. One must bow when a moment calls for it. Siwan lowered her gaze, understanding her grandmother's words. The events of the day certainly did not warrant revealing the truth to her father. After a moment's contemplation, the matron devised a plan for Siwan. How about this? You could say it was a dream imparted by the Bodhisattva, given the consort's deep faith in Buddhism. Mentioning this matter in Zhongshui Palace would be appropriate, and thereafter, await news from the palace. Upon hearing these words, the system could not refrain from exclaiming, "Host, your grandmother possesses a discerning mind." However, in her past life, Qingjia enjoyed an unparalleled fortune, even deceiving the wise Master Mingjing. How could others possibly see through her facade? Fortunately, she has now lost one of her golden feathers, leaving her with only 7, which has allowed your grandmother to perceive the incongruity. Si Wanru smiled gently, her eyes filled with irony. For Qingjia, the fact that concubine Zhao has borne no children for many years has been advantageous, a source of resources from which she has reaped countless benefits. Now, with the unexpected arrival of a fetus within concubine Zhao, a blood relative far more significant than her own niece, it is certain that all of concubine Zhao's energy will be devoted to the child. Given Qingjia's greedy and predatory nature, could she truly remain indifferent? Chapter 33. The reason I discovered her pregnancy following the old matriarch. Siwan returned to the main hall. The Duke of Qin, upon seeing her, was seized with rage, wishing to confine her to the woodshed for punishment. Observing the old matriarch's expression, which revealed no signs of anger, but rather calmness, Zhao realized that Wan's actions must have been justified. Indeed, the old matriarch intervened, stating, "The reason Wan spoke of the dream in which a stag injured a pregnant woman before the esteemed concubine is that the Bodhisattva conveyed it to her in a dream." The Duke of Qin was taken aback by the old matriarch's audacity to speak such falsehoods in defense of Siwan. She is merely a worthless, illegitimate daughter. Mother, there is no such Bodhisattva dream. It is evident that Siwan is lying. Do not let her deceive you. He retorted defiantly. Chongjun, Wan is still your child. The old matriarch replied, having rarely referred to him by name since he inherited the title. The Duke's anger faltered, realizing that the old matriarch was resolute in her decision to protect Siwan. As a dutiful son, he could not oppose his legitimate mother. Yet his dissatisfaction towards Siwan intensified. Seeing this, Lu Xuanyin wept openly, kneeling before Zhao. "Madam, all the blame lies with me. I have failed to raise my daughter properly and offended the esteemed concubine. I am willing to accept the punishment on Wan's behalf." The old matriarch's expression darkened. "Lu, I have just stated that this is a message from the Bodhisattva. Wan is innocent. Why must you take the blame upon yourself?" The Duke of Qin sighed heavily. "Mother, Xuanyin is merely flustered with concern. Do not allow your ire to rise over trivial matters." Zhao quickly interjected. "The concubine is not a petty person. She would never blame Wan, nor would she take her anger out on Xuanyin. You should never have acknowledged Wan as part of the family. It has only emboldened her arrogance." With that, the Duke of Qin swept out in a huff. Zhao chose not to speak further. She understood well. It was not that her husband was truly angered by Wan's behavior. but rather that he feared losing favor with concubine. She could see the blend of sincerity and pretense in his demeanor. A husband who did not genuinely consider her sister, juxtaposed with an illegitimate daughter who saved her son, where her loyalty should lie was evident. She had no regrets in recognizing Wan as her legitimate daughter. As Zhao contemplated this, she noticed Qingjia supporting Lu Xuanyan, helping her to rise and wiping her tears away with tender care, her expression a mix of concern and empathy. Zhao found herself momentarily entranced. Qingjia was renowned for her filial piety. Even at 10 years old, she had sacrificed her own blood to save her mother. Now, having fallen ill again, she was prepared to offer her flesh and blood once more. Unfortunately, the medicinal herbs had been tampered with, and her frail condition could not withstand further bloodletting, leading to the necessity of her brother's sacrifice instead. Her heroic deeds had spread throughout the neighborhood, with everyone proclaiming her fortunate. Yet, Qingjia's concern had never manifested in the minutiae of daily life. Her pure devotion and reverence echoed like powerful verses on a stage, reverberating in the ears of all. Yet Zhao felt a chill within her heart. Upon noticing Zhao's gaze, Qingjia released her hand, a look of confusion gracing her features as she pondered why Zhao had been observing her so intently. Zhao's focus lingered on Qingjia's brows and eyes. What once appeared to be identical features now seemed to diverge as the young woman matured. If Zhao were to disclose her perplexity to Siwan, the system could provide an explanation. Fortune not only enabled Qingjia to ascend gradually, but also served as an excellent veil, aiding her in dispelling all doubts. Regrettably, her fortune had recently declined, and while the immediate impact might be minimal, in the long run, it was unlikely to be as smooth sailing as before. Perhaps Zhao's gaze lingered a moment too long. Before Qingjia could react, Lu Xuanyan shivered and instinctively withdrew her hand from Qingjia's, covering her face as she sobbed before approaching Siwan. Wan, the lady possesses a vast heart. You must honor her well in the future, understand? Siwan responded with a knowing tone. Without Lu Xuanyan's reminder, she too would show reverence to Zhao, for Zhao was her biological mother, and the bond of blood could not be severed, no matter the circumstances. That evening, in the Zhongsui Palace, ever since hearing Siwan recount her dream, Zhao Dafei had felt uneasy, a heaviness settling in her chest that made it hard to breathe. As dusk fell, the emperor arrived with a flask of freshly brewed deer-blood wine. Upon seeing the vivid, crimson liquid, Zhao Dafei felt even worse. Her complexion paled, and under the flickering candlelight, she appeared increasingly frail. The emperor, filled with concern, had no mind for drinking. He immediately summoned the imperial physician. The physician examined Zhao Dafei's pulse for an extended period, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, yet he offered no diagnosis. The emperor grasped Zhao Dafei's fingertips, which felt icy to the touch. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What affliction does the Dafei suffer from?" The physician hesitated before replying, "It is not an illness, but rather a slippery pulse." The emperor and Zhao Dafei exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely believing what they had just heard. They understood the implications of a slippery pulse, a sign typically associated with pregnancy. However, years prior, Zhao Dafei had sustained injuries that compromised her constitution. Despite consuming restorative tonics in abundance, no remedy had proven effective. Over time, she had resigned herself to the reality of her childless state. Yet, this physician was suggesting that she exhibited signs of pregnancy. Zhao Dafei's lips trembled as she gazed tearfully at the emperor. Her thoughts were in turmoil, and the echo of Siwan's recounting of her dream resonated in her ears, a stag colliding with a pregnant woman's belly, followed by the appearance of red. Zhao Dafei dared not look at the deer-blood wine on the table any longer. She collapsed into the emperor's embrace, her hands instinctively covering her abdomen. Perhaps Siwan's dream was a divine warning. Summon all the attending physicians to the Zhongsui Palace. Quickly, the emperor commanded urgently. Echidistao the Faithipity, and the inability to bear a child with shared blood had always been a source of regret. If given the chance, he would ensure the safety of this child. The chief eunuch summoned over a dozen physicians, who each proceeded to examine Zhao Dafei's pulse. The results remained consistent. all indicated a slippery pulse. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Highness." The physicians knelt in unison, offering their congratulations. Zhao Dafei bit her tongue with fervor, tears brimming in her eyes, not from pain, but from sheer joy. She was indeed with child. The attendants serving the noble consort were richly rewarded, eliciting hearty laughter from the emperor. Once the imperial physician took his leave, the emperor's gaze fell upon the wine jar on the table, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from allowing Yun Nong to partake in alcohol today. Otherwise, though the words remained unspoken, both understood the implications. Zhao Dafei couldn't help but recall Si Wan, her heart swelling with gratitude. After a brief moment of contemplation, she said, "Your Majesty, the reason I was able to discern my pregnancy today is largely due to one individual." "Who?" the emperor inquired. "The second miss of the Qin Guogong mansion, Si Wan. Have you forgotten? Previously, you bestowed a decree upon her, granting her 100 taels of gold and a jug of East pearls." Zhao Dafei replied with a smile. Chapter 34. The second young lady of the public office. So spiritually insightful, huh? Although the emperor had not met Si Wan, he held a certain impression of the girl. A month prior, she had rescued Jingyu from peril at the hunting grounds, a matter not easily publicized, hence he had refrained from expressing his acknowledgement. Subsequently, she had also saved the 9th prince and the crown prince's cousin from the jaws of a bear, a commendable feat indeed. Consequently, the emperor decreed a reward for her. Now, the discovery of the Dafei's pregnancy was also linked to her, a most serendipitous coincidence. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the palace, Zhao Dafei certainly understood the adage that serving the emperor was akin to accompanying a tiger. Noticing the emperor's slightly furrowed brows, she surmised that he had begun to harbor suspicions about Si Wan. After all, Si Wan had assisted her. If the girl were to be embroiled in trouble, what would be the difference between gratitude and resentment? "Your Majesty, I believe Si Wan is indeed fortunate, a girl blessed with good fortune," Zhao Dafei remarked softly as she grasped the emperor's hand. "Why do you say such, Lady Zhao?" The girl mentioned during her meal that she dreamt of a stag last night, which collided with a pregnant woman, prompting my thoughts. Were it not for Si Wan, your special gift of stag blood wine would have gone unappreciated. How could I have refused to partake? Stag blood and antler velvet are both invigorating substances. How can an unstable fetus withstand such? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. Zhao Dafei's face reflected a trace of fear, her shoulders trembling slightly. The child within her was of paramount importance. Should this pregnancy fail, she feared she might never attain the title of a true mother. The emperor's expression softened, and he nodded. "Indeed, she possesses some measure of good fortune. I previously bestowed a reward upon her. Should another gift follow in quick succession, it may draw undue attention and may not bode well for her. Let us consider this, as Si's family is of humble status. It is likely the Qin Duke's residence has not prepared much in the way of a dowry for her. Thus, a modest gift from you, as a senior, will be quite practical. I shall convey my gratitude to your Majesty on behalf of Si Wan," Zhao Dafei replied, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Within the palace walls, secrets are ephemeral. The news of the pregnancy was swiftly relayed throughout the inner quarters after the physician's examination in Zhongshui Palace. Shu Yifei, engaged in trimming pine branches, beamed at the news conveyed by a palace maid. After all these years, Sister Dafei has finally endured the trials to reap the rewards. "I hear His Majesty did not consume the stag blood wine last night. Stag blood nourishes vitality and fortifies. If he had stayed in Zhongshui Palace, it would indeed have been inappropriate," Su Huifei mused, lowering her gaze. "If I recall correctly, she recently has been seen frequently in the company of the eldest daughter of the Qin Duke's residence. The young lady Si is the niece of Dafei, having resided in Zhongshui Palace during her childhood, where she became acquainted with the 7th prince. Make sure to summon Shi to the palace tomorrow. The ancestral teachings of the great Qi dictate that royal offspring must not be raised under the influence of women. Therefore, once a prince reaches the age of 14, even without a princely title, he must establish a household outside the palace." Su Huifei had not seen the 7th prince in over half a month and felt a deep sense of longing. The following day, The head eunuch of Zhongshui Palace delivered a significant amount of gold, silver, and jewels to the entrance of the Qin Duke's residence. Upon witnessing this scene, the gatekeeper dared not be negligent and hurried inside to report. At this moment, all members of the first and second household were dining with the matriarch when they heard the hurried footsteps, causing the Qin Duke's expression to darken. What is the commotion? The servant fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, someone from the palace has arrived." What? The Duke of Qin abruptly rose, pursing his lips as he glared at Siwan. Simeon's expression mirrored that of the Duke, both far from pleasant. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Some may be foolish yet content to remain within their bounds, causing no trouble, while others, not only foolish but also eager to stand out, bring calamity upon their families. Truly, they're here to collect debts." The previous imperial decree had not only stung Qingjia, but also Simeon. As the legitimate son of the Duke's household, he had lived for 18 years without receiving such honor. How could a daughter born of a concubine surpass him to gain the emperor's favor? Simeon was filled with indignation and envy, deepening his disdain for Siwan. Lu Xuanyin, in tears, appeared unsteady on her feet, fragile and pitiable, evoking sympathy. The old matriarch watched with disdain, her fingers momentarily pausing in their manipulation of the prayer beads, remaining silent. "Gulme, let us see just how much mischief you can wreak upon the Duke's household," the Duke of Qin declared, stroking his itching palms as he strode forward. He was resolute. Even if the old matriarch intervened today, he would show no mercy. He intended to teach Siwan a lesson, ensuring she would feel pain and thus behave in the future. Upon reaching the front courtyard, the group was taken aback by the sight of a large trunk at the feet of the chief eunuch, with the exception of the old matriarch and Siwan. The old matriarch mused inwardly. It must be that concubine Zhao has discovered her pregnancy. Otherwise, why would she send so many gifts? The chief eunuch beamed as he greeted the assembly, then approached Madame Zhao, exclaiming, "Madam, your second daughter is indeed fortunate. Yesterday, she spoke of a dream, and the concubine summoned a physician, who confirmed her pregnancy. The concubine, overjoyed, instructed her servants to send gifts for the second daughter, which can also serve as dowry. According to the customs of the Great Qi, it is generally unwise to announce a woman's pregnancy until 3 months have passed. Yet within the palace, what appears tranquil often conceals tumultuous undercurrents. The more concubine Zhao concealed her pregnancy, the more precarious it became. It would be wiser to lay everything bare, allowing for precautions should any unexpected actions arise. Madame Zhao, covering her face, choked back tears of joy. She understood that her sister, despite her seemingly illustrious position, had endured great hardships over the years, treading a treacherous path. After all, her sister's favor rested solely with the emperor, with no other support. Now, with a child on the way, she would at least have something to hold on to in her later years, sparing her from a life of desolation within the depths of the palace. In contrast, Qingjia's smile appeared particularly forced. She felt stiff, her nails digging painfully into her palms. She longed to know if her aunt, now with a child of her own, would still cherish her as before, or if she had entirely forgotten her niece, bestowing all favor solely upon Siwan. Where would that leave her, the legitimate daughter? Recalling Siwan's nonsensical ramblings and the dear blood wine from the previous day, a malicious thought flickered in Qingjia's mind. How she wished her aunt would drink the dear blood wine. This wine invigorates the blood and boasts remarkable efficacy. Should one indulge in a couple of cups, it would not be long before miscarriage ensues. At that moment, she would still remain the most cherished descendant of her aunt, truly one of a kind. Zhao contemplated the dear blood wine, her lips pale, as she abruptly turned to glance at Siwan, then at the box on the ground. "Wan, Siwan grasped Zhao's hand, offering solace. "Mother, it is the profound blessing of Empress Da, coupled with the favor of the heavens, that the Bodhisattva has bestowed a dream upon me." The chief eunuch raised his head, surprised by the second young lady of the Gong family's remarkable clarity and insight. She neither sought accolades nor left room for gossip, displaying a rare wisdom. Alas, the scar on her left cheek was indeed an eyesore, hindering her future prospects. Chapter 35. A fortunate star blessed by the Buddha? Is Annie expecting? What a momentous occasion. Simeon was overwhelmed with excitement, with a bloodline connected to a dragon's son or phoenix granddaughter who would dare to look down on him. His face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to share his joy with Qingjia, he turned and was met with Wan's expression. He froze in place, recalling his earlier words, feeling utterly humiliated, as if he had been dealt 100 resounding slaps across the face, his cheeks burning with shame. He had assumed Wan was merely spouting nonsense, angering Auntie, not realizing she had actually provided a timely reminder that safeguarded the life within Auntie's womb. If it was indeed a divine revelation, why had she not spoken sooner? Was she genuinely relishing in his misfortune? Simeon's eyes were bloodshot, his voice coarse and accusatory, his once refined and handsome visage twisted in anger, drawing the gaze of the chief eunuch. The Duke of Qin, fearing his eldest son would disgrace himself, coughed discreetly into his hand. It was then that Simeon recognized his error, tempering his fury and refraining from casting another glance at Wan. Zhao Shi was equally incensed by Simeon's outburst, but found herself unable to express it. She grasped Wan's hand, thanking the chief eunuch together. Then, in a soft voice, she conveyed Auntie's intentions, assuring that these items would be delivered to Wan's courtyard shortly. Meanwhile, Qingjia curved her lips into a semblance of a smile, seemingly genuinely pleased for her half-sister. Yet, only Lu Xuanyan discerned the turmoil and resentment brewing within her. Throughout her life, Qingjia had invested countless efforts to win over Zhao Fei, finally reaping some rewards. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick. The once barren hen had unexpectedly conceived, thereby bestowing recognition upon the illegitimate Wan. How could Qingjia reconcile this? Once the eunuch departed, Simeon could no longer maintain his fade of composure. He erupted in fury. Do you think that by being acknowledged under Mother-S name and currying favor with the esteemed of Fei, you can alter your origins? Let me tell you, an illegitimate daughter will always remain so. No amount of scheming or manipulation will change that. One day, we shall all return to our rightful places. Wan raised an eyebrow, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Brother, is it truly so? Simeon snorted disdainfully. Meanwhile, Qingjia's heart skipped a beat. She could not fathom why Wan would utter such words. Had she sensed something? It was impossible. They had both been mere infants in swaddling clothes back then, and she had relied solely on the instinct of the cuckoo to seize Wan's fortune. Under the influence of that fortune, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Shi, even possessing the telltale red birthmark that denoted her status. If even Zhao Shi had not suspected anything, how could Wan possibly uncover the truth? Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Observing Qingjia's anxious expression brought an unusual sense of delight to Wan. In her previous life, she had been treated like a sacrificial lamb, drained of her last vestiges of worth by Qingjia. Now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Her own hunt was about to commence. Our Wan is truly fortunate. Within a month, she has been rewarded by the palace on 2 occasions. Sister-in-law, you are indeed blessed, the second madam could not help but exclaim. Her words were sincere. Having spent so many years in the Duke's residence, Wan had never exhibited any remarkable traits. Yet Zhao Shi's discerning eye had prevailed, ensuring that Wan was remembered and acknowledged. Once a humble daughter, she now outshines even the legitimate daughters. One wonders if Lu Yinyang, having lost such an extraordinary daughter, ever laments her decision in solitude, beating her chest in regret. This child possesses a benevolent heart, which has granted her fortune. Zhao Shi also feels a profound joy, not merely because Wan saved Shuga and reminded Fei to safeguard her unborn child, but more so from an innate sense of closeness. Zhao Shi yearns to draw near to this child, unable to bear the thought of her suffering. Such sentiments are not instigated by others, but arise instinctively and uncontrollably. Perhaps, she and Wan share a fated bond, destined to be mother and daughter. As matters settled, Zhao Shi instructed her servants to deliver the boxes to Wan's courtyard. Within the boxes, aside from embroidered silks, adorned fabrics, and various treasures of gold and silver, lay numerous books. One of the servants, moving forward, stumbled over a pebble at his feet, causing a volume on agricultural economics to tumble to the ground. Qingjia, who was about to depart, heard the commotion and turned back, her gaze landing on the thin booklet. A sudden thought surged within her. She must obtain that book. Qingjia pivoted, picked up the fallen volume, brushed off the dust, and with a radiant smile, said, "This book appears quite intriguing. May I borrow it for a couple of days? I shall return it shortly." "Absolutely not." Siwon swiftly reclaimed the agricultural text, her refusal decisive and unyielding. Qingjia could barely maintain her smile, her knuckles turning pale with indignation. "Siwon, have you lost your senses? What use would a foolish woman like you have for an agricultural book? Can you truly comprehend it?" Mian, unable to tolerate Qingjia's distress, stepped forward to champion her cause. "Brother, you must understand one thing. Regardless of my ability to grasp the contents of the agricultural text, it is a gift from the Fae, intended as my dowry. Should my sister's fleeting curiosity warrant the theft of my dowry?" Siwon replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Qingjia's eyes reddened. She had not anticipated such a treacherous act from Siwon. She merely wished to borrow the book, not to destroy its contents. Why must she be unjustly maligned? What a worthless book. Do you truly think we covet it? If not for the presence of their elders, Mian would have gladly torn the book to shreds. Siwon should not be allowed to possess what Qingjia does not have. "Brother, it would be best if you did not covet it," Siwon chuckled. "Host, what does Qingjia want with this worthless book?" The system inquired, perplexed. "This is not a worthless book. The methods contained within could enable Qingjia to connect herself with another noble. It's no wonder she is so anxious," Siwon replied softly. "Which noble?" The system pressed. Siwon saw no reason to conceal the truth and answered directly, "The Empress Dowager." Possessing memories from her past life, she knew that soon it would be the Buddha's birthday. On that day, Qingjia would garner immense attention, emerging as a favored star blessed by the Buddha in the eyes of the imperial family. The reason for this perception was that Qingjia had caused the twin lotus to bloom before the Buddha. It is worth noting that the last time this twin lotus blossomed was on the day the founding emperor established the dynasty, a full century ago. The Empress Dowager had longed to witness the blooming of the twin lotus flowers. After much anticipation, a bud finally appeared, yet remained unyielding in its blossoming. On the day of the Buddha's birth, Qingjia slowly approached the twin lotus, and at that very moment, the flowers began to gracefully unfurl, blooming in unison. A sight of unparalleled beauty. The fragrance filled the room. The noble women from high-ranking families were captivated, utterly astonished that the eldest daughter of the Qin duke's household possessed such extraordinary fortune. Could it be that the twin lotus bloomed for her sake? At that moment, Siwon shared the same thoughts as the noble women, genuinely believing that this elder sister was favored by the heavens, leading to such a remarkable coincidence. Little did they know that the reason for the twin lotus's magnificent bloom was not due to the whims of fate, but rather a clever scheme devised by Qingjia. Inspired by the agricultural texts she had studied. Chapter 36, Qingjia felt that this was a rare opportunity. Siwon had to concede that. Even though she had reclaimed a golden feather, Qingjia's fortune remained remarkably extraordinary. Although she could not continue to uphold the title of a dutiful daughter under the guise of sacrificing her own interests, other pathways were still available to her. By acquiring this agricultural treatise, she had effectively gained the means to induce the blooming of a rare lotus flower. If, on the day of Buddha's birth, she could coax a century-old lotus into full bloom, Qingjia would once again be regarded as a beacon of fortune, much like in her past life. Winning the favor of the Empress Dowager would not prove to be a daunting task. Naturally, Siwon would not allow her to achieve her desires. "Since my brother has no use for this book, I shall take it away, lest it remain here and disturb his peace," Siwon stated casually. Yet her words struck like heavy hammers upon the drum, leaving Qingjia in a tumult of emotions. Clenching her fists, she could not help but glance at Lu Xuanyan, hoping her aunt would intervene on her behalf, using her maternal authority to compel Siwon to relinquish the agricultural treatise. She harbored a vague premonition that this book was of immense significance. Should she miss this opportunity, regret would haunt her for a lifetime. For years, having been estranged from her daughter, Lu Xuanyan harbored guilt, and the sight of Qingjia's disappointment was unbearable. "Wan Wan, The eldest young lady has entered the esteemed school of scholars and has always cherished literature. She has borrowed the agricultural treatise solely for study and would never damage it. Why must you be so petty, risking the bond of sisterhood? Lu Xuanyan's demeanor was gentle, her tone soft, embodying the very essence of a loving mother. Yet, for Siwan, if Qingjia was the architect of her tormented existence, then Lu Xuanyan was the accomplice. In her past life, Lu Xuanyan had deceived her under the guise of being her biological mother, but now that Siwan understood the truth, she would not fall into the same trap again. "Aunt, there is something I do not comprehend." Siwan raised her voice. Meeting the young girl's clear gaze, Lu Xuanyan felt an inexplicable tension. "What is it? In your eyes, is it only the eldest sister who is the legitimate daughter of the house, while I am merely a pawn you use to curry favor with her?" Siwan inquired. Noticing the attention of those around them, Lu Xuanyan forced a couple of awkward laughs and countered, "Child, what nonsense are you speaking? What have I ever tried to please the eldest young lady?" Regardless of the situation, Lu Xuanyan always attributed the blame to Siwan, while the eldest sister remained the untouchable, exalted legitimate daughter. Siwan recalled Lu Xuanyan's habitual tactics, fragile and pitiful. She would clear obstacles for Qingjia under the guise of innocence. In her youth, Siwan, headstrong and defiant, had often suffered losses due to her stubbornness, even when she had a valid point. Such tactics were not always apparent, but recent disturbances within the family, coupled with Lu Xuanyan's constant protection of Qingjia, had not gone unnoticed by discerning eyes. Recently, when my mother took me to the palace to meet the noble consort, upon our return, you did not inquire about the circumstances, nor did you listen to my explanation. You simply blamed your inadequate guidance. I wish to ask, Aunt, what exactly did I do wrong to disappoint you so profoundly? Siwan lowered her head, casually dabbing at her eyes with a silk handkerchief, concealing her tears. Lu Xuanyan wished to refute her, but found herself at a loss for words. A sense of panic engulfed her, and she dared not glance back at the old matriarch and the Zhao family, fearing it would raise their suspicions. The elder brother has just articulated his disdain for this agricultural treatise so clearly. Why then must the concubine seize my reward? Is it merely to please the eldest sister? One might mistakenly believe that the eldest sister is the concubine's daughter and that I am merely an adopted child. Lu Xuanyan trembled with fury, sharply interrupting Siwan's words. Silence. Lu Xuanyan, feeling as if she had plunged into a frozen abyss, glared fiercely at Siwan, her eyes brimming with disgust and animosity, akin to gazing upon an adversary. What mother in this world would regard her own child with such disdain? Zhao Shi found this perplexing. However, she did not take Siwan's words to heart. On the day of her daughter's birth, she had meticulously examined the infant, discovering a red birthmark upon the child's palm. The mark on Qingjia's hand was as vivid as cinnabar, more brilliant than blood itself. How could it be false? Siwan's remarks were merely a plea for self-justification, spoken out of anger. Nonetheless, Lu Yinyang was indeed overly cautious, although she was the principal wife. She understood that men were often capricious and would not deliberately torment a concubine. Lu Yinyang's respect for them was sufficient. There was no need for her to excessively flatter or even mistreat her own flesh and blood. Should word of this spread, others would perceive Zhao Fengyang as intolerant, oppressing her concubine and illegitimate daughter thus. Qingjia was the elder sister, and Siwan the younger. What logic dictated that a younger sister should defer to her elder? Zhao Shi gently patted Siwan's shoulder, placing the agricultural treatise into her hands. Take care of this. It was given to you by the noble consort. Thank you. Mother, Siwan replied with a slight bow. Though she did not raise her gaze, she could still feel Lu Xuanyan's intense stare upon her, burning as if it were fire. Xuanyan, Zhao Shi sighed. Although Wan is recorded under my name, she is still your daughter. She cannot be allowed to endure constant grievances or be subservient to Qingjia. Lu Xuanyan longed to retort that a lowly child like Siwan was unworthy of comparison to the esteemed eldest daughter. Yet, she retained a modicum of rationality, understanding that even if she lost the fade of a benevolent mother, she must at least adhere to familial propriety. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to justify her actions. Madam, I must have misunderstood. For all these years, I have wronged Wan. From now on, I shall care for her diligently and make amends for my transgressions. The matter had reached a point where Qingjia no longer dared to request the agricultural treatise. Yet, a discontent lingered. The thin booklet, seemingly inconspicuous, was nonetheless perceived by her as a rare opportunity not to be missed. She must devise a plan to acquire the agricultural treatise, whether through stealth or force. It must belong to her. The members of the household gradually dispersed. Before they had gone far, Qingjia glanced back, her face a mask of confusion. It is indeed strange. Typically, one would cherish their own children as precious jewels. Yet, Lu Yinyang shows exceptional favor only to the eldest sister. Such an affinity is truly rare. Let us not meddle in the affairs of the main house, replied the second lady, her expression dark as a pot's bottom. Your father has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Rather than concern ourselves with others, we ought to first clear the snow from our own doorstep. Reflecting on her unworthy husband, she could not comprehend the misfortune that had led her to marry such a gambling fiend, who had squandered even Qingjing's dowry, leaving no semblance of paternal responsibility. Qingjing pursed her lips, feeling somewhat defeated. If only she were more capable or her father more reliable, she would not find herself perpetually trailing her cousin. Unable to hold her head high. In a few days, we shall celebrate the Buddha's birthday. It is said that the Empress Dowager and a multitude of concubines will make their way to the Guoguang Temple. If only I could secure a commendable match for you on this auspicious day, I would be at ease, remarked the second madam. I am but a third daughter in this household, and my elder sister is yet to marry. It is not my turn, murmured Qingjing softly. Can you truly compare yourself to Qingjia? Even if the noble house does not take charge of her marriage, the seventh prince has already expressed his desire to wed her. She can certainly weather any storm, remaining steadfast as a fisherman in his boat. Just wait and see. On Buddha's birthday, with your elder sister's temperament, she will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, captivating everyone's attention, the second madam asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 37. Did Siwan burn the agricultural treatise? Upon returning to her chamber, Siwan's first action was to open the agricultural treatise, meticulously searching for the methods employed by her previous incarnation, Qingjia. If her memory serve her right, the cultivation of the dual lotus was linked to a rather inconspicuous weed. However, the recollections of her past life were too distant, and at that moment, Siwan could not recall the name of the weed. Unperturbed, she settled at her desk, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, turning the pages one by one as she absorbed the text. At last, her eyes brightened upon encountering a familiar entry, the South American mustard. The treatise stated, crush the South American mustard and soak it in strong liquor for several days to induce flowering in plants. Host, you have now acquired the secret to encouraging the dual lotus to bloom. What course of action do you intend to pursue? Will you, like Qingjia, secretly cultivate the dual lotus to create a favorable reputation for yourself on the day of Buddha's birth, thus garnering the Empress Dowager's favor? Or will you obliterate the agricultural treatise altogether? The system was curious about Siwan's choice. The treatise was a remnant of the previous dynasty, still relatively recent. Most of its agricultural techniques were well known to the officials of the current era, rendering it somewhat unnecessary to retain this volume. However, Siwan paused for effect. However what? The system could not restrain its inquiry. Gently tracing the yellowed pages, Siwan's gaze turned cold. Qingjia had never been one to easily relinquish her ambitions. Coupled with the favorable fortune that urged her to obtain the treatise, it was unlikely that she would abandon this pursuit. It was probable that she would resort to various underhanded methods to achieve her goals. In light of this, retaining the treatise could indeed lead to significant complications. Yet, upon further reflection, if she were to destroy the treatise outright, it would merely provide Qingjia with an opportunity to strike. Her elder sister was always lurking, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike at its prey. Thus, Siwan had to remain vigilant. The treatise's pages were bound together with paste, and if she were to use a dagger to separate them and extract the most crucial page, it would likely go unnoticed. She silently resolved to proceed. Not wishing to squander time, she swiftly took up the dagger, methodically slicing open the book to retrieve the pivotal page. Then, She turned to Jean K and instructed, "Bring me a copper basin filled with charcoal and procure some paste as well. Remember, the charcoal must be carried conspicuously, while the paste should remain concealed." Qingjia, ever loyal and discreet, complied and soon returned with the copper basin, a small pot of paste hidden within her sleeve. After C1 reassembled the torn agricultural treatise, she warmed it near the basin of fire, ensuring that no traces remained visible before placing it in a wooden box. Subsequently, she deliberately opened the doors and windows, allowing for ventilation and facilitating any surveillance from outside. Jean K, being a martial artist with keen senses, whispered, "My lady, there is a cleaning woman in the northwest corner who has been watching you intently. Pay her no mind. Let her be," C1 replied, grasping a pair of iron tongs to manipulate the glowing charcoal. She then tore the thin pages of the treatise with a resounding rip, feeding them into the copper basin. The flames danced and, in the blink of an eye, reduced the paper to ashes. The cleaning woman in the corner stood frozen, gripping her broom, paralyzed for a moment. Upon regaining her senses, she hurriedly departed from the small courtyard, undoubtedly to relay the news. C1 was convinced that Lu Xiunyan and Qingjia would not dare approach. Moreover, even if they did, it would be futile. What she had incinerated first were the documents detailing the method of inducing flowering in Arabidopsis. What followed were merely ordinary poetry drafts. Yet, in the eyes of the cleaning woman, it was undoubtedly the agricultural treatise that had been consumed by the flames. C1 was thoroughly fed up with sewing a wedding dress for Qingjia. Neither her flesh nor her fortune should be exploited for Qingjia's benefit. Meanwhile, Qingjia was seething with anger within the house. Upon hearing the cleaning woman's report, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting. Eldest, she was fully aware that the agricultural treatise was essential to her. Qingjia bit her tongue hard, the pain clearing her muddled mind somewhat. She realized that rushing to stop C1 would not only fail to reclaim the agricultural treatise, but would also make her appear petty and narrow-minded. Instead, it was better to exploit C1's foolishness to her advantage. To think that her aunt would dare to incinerate the rewards given to her. Had she forgotten that Zhao Defei represented the imperial family, whose dignity could not be trampled upon by anyone? C1's provocative actions were akin to crafting a death warrant. How could she, as the elder sister, turn a blind eye? With a glint in her eye, Qingjia devised a plan. 2 days later, Duke Qin visited on Yuan Pavilion to evaluate Sisu's studies. However, as soon as he stepped into the small courtyard, he was taken aback by the sight of Sisu tearing the Book of Rites into shreds, littering the ground with remnants. Witnessing this scene, Duke Qin felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his expression darkened instantly. The old duke had earned his title through military merit, hailing from a lineage of farmers. When Si Chongjun was young, he endured countless taunts for his humble origins as an illegitimate son. Upon inheriting the title, he flaunted his scholarly identity, incessantly reciting rules and propriety, aspiring to transform the duke's residence into a cultured household. Even his eldest son was sent to the renowned Wansong Academy. Yet his youngest proved to be so unruly, wasting scholarly materials. What a disgrace. Sua, why have you done this? Duke Qin asked, struggling to suppress his anger. Siksu, caught up in his merriment, trembled at the sound of his father's voice. Hesitantly, he replied, "The teacher assigned too much homework. I couldn't finish it." Couldn't he finish it? So you destroyed the textbook? Duke Qin raised his hand to strike, but, seeing Sisu's frail frame, ultimately refrained. This child had been born through a difficult labor, was weak from a young age, and had recently suffered from a high fever for several days and nights. Had C1 not rushed to Shuiwa Monastery to summon Master Mingjing, he might have lost his life. Clenching his teeth, Duke Qin scolded. A scholar's attendant should accompany you in your studies, not indulge your mischief. Today, I will not punish you, but they shall not escape retribution. Towering guards seized 2 young attendants in the courtyard. The attendants were merely children just over 10 years old, of small stature. Each strike sent them howling in agony. Sisu was terrified and desperately pleaded for mercy, yet the Duke of Qin remained unmoved. Before long, the elderly matriarch arrived at On Yuan Pavilion, accompanied by Zhao Shi, Lu Xiunyan, and the siblings Si Mian and Si Qingjia. Sisu threw herself into Zhao Shi's embrace, crying out, "Mother, I do not understand why my second sister can burn books, while I am so severely reprimanded for merely tearing one. What books did your second sister burn?" The tone of the Duke of Qin shifted dramatically. Not only did an ominous premonition rise within him, but the elderly matriarch and Zhao Shi also exchanged puzzled glances. Siwan had never been fond of reading. The only items related to literature in her courtyard were a box of books gifted by the esteemed concubine. No matter how willful Siwan was, she would never stoop so low as to destroy the reward bestowed upon her by the beloved concubine. Would she? Chapter 38. Forgetting who your true parent is. Brother Su. From whom did you hear about second sister burning the books? Lu Xuanyin bent down, her voice soft and coaxing, subtly guiding Sisu to reveal the truth she desired. Sisu, terrified by this display, hid in Zhao's embrace, too frightened to speak. Zhao gently ruffled his hair, soothing him, "Do not be afraid. Tell everyone how you came to know." Sisu sobbed, hiccuping as he choked out, "I was playing in the garden yesterday and overheard the maids whispering that second sister specifically requested a charcoal brazier and burned the books in her room, clearly not wanting anyone to know." Lu Xuanyin trembled slightly, her expression filled with guilt. "My lord, Wanwan may have her reasons." Having suffered numerous setbacks, Lu Xuanyin understood that as Si Wan's biological mother, regardless of her disdain for this daughter, she must maintain a facade of maternal affection. She had to protect Si Wan. Otherwise, others would think her an unfit mother, bringing unnecessary trouble to Qingjia. Lu Xuanyin's pretense of defending Si Wan only served to fuel the ire of Duke Qin, who thought it akin to pouring oil on a fire. What possible reasons could she have? Duke Qin ground his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Si Qingjia, her lips pale and trembling, looked up at her father with tear-filled eyes, hesitating to speak. Si Mian, deeply affectionate towards her, could not bear to see her distressed. He remarked sarcastically, "I thought Si Wan had grown clever, but it turns out she is still this foolish, engaging in actions that harm others without benefiting herself. The treasures bestowed by our aunt are so precious, yet she burned them to prevent Qingjia from perusing them. How selfish." The old lady, unconvinced that Si Wan could act in such a way, furrowed her brow and said, "Rather than making wild assumptions, it would be better to summon Wanwan." "Grandmother, Si Wan is notorious for her lies. If you send a servant to find her, it will only give her room to concoct excuses. The only way to uncover the truth is to catch her off guard." Si Mian called her name directly, his eyes devoid of any affection for his sister, filled instead with disdain. Duke Qin nodded in agreement, saying, "Mother, I kindly ask that you go personally. Little Su is still young and has already been influenced by Si Wan, learning bad habits. If we let this continue, it may lead to a great disaster, and it will be too late to rectify." The old lady sighed, not refusing. She too wished to understand the matter at hand. The group arrived at Xiangzhu courtyard, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, Si Mian could hardly contain his eagerness to confront his sister. "Where is Si Wan? Bring forth the agricultural treatise bestowed by the Empress Dowager, is needed by father." With Duke Qin backing him, Si Mian felt emboldened, standing tall with his arms crossed, resembling a creditor demanding payment. Si Wan emerged from her chamber and immediately spotted Si Mian at the forefront. Unable to suppress her frown, she first greeted the elders before shifting her gaze to Duke Qin. "Father, what use do you have for that agricultural treatise? Is it that official business pertains to agriculture and requires thorough study? Just hand it over without all this nonsense." Duke Qin impatiently waved his hand, convinced that Si Wan would not produce the treatise. Beside him, Si Qingjia shared the same sentiment, glaring at Si Wan with eyes that seemed ready to ignite. What a splendid opportunity, only to be utterly ruined by Si Wan. This sister truly seems intent on sabotaging her. Si Wan nodded and said, "Do not be anxious. I shall retrieve the agricultural treatise at once." The Duke of Qin was already aware of Si Wan's obstinance, yet he never anticipated her defiance would reach such heights, as if she would not weep until faced with a coffin. The agricultural treatise had clearly been burned by her, even if one were to search. What could possibly be found? Si Wan turned and walked towards her chamber, while Lu Xuanyin hesitated, fearing she might be deceitful, yet ultimately followed her. Aunt, are you not at ease with me? Siwon inquired gently, tilting her head towards Lu Xuanyan. It is not a matter of being at ease, but rather of concern. Lu Xuanyan tucked the loose strands of hair from Siwon's cheek behind her ear. Her voice hushed as she continued. Previously, I was bewitched by the thought of fostering a closer bond between you and the eldest lady, hoping for a prosperous future. Little did I know it would wound your heart. She wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief, as if genuinely regretting her actions. However, Siwon recalled vividly the time when Mama Hu and her son restrained her, brutally breaking her fingers, while Lu Xuanyan stood by. Would she truly be concerned for herself? How utterly absurd. Siwon approached the chest and retrieved the meticulously processed agricultural treatise, then turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Lu Xuanyan's expression shifted dramatically. Was the treatise not destroyed? Could it be that Siwon possessed a forgery? Doubt flickered in Lu Xuanyan's mind, yet she refrained from revealing it. The mother and daughter returned to the courtyard, where Siwon personally presented it to the Duke of Qin. Father, here is the agricultural treatise you requested. Mian could hardly believe his eyes and exclaimed, She is lying. This must certainly be a forgery. Brother, what are you saying? I did not understand. Siwon timidly replied, leaning against the old lady. At this point, you still refuse to speak the truth. The treatise has long since been burned. Continuing to conceal it is futile. It would be better to admit your mistake early and avoid severe punishment from father. Mian deliberately emphasized the word severe punishment. Siwon softly explained, Brother, you must be mistaken. What I burned yesterday were some discarded poetry drafts. Quite clumsy and laughable, so I disposed of them. Even if I had 100 more lives, I would not dare to incinerate the gifts from the noble concubine. What evidence do you have to prove that the agricultural treatise is not a forgery? Mian pressed relentlessly. Siwon gazed steadily at him, blinked, and suddenly smiled. Of course, I have evidence. Upon hearing this, Qingjia's hand trembled, causing her silk handkerchief to flutter and fall to the ground. Siwon bent down to pick it up and return it to her. Their fingertips brushed, and Qingjia seemed to be scalded, quickly retracting her hand. Siwon's smile deepened. She waved the agricultural treatise in her hand and continued. The treatise bears annotations from the noble concubine. Mother is her biological sister, so discerning the authenticity of the handwriting should not be difficult. Madame Zhao took the agricultural treatise, flipped through it casually, and indeed found several annotations made by the noble concubine. The writing of Yin Yang was personally taught by Madame Zhao, so it could not be mistaken. This is indeed yesterday's agricultural treatise, Madame Zhao concluded. Mian was still somewhat reluctant, wanting to say something, but was forcefully kicked away by the enraged Duke of Qin. You ungrateful wretch! Aside from scheming against your own sister, what else can you do? Go back to your Wansong Academy. Mian was taken aback, and once he regained his senses, he was overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain that caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Zhao felt an immense ache in her heart and wished to support Mian, but was rebuffed by her eldest son. His eyes were bloodshot as he demanded, Mother, why do you distort the truth and protect Siwon? Have you not seen how wretched I have become? With great effort, Mian managed to rise from the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed persistently. I speak nothing but the truth. Your aunt's handwriting is indeed present in the agricultural records. Zhao murmured softly in explanation. The truth? It appears you have been bewitched by Siwon, forgetting who your true flesh and blood are. How utterly foolish. Chapter 39. Lu Xuanyan hopes for Siwon's composure. Mian harbored profound disappointment toward Zhao Shi. He perceived his mother as foolish, her inherent kindness rendered useless by her gullibility, which allowed Siwon to exploit her without restraint. Had she possessed a modicum of wisdom and refrained from siding with Siwon, he would not have suffered public humiliation at the hands of his father, losing face in the process. His expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white as he cast a glance at Zhao Shi's swollen, tear-streaked eyes, growing increasingly impatient. Beside him, Qingjia fared little better. Were it not for her determination to maintain her composure, she would likely have faltered upon hearing Zhao Shi's verdict. She realized she had fallen victim to Siwon's machinations. Siwon deliberately burned the poem manuscript, ensuring that the cleaning maid would witness it, all to ensnare her in a trap. It was entirely her fault for being too lenient, allowing C1 ample time to orchestrate her schemes. Even if she were to reclaim the agricultural treatise now, the chances of finding an opportunity within it were nearly non-existent. Her eyelashes trembled, casting a shadow over her face. Since the agricultural treatise remained intact and undamaged, perhaps it would be prudent to consider what gift to present to her aunt. Qingjia steadied her thoughts, wishing to disengage from further entanglements with C1. At this juncture, she had already fallen from grace. Probing deeper would only serve to embarrass Duke Qin and incite his ire towards her. However, C1 was unwilling to relent. She nodded with a smile, affirming her elder sister's sentiment, stating that rather than expending energy on such unfounded matters, it would be more beneficial to engage in meaningful pursuits. But what else? The old matriarch inquired. The maids and servants in Xiangzhu courtyard were indeed problematic. They not only kept a constant watch over their granddaughter, but also spoke carelessly, disrupting Gu's peace. Over the past few years, Su had suffered from continual ailments, with Zhao Shi tirelessly attending to him, her eyes perpetually brimming with tears. Coupled with her frail health and the resurgence of old afflictions, she lacked the strength to manage household affairs. It was Lu Xuanyin who provided assistance from the sidelines. In name, Lu Xuanyin was merely a concubine, yet due to her management of the household, she held considerable influence within the estate. Her Ningzue pavilion had enjoyed a prolonged period of comfort. The old matriarch regarded Lu Xuanyin with a serious expression. Lu, Wanwan is your own flesh and blood. Are you truly so indifferent towards her? Lu Xuanyin, trembling with trepidation, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Esteemed matriarch, it is entirely my fault for misjudging people, and I was momentarily negligent, falling prey to this scheming servant. I could never bear to see Wanwan suffer. I shall promptly discipline the servants. Regardless of whether the old matriarch believed in the notion of a momentary lapse, Lu Xuanyin had no choice but to steel herself and provide an explanation. Having wielded authority over the household for many years, she had reaped numerous benefits. If she were to relinquish control back to Zhao Shi, it would surely lead to blunders. Madam, mere reprimands may not suffice, C1 remarked languidly. Lu Xuanyin was taken aback and inquired, What do you suggest, Wanwan? Replace them. Let the daughter personally select a few obedient and diligent ones, C1 replied. Yet Lu Xuanyin was reluctant. The first and second rank maidservants besides C1 had all been her painstaking efforts, either through persuasion or strategic placement. If they were all replaced, her efforts would be rendered futile. C1 did not counter, merely gazing calmly at the old matriarch, deliberately tilting her head to fully expose her left cheek. The young woman was slender, with a delicate nose and almond-shaped eyes, her skin fairer than snow. Alas, her beauty was marred by a scar on her left cheek, a testament to the protection offered by Aunt Lu to Qingjia. Even the precious purple bamboo ointment, procured at great expense by the Zhao family, was squandered by Lu Xuanyin's sister-in-law. This neglect of Wanwan was not merely accidental, but rather a habitual occurrence. The old matriarch felt a pang of sympathy. She could not bring herself to believe that Lu Xuanyin acted with malice. Nevertheless, even if unintentional, she ought to make amends to Wanwan rather than merely chastising the servants without consequence. Some individuals possess an inherently lowly disposition. The kinder you are to them, the more they take advantage. The old matriarch resolved to shield C1 from further indignities, declaring, Let Wanwan choose for herself. No matter whom she selects, grandmother shall acquiesce. This declaration was akin to a sharp blow to Lu Xuanyin's pride. Yet, Lu Xuanyin, lacking justification, dared not protest and sought assistance from Duke Qin. However, Duke Qin avoided her gaze, unwilling to provoke the old matriarch, for the stigma of filial disobedience would not be easily shed, and mere compensation of servants would not suffice. Sivan silently scolded. In her previous life, after being released from the ancestral hall, Lu Xuanyin hastily arranged a marriage for her, accusing her of attempting to seduce the seventh prince, claiming her reputation was already tarnished, and with her unattractive visage, no man would wish to marry her. She continuously belittled and suppressed C1, ultimately arranging a betrothal to her own nephew. Although Lu's father held a minor official position, Lu Xuanyan herself was a concubine's daughter, and her full-blooded brother was also an illegitimate son. While her nephew had achieved the status of scholar, his intellect was hardly remarkable, and further advancement would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Lu Xuanyan's choice of such a mediocre match was solely to completely ruin Siwan, usurping her last shred of fortune to nurture Qingjia. Siwan had previously rejected this union, unwilling to marry. Yet, the maidservants of Xiangzhu Garden unearthed a stack of poetry, claiming it to be love letters from her nephew, asserting that the two had already exchanged affections. To the public, Siwan, who had failed to seduce the seventh prince, had long since become a woman of ill repute, her words dismissed as mere frivolity. Thus, Siwan was compelled to accept the betrothal to Lu Xuanyan's nephew, who, true to Lu Xuanyan's expectations, fell instantly in love with the noble and beautiful Qingjia, obeying her every command without question, even willing to inflict harm upon Siwan. The nightmares of her past life were too horrific to recall, yet at this moment, she had finally acquired an opportunity to extricate Lu Xuanyan's insidious influence from Xiangzhu Garden. "Thank you, grandmother," Siwan beamed, her smile radiant, infused with the youthful vitality characteristic of an 18-year-old maiden. The old matriarch regarded her with satisfaction after several glances. As the crowd departed from Xiangzhu Garden, Lu Xuanyan deliberately lagged behind. Facing the courtyard entrance, she cast her gaze upon the limping Mian, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. "Wan. Sometimes the fragile easily break. It is not enough to be right. You must possess the strength to be resolute. The eldest master is your legitimate brother, the future Duke of Qin. If you bring him shame, you shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold in the future." Lu Xuanyan's words were laden with meaning, hoping that Siwan would behave obediently, like a tame dog, listening to her master, rather than being as unyielding as stone. "Dear aunt, I believe you have misconstrued a matter." Siwan smiled softly, while Lu Xuanyan turned back. "It was not I who brought disgrace upon my brother, but rather he himself. Had he not rashly accused me before our elders, my father would not have been so enraged. Ultimately, the predicament he finds himself in is entirely of his own making. In my opinion, as long as one acts with integrity and dignity, a bit of firmness is of no consequence. It is only when one strays from the righteous path that one must pay a steep price." Siwan spoke with deeper implications. The sky had turned a bit chilly, and the wind was fierce, tousling the strands of hair that gracefully veiled the scar on Siwan's left cheek, while her exposed right side was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 40. The leader in dark garments and crimson attire, adorned with 9 patterns if one were to liken Qingjia to the gentle moonlight, soothing and elegant. Then Siwan would be akin to the blazing sun in the sky, resplendent and captivating. She epitomized the finest traits of both the Duke of Qin and the Zhao clan, exuding an undeniable allure. Lu Xuanyan secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, when Siwan was 5 years old, she encountered bandits and, in the chaos, injured her face. Otherwise, with such a striking visage, she would undoubtedly have caused Qingjia no small amount of trouble. Heaven still favored Qingjia. "You are a person of conviction. You never heed your aunt's words. I only hope you do not come to regret it in the future." Lu Xuanyan feigned concern, adopting a maternal demeanor. Siwan remained silent, her gaze lowered, clearly dismissing Lu Xuanyan's admonitions as mere background noise. Witnessing this, Lu Xuanyan's anger intensified. When did Siwan become so audacious, showing such disrespect toward her own birth mother? Did she truly believe that by associating with the Duke's wife, she could secure a prosperous future? Such delusions. Qingjia was the true daughter of the Zhao family, while Siwan was merely a lowly illegitimate child. Even if the Zhao clan extended a modicum of kindness, it would be akin to dealing with a beggar, merely a fleeting gesture, not worthy of consideration. Siwan plotted extensivity, only to find herself ultimately with nothing to show for her efforts. Lu Xuanyan departed in a huff, while Siwan returned to her chambers. "Qingjia, fortune value 76, the system's voice echoed. It continued, "Host, do you still intend to use the Arabidopsis to cultivate the twin lotus?" Siwon did not conceal her intentions and nodded. Since she had acquired the formula for cultivation, it was imperative to make full use of it. To squander such a resource would indeed be a pity. In her previous life, Qingjia had been revered as a star of fortune due to the blooming of the twin lotus, leading the system to believe that Siwon sought to attain the same title. Qingjia had missed her opportunity, causing her fortune value to plummet by 3 points. Even if the host were to replace her as the star of fortune, the trial would have been surmounted, and the fortune value would not see significant change. The system could not suppress its urge to remind her. "Do not rush. I have my plans," Siwon replied softly, sipping her tea, her mind conjuring the image of a tall figure. That person was also present. In the following days, Siwon systematically replaced the servants in Xiangju courtyard. The once unremarkable Qingjia was transformed into a first-rate maid and became her most trusted confidant. Siwon pulled back Qingjia's sleeve, revealing a ghastly scar on her wrist, her eyes clouded with sorrow. This was a wound inflicted by Ding Huan, who had forcefully drawn blood. It was she who was the intended target, and Qingjia had borne the brunt of it for her. A heavy discomfort settled in Siwon's chest as she dipped her fingertip in a bit of the purple bamboo ointment and applied it to the scar. Qingjia attempted to withdraw her hand, speaking softly, "My lady, this ointment is precious. Even the most valuable items must serve their purpose to be of any use. However, your facial injury," Siwon sighed and clarified, "Firstly, this is an old wound. It pales in comparison to your fresh injury, and the purple bamboo ointment may not be effective. Secondly, the Duke's household is not currently peaceful. It is not the time to be preoccupied with appearances." Qingjia wished to persuade her further, but Siwon warmed the ointment with her body heat, massaging it into her scar until fully absorbed. Siwon felt a tinge of regret. Had she been more contemplative, perhaps Qingjia would not have been harmed. However, this was not the time for idle musings. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Previously, Siwon had prepared a substantial quantity of Arabidopsis, crushed it to extract its juice, and steeped it in strong liquor for several days. Now, she had refined it into a small vial of medicinal liquid, contained within an unassuming white bottle. 2 days swiftly passed, marking the grandest celebration in Qi, the Buddha's birthday. Before dawn, all the noble families congregated at the Gua temple, including royal relatives, officials from the court, and concubines from the harem. The area outside the temple was bustling with activity, rivaling that of New Year's Eve. The carriage of the Duke of Qin was stationed nearby, inching forward through the throng. Lu Xuanyan felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that they would miss their appointed time and lose the opportunity to meet the esteemed guests. While others might be less concerned, her Qingjia possessed a phoenix destiny, promising a bright future, and thus every step must be taken with utmost care. Siwon reclined on a soft couch, her cold gaze fixed on Lu Xuanyan, who was clearly preoccupied with thoughts of Qingjia, paying no heed to her. Lu Xuanyan lifted the carriage curtain and urged, "Can we not move any faster? Madam, the road ahead is severely congested. Only pedestrians can pass through," replied the coachman with a grimace. Lu Xuanyan's expression darkened, and she lapsed into silence, casting a furtive glare at Siwon. Recently, her endeavors with Qingjia had met with constant obstacles. This must be due to Siwon's formidable fate, which had brought them such misfortune. It was all her fault for being greedy, wishing to seize all of Siwon's fortune without directly causing her disappearance. Now it seemed, losing a golden feather would not detract from Qingjia's prospects. Yet, should she expose any weakness and be bitten back by Siwon, the consequences would be dire. "Why does my aunt keep staring at me?" Siwon playfully inquired, twirling the Eastern pearl bracelet with her fingertips. "Nothing at all. I merely find your wide-sleeve gown quite unique and immensely beautiful," Lu Xuanyan replied, attempting to dispel any suspicion. "Thank you, Aunt," Siwon responded, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. In a corner unnoticed by Lu Xuanyan, she clutched the edge of her wide sleeves, where the white vial containing the Arabidopsis juice lay hidden. The congestion at the main gate did not last long, and soon the path cleared. The masters of the Duke of Qin's household disembarked, making their way towards the front hall where the Buddha bathing platform was set up. Along the way, They encountered many familiar faces, including the lady from the Wei Yuan Marquisate, the women from the Grand Tutor's residence, and the family of General Xianwei. Among others, the crowd was bustling, and incense wafted through the air. "Miss, it is the seventh prince, the seventh master," exclaimed Lan Shi, Qingjia's personal maid, inadvertently speaking out of turn, but fortunately noticing in time. Aside from Siwan, no one else seemed to catch Lan Shi's slip. Following the voice, she beheld the royal offspring positioned directly before the Buddha bathing platform, the foremost among them, clad in dark robes and adorned with intricate embroidery, was strikingly handsome, none other than the crown prince himself. As if sensing Siwan's gaze, the crown prince abruptly turned his head, although they were separated by a considerable distance. Siwan felt the chilling intensity of his dark eyes, akin to a deep abyss. She hastily lowered her head. Behind her, Qingning could not help but deride. Some individuals toil relentlessly, expending immense effort, only to find their endeavors amount to naught. "Oh, but that is not quite right," Qingning added with a sense of schadenfreude. "To have offended the crown prince, how can that be deemed merely a loss? A calamity is surely impending." It was all her fault for being so shamelessly eager for attention. She could hardly blame others. Qingjia's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she feigned restraint. "Qingning, after all, Wan is your sister. Do not be disrespectful." To her, who had not even been placed within the proper lineage of the Qing family, what merit did she hold as a legitimate sister? Were it not for the benevolence of their aunt, she would have been confined to the estate today to spare them the embarrassment. As she spoke, Qingjia did not lower her voice, and the nearby ladies could hear her clearly. A kindly-faced matron with a round visage inquired with a smile, "My dear young lady, may I ask what transgression the second Miss C has committed to provoke such ire from you?" Chapter 41. A disgrace to the family. Qingning, foolish and naive, disregarded Qingjia's subtle gestures. She declared, "Madam, you may not be aware, but my second sister has a flamboyant disposition and is utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Not long ago, she caused a commotion at the Beast Garden, nearly leading to the injury of the ninth prince and the crown prince's cousin by a black bear. It is only natural that our family harbors grievances." The round-faced lady nodded incessantly, echoing Qingning's words. However, Qingjia felt an overwhelming urge to silence her cousin, fearing her continued ramblings would bring shame upon their family. Fortunately, she retained a semblance of composure, smiling sweetly and innocently, standing in stark contrast to the acerbic Qingning. "May I inquire your name, madam?" Qingning, though not entirely dim-witted, took the initiative to ask. The round-faced lady, still smiling, replied, "I am surnamed Yuan, and my husband is the general of Xianwei." Qingning's expression froze, disbelief washing over her. The general of Xianwei was indeed the crown prince's maternal uncle. Thus, the woman before her was the biological mother of the crown prince's cousin. Despite all of C1's shortcomings, she had saved the general's legitimate son from the jaws of the black bear. Yet here was Qingning disparaging her benefactor in front of the mother of the very man she had aided. Such folly was beyond comprehension. Qingning's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Qingjia, feeling equally mortified, harbored resentment towards the general's wife, believing that Madame Yuan had deliberately orchestrated this embarrassment before the assembly of noble ladies, having overheard their dissatisfaction with C1. What a malicious intent! Noticing the whispers and glances directed at them, Qingjia felt a surge of humiliation. Yet, there was no escape. To flee would only further imply her slander against C1, forcing her to walk forward stiffly. Witnessing the unfolding farce, C1 offered a distant nod of acknowledgement to Madame Yuan. Compared to the cold-hearted crown prince, the general's wife exhibited far more humanity. At least she was perceptive enough not to perceive deep-seated schemes in others. Before the Buddha's bathing platform stood 1,000 lotus flowers, their fragrance subtle and exquisitely pure. At the center, however, lay a rare twin lotus that had not bloomed in a century. Devotees passing the twin lotus would scoop a handful of water, praying for the Buddha's blessings. The act of scooping water presented an opportune moment. The system too had taken note of this. Host, when you approach the twin lotus, pour the fertility potion into the water, and you shall replace the former Qingjia, becoming a beacon of fortune in the eyes of the people. Si-Wan gently shook her head. Although the title of a beacon of fortune was appealing, she believed someone else was more deserving of it. Her almond-shaped eyes fixated on a tall and imposing figure, and after a moment as contemplation, she stepped forward. Seeing this, Si Qingning shouted, "This is the Hugua Temple. Where are you going?" Si Qingjia cautioned, "Younger sister has her own intentions. Ning, just take care of yourself." Si-Wan approached the crown prince. Among women, she was not considered short, yet when standing opposite him, she still had to look up, indicating the inherent pressure of his royal lineage. "This humble servant greets your highness." The crown prince furrowed his brow, his handsome features betraying no hint of emotion, rendering his feelings inscrutable. "See, family, what brings you here?" "A few days ago, this humble servant offended your highness. Upon seeing your presence, I have come to offer my sincere apologies." Si-Wan bent slightly, her tone sincere. Her adversary was Qingjia, the seventh prince, not the crown prince, and thus she could not afford to make an enemy of the heir apparent. Miss C, with her unparalleled wit and strategic mind, was also one to bow her head when necessary. The crown prince stood with his hands clasped behind his back. From this angle, he could clearly see the butterfly hairpin nestled in Si-Wan's hair, its delicate wings swaying gently with her movements, fluttering softly. "Your Highness." Si-Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, not anticipating that the crown prince would still be vexed by earlier events. "Very well. I shall not hold it against you. The debt has been settled. You may return." Though his tone was cold, Si-Wan discerned a hint of concern beneath it. "Do not be anxious, for I have come today bearing a gift of apology for your highness." Upon hearing this, the system momentarily malfunctioned before exclaiming, "Host, are you truly going to present the fertility elixir to the crown prince?" Si-Wan did not contest this notion. Compared to her, the crown prince, raised amidst a pack of wolves, had always been shrouded in the shadows of misfortune. Even his father, the current emperor, harbored disdain for him, favoring the seventh prince instead. Though Si-Wan had little interaction with the crown prince, she understood that his heart was far more benevolent than that of the ambition-driven seventh prince. He needed the moniker of a lucky star more than anyone else. "I lack for nothing," the crown prince replied indifferently. "Are you not curious?" Si-Wan inquired with a smile. "Curious about what?" "Curious about the item I have brought for you." The crown prince narrowed his black eyes slightly and said, "Give it to me. Extend your hand." Si-Wan instructed, retrieving a white vial, and, using the ample coverage of her wide sleeves, poured the elixir into the palm of the crown prince. "What trickery is this?" The crown prince's expression was inscrutable, yet he did not withdraw his hand from Si-Wan's grasp. "If you trust me, your highness, when you later scoop water before the Buddha to pray, your wishes shall be fulfilled." "Best not to play games," the crown prince warned in a low, serious tone. "You know I am not like others, raised by beasts, unrestrained by the constraints of mundane propriety. Should you truly provoke my ire, the Duke of Qin's residence cannot protect you." Though he spoke thus, his voice was notably subdued. He clenched his moist palm into a fist, concealing any signs of his peculiar emotions from onlookers. A slight smile graced Si-Wan's lips. Once she had concealed the now empty vial, she curtsied with grace. Just as she was about to depart, the crown prince called out to her, "Has your injury healed?" Si-Wan paused, momentarily taken aback. The injury he referred to must have been from when she had placed the bear cub into a bamboo basket, causing abrasions from the rough rope. She had treated it upon returning to Xiangzhu courtyard, leaving behind only a pale scar. "The wound has already healed. Thank you for your concern, your highness." Though Si-Wan's interaction with the crown prince was brief, it was conspicuous to others. Well known throughout the court was the fact that the crown prince shunned the company of women, and the Eastern Palace had no concubines. Yet today, he displayed an unusual demeanor, engaging in pleasant conversation with a lady. "Whose daughter is this?" A silver-haired matron, garbed in resplendent crimson palace attire, observed from the pavilion. Her demeanor spirited and regal. It was none other than the Empress Dowager. Zhao Defei raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with surprise, and respectfully replied, "She is the second daughter of the Duke of Qin, Si-Wan." Siwan, is she the girl who saved someone from the bear's jaws? Brave and resolute. She truly embodies the spirit of a woman who stands equal to men. Your sister has taught her well. The Empress Dowager places great importance on royal lineage and is quite pleased with Siwan's unwavering loyalty to her sovereign. This girl possesses remarkable grace. Previously, I discovered she was with child, and it was indeed due to her blessings. Zhao Defei gently caressed her flat abdomen, smiling. Oh, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but regard Siwan with newfound admiration, a twinge of regret stirring within her heart. Though she was somewhat distant from the Buddha bathing platform, her vision remained sharp, allowing her to perceive that the girl had exquisite features and skin as pale as snow. Alas, a scar marred her left cheek, detracting from her beauty. Moreover, she hails from a concubine's lineage. Otherwise, given her earlier accomplishments, it would have been fitting to bestow her upon the crown prince as a secondary consort. Chapter 42. The Blooming of the Twin Lotus. The crown prince's connection to Buddhism. One was unaware of the Empress Dowager's intentions. Upon returning to the gathering place of the family, before she could even steady herself, she heard Qingjing's sarcastic voice. Second sister, you truly possess remarkable skills to engage in conversation with His Highness the Crown Prince. The second madam pinched her daughter's arm, signaling her to be quiet, and turned to see Lu Xuanyan's face darkened, as if it could drip water, which startled her. Sivan chose to ignore Qingjia. Although her interaction with the Crown Prince was transactional in nature, a certain degree of trust had developed between them. If she could assist him today, it would serve as a full repayment of her previous support. Qingjia's eyes flickered slightly as she elegantly stepped closer to Siwan, seemingly innocently inquiring. Wan? From a distance, it appeared as though you presented something to the Crown Prince? Qingjia's heart raced. She could not comprehend the nature of that object, which stirred her unease, compelling her to dig deeper for clarity. Sister, I cannot disclose it. If you wish to know, you may directly inquire with His Highness. Siwan replied with a gentle smile, her words causing Qingjia to grit her teeth in frustration. Her half-sister had become increasingly capable, using the Crown Prince as leverage against her, rendering her unable to pursue further questions. Qingjia bit her lip, understandingly stating, Sister is merely concerned that your youthful exuberance might provoke the imperial descendants. Thank you for your concern. Siwan expressed her gratitude lightly, lacking any trace of sincerity, which only fueled Lu Xuanyan's anger further. Yet, Lu Xuanyan dared not express her ire. She understood that, in contrast to the more amiable Zhao clan, the old madam was far more cautious and had already begun to harbor suspicions against her. Even if she could not decipher Siwan's true identity, she feared the repercussions of overstepping her bounds. Lu Xuanyan was unafraid of the old madam's disdain, for the heart of Duke Qin resided with her, ensuring she would not suffer greatly. However, she was concerned about implicating Qingjia. Her Qingjia was but 2 and 8 years old, the most opportune time in a woman's life, and also the prime period for marriage proposals. Aware of her lowly status and unable to directly assist Qingjia in selecting a suitor, Lu Xuanyan placed her hopes on the old madam and the Zhao clan to choose a man of noble birth, exemplary character, and handsome appearance to wed Qingjia. Offending the old madam at such a juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Having spent 19 years in a mother-daughter relationship, no one understood Lu Xuanyan better than Siwan did. She was acutely aware of what Lu Xuanyan feared, the desire to avoid damaging the precious vase while trying to catch a rat, a loss that outweighed the gain. The more Lu Xuanyan acted this way, the less inclined Siwan felt to grant her satisfaction. The surrounding clamor accentuated the tranquility of the family members. Suddenly, Su Ger spoke innocently. Mother, the nearby lotus flowers have bloomed, yet the lotus directly in front of the Buddha's bathing platform remains a bud? Zhao clan explained. That twin lotus is exceedingly rare. Even though it has not bloomed for centuries, it still stands before the statue. Upon hearing the phrase, twin lotus, Qingjia's breath hitched. She vaguely sensed that the opportunity she had missed was intrinsically linked to that twin lotus, yet it had been disturbed by Siwan. Waves of anger surged within Qingjia. Connecting it with the agricultural treatise previously taken from her by Siwan, a sudden realization struck her. Surely. The treatise contained a method to make the twin lotus bloom. To know, whoever can make the twin lotus bloom is indeed a person of profound Buddhist affinity. In the grand realm of the Qi, the teachings of Buddhism flourish, and the Empress Dowager and others in the palace hold these beliefs dear. Should she attain this karmic connection, she would transform into a beacon of fortune in the eyes of the populace. At such a time, adorned with the title of the capital's most beautiful maiden, she would surely capture the emperor's and the Empress Dowager's favor, establishing herself as a candidate for the crown prince's consort. Now, however, all has been shattered. For the first time in 16 years, Qingjia harbored a deep-seated hatred for another. She loathed Si for saving the ninth prince, resented her for preventing concubine Zhao from drinking the dear-blood wine, and even more so, she despised Si for seizing her opportunity. From a young age, her aunt had told her that Si was merely her sustenance, her means of survival. She was destined for a brighter and greater future, unencumbered by the stepping stones along her path. By subtly diminishing her younger sister's fortune, she believed she could fulfill her desires. Hence, Qingjia had never regarded Si as a threat. Yet fate had dealt her a severe blow. Sivan, without needing to look back, could feel the searing gaze of Qingjia upon her. Indifferent, she toyed with the pearl bracelet on her wrist, her eyes fixed on the tall figure standing before the Buddha bathing platform, majestic and resplendent like a mountain range. The crown prince bent to scoop water, and the twin lotus, as if responding to something, trembled and began to unfurl its pale pink buds before the onlookers. Sunlight bathed the glazed tiles in golden brilliance, perfectly enveloping the twin lotus, while the fragrance of the lotus became increasingly ethereal and lingering. Witnessing this, the monks chanted in unison, their devotion palpable. The distant master Mingxing, hands clasped around a blood-colored amber, gazed intently at the crown prince, as if uncovering a revelation, astonishment flickering in her eyes. The aura surrounding the crown prince, unlike before, now faintly shimmered with a purple hue. What was happening? The twin lotus had indeed bloomed? This was a manifestation of the Buddha's grace. The crown prince was truly blessed with Buddhist fortune. Was it not said that he was raised by beasts and was a harbinger of misfortune? I perceive he is favored by heaven, having narrowly escaped death. Matters of the royal family should not be spoken of lightly. Despite uttering such words, the individual knelt, bowing deeply before the Buddha bathing platform, and others promptly followed suit. In an instant, the assembly in the front hall resembled waves, bowing incessantly. Observing this scene, the emperor, positioned on high, was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the son he had long despised, realizing how much he had grown. The crown prince bore a striking resemblance to the late empress, yet his contours mirrored the emperor's. However, burdened by the ominous decree, the emperor had long avoided seeing the crown prince, and over time, their already tenuous father-son bond had further eroded. Your Majesty, I have long asserted that the crown prince is not a celestial scourge. Observe, even the twin lotus blooms for him. It is worth noting that the last time the twin lotus blossomed was on the day of the founding of our ancestral empire, bringing an end to strife across the Central Plains, allowing the populace to thrive, a rare period of prosperity. Now, akin to our ancestral emperor, the crown prince is favored by the Buddha. Can this not dispel your Majesty's lingering prejudices? The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly. She was reluctant to interfere with the selection of the heir, yet some individuals, in their cleverness, conspired behind the scenes to sway the Sacred Heart, which the Empress Dowager could never permit. Your Majesty, I understand. The Emperor sighed. A fleeting glimpse of turmoil in his eyes caused Su Huifei's heart to race violently. Being a woman of intelligence, she recognized that any words spoken at this moment would be inappropriate, so she remained silent, embodying the essence of a virtuous and dignified demeanor. Beside her, concubine Zhao grasped the emperor's hand, exuding both concern and anxiety. Upon the elevated platform, the noble women harbored their own thoughts, while below, the sentiment was no different. Qingjia knelt amidst the crowd, discreetly raising her gaze towards the position of the seventh prince. At that precise moment, the seventh prince turned his head, and their eyes met, both brimming with an intense sense of unwillingness. Chapter 43. Search her. Qingjia found herself perplexed by the seeming injustice of fate. The crown prince, once favored, had fallen into disfavor with the emperor, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. And yet he was still held in higher regard than the seventh prince. As if to mock her, the twin lotus blossoms chose to bloom precisely at the moment when the crown prince was attempting to gather water, an act of defiance against her wishes. Suddenly, Qingjia's eyes widened, fixated uncontrollably on Siwan. She recalled clearly that Siwan had just met with the crown prince, seemingly bestowing upon him something of significance. Could it be that the blooming of the twin lotus was somehow connected to what Siwan had given him? Qingjia yearned to confront Siwan immediately, to search her person and expose the potent secret medicine before all, thereby shattering her cunning ploy. Yet, she could not act on this impulse. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qin, she was a noble woman of virtuous character, devoted to her siblings. Even if she recognized that Siwan's actions were indeed inappropriate, it would be unseemly to unveil her misdeeds publicly, for such an act would raise doubts about her own intentions. However, to let Siwan go unpunished filled her with resentment. Moreover, the seventh prince had always enjoyed the emperor's trust, even being entrusted with significant responsibilities, such as disaster relief in Shu. With the prospect of replacing the crown prince looming, this scandal could easily tarnish his standing. Yet, should she expose Siwan and uncover the secret medicine that induced the twin lotus blooms, the crown prince's perceived favor would swiftly become a source of ridicule. After a moment of contemplation, Qingjia finally reached a resolution. Observing her steadfast demeanor, Siwan smiled slowly. "System, what do you think Qingjia will do?" "She will personally search the hostess person, as long as she finds the porcelain vial. She can bring the matter to the emperor's attention," the system posited. Yet Siwan held a different view. Qingjia would not dare to take such a risk herself. She would find a more suitable weapon. Lu Xuanyin had already aroused the old matriarch's suspicions, and, as a concubine, it would be inappropriate for her to act in such a situation. After a pause, Siwan continued, "But Mian is different, as a legitimate son of noble status. Even if he were to recklessly cause trouble, the title of heir would still remain his." This very fact emboldened Qingjia. The system expressed disbelief. "Is Mian truly so foolish?" Sivan nodded. "He values Qingjia above his own life. He obeys her every whim as though he were a loyal hound." The system fell silent, astonished by the host's scathing evaluation of her own brother. "Just wait and see." Qingjia inched closer to Mian, her face awash with concern as she whispered, "Brother, did you know that Wan just handed something to the crown prince? Could it be that it caused the twin lotus to bloom?" Mian was instantly taken aback. He meticulously recalled every action of Siwan. Indeed, this half-sister shamelessly engaged with the crown prince, her gestures shrouded in secrecy. It was entirely possible that she had resorted to some underhanded means. If it were merely an ordinary lotus, it might be inconsequential, but the twin lotus, particularly on the day of the Buddha bathing festival, was a different matter altogether. Although their father held the title of a first-rank duke, he could not bear the burden of deliberately destroying the twin lotus. As Qingjia pressed her hand to her chest, her voice trembled, and tears began to cascade down her beautiful cheeks, each droplet eliciting profound sympathy from Mian. "Do not worry, Qingjia. I will uncover the truth and ensure that Siwan does not implicate the duke's residence." As he uttered these words, Mian was genuinely concerned about the future of the duke's household, but he also harbored a measure of selfishness. Previously, Siwan was merely a lowly concubine's daughter who had garnered imperial favor. Now, she had also caught the attention of the crown prince. Where did that leave him? The legitimate son? If he did not assert himself, he feared that Siwan would not regard him at all, thus completely appending the hierarchy of the duke's household. Qingjia wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with emotion. After the crowd bowed in respect, they rose. Mian, filled with rage, approached Siwan and grasped her wrist tightly, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What mischief have you been up to? Brother, what are you talking about?" "I do not comprehend," she replied innocently. "What did you just give to the crown prince?" Mian pressed relentlessly. Siwan struggled slightly, appearing innocent, her voice laced with grievance. How could the esteemed crown prince possibly accept anything from me? Brother, you must be mistaken. This is the Qingjia temple, not our duke's residence. Siwan deliberately emphasized her words, not to awaken Si Mian, but to draw the attention of the duke and the matriarch. The matriarch's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as she scolded, Mian, let her go. Yet, Si Mian did not comply. Grandmother, Siwan is both foolish and malicious. For her own selfish motives, she would drag the entire duke's residence into ruin. Si Mian could not contain his outburst. His unstable emotions led to a raised voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Not only did the matriarch frown, but even the duke felt his dignity slip away. Hubid Yuson, do you not heed your grandmother's words? Father, there is indeed a reason for my actions. Si Mian released Si Wan, clasping his hands in a formal gesture, deliberately raising his tone. The duke's forehead throbbed, wishing he could slap some sense into this foolish child. With so many witnesses present, how could he explain to the emperor if Si Wan had truly erred? Si Mian was pushing his father into the flames. The duke, suppressing his fury, asked in a low voice what reason. I saw my second sister hand something to the crown prince. Perhaps it was that very object. Si Wan's words were abruptly stifled by Zhao Shi, who firmly covered her mouth. Mian has been ill recently. His mind is not quite clear, and he speaks nonsense, Zhao Shi asserted, ultimately a woman, lacking the strength of a young man. Si Mian forcefully shook off Zhao Shi's hand, speaking with conviction, Mother. Siwan certainly possesses something that caused the twin lotus to bloom prematurely. You must search her now. The duke was furious, slapping Si Mian across the face, yet still feeling unsatisfied. It must be remembered that the one who prompted the lotus to bloom early was none other than the crown prince, backed by the formidable general's residence. How could the duke's household contend with a general commanding an army of 100,000? If a conflict ensued, the consequences would be dire. Foolish child, Siwan is your sister. Even if there are discordances between siblings, you cannot disgrace her in the Qingjia temple. The Duke of Qin possesses a modicum of intellect, shifting the blame entirely onto Si Mian, thereby allowing the public to perceive the eldest son of the Si family as petty and vindictive, which is preferable to becoming entangled in the power struggle for succession. However, while the Duke of Qin seeks to downplay the matter, others are less inclined to do so. The Earl of Dingyan, Su Yin, stepped forward, his refined visage adorned with a hint of a smile, and counseled, Brother Changjun, do not be provoked. The eldest son merely possesses a straightforward disposition and does not intentionally question your sister's integrity. Su Yin is the biological brother of imperial concubine Su. Although the Duke of Qin does not share an intimate rapport with him, they are colleagues, and a degree of cordiality is expected. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Su Yan's subsequent words plunged him into a state of icy dismay. Perhaps a thorough investigation would not only vindicate your esteemed daughter, but also ensure the eldest son's complete acquiescence. Chapter 44. The Sage's Book Within the Dog's Belly. Su Yin proposed to search Si Wan's person, inciting the ire of Duke Qin. He gasped for breath, his eyes veined with a multitude of crimson threads, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Yet, Si Wan remained astonishingly calm. Father, perhaps my humble origins render me perpetually suspect. Rather than endure repeated slanders, it may be prudent to allow them to search, thereby preempting any opportunity for trouble that might tarnish our esteemed household. Sivan, composed and unflustered, managed to soothe Duke Qin's fury as he glared at her. You must understand, permitting a maidservant to conduct a search is utterly disgraceful. Siwan gently nodded. However, should a daughter refuse, they would only presume she is engaged in some deceit, even casting doubt upon our crown prince of the Qi. As a minister, one ought to be loyal. As a child, one ought to be filial. How could a daughter bear to witness the disgrace of our household? Upon hearing this, Lady Zhao felt a chill in her fingertips, nearly breaking into tears. Siwan, having only spent a few years in family schooling, grasped such evident truths, while her elder brother, Mian Gu, had been away at Wansong Academy for nearly a decade and remained so bewildered. This was the day of Buddha's birthday. With the Empress Dowager present, should any misstep occur, it would jeopardize not only his future, but also the reputation of the entire family. Lady Zhao closed her eyes in despair, utterly disappointed in her eldest son. The matriarch grasped her daughter-in-law's cold fingers, contemplating the burden of Mian Gu inheriting the title. Feeling quite troubled, let them proceed with the search, but who shall conduct it? Duke Qin glared at Duke Su of Dingen. Brother Changjun, observe. Many female officials are accompanying the consorts from the palace. Allowing them to search would be more equitable. Su Yin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibited an arrogant demeanor. No, Duke Qin outright rejected the suggestion. Who does not know that Su Yan's sister is the favored consort of the 7th and 9th princes? Having been in the palace for over 20 years, if we were to enlist palace officials, one cannot guarantee they would not be bribed to conspire against us. Esteemed patrons, perhaps I may conduct the search. A gentle voice emerged from the right front. The assembly turned to see an ordinary-looking nun clad in a simple robe, adorned with a striking red amber pendant, none other than Master Mingjing, who had previously attended to see Su's ailments. The onlookers greeted her with respectful gestures. However, Qingjia bit her tongue, a metallic taste flooding her mouth. This old nun had once claimed to appear spiritually refined while having long succumbed to demonic influences. She was eager to observe how Master Mingjing would judge Si Wan should she be involved in the manipulation of the dual lotus bloom. The emergence of the dual lotus was initially a fortuitous event, but had unfortunately spawned numerous misunderstandings. Though I have only met Miss Si once, I shall convey the results truthfully, the nun remarked. You need not worry, for everyone knows that those of the monastic order do not speak falsely. We trust in your virtue. Suzan Lauet Hotitili. Master Mingjing regarded Qingjia, noting the increasingly ominous aura surrounding her since their last encounter. Particularly, her forehead bore a pallor, far removed from the auspicious energy she once radiated. Why do you stare at me, master? Qingjia's smile was gentle, poised, and graceful. Ba, I merely wish to offer you a word of counsel. Though you may have lost your way, the distance is not great. Recognize that today is not akin to yesterday. Qingjia's smile grew increasingly sweet. Thank you, master. Mingjing, aware that her words of caution would be akin to the wind passing by for the young woman before her, chose not to exert further effort in persuasion. She summoned the nuns from the Water Moon Monastery and led Si Wan into the meditation room. Si Wan opened her arms without a hint of resistance. After a careful examination, the nun shook her head at Mingjing, indicating that they found no vessel suitable for holding medicinal herbs. Mingjing stepped forward to tidy Si Wan's disheveled collar. You possess great fortune. I hope you will uphold benevolent thoughts in the future. Si Wan's brows twitched slightly. Master, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Otherwise, in the pursuit of self-preservation, one must retaliate directly against grievances. With years of worldly experience and profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, Mingjing recognized that Si Wan's actions were guided by her own rationale. Alas, a rare phoenix-like fate, so frail under torment, should she intervene. It might disrupt the balance of karma. My child, let us proceed. I shall verify your identity. Following Mingjing back to the Buddha bathing platform, the Duke of Qin rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face. Master, what were the results of your examination? Mingjing softly chanted a Buddhist mantra, stating that the female devotee possessed only her garments, a plain hairpin, and a string of East pearls, with nothing suspicious found. Impossible. Before the Dukin, Su Yin could speak. Si Mian blurted out, his eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, resembling a man driven to madness. Si Mian, Zhao felt that her eldest son was utterly unreasonable. Wan had clearly done nothing, yet he targeted her at every turn. A grown man, persistently harassing a defenseless sister, was simply disgraceful. I see you've turned your scholarly readings into nonsense. You have slandered your sister repeatedly, and while your previous accusations may have been overlooked, Mingjing has confirmed that Wan is indeed innocent. How long do you intend to carry on with this farce? The Duke of Qin, infuriated by Si Mian's antics, lost all sense of dignity, dragging the youth and preparing to leave the National Protection Temple. Duke of Qin, please stay. A deep voice, devoid of discernible emotion, made the Duke turn around to find the Crown Prince approaching, stirring a wave of panic within him, causing him to kneel. Your Highness, It is my failure to manage my son, allowing him to embarrass himself in public. I beg your pardon." As he spoke, his heart bled. Not long ago, Qingjia had hinted at the intention of marrying his daughter to Qingjia. Should this union succeed, the duke's household would gain a powerful ally and welcome a noble daughter-in-law. But now, Qingjia, in front of everyone, behaved like a rabid dog, attacking his half-sister, openly questioning Wanwan, yet secretly doubting the crown prince. The Duke of Qin had no recourse but to claim that Qingjia was afflicted with hysteria. Would King Zhao marry his daughter to a man suffering from such a condition? Certainly not. This marriage proposal was likely doomed. At that moment, Qingjia remained oblivious to what he had forfeited. He yearned to silence Siwan, to prevent her from deceiving the world any longer. Siwan, you are truly hypocritical. Your actions may deceive for a time, but not for eternity. You shall ultimately pay the price. Qingjia's cheeks flushed with a deep purple hue as he let out a fierce roar. Siwan cast a fleeting glance at him, feeling that Qingjia possessed remarkable abilities, compelling Qingjia to defend him without reservation, even at the expense of his own fame and fortune. Is fortune truly so easily manipulated? The system kindly offered an explanation to Siwan. Host, the cuckoo maiden has been siphoning your 5 golden feathers since the day of her birth, and for many years thereafter, she has relentlessly consumed your fortune. Qingjia, being a blood relative and having grown up alongside her, has been profoundly affected, yet unwittingly dedicates all that he has to the cuckoo maiden. But why is my mother able to retain her sanity? Siwan referred to her mother as Zhao Shi, not Lu Xuanyan. Chapter 45. How could she befit to be a mother to Qingjia? Zhao's lineage, having once given birth to a phoenix, inherently possessed a certain resilience against the allure of the cuckoo girl. Furthermore, her noble character rendered her less susceptible to influence than Qingjia. The system explained in a cold, mechanical tone. Siwan nodded, indicating her understanding. She fixed her gaze intently on Qingjia and, seemingly casually, inquired, "Elder brother, there is something I do not comprehend." Qingjia let out a scoff. He had always looked down upon her and had never paid heed to her every action. Why, then, today, did he suddenly suspect that she was conversing with the crown prince, insinuating some clandestine dealings? Siwan deliberately elongated her tone as she questioned him. "Crown prince, at times, I truly wish to silence her incessant chatter. Clandestine dealings? Does she wish to forsake her maidenly reputation?" Under the scrutiny of her brother's questioning, Qingjia's back stiffened, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. He restrained the impulse to glance back at Qingjia, fearing that Siwan might suspect the involvement of their younger sister. If others were to discover that this matter was instigated by Qingjia, her reputation as a woman would be utterly ruined, and she would likely suffer greatly. As her elder brother, it was his duty to protect her from any slight. The young man's refined countenance twisted in anguish, blood seeping from his bitten lips as he chuckled derisively. "What are you to question me? You are merely a lowly, illegitimate daughter." Siwan remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm and composed. She understood that the bewitched Qingjia would never implicate Qingjia. However, the foolishness of this blood brother was exceedingly tiresome, leaving Siwan disinclined to engage further. The crown prince seemed to only then notice Duke Qin kneeling on the ground. He stepped forward to assist him, casually remarking, "If I recall correctly, the second young lady is recognized by the madam as a legitimate daughter of the duke's household and should not be subjected to such humiliation." Duke Qin felt a tingling numbness in his arms. Who did not know that the crown prince, though seemingly handsome, was in truth cold-blooded and merciless? Akin to a vengeful spirit, the enemies he had personally slain on the battlefield numbered in the thousands, making him a thorough executioner. Encountering such a formidable figure left Duke Qin's legs trembling. Fortunately, having navigated the treacherous waters of the court for many years, he had seen his fair share of storms, and despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a composed exterior. Duke Qin patted his chest, assuring, "Your Highness, I shall reprimand this young man upon my return, ensuring that Wanwan suffers no indignities." Reprimand? The crown prince's expression was inscrutable, his gaze harboring a hint of menace. "I shall certainly ensure he is duly punished." Duke Qin hastily amended his statement. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. As he passed by Si-Wan, a low voice drifted to her ears. How to deceive the heavens and traverse the seas. Si-Wan merely smiled and remained silent, offering no response to the crown prince. For her, who had acquired the agricultural knowledge, coaxing the twin lotus to bloom was not a challenging endeavor. The true challenge lay in delivering the concoction to the crown prince without drawing the attention of Qingjia and her mother. She needed to dispose of the vessel that held the fertility potion before they could act, thus ensuring her own safety. The crown prince would also gain the favor of celestial blessings. Initially, Si-Wan had contemplated using a porcelain bottle, but even if shattered, it would remain too conspicuous, easily discovered if carelessly discarded in a corner. She pondered deeply and was unable to find a suitable solution. With a Buddha's birthday approaching, Si-Wan even contemplated taking a risky route, preparing to conceal the medicinal liquid within her personal ornaments. Fortunately, after reclaiming a golden feather, her luck began to shift slightly. At the market stalls lining the street, she spotted the exquisite jade carvings sent from Yexian. This item, named jade carving, was in reality made of talc. Its texture was so soft that even a delicate maiden could easily crush it with her bare hands. After confirming the properties of talc, Si-Wan devised a plan to carve the jade into a vial, enabling her to store the medicinal liquid securely without the risk of spillage, while also allowing her to shatter the fragile vessel to eliminate any evidence. She no longer needed to contemplate her ornaments and instead adorned herself simply with a silver hairpin. Earlier, Master Mingjing had indeed spoken the truth. A search yielded nothing. After all, the vial made from the jade carving had long been reduced to powder, trampled underfoot by the nobility. It would be a rarity to find any trace. The guards of the Eastern Palace bound the raucous Si-Mian tightly and escorted him back to the Duke of Qin's residence, bringing this farce to a close. Duke of Qin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to glance at Qingjia, his gaze frigid. He was no fool. He understood that Si-Mian's incessant harassment of Si-Wan was solely to protect Qingjia. Previously, their skirmishes had been minor and had not encroached upon the Duke's interests. Hence, he had naturally favored his most cherished daughter. However, today was different. Si-Mian's public outburst had escalated to the presence of the crown prince. The Empress Dowager's absence was merely a gesture of respect towards him. Nonetheless, the Duke's residence would still become the laughingstock of the entire capital, fodder for gossip at every meal. A fate far more painful for the self-important Si Zhangjun than death itself. Father. Qingjia seemed startled, her voice trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks more fiercely. Under normal circumstances, the Duke would have softened his expression and comforted her gently. Yet, at this moment, he found himself re-evaluating his obedient and gentle daughter. Lu Xuanyan, the Duke's confidant, knew him well and was aware of his growing disdain for Qingjia. As the head of the household, he commanded respect from all within the estate. His whims dictated the future of the younger generation. It was of utmost importance. Previously, his only target of disdain had been Si-Wan. Therefore, despite Si-Wan being the daughter of the main wife, Zhao Shi, her biological mother, had not treated her harshly, nor had Lu Xuanyan taken on the responsibility of caring for her. Her provisions were hardly commendable. Even the fabric for her garments was delivered to other ladies first, and only what remained was eventually sent to Zhang Zuoyuan. Thus, Si-Wan's attire appeared so unremarkable, with her only noteworthy adornment being the East Pearl granted by the Emperor. Lu Xuanyan shuddered at the thought of what might become of Qingjia if the Duke's disdain could not be quelled. Would she have to endure a life like Si-Wan's, subjected to scorn and humiliation? Lu Xuanyan felt a chill coursing through her body. Simultaneously, she harbored a twinge of resentment toward her beloved daughter. Even if Qingjia suspected Si-Wan and sought leverage, she should have consulted with her first, which would have been far preferable to the current predicament. Having stirred up such an insurmountable mess, two minds are often more prudent than one. However, it is too late to voice any concerns now. Lu Xuanyan, in a state of distress, was perspiring profusely as she sought assistance from Zhao Shi. To her dismay, she found Zhao Shi nonchalantly handling a string of sandalwood prayer beads, engrossed in reciting scriptures, utterly indifferent to the unfolding legal matter. Witnessing Zhao Shi's composed demeanor only intensified Lu Xuanyan's frustration and resentment, leaving her feeling increasingly unsettled. Such a careless individual, were it not for her noble lineage as the legitimate daughter of the current Grand Minister, would hardly merit the role of a mother to Qingjia. If she had any sense of propriety, she would graciously relinquish her position as the primary wife to avoid being a source of irritation. Chapter 46. The Consequences Chosen by Qingjia. Possessing a meticulous mind, was acutely aware of Duke Qin's disdain. Her hand, clenched tightly within her sleeve, felt a sharp pain that sharpened her clarity of thought. Initially, she hesitated, pondering whether to resort to this method, for she was merely an unmarried young lady, and any overt actions could attract unwelcome scrutiny. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself with no alternative. She must compel Duke Qin to recognize her worth and acknowledge her extraordinary fate, far surpassing that of Siwan, so that he might cast aside today's farce. Drawing a deep breath, Qingjia's gaze shifted from uncertainty to resolve. Guests took turns splashing water, offering prayers before the Buddha, the proceedings remaining uneventful. Upon conclusion, some guests were invited to the Daosheng Hall at the Hugwa Temple, including those from Duke Qin's household. Siwan lifted her eyes to the familiar statue of Qingjia Bodhisattva, finally grasping Qingjia's intentions. She cast a sidelong glance at the Empress Dowager, seated on a cushion, manipulating the divination wooden wheel, a sly smile curving her red lips. Memories from her past life surfaced vividly, the images sharpening with each recollection. The Empress Dowager, an adept practitioner of the Qingjia divination wheel, had once personally cast the wooden wheel alongside Qingjia. At that moment, Qingjia's throw had resulted in the 91st outcome, a sign of great fortune. Previously, Qingjia had been regarded as a harbinger of good luck for her role in making the lotus bloom. With such an auspicious number thrown, it further attested to the fact that the eldest daughter of Duke Qin's household was not only endowed with beauty and talent, but also possessed an extraordinary fortune. Favored by the Buddha, the Empress Dowager, a firm believer in Buddhist teachings, would undoubtedly treat such a remarkable Qingjia with special regard. However, with Siwan now interjecting, the divine favor shifted from Qingjia to the crown prince. Unless Qingjia could cast an even more fortuitous number with the divination wheel, the Empress Dowager would merely perceive her as a beautiful young lady, devoid of deeper interest. Host, Qingjia's fortune far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The likelihood of her casting a favorable number with the wooden wheel was exceedingly high, the system coldly reminded. Siwan bowed her head, her gaze falling on the East Pearl bracelet resting in her palm, the flesh marred by pale scars. Though shallow, they were fresh and conspicuous, remnants of her earlier rescue from danger. She paid them no mind. After all, she bore scars on her face as well. So what of her palm? System, do you know? Some individuals are inherently suspicious. Even when aware that they have a 90% chance of casting a favorable outcome, they remain unsatisfied. Desiring a 100% guarantee of success, Siwan silently explained. The system, detecting the underlying meaning in her words, responded with surprise in its cold, mechanical voice. Are you suggesting that Qingjia might tamper with the divination wheel to ensure a favorable number? How audacious of her! The system, taken aback, inquired further. How might she manipulate it? Have you noticed the twisted wire bracelet on Qingjia's wrist? While it appears to be crafted from pure silver, it actually conceals a magnet within. Among the 19 wooden wheels on the cleansing cloth, several have been tampered with, hollowed out and filled with a magnet and cotton to ensure they match the weight of the others. Even after living 2 lives, Siwan had to concede that Qingjia's methods were indeed clever. Ordinary individuals typically hesitate to replace the divination will held by the Empress Dowager. Yet Qingjia enjoys the backing of the 7th prince, whose mother, the esteemed consort Su, commands considerable influence within the palace. Employing a few cunning strategies would not pose a significant challenge. How does the protagonist intend to navigate this predicament? The system is somewhat anxious. To resolve the situation is, in fact, quite simple. Siwan refrains from further commentary, her gaze lifting toward the crown prince in the distance. His dark eyes radiate an icy coldness, enveloped by an aura of intimidation that compels others to keep their distance. However, the circumstances have shifted. The blooming of the double lotus signifies the crown prince's prominence, suggesting that this heir may one day ascend to the throne. This notion prompts several noble families to approach him for conversation. Before long, the cushions surrounding the crown prince are filled with guests. In stark contrast, the area around the seventh prince remains notably sparse, occupied by only a handful of individuals. The seventh prince maintains an unaltered demeanor, smiling gently. A pang of sympathy fills Qingjia's heart. Her beloved is a distinguished scion of heaven, a focal point wherever he may roam, surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting the moon. Yet, due to the crown prince, he faces indifference from the guests. Qingjia's discontent deepens as her gaze fixates on the divination wheel, her eyes gleaming with determination. Previously, Qingjia had painted on a six-sided glass lamp, depicting the six manifestations of Guanyin, embodying compassion and benevolence in vivid detail. The Empress Dowager, captivated by her artistry, developed a profound impression of the renowned Miss C. Recalling Qingjia's childhood act of sacrificing blood to save her mother, the Empress Dowager delightedly summoned her closer. With her head bowed and eyes lowered in deference, Qingjia gracefully approached, first greeting the Empress Dowager before gently seating herself on the cushion beside her. Her garments, crafted from exquisite flower-patterned silk, flowed smoothly, and as she lifted her wrist slightly, two scars became visible, one old, one new, marking her two acts of maternal rescue. "Child Qingjia, why not give it a try?" the Empress Dowager suggested. Qingjia, unwilling to defy the Empress's wishes, promptly stepped forward to toss the divination wheel before the unblemished cloth. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xuanyan's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally found solace. Despite Qingjia's recent impulsiveness and lack of composure, her noble destiny remains valuable, ensuring she garners the support of influential allies. With the Empress Dowager's backing, she has the chance to soar to great heights. Provided Duke Qin remains sensible, Qingjia will still be his most cherished daughter, the jewel of the household, far superior to that wretched Siwan. Lu Xuanyan, feeling triumphant, couldn't resist casting a glance at Siwan. The latter's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any jealousy, as though she were entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. Lu Xuanyan inwardly scoffed, feeling even less pleased. At this moment, Qingjia manipulated the 19 wooden wheels, 6 of which felt notably resistant. This indicated that the specially crafted twisted bracelet on her wrist was beginning to take effect. "Host, if you do not take action soon, Qingjia will succeed," the system urged anxiously. "Do not rush," Siwan replied with a smile. "If I recall correctly, Qingjia's fortune value is 76, is it not?" "Indeed. Do you believe your master can cause that value to plummet consecutively?" Siwan teased the system. "Can I not believe it? Host, I implore you, do not delay." At this moment, Qingjia was reciting the sacred incantation with sincerity and solemnity. She selected a wooden wheel and cast it 3 times, while the female attendant meticulously recorded the numbers. The sum of the results corresponded precisely to the 90th figure, which Qingjia had chosen for herself, a cause and effect of having all desires fulfilled. Upon witnessing this outcome, the Empress Dowager was subtly moved and gently patted Qingjia on the shoulder. "Qingjia, my dear, you are indeed a blessed individual." Qingjia, taken aback by the favor, graciously expressed her gratitude to the Empress Dowager. The Emperor could not help but offer a few words of praise as well. "What figure did Miss C cast? It seems to be the 90th. How remarkable today is. First, our crown prince receives divine favor, and then Miss C follows suit, casting auspicious numbers. Their destinies are truly intertwined." Chapter 47. Sister, do you not cherish the name of fortune? At that moment, a creaking sound echoed, seemingly emanating from the beams above. Qingjia looked up, but before she could react, a shadow suddenly darted towards her, causing her to scream in terror. The shadow was not an assassin, but rather a piece of old tile, long loose, and having just fallen at her feet, striking the twisted silk bracelet adorning her wrist. The bracelet shattered instantly, revealing beneath its thin silver layer a dark, lustrous magnet. One fragment of the broken magnet landed on the clean cloth, adhering firmly to the wooden wheel. Qingjia's expression changed dramatically, her shoulders trembling like leaves in the wind. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was shielded by her guards, maintaining a distance from the cloth, and did not notice the anomaly with the wheel. She hastily collected the magnet, clutching it in her hand. "Sister, are you all right?" Siwan exclaimed, rushing to Qingjia's side and supporting her arm. Qingjia struggled to free herself, but was unable to break free. "Wanwan, I am unhurt. Please let go." Qingjia managed to force a smile, her palm tightly gripping the magnet, fearful of being discovered. Siwan's eyes glistened with concern as she shook her head. "I worry for you, sister." She then softly suggested, "Sister, the arrival of this old tile seems peculiar. It may hold some significance. Perhaps we should cast the wooden will once more." Qingjia wished to decline, but noticed Siwan's unwavering gaze fixed on her clenched fist. Her heart tightened abruptly, her lips losing color as they turned pallid. Had Siwan discovered something? To confirm her suspicions, Qingjia tentatively spoke. "We have already cast once," but was interrupted by Siwan. "Sister, are you unwilling? Is it that you cannot part with the name of fortune? Or was there another reason?" Siwan's tone was incredibly gentle, yet to Qingjia's ears, it was laden with a palpable threat that sent shivers down her spine. A deafening realization struck Qingjia's mind. Siwan must have detected the magnet's presence. Otherwise, with her lowly status, she would never dare to threaten her. Qingjia's teeth chattered as she cast a pleading glance towards the distant seventh prince. "Sister, who do you think will arrive quicker? The seventh prince or I with the broken magnet?" Siwan whispered in her ear. Cold sweat broke out on Qingjia's skin. To be fair, Siwan indeed longed to publicly expose Qingjia's deception, yet to deceive the sovereign was a grave offense. One misstep could embroil the Grand Qingjia mansion in turmoil. It was hardly worth sacrificing her life for such a greedy and cunning individual. However, causing her some distress was still within reach. Qingjia stiffly nodded and murmured, "I shall comply." She approached the clean cloth once more and cast the divination wheel again. Though the Emperor and Empress Dowager found it odd, they did not intervene, merely observing as Qingjia rolled 3 times anew. However, this time, the sum of the numbers she cast was no longer 90, but 91. Upon seeing this number, Qingjia stood frozen, her body slack as though she were a mere shadow, slowly sliding down from her cushion. Nearby, Lu Xuanyan appeared equally distressed, as if mourning a great loss. For the significance of 91 was entirely different from 90, implying, "All desires shall remain unfulfilled." Upon witnessing this scene, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, opening her mouth as if to speak, only to hesitate. The Emperor's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, ultimately leading him to sweep away in a huff. These two individuals are the most esteemed in the great Qi dynasty. Their utterances hold the weight of divine decree. They could not, in mere moments, extol the virtues of Qingjia, only to retract their words. Such actions would undermine the majesty of the imperial family. "You sisters may return," the Empress Dowager said, rubbing her throbbing temple as she bid farewell. Qingjia yearned to clarify that it was all the machinations of Siwan, yet she dared not. After all, the shards of magnetic stone still lingered on her person. Should they be discovered, it would not merely reflect ill fortune, but would constitute a grave offense against the emperor. The two sisters retraced their steps back to the matriarch, with Lu Xuanyan trailing closely behind. The farce of the Buddha's birthday was swiftly concluded, yet discussions regarding the Qi family proliferated. Upon returning to the estate, Lu Xuanyan could no longer maintain her facade of fragility, casting a venomous glare at Siwan, wishing she could carve a piece of flesh from her. Her Qingjia had distinctly cast auspicious numbers, becoming the favored daughter in the eyes of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, yet Siwan obstructed her, compelling Qingjia to throw the divination will once more. "Wanwan, you have truly overstepped this time. Qingjia is your own sister, though of different mothers. She shares the blood of the Qi family. Why must you sabotage her and humiliate her in public?" As she spoke, Lu Xuanyan's anger brought tears to her eyes. covering her mouth with her hand as she sobbed uncontrollably. This display resembled that of a mother more than Zhao Shi did to see Qingjia. Siwan let out a cold laugh, her voice clear. "Aunt, let me ask you, is the life of our household's 100 or so souls more important? Or is an intangible reputation of greater significance?" Lu Xuanyin gritted her teeth, unwilling to lie in front of the matriarch and Duke of Qin. Of course, lies were paramount, since lies are of utmost importance. What is wrong with me urging my sister to throw the divination wheel again to clear her name from the crime of deceiving the emperor? Do not speak such nonsense. Lu Xuanyin retorted, her face turning purple. The first throw of the divination wheel was performed by Qingjia herself, just because it yielded an auspicious result. You cast upon her the label of deceiver. How could I bear such a malicious daughter as you? Lu Xuanyin pounded her chest in frustration, wishing to sever ties with Si-Wan immediately. Is that so? Si-Wan stepped closer to see Qingjia, grasping her wrist and dragging her forth. Sister, tell Aunt how you achieved the 90 auspicious number. Qingjia stumbled as she was pulled by Si-Wan, nearly falling to the ground, and upon hearing Si-Wan's words, wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. She fervently shook her head, unable to voice a word. Since sister is unwilling to speak, I shall elucidate the truth on your behalf. The matriarch gripped her wooden cane tightly, realizing that the situation was far more complex than she had presumed. The children of the estate, one after another, had grown bold enough to engage in the most absurd antics. Si-Wan continued, this morning as dawn broke, our family set off for the Hugua temple. Sister wore a twisted silk bracelet, yet that bracelet was not crafted from pure silver. Within it lay a concealed secret, meticulously carved magnetic stones that could alter the numbers cast by the divination wheel. Impossible! Lu Xuanyin screamed at the top of her lungs. It was merely a bracelet. How could it possibly influence the wheel's fate? If it could not have any impact, then why did the numbers on the wooden wheel change after the bracelet shattered? Si-Wan could not help but chuckle, pondering how her aunt would explain the transition from a situation where one could obtain all desires to one where nothing could be gained. At this juncture, not only did the elderly matriarch and Duke of Qin comprehend that there was an issue with the process of casting the divination wheel, but even the Zhao family sighed in dismay. What was meant to be a joyous celebration of Buddha's birthday for the entire family had turned into a series of misfortunes. First, the son relentlessly tormented his half-sister, and then the daughter brought dishonor through her pursuit of hollow fame. What kind of sin had she committed? Chapter 48. The fortune value dips by 5 points. Lu Xuanyin constantly reminded herself to maintain the demeanor of a benevolent mother to avoid arousing suspicion. However, she never anticipated that Si-Wan would be so sharp-tongued as to directly accuse Qingjia of treason. If such accusations were substantiated, even though Qingjia was the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, her standing in the public office would plummet drastically. Lu Xuanyin, flustered by concern, could not help but engage in a heated argument with Si-Wan, her emotions running high, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Si-Wan gazed at Lu Xuanyin, deliberately revealing disappointment in her eyes, and shook her head, saying, Aunt, you have no words left to say, do you? The results of the 2 divination throws have already proven everything, and even my sister has not denied it. Why must you insist on calling me malicious? Aunt, sometimes I truly do not understand. I am your daughter, yet in your eyes, I am perpetually in the wrong, regardless of what I do. Meanwhile, my sister needs only to exist to receive your affection and care. Does the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate truly affect the bonds of blood? Or is it only you who stands as a unique exception? With each question, Si-Wan articulated her resentment, forcing Lu Xuanyin into a corner, leaving her heart racing in fear. Lu Xuanyin stumbled backward, her panic meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the old matriarch. She felt as though all her strength had been drained, and her legs weakened, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Under ordinary circumstances, given their childhood bond and the debt of gratitude for saving his life, Duke Qin would have undoubtedly felt compassion and helped Lu Xuanyin to her feet. Yet today, he remained indifferent. Lu Xuanyin was chilled to the bone, wrapping her arms around herself, her shoulders trembling incessantly. The old matriarch struck the ground forcefully with her wooden cane, creating a resounding echo. Lu, You are Wanwan's biological mother, yet you are unkind to her, hurting your child's heart. You are Qingjia's stepmother, yet you indulge her, nurturing her misguided thoughts. Initially, considering your honesty and the life-saving grace you bestowed upon Zhongjun, I refrain from stripping you of your dignity. But at this juncture, if you do not restrain yourself, the public office shall descend into chaos. Reflect well in the Ningxue Pavilion. When you come to your senses, you may emerge again. Do not act recklessly. Is this to confine her feet? Lu Xuanyin could not even rise. Her face filled with sorrow as she wept and bowed deeply to the old matriarch. What a pitiful sight. Someone, escort Lady Lu back to the Ningxue Pavilion. The old matriarch commanded loudly. The servants outside the courtyard, unaware of the circumstances, were momentarily stunned by Lu Xuanyin's disheveled state and tears streaming down her face. For years, Zhao Shi had been in poor health, with Lu Xuanyin managing affairs on her behalf. In the eyes of everyone at the public office, she held considerable prestige, commanding a wealth of gold, silver, and fine silks with but a word. Her treatment was second only to that of Zhao Shi. Thus, although Lu Xuanyin bore no official title of the duke's wife, she effectively fulfilled that role, even gaining the affection of the legitimate daughter, Qingjia. The servants, accustomed to flattering those above them while looking down upon others, dared not show her disrespect. Yet at this moment, Lu Xuanyin's carefully cultivated reputation was ruthlessly stripped away by the old matriarch, instantly reverting her to her true status. A concubine is but a concubine, no matter how grand. She is unworthy of comparison with the true matriarch. Lu Xuanyin seemed to hear her servants whispering about her from behind, causing her tears to flow even more profusely. Two burly matrons stood on either side, lifting her arms and dragging her away. Once they departed, the old matriarch's gaze flitted between Qingjia and Wan. Her expression decidedly unpleasing. In a low voice, she inquired, "Qingjia, has Wanwan wronged you?" Qingjia's face twitched slightly as she shook her head, asserting that her granddaughter had been momentarily possessed by folly and had committed a mistake. And what of the bracelet? The old matriarch pressed. Qingjia retrieved the shattered pieces of the bracelet from her bosom. The thin silver layer was hollow, with dark fragments of pottery emitted, further corroborating Wan's words. The old matriarch surveyed the room, her tone frostbitten. What transpired today must not be discussed frivolously. It must remain buried within our hearts. Do you understand? The gathered individuals nodded in agreement. None were fools, aware that Qingjia's treachery was a grave offense that could implicate the entire household if not handled discreetly. The old matriarch cast a glance at Wan, who immediately comprehended her grandmother's intent to protect Qingjia. It was hardly surprising, for the esteemed young lady of the Qin duke's residence had been taken under the wing of a venerable scholar in her youth. Her reputation for purity and filial piety, having twice offered her own blood to save her mother, had spread throughout the capital. It was unlikely that she would be wholly forsaken for a moment of folly. Moreover, Qingjia had been raised under the watchful eyes of the old matriarch. Even without blood ties, the matriarch was inclined to grant her a chance for redemption. Qingjia transcribed the family teachings 300 times, the old matriarch remarked casually. Cornered and exposed, Qingjia could no longer maintain the facade of her previously serene demeanor. She dared not defy the old matriarch, murmuring an acknowledgment, yet her heart brimmed with venomous hatred for Wan. Had it not been for this meddlesome half-sister, even if the bracelet had been shattered by an old tile, the dim-eyed empress would not have discovered the concealed fragments, nor would she have compelled another casting of the wooden wheel. The outcome of the second casting revealed a disheartening result, all desires unfulfilled. Such a conclusion was indeed abysmal, starkly contrasting with the earlier praises of the favored daughter. At this moment, whenever Qingjia closed her eyes, the scene replayed vividly in her mind. The empress stared unblinkingly at the wooden wheel, seemingly unable to believe the final result, even instructing the maidens to recalculate. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The affection and favor once reflected in the empress's eyes gradually faded, allowing Qingjia to experience the bitter taste of plummeting from paradise to perdition for the first time. Qingjia departed, her steps heavy and uncertain. As she receded into the distance, the system suddenly announced, "See Qingjia, fortune value 71. Shui Ying's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Si Qingjia's fortune value had plummeted by 5 points. Just a moment more, and she could have seized a golden feather. System, did you not previously state that this challenge was complete? Even if I usurp Si Qingjia as the harbinger of good fortune, there would not be a significant change in the fortune value. Why has it dropped so drastically?" Sivan inquired. The system remained silent for a moment before clarifying. In just a few days, the host has effectively reclaimed 3 opportunities. Firstly, it is the agricultural treatise presented to Xiangzhou courtyard by concubine Zhao. Secondly, the celestial favor bestowed upon Si Qingjia due to the blossoming of the twin lotus has now shifted to the crown prince, consequently diminishing her own fortunes. Thirdly, there is the Empress Dowager's favor and her willingness to arrange a marriage for her. This series of missteps has caused Si Qingjia to lose the support of powerful allies, jeopardizing the majority of her future prospects. Had it not been for the host's timely intervention in refraining from exposing her subtle schemes at the Guaguosi, who knows? Perhaps the coveted golden feather would already be in hand. The system did not disclose to Si-Wan that the most significant influence on her fortune value pertains to the second point. In her previous life, the crown prince did not ascend the throne. Instead, it was the 7th prince who claimed the empire. Has the destiny of the great Qi been altered as well? Chapter 49. The gratitude of the concubines, wishing to repay his highness. Si-Wan felt no regret. It is essential to understand that some opportunities, once missed, transform into lethal blades, sharp and inescapable. After all, when the emperor is enraged, 1,000,000 corpses may lie in his wake. Even with 2 lifetimes behind her, she could not bear such grave consequences. It is wiser to proceed steadily, step by step. Ultimately, Si Qingjia and Lu Xuanyin owe her a debt that must be repaid. The system expressed its disappointment for a moment before shifting its tone to extol Si-Wan's ingenuity. It had not anticipated that the host would devise such a plan, allowing Jin Ke to conceal herself on the rooftop of the Guogui temple, accurately targeting and dropping an old tile. This fortuitously struck the twisted silk bracelet on Si Qingjia's wrist, revealing her true identity. On the day of Buddha's birth, the guests visiting the Guogui temple numbered in the hundreds, accompanied by numerous servants and carriages. For Jin Ke, hiding was not a challenge. The fallen tile caused no harm and aroused no suspicion from the royal family, proceeding even more smoothly than Si-Wan had anticipated. Host, Si Qingjia has been confined to transcribing family teachings and is unlikely to make an appearance in the coming days. How do you intend to reclaim your fortune value? The system inquired impatiently. Si-Wan toyed with her East Pearl bracelet, suppressing a smile. Do you believe that with Si Qingjia and Lu Xuanyin both confined, this mother-daughter duo will remain passive? Their hatred for me runs deep, and they will undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate me. The memories of her previous life were vivid, and Si-Wan was well acquainted with the tactics of Lu Xuanyin and her daughter. Recently, Si Qingjia's fortunes had taken a turn for the worse, facing obstacles at every turn. With her greedy and predatory nature, she would undoubtedly yearn for the fortune she believed was hers to claim, mistakenly thinking that seizing it would alter her unfavorable circumstances. Yet, she overlooked one critical truth. Once a person loses their composure, they falter in their actions, leading to numerous blunders. The system, feeling anxious, asked what will they do. As Si-Wan walked towards Xiangzhou courtyard, she clarified for the system. Now that I have reached the age of maturity, although recorded under my legitimate mother's name, Lu Xuanyin, as a concubine, can still meddle in my marriage affairs. If I were to marry out of the public residence and fall into her confidants' hands, they would decide how to manipulate and control me. Si-Wan's fingertips grazed the lush bamboo leaves, her almond eyes sparkling with derision. A few days ago, the old matriarch had promised Si-Wan to replace the servants in Xiangzhou courtyard. Among them was a maid who had betrayed her in her past life. If Si-Wan's intuition served her correctly, this maid likely still possessed the heartfelt poetry exchange between herself and her nephew. The system asked host, "Do you not intend to address this hidden danger?" "Not just yet," Si-Wan replied, plucking a bamboo leaf and crushing it in her palm. Let my dear aunt bask in her moment of triumph for now. Otherwise, if she retract her foxtail too quickly, I would have no excuse to act. Pausing briefly, she added, I must step out of the residence shortly. The system, puzzled, inquired about Si Wan's intentions. Having assisted them significantly, I must collect some interest, Si Wan remarked, donning her veil and setting off with Jean K by her side, traveling to the encampment palace. The crown prince, discontent with the constraints of the palace, spends the majority of the year at the temporary residence, where he often visits, and it is likely that he will encounter her. Standing at the stone lion at the entrance of the temporary palace, Siwan was greeted by a familiar guard, who hurriedly entered to announce her presence. Moments latte. The guard respectfully escorted her to the study. The crown prince sat at the desk, his gaze lowered, engrossed in military intelligence reports, entirely ignoring Si Wan as if deliberately leaving her in wait. Si Wan remained composed, gracefully bending her knee in a respectful bow before standing quietly, displaying patience without a hint of impatience. The crown prince observed her, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, producing a muffled sound that deepened the silence within the room. One does not visit the Hall of Three Treasures without purpose. What guidance does Miss C seek today? How could a humble daughter dare to instruct His Highness? Sivan replied, at the time of our encounter at the Hugwa Temple, you inquired about the whereabouts of the porcelain bottle. With so many people present, it was not the moment for an explanation. Thus, I resolved to convey the details to you privately. The medicinal concoction was prepared using arugula and strong liquor, known for its efficacy in promoting the growth of flora. I placed a properly mixed potion into a jade bottle from Laizhou and brought it before the bathing Buddha platform. The subsequent events were, of course, not hidden from your keen eyes, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. Siwan spoke directly, her tone respectful, yet imbued with a sense of intimacy. Although the crown prince was notorious for his cold-heartedness, Siwan had come to perceive that, despite his aloof demeanor, his character was far superior to that of the seventh prince. At least, prior to crossing any lines, he would not resort to violence against her, making him a commendable partner for collaboration. Liao Jade? The crown prince repeated softly. Siwan smiled sweetly and explained, Liao Jade is remarkably soft. Even a delicate woman could crush it with her bare hands, leaving no trace as it crumbles to dust and is carried away by the wind. The crown prince's gaze darkened as he suddenly rose, striding towards Siwan, who found herself ensnared by his fingers gripping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Miss C, what ulterior motives drive your persistent approach towards me? His voice, cold as ice, initially sounded gentle, but a closer inspection would reveal a lurking menace that sent chills down one's spine. Siwan understood the weight of bloodshed upon the crown prince's hands and recognized the genuine threat he posed. However, she feigned ignorance and replied, Your Highness once bestowed upon me the token from the Shuiwen Monastery, aiding me in seeking the esteemed Master Mingjing to save my younger brother's life. My heart is filled with gratitude, and I wish to repay you. Repay? The crown prince narrowed his dark eyes, leaning closer to Siwan until their breaths intertwined. She felt discomfort, instinctively trying to turn away, but the other hand of the crown prince rested upon her, preventing her from moving. The Dewan horses are a form of repayment. Saving lives in the Beast Garden is a repayment. Even the intertwined lotus from the Hugwa Temple is a repayment. Miss C is indeed a rare example of generosity. The crown prince scoffed, clearly skeptical of Si Wan's words, with her long lashes fluttering, casting a fleeting shadow. Si Wan pondered before speaking. In truth, I have come today with a request. The crown prince, as if anticipating her words, released his grip and pushed her away slightly. What is it? Your Highness is aware that the matter of marriage is dictated by parental will and the words of matchmakers. The concubine of my family, Lady Lu, wishes for her nephew to marry my daughter, yet my daughter is unwilling. Siwan spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing not her own marriage. What do you intend to do? The crown prince inquired. That nephew has taken a beautiful maid. I wish to request your highness to find her and detain her. Among those Siwan could trust, only Jean K remained. Yet Jean K, though a formidable warrior, lacked the requisite skills in locating individuals. She must swiftly find a maid named Yao Yao, for Yao Yao bore a striking resemblance to Qingjia, nearly 70% alike, and was currently with child. Chapter 50. Is second sister truly going to marry young Master Lu? Within Yao Yao's womb lies the precious bloodline of her nephew, Lu Fengchuan. It is rather amusing that Lu Fengchuan, enamored by Qingjia at first sight, has been languishing in a haze, his thoughts consumed by her. Yet, he is acutely aware of his humble origins, feeling unworthy of the esteemed daughter of a first-rank duke. Despite his restless nights and fervent admiration, he could not suppress his feelings and instead sought a substitute resembling her, whom he lavished with affection. Before long, the substitute, Yao Yao, found herself with child. In the case of an ordinary family, a man would never allow a concubine or maid to bear a child before marriage, for such a situation would jeopardize his chances of marrying a respectable lady. However, the Lu family diverges from the conventional path. Lu Xuanyan's branch has few descendants, with only Lu Fengchuan as the lone male heir. After years of seeking remedies, they've been unable to conceive a second child. Lu Xuanyan's mother consulted a fortune-teller, who foretold that their lineage would continue in solitary succession for generations. Thus, the child within Yao Yao is regarded as immensely precious. Even as an illegitimate offspring, the Lu family cannot bear to terminate the pregnancy, fearing the extinction of Lu Fengchuan's line, and have thus arranged for Yao Yao to be comfortably settled in a residence. In her previous life, Siwan learned of this situation when Yao Yao's child was already quite sizable. By now, she should be several months pregnant. Did Lu Xuanyan not claim to have privately pledged her life to Lu Fengchuan? If Yao Yao, heavy with child, were to be brought to the Duke's residence, Lu Xuanyan's deceit would crumble under scrutiny. After all, Yao Yao bears a striking resemblance to Qingjia, albeit lacking her regal beauty, appearing somewhat common in comparison. Siwan found herself eagerly anticipating Lu Xuanyan's reaction upon encountering Yao Yao. Would it be resentment for not having ensnared her in her trap, or bitterness towards her nephew Lu Fengchuan for his unseemly desires towards her own daughter? The study was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The prince looked down at Siwan, suddenly speaking up. "See, I shall assist you in locating that maid, but you must promise me one thing." Siwan, somewhat perplexed, raised her head. She had expected the prince to caution her against harming Yao Yao, lest the situation become irreparable. However, the youth's words took her by surprise. "Make a visit to the General Xuanwei's residence. My cousin wishes to meet you." The prince's cousin was the young boy who had clashed with the 9th prince in the Beast Garden. Had it not been for Siwan distracting the mother bear with a cub, the child might have met the same grim fate as in her previous life. What had seemed a mere trivial act at the time had evidently left a lasting impression on the young master. Siwan chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "Your Highness, why did the mother bear escape from the iron cage that day?" In her former life, this mystery had troubled Siwan for quite some time. Compared to natural disasters, she preferred to believe that this incident was the result of human malice. Someone was targeting the General Xuanwei's residence. If something were to befall Fu Ying, the general's family would face inevitable decline. The prince's voice was hoarse, his gaze murky and inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his emotions. But the 9th prince was also in the Beast Garden. If he were injured, the emperor would surely investigate this matter thoroughly, Siwan remarked. The prince scoffed. Will a thorough investigation necessarily yield results? On that day, a servant from the Beast Garden took his own life. He was an orphan, unburdened by familial ties, and it remained unclear for whom he had served. Siwan was rendered speechless. Although she had lived 2 lifetimes, she remained perplexed. She only knew that after Qingjia rescued the 9th prince, the crown prince's cousin died a tragic death, leaving the 9th prince terrified and suffering from high fever for several consecutive days. Gunsot Su, devotedly tending to her ailing son, visibly withered in just half a month, evoking the emperor's deep sympathy as he stayed in her palace each night to care for the child. Simultaneously, the crown prince was entrusted with significant responsibilities, allowing the 7th prince to seize the opportunity to overshadow the severely affected crown prince, thereby gaining the approval of the court officials. At that time, concubine Zhao had already suffered a miscarriage, thus losing her aunt's protection. Qingjia grew increasingly close to consort Su, and eventually they became mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. A heartwarming tale. However, in this lifetime, she altered the fate of the crown prince's cousin, preventing his demise in the Beast Garden. And the ninth prince did not suffer from the grave illness and coma that plagued him in her previous life. It seemed that no news had circulated within the palace. Siwan found it somewhat curious and inquired. The young master and the ninth prince are still quite young. They were frightened in the Beast Garden. Yet their health is intact, is it not? The crown prince cast a peculiar glance at Siwan, seemingly bewildered by her question. Both Fu Ying and the ninth prince were not fragile individuals. They suffered no serious harm. Siwan nodded. Should your highness set a time, kindly inform this humble girl, and she shall make her way to the general's residence. The crown prince acknowledged her request and did not prolong Siwan's visit, instructing the guards to see her out. Upon returning to the manor, as she stepped into the old matriarch's courtyard, she heard Si Qingming's voice. Grandmother, is it true that second sister is to marry that young Master Lu? The Lu family does not possess high standing, and he is but a branch of the family. I fear it may bring hardship upon my sister. Her words, ostensibly concerned, were laced with a hint of schadenfreude. The old matriarch, having lived many years, was not oblivious to Si Qingming's subtle intentions, yet she chose to remain silent. She glanced at the second madam, who immediately grasped the situation and kicked Si Qingming under the table. Si Qingming gasped in pain, yet being rather dull-witted. She failed to comprehend her mother's meaning and continued to speak indiscreetly. However, second sister has that scar on her left cheek, which marred her beauty, making her appear quite fearsome. It is not easy to arrange a marriage for her. At least, that young Master Lu is her aunt's own nephew, so he will surely not let second sister suffer. The second madam was infuriated, her vision clouding with rage. While the old matriarch's expression was far from pleasant, as she remarked, Lu Fengchuan is merely one of the candidates. It is for one to consider at her discretion. Nothing is set in stone. Lady Lu is exceptionally beautiful, and it stands to reason that her son would not be lacking in appearance. It is said that he is also a scholar, remarkably talented. If we disregard the family background, he would indeed be a suitable match for second sister. Siwan lifted the curtain and called out, I was unaware that Qingming had taken a fancy to this young Master Lu. As her elder sister, I have never contended with my younger sister. Today, I shall graciously relinquish this opportunity to Qingming. Would that be acceptable? Si Qingming's expression changed dramatically, tightly gripping her handkerchief, and spat in resentment. A mere low-ranking official's illegitimate son cannot possibly be worthy of our esteemed Qin Guogong family. Siwan smiled, her eyes sparkling, and replied, Just moments ago, I heard you praising him so highly. I thought you had developed a fondness for him. Si Qingming abruptly rose from the eight immortals' chair. Her small face flushed with indignation, clearly irked by Siwan's words. Siwan blinked innocently and inquired with genuine confusion. Why is Qingming upset? Is it because of young Master Lu? You. Si Qingming raised her hand to point at Siwan, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Siwan stepped closer, gently grasping the tips of Si Qingming's fingers. Sister, what is the matter? You repeatedly assert that young Master Lu is well suited for me, yet you are reluctant to accept it for yourself. Those who know the truth understand that you have no connection with young Master Lu and cannot be considered pair. Those who are unaware might mistakenly believe you harbor disdain for me, your sister. Chapter 51. A disgraced family of no repute. Si Qingming felt as if she had been burned by a red-hot coal, abruptly retracting her hand. Her face contorted with palpable disdain. It was evident that she held little regard for Lu Xuanyin's nephew. She found the Lu family a pitifully fallen clan, utterly repulsive for daring to set their sights on the esteemed Duke of Qin's household. However, their target was Siwan, the disfigured illegitimate daughter, not herself, the legitimate daughter of the second branch. Thus, Si Qingming had no inclination to interfere. After all, there was no sisterly bond between her and Siwan. In fact, she had suffered considerable grievances at the hands of her illegitimate cousin, breeding resentment long ago. Now, witnessing Siwan's misfortune, she was eager to observe the unfolding drama. Elder sister, Grandmother is clearly preoccupied with your marriage. Why must you involve me? Si Qingning remarked with a forced smile, concealing her irritation. Sivan, seated in the position of honor beside the matriarch, replied with a gentle smile, "It is not that I lack understanding, but rather that third sister is overly concerned with this matter, leading to misunderstandings." This was a thinly veiled accusation that Si Qingning was meddling. Si Qingning's expression faltered, and as she attempted to engage Si Wan in debate, she was restrained by the second madam's grip on her sleeve. The matriarch cleared her throat and turned to Si Wan, inquiring, "Wan, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Fengshuan has been chosen by your aunt. He is said to possess a gentle demeanor, and his honesty and integrity are beyond reproach. The standing of his family should ensure that you do not suffer." Siwan responded earnestly, "Grandmother, I must respectfully decline. And why is that? I suffered a facial injury from bandits in my youth, rendering me somewhat unattractive. Most men place great importance on a woman's appearance. Even if this young master Lu claims to be unconcerned, such sentiments are merely superficial. Over time, resentment may arise, leading him to perceive our family as imposing." "Imposing," the matriarch echoed, a sudden smile breaking across her face. She grasped Si Wan's hand gently, offering comfort. "Remember, my dear, daughters of our household are inherently precious. If the Lu family has chosen you, they must recognize this truth. They desire the prestige of our family, but wish to pay nothing in return. What a delusion." With that, the matriarch turned her gaze to Si Qingning and declared, "No matter the quarrels between you sisters within these walls, once outside, you are both daughters of the Si family. One cannot write two characters of Si in a single stroke. Today, it is your elder sister's marriage being discussed. In the future, it will be yours as well." In a vast household, Si Qingning feared not her uncle, the Duke of Qin, but rather the kind and just matriarch. Her mother had once recounted how, after her grandfather's passing, the household had been in turmoil due to the absence of a legitimate heir, with various factions eyeing the family as power. It was the matriarch's decisive actions that quelled dissent and supported her elder uncle in inheriting the title, restoring stability. Such astuteness and capability rivaled that of any man. Si Qingning, fully aware of the matriarch's formidable presence, dared not act defiantly before her. She nodded obediently, like a timid quail. "Very well. This matter must be decided by your parents. There is no need for haste. However, if the match is truly fitting, we must not let the opportunity for a union slip away," the matriarch said to Si Wan. Si Wan did not contest her words, yet deep within, she harbored no desire for marriage. It is essential to recognize that within Si Qingjia resides the mother worm of the reverse fate, ever vigilant over her destiny and fortune. A single misstep could lead her to repeat the tragic fate of her past life, making the thought of an indiscriminate marriage utterly implausible. Si Wan lowered her gaze, softly acquiescing, exuding an obedient and gentle demeanor. The old matriarch sighed inwardly. Such a splendid child, yet her beauty had been marred by an unfortunate incident. Lady Lu insisted that she lacked the capacity to protect both children from the marauding bandits, ultimately deciding to preserve only one. Zhao Shi had shown her kindness, and with Qingjia being the legitimate daughter, she felt a mix of gratitude and turmoil, ultimately opting to safeguard Qingjia. The old matriarch had once wholeheartedly believed Lady Lu's narrative. In light of recent events, Lu's persistent hostility towards Wan cast doubt on her maternal intentions. The old matriarch harbored suspicions, but refrained from shattering this fragile facade to spare Wan's feelings. After all, her aged frame remained relatively resilient. She had once upheld the crumbling estate, so surely she could protect her granddaughter. As for the prospective union with the Lu family, that matter could be postponed for now. Lady Lu had shown little interest in Wan's well-being, and it was doubtful she would be invested in such a significant decision, potentially jeopardizing the child's future. 5 days later, Si Qingjia finally completed her transcription of the family precepts. Her devoted maid, Lan Shi, brought forth the medicinal ointment, carefully applying it to Qingjia's fingertips to prevent calluses. "How is Aunt Lu faring?" she inquired. "Aunt has been quite anxious about you, struggling to eat and sleep, and has lost considerable weight in just a few days," Lan Shi replied softly. Si Qingjia's expression darkened as she leaned against the gilded couch, inquiring monotonously. Has there been any news from grandmother's side? Lan Shi nodded, revealing that the second young lady seemed dissatisfied with young Master Lu and likely did not wish to marry into the Lu family. My sister possesses high aspirations and great audacity, having established connections with the crown prince. How could she settle for the modest Lu family? Recalling the events at the Guaguosi temple, Si Qingjia's fingertips trembled slightly after applying the ointment, the veins on her hand bulging. Rumors portrayed the crown prince as cold-hearted and beastly, deemed an ill omen by the royal family. Despite being the heir apparent, he was unlikely to ascend to the throne. Yet, this very individual had become acquainted with Si Wan, even seizing opportunities through her, shamelessly seeking attention on the day of Buddha's birthday. Reflecting on the recent neglect endured by her beloved, Si Qingjia was filled with resentment and anger. She longed to return to the day Zayadify had presented her with gifts, wishing to tear the agricultural treatise to shreds rather than suffer such a significant loss that ultimately benefited Si Wan. Miss, what shall we do if the marriage does not come to fruition? Lan Shi inquired. Young Master Lu is exceptionally talented and handsome, with a gentle disposition, and he cares deeply for my second sister. How could it possibly fail? Si Qingjia squinted and commanded, go to the Ningzue pavilion and bring back that pot of asparagus. Lan Shi turned and departed. Si Qingjia let out a soft chuckle. Since childhood, her fortune had been extraordinary. Every rare flower and plant she nurtured flourished, regardless of the difficulty in their care, earning the old matriarch's admiration. As she matured, Si Qingjia had cultivated numerous potted plants, distributing them among the household's masters, with Lady Lu Xuanyin receiving the most. At times, words that should not be uttered by her own lips, actions that ought not to be performed by her own hands, are conveyed through the medium of flowers and plants, shrouded in secrecy. After all, the ant is deeply aware of her intentions. The meaning of the delicate plant, Blatilla striata, which sounds like to stabilize, signifies a change in circumstances when the potted plant is removed. The ant harbors a profound hatred for Si Wan. Had it not been for her desire to completely usurp the young woman's fortune, she might have ensured that the ailing infant Si Wan succumbed to illness on the very day the red mole emerged on her palm. The phoenix fate of Si Wan serves as the finest sustenance, which cannot be squandered in vain. Si Qingjia gently rubs the red mole, her eyes increasingly reflecting a deepening greed. Chapter 52. The poetry manuscript hidden in the pillow upon witnessing Lan Shi retrieving the pot of literary bamboo from the Ningzue pavilion. Lu Xuanyin instantaneously comprehended the external circumstances. It was undoubtedly due to Si Wan's haughty disposition, which rendered her dismissive of Feng Chuan. How could she not gaze into the mirror? The scar on her left cheek was so grotesque, resembling a malevolent spirit that had crawled out from the depths of hell. What man could possibly find her appealing? Feng Chuan, with his handsome visage and scholarly accomplishments, would not have bestowed his attention upon Si Wan were it not for her phoenix-like fate, intended to channel all fortune back to Qingjia. Lu Xuanyin was resolute in not allowing Si Wan to usurp her rightful place as the niece-in-law. Fetch Qingyun, Lu Xuanyin commanded in a low voice. The Qingyun she referred to was the maid who had recently spent some time at the Xiangzhu courtyard. Unfortunately, Sivan, plagued by excessive suspicion, had sought an excuse to replace all her attendants, resulting in Qingyun being relegated to the small kitchen to perform menial tasks. From being the second young lady's personal maid, she had been reduced to a mere kitchen hand, enduring significant hardship. Upon her arrival at the Ningzue pavilion, as soon as she laid eyes on Lu Xuanyin, she collapsed to the ground in supplication. Aunt Lu, I beseech you to save me. I cannot endure this any longer. Qingyun's palms were calloused and blistered, her once delicate and fair appearance now completely transformed. Lu Xuanyin was taken aback by the extent of her metamorphosis. Lower your voice. Lu Xuanyin frowned, fearful of being overheard, her exquisite face betraying a hint of disdain. Qingyun promptly covered her mouth. What of the poetry manuscripts I instructed you to hide? Lu Xuanyin inquired. Although Qingyun did not comprehend the purpose of those manuscripts to Lu Xuanyin at that moment, she recognized her as her sole savior and dared not withhold any information. Thus, she replied earnestly, "They're concealed within my pillow at home. Over a dozen pieces, all penned by the second young lady herself, I assure you." Lu Xuanyin smiled, gently clapping her hands. Hearing the commotion, Granny Wu entered and whispered a few words to Qingyun before leading her away. "My lady, do you truly intend to bring Qingyun to our Ningxue pavilion? Why would I want her? It is merely a ruse to intimidate her. First, soothe her. Once she identifies Siwan, we shall send her to the countryside, to find an opportunity to silence her, lest she speaks out of turn." To the eyes of other masters, Lu Xuanyin appeared gentle and amiable, always smiling and never reprimanding her servants. Little did they know that with just a few words, she had sealed Qingyun's fate. Granny Wu, having served Lu Xuanyin for many years, though not as close as Granny Hu, was one of her trusted confidants and had dealt with more than her fair share of sordid affairs, thus would not dare to defy her commands. 3 days later, after completing her period of reflection, Lu Xuanyin emerged from the Ningxue pavilion and proceeded directly to the old lady's courtyard to pay her respects. Dressed in plain attire, with no makeup adorning her face, she appeared significantly gaunt. Holding a teacup, she knelt at the entrance, and upon seeing Siwan, her eyes brimmed with guilt. "Esteemed matriarch, I have reflected upon my actions and acknowledged my wrongdoings. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I implore you to grant me an opportunity to make amends with Wangwan. After all, she is the child I carried for 10 months, and the bond of blood between mother and daughter can never truly be severed." Lu Xuanyin spoke while shedding tears, appearing particularly pitiable. Siwan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile lurking within her heart. The system was also considerably perturbed. Lu Xuanyin was indeed shameless. Her daughter was clearly Qingjia, not the host. We lacked evidence, and even if we revealed the truth, no one would believe us. Siwan rubbed her aching temples. The system could not help but divulge a secret. Host and truth. Once Qingjia's fortune value falls below 50, we can regain our advantage. Siwan raised her eyebrows, evidently surprised. Previously, after reclaiming a golden feather, Qingjia had shown no significant changes apart from a slight decrease in fortune value. Could it be that a fortune value dropping below 50 would trigger something extraordinary? As if sensing C1's thoughts, the system elucidated. The initial 5 golden feathers were instinctively seized from the host by the newly born birdwoman. At that time, the cursed child had taken 5 golden feathers from you, which became the foundation of Qingjia's fortune. Once the fortune value dips below 50, it would shake the very foundation, causing the birdwoman to no longer maintain her current guise. Siwan recalled carefully. Indeed, the present Qingjia bore a resemblance to the Zhao family. She would increasingly resemble Lu Xuanyin, would she not? The system did not refute her. Siwan picked up a silk handkerchief and gently pressed it to the corners of her eyes, as if moved by Lu Xuanyin's deceitful lament, softly calling out, "Aunt." She bent down, cautiously assisting Lu Xuanyin to her feet. Regardless, as a daughter, she could not bear to witness her biological mother kneeling in repentance. If she remained indifferent, it would not be long before the name of the disobedient second miss of the C family spread throughout the capital. At that time, not only would no suitors approach the noble house, forcing the old matriarch into a corner to marry Lu Fengchuan, but it would also evoke sentiments of how one sister was purely filial, sacrificing blood to save her mother, while the other compelled her biological mother to kneel in remorse. She would unwittingly become a stepping stone for Qingjia. Naturally, Siwan would not fall into Lu Xuanyin's trap. "Good child, previously, your aunt was bewitched and mistreated you. In the future, your aunt will compensate you 100-fold, ensuring you endure no grievances." Lu Xuanyin grasped Siwan's hand, tearfully confiding as if she had truly turned over a new leaf. Yet Siwan knew that some individuals could hardly change their inherent nature. Lu Xuanyin cared solely for Qingjia in her lifetime. To elevate her biological daughter to a higher position, she would go to any lengths, even sacrificing herself, let alone sacrificing a child with whom she shared no genuine affection or blood relation, merely a name of mother and daughter. Siwan feigned being moved, softly sobbing, while Lu Xuanyin embraced her shoulder, appearing exceedingly affectionate. The old matriarch cast a glance at Lu Xuanyan, hoping her intentions were sincere. Baiwan has suffered too much. She grew up overshadowed by her mother's favoritism towards her legitimate sister, and now, her damaged appearance has affected her prospects. The old matriarch only wished for her to have a better life. Lu Xuanyan pulled Si-Wan to sit down, dried her tears, and smiled. In the blink of an eye, Baiwan has reached the age of courtship. Although I wish to keep her a little longer, I fear it may delay the child. Her eyes flickered slightly. I wonder which family the old lady has chosen to ally with our esteemed household? Lu Xuanyan, fearing to arouse the old lady's suspicion, refrained from mentioning her nephew's name. The selection had yet to be finalized. The old lady set down her teacup. Zhao turned her bracelet, saying, "Did not Aunt Lu mention that your maternal family has a suitable relative of marrying age?" Lu Xuanyan forced a laugh, too apprehensive to respond. Stealing a glance at the old lady, she noticed the latter was resting with her eyes closed, which made her heart race. If the Lu family's child truly possessed exceptional talent and noble character, he would indeed make a commendable match. Even if his family was modest, I could augment Wan's dowry to ensure our daughter does not suffer. Chapter 53. In her heart, there was another bright moon. How could she possibly regard Si-Wan? Compared to the old matriarch, the Zhao family was, after all, not as cautious. She could hardly believe that there existed a mother in this world who would wish ill upon her daughter. She had assumed that Lu Xuanyan genuinely cared for Si-Wan, fearing that the scars on her face would lead to harsh treatment from her husband's family, thus selecting her own nephew. Although he was not renowned for his scholarship, merely a scholar, his character was honest and upright. Even after marriage, he would not take concubines or keep servants. Upon hearing this, the system found great amusement in Si-Wan's laughter, which was both hearty and unrestrained. Honest and upright, Lu Fengchuan, indeed, maintained a facade of virtue in front of Lu Xuanyan. Yet behind closed doors, he had taken a beautiful concubine, her pregnancy evident. It was hardly surprising. The Lu family was inherently imbued with a shared bloodline, a legacy of hypocrisy. The host could not let Lu Fengchuan escape unscathed. Rest assured, I shall not allow him a moment of peace. Si-Wan's tone was soft, akin to a lover's whisper, yet her gaze radiated unmistakable malice. In her previous life, in a bid to utterly deplete her last vestige of fortune, Qingjia, a woman of the cuckoo fate, had snatched away her parents, severing her ties of kinship. Deliberately arranging for the infatuated Lu Fengchuan to become engaged to her, thereby cutting off her marital prospects, and seducing Lu Fengchuan, who, prior to their wedding, had brutally opened her chest with a knife, extracting her heart and thus severing her chances of bearing children. Fate and worldly entanglements were inextricably linked. Once severed, Qingjia achieved her desires, robbing Si-Wan of her last golden feather. She transformed from a cuckoo into a majestic, nine-tailed golden phoenix, becoming the most esteemed woman in the entire Qi. Meanwhile, Si-Wan, stripped of her destiny, endured endless torment, and even in her rebirth, the memories remained indelible. Each midnight, Si-Wan would awaken from nightmares, and the refined and handsome Lu Fengchuan was one of the vengeful spirits haunting her dreams. Aside from having taken her life, Lu Fengchuan relentlessly oppressed and humiliated her in daily life. He found her repulsive, yet the contours of her face bore a striking resemblance to Qingjia. Even after concealing her scars, she appeared even more beautiful than the latter. As he gazed upon her, Lu Fengchuan became lost in thought, cursing himself for being so unsettled by an ugly creature and convinced that Si-Wan was deliberately seducing him. In a fit of humiliation and rage, he resorted to belittling and berating Si-Wan repeatedly, clinging to his male pride. Si-Wan had no intention of letting him off easily. Wan was still young. There was no need to rush her marriage. The old matriarch suddenly opened her eyes and spoke. Zhao was taken aback. Just days prior, it was the matriarch who had taken the initiative to discuss arranging a marriage for Wan. How had her thoughts changed in such a short span? The matriarch chose to ignore the confusion in Zhao's gaze, for Lu Xuanyan was adept at concealing her thoughts, and no one outside of herself had perceived it. To explain too much would only complicate matters further. Wan, what do you think? A granddaughter ought to heed her grandmother. Si-Wan lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. As if shy, Lu Xuanyin's eyes sparkled. 3 days later, as was her custom, Si-Wan visited the silk shop. This establishment boasted the finest materials and the most skilled embroiderers in the capital, welcoming an innumerable throng of customers daily, bustling with activity. As soon as Si-Wan stepped through the door, the shopkeeper, previously aloof, greeted her with unexpected warmth. Miss Second, the merchants from Jiangsu and Zhejiang have just delivered a batch of cloud mist silk, as delicate as the wings of a cicada, perfectly suitable for tailoring garments. Come take a look. Si-Wan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lu Xuanyin intended to use today's opportunity to solidify the illicit relationship between her and Lu Fengchuan. Otherwise, the steward before her, with his arrogant demeanor and a hint of business acumen, would never pay her, a mere illegitimate daughter, such undue attention. The system alerted. Host. There is something amiss with this steward. Si-Wan silently acknowledged this in her mind, maintaining a calm exterior as she cast a fleeting glance at Qingjia. Although cloud mist silk was unsuitable for undergarments, it was ethereal and enchanting for outer garments, swaying gently as if enshrouded by the clouds atop a mountain, which was how it earned its name, and it was indeed quite precious. Typically, such exquisite fabrics would be sent directly to the estate, where the masters would choose the colors and entrust the seamstresses with the tailoring, rarely visiting the shop themselves. Si-Wan remained impassive, following the steward as they walked forward. Passing through the corridor, when she caught sight of a deep blue robe hem, clearly of masculine design. Cousin. Si-Wan halted her steps, turning towards a voice. A handsome young man stood in the courtyard, dressed in a scholar's robe, exuding elegance as he bowed to her. Who else could it be but Lu Fengchuan? Hearing him address her, as cousin made Si-Wan feel a wave of discomfort, her brows knitting together as she involuntarily took a step back. Qingjia positioned herself protectively in front of her. Lu Fengchuan's anger flared at this sight. What was Si-Wan? Merely an ugly creature, her beauty marred. A mere illegitimate daughter fortunate enough to be remembered by the matriarch. What was there to be proud of? Had it not been for his aunt's insistence on marrying him to her, he would never have willingly engaged with such an unappealing woman. His heart belonged to another. He recalled the eldest young lady weeping before him, saying, Wan is my sister by blood, and due to her desire to protect me, she was disfigured in her youth, causing delays in her marriage, and she has suffered humiliation from her future family. Young Master Lu, Wan is also your sister. You grew up together and should treat her well. Lu Fengchuan's heart shattered at the sight of Qingjia's tears, unable to bear her sorrow. He patted his chest and vowed to treat Si-Wan kindly. Only then did Qingjia manage a smile. In truth, he had seen Si-Wan only a few times, and his scant impression of her was that she was introverted and gloomy, far less striking than the eldest young lady, who was as radiant as dawn and pure of heart. Ironically, his aunt was a rare beauty herself. Otherwise, how could she, as an illegitimate daughter, captivate the Duke of Qin so thoroughly and even wield significant power within the household? It was truly peculiar how Si-Wan bore no resemblance to her aunt. Lu Fengchuan shook his head discreetly, reaching out to push Qingjia aside. He tried to shove her, but she did not budge. The system remarked, useless. Si-Wan wholeheartedly agreed. Cousin, your brother wishes to speak with you. Might we move to the flower hall? Lu Fengchuan said, his face flushed. Si-Wan firmly declined, unwilling to engage further with Lu Fengchuan. Even if she wished to deceive Lu Xuanyin and her mother into believing she had fallen into their trap, she still found the prospect of interacting with Lu Fengchuan repugnant. Do you truly believe that receiving His Majesty's commendation and being recorded under the name of the Duchess could genuinely alter your origins? You are the daughter of your aunt, with the blood of the Lu family coursing through your veins. What gives you the audacity to look down upon the Lu clan? Si-Wan scoffed lightly. She was undeniably of Zhao descent. Had it not been for Lu Xuanyin's despicable and shameless actions, taking the newborn Juan and placing her beside her, exploiting the vile reverse command worm to usurp her fortune and the red birthmark, she would now have no ties whatsoever to the Lu family. Lu Fengchuan is truly foolish. It is no wonder he was utterly exploited by Qingjia in his previous life. Just as Si-Wan was about to retort, A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Old madam, the second young lady is in the courtyard. It is said she is secretly meeting with an outsider. Chapter 54. C1, truly caught in the snare impossible. My daughter is pure and principled. How could she possibly meet a man in the silk shop? Lu Xuanyan's voice was laced with profound indignation, as if she deeply resented the slander directed at her daughter. Unable to believe that C1 would engage in such disgraceful behavior. Madam Lu, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. It cannot be false. The second young lady was embracing that man. Their demeanor was intimate, clearly indicative of a prior romantic entanglement. I feared it would cause a stir, which is why I summoned the matriarch, the old servant stated. Lu Xuanyan trembled, as if struck by a heavy blow. Her complexion turned as pale as paper. Yet she still mustered the strength to defend C1, embodying the image of a devoted mother. You old crone, spouting nonsense before everyone. If you tarnish my daughter's reputation, beware of your tongue. Qingjia took out a silk handkerchief to wipe Lu Xuanyan's tears, softly reassuring her, Aunt, do not be hasty. Let us find Wan first. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding. Lu Xuanyan nodded, her eyes reddened. Observing her countenance, the matriarch furrowed her brows, feeling something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint what was peculiar. Ultimately, Lu Xuanyan was Wan's biological mother, having previously aired her judgment and harshly criticized her daughter. She had now been confined for some time and suddenly attained clarity, which was not beyond possibility. Nonetheless, she believed in Wan's character and could not fathom her engaging in such disgraceful acts. Lu Xuanyan's emotions were overly dramatic. Zhao Shi, more impatient, refrained from idle chatter and quickened her pace. As they traversed the covered corridor, they happened upon C1 standing in a pavilion, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. Zhao Shi was momentarily taken aback, her lips trembling, before finally calling out, Wan. C1 curtsied, responding, Mother. Just then, the matriarch and the others arrived at the scene, witnessing C1 and the young man beside her. Second sister is actually here. Si Qingning reveled in the misfortune, never anticipating that her outing today would grant her such a splendid spectacle of a scandalous affair. It seems C1 was indeed unfortunate, having unknowingly offended someone, and being publicly identified by the house's maid was utterly humiliating. Little sister, who is this person? Si Qingjia exclaimed, her eyes widening as if frightened, though a hint of amusement could be discerned in her gaze upon closer inspection. C1 has truly fallen into a trap. In contrast to Si Qingjia's reaction, Lu Xuanyan's despair was more profound. She could scarcely maintain her footing, crying out, Wan, if you wish to marry Lu Fengchuan, you could have expressed your feelings to me directly. Why resort to such shameless acts as clandestine meetings with a man? You have utterly disgraced our household. Lu Fengchuan, the matriarch murmured, her gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. Aunt, you must be mistaken. My cousin and I merely encountered each other by chance. We did not arrange to meet here, C1 explained calmly, displaying no signs of anxiety. Lu Xuanyan turned to Lu Fengchuan, asking, Cousin, would you clarify what transpired? Lu Fengchuan recalled his aunt's counsel. She had stated that the Lu family was of too lowly a status, and being a branch of the family, even if he possessed some knowledge and looked presentable, he could never aspire to court a lady from a prominent household. Even seeking to marry a legitimate daughter was but a pipe dream. However, C1 is the only noble woman he can associate with, and she is also the younger sister of the woman he desires. Even though Lu Fengchuan finds C1 unattractive and her temperament peculiar, he cannot deny that this marriage would be advantageous for him. His aunt is considering his interests. Moreover, given that Yao's belly grows larger by the day, it will not be long before she gives birth. If he does not find a manageable wife soon, complications may arise. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fengchuan steeled himself and addressed the old matriarch with cupped hands. Esteemed matriarch, I have known my cousin since childhood, and we share a deep bond of affection. We have privately pledged ourselves to one another for life, and I hope you will bless our union. Lu Xuanyan rushed forward, pretending to scuffle with Lu Fengchuan, yet she could not bring herself to exert any real force. After all, Lu Fengchuan is the only male descendant of their branch. If something were to happen to him, how could she explain it to their mother? It was merely a show. Esteemed matriarch, you see, I truly have not lied. The matron who led everyone here said, with a sheepish grin. The old matriarch ignored her, surveying the surroundings and speaking sharply. What are you all making a fuss about? Do you not find it embarrassing enough? Hurry back home. As she spoke, her teeth were clenched tightly, and her cheeks twitched, clearly incensed. Siwon was surrounded by several matrons and pushed toward the carriage. Before boarding, she instructed Jean K, do not forget to bring that person to the manor. Jean K nodded and swiftly departed. Qingjia turned back to Siwon, unable to restrain her curiosity. At this point, who do you intend to summon to the manor? Is it Princess Jingyu or our crown prince? Siwon smiled slightly, neither. Qingjia felt a twinge of worry. Her hands, hidden in her sleeves, clenched into fists, and her breath was no longer as steady as before. It is no surprise that Qingjia feels this way, as she has suffered too many setbacks at C1's hands. If she is not careful, she might find herself ensnared once more. The three sisters shared a carriage. Qingjia sighed softly, her beautiful face marred by concern. Wanwan, although the customs of the Qi are much more liberal than those of the previous dynasty, a woman's reputation remains of utmost importance. Even if you admire that Lu gentleman, you cannot disregard your parents' teachings and meet him in secret. If not for your sister, then at least consider your own reputation. Qingning sneered. Elder sister, why waste your breath on someone like her? She is selfish to the core. Otherwise, she would not engage in such harmful actions. Qingning, the most pressing concern now is not mutual accusations, but rather to quell this disturbance discreetly to prevent further trouble. Qingjia advised, casting a glance at Siwon. Siwon closed her eyes, pretending not to hear the buzzing of the two mosquitoes in her ears. Second sister, you truly have the patience. If I were you, having my affair publicly exposed, I would fear I might take my own life in despair. Qingning deliberately spoke harshly, expecting Siwon to retaliate, but to her surprise, the woman remained calm and composed, showing no sign of worry or anger, which made them appear trivial in comparison. Qingning felt increasingly vexed. After returning home, everyone went to the main courtyard. The escorted Siwon and Lu Fengchuan were no exception. Lu Xuanyan's eyes were swollen like walnuts, her voice hoarse and strained, as she knelt before the old lady. Esteemed matriarch, it is entirely my fault. I am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of Wanwan. I implore you not to hold her accountable. Lu Xuanyan's words were imbued with sincerity, and she bowed 3 times before the old lady, each thud resonating with gravity. Her originally fair forehead was now marred with a broken skin, crimson blood seeping forth, evoking deep sympathy. The mistake had been made, and what use was punishment? Upon hearing the commotion, Duke Qin, moved by compassion for Lu Xuanyan, assisted her to her feet. His disdain for C1 had reached its zenith. Chapter 55. One is gravel. One is a pearl Chongjun. I have yet to express my intent to punish Lu, and you defend her so fiercely. Do you still regard me as your mother? The old lady is not the biological mother of the Duke of Qin, but his stepmother, with a layer of separation. The bond is inevitably diminished. Therefore, the old lady seldom speaks sternly to the Duke, wishing to prevent any discord between mother and son. Yet, in his folly for Lu, he has repeatedly erred, utterly lost his wits, and exhibited none of the dignity or intellect befitting a duke. The Duke of Qin, his anger barely contained, spoke with a tone of trepidation. Mother, I've always held you in high esteem. How could I dare to disregard your presence? It is merely that C1 is too audacious. At such a tender age, she shamelessly consorts with a man outside our family. If we do not discipline her, our household will become fodder for gossip. And how could my father rest in peace from beyond? A man outside? The old lady struck the ground with her cane, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ask Lu where this man originated. The Duke of Qin, taken aback, turned his gaze to Lu Xuanyan. Do you recognize this individual? Since inheriting his title, the Duke had distanced himself from the Lu family, unaware that the young man clandestinely meeting with C1 was Lu Xuanyan's own nephew. Realizing this, Lu Xuanyan's heart sank, and she instinctively sought to conceal the truth, fearing the Duke's ire. However, all present, save for the Duke, were well aware of Feng Chuan's identity. Even if she spun a grand lie, it would be riddled with flaws, inviting mockery instead of sympathy. It would be wiser to speak the truth, relying on the man's affection for her to navigate this crisis. Biting her tongue forcefully, the pain sharpened her clarity. She tilted her head back, her eyes glistening like rippling water as she gazed at the Duke, weeping pitifully. "My lord, every fault lies with me. I should not have entangled myself with my family, and thus my nephew would not have committed such disgraceful acts that bring shame upon me." The Duke never imagined that this shameless scoundrel was a relative of Qingjia. In light of this, it seems C1's loose morals and clandestine engagement might also be attributed to the undeniable responsibilities of Lu Qingjia as her mother. Yet, Qingjia had only just been released from confinement, her frame considerably diminished. As a concubine, her status inherently inferior to that of the Zhao family. She could hardly withstand her mother's wrath. Ultimately, the Duke, bewitched by beauty and unable to forget the life-saving grace of the past, hesitated and chose to absolve Lu Qingjia, allowing C1 to bear the brunt of the consequences alone. "Qingjia, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is entirely C1's indiscretion. Otherwise, how could there be so many young ladies in our household? Yet only she alone is embroiled in such scandalous rumors." Caught in the act, the Duke selectively overlooked the previous incident at the courtyard involving the undergarment case. After all, Qingjia was his beloved legitimate daughter, his cherished jewel, incomparable to C1. The old lady shook her head in silent dismay. She had chosen the Duke from among several illegitimate sons years ago because he was not foolish, obedient, and possessed a certain pride. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 2 decades of indulgent privilege had dulled the edges of the Duke of Qin, rendering him as narrow-minded as others in the bureaucratic realm, unable to accommodate differing perspectives. Particularly, in his blatant favoritism towards his concubine, he had even forsaken his dignity, relentlessly suppressing his own daughter. The old matriarch pondered whether, had she not been his nominal mother, constrained by the weight of filial piety, she might have found herself in a predicament akin to that of Wanwan. Accusations could be made without recourse to rebuttal. Upon being taken to the main courtyard, C1 remained silent. At this moment, she stepped forward, bypassing the weeping Lu Qingjia, and approached the old matriarch and Madame Zhao, grasping their hands. Though her fingertips were cold, her palms radiated warmth. "Grandmother, mother, I harbor no romantic entanglements with Lu Fengchuan. Today, he deliberately lingered at the silk shop, aiming to tarnish my reputation," C1 declared. The Duke of Qin, incensed, retorted, "You ungrateful daughter, your lips are always filled with deceit. Now, with evidence laid bare before us, you still refuse to speak the truth. I shall invoke the family law to discipline you." The household's law was a thorny rod, both supple and robust. The sharp barbs, upon mere contact with skin, could draw blood. In her past life, C1 had been subjected to this rod's punishment on several occasions. First, for being falsely accused of attempting to seduce the 7th prince. Second, for being caught in a clandestine engagement with an outsider. Each time the family law was invoked, C1 endured excruciating lashes that left her bloodied and battered. Qingjia had once wept on her behalf, but her excessive sorrow had led her to faint. The Duke, fueled by rage, proclaimed that had it not been for C1's treachery in jeopardizing her sister's reputation, Qingjia would not have suffered such a fate. Should her sister's prospects of marrying into the royal family be compromised, he would not hesitate to flay C1 alive. That evening, weighed down by guilt, Lu Qingjia personally summoned a renowned physician to attend to Qingjia. The physician asserted with conviction that Qingjia had inherited a frail constitution from the Zhao lineage, and after being afflicted by emotional turmoil, her heart and spirit had been compromised. Only the blood of a close kin could serve as a restorative elixir to revive her vitality. As the architect of Qingjia's grave condition, it was universally acknowledged that C1 must assume the responsibility of providing the necessary blood. After all, it was her grave mistake that had driven her elder sister to such despair. C1, unwilling and furious, refused to yield her blood to Qingjia. Yet within the vast estate, no one cared for her sentiments. In their eyes and hearts, Qingjia was the cherished gem, while C1 was merely the inconspicuous gravel by its side. To sacrifice the gravel in order to cleanse the gem was, to them, the most advantageous transaction imaginable. Why should it not be so? Ultimately, amidst her frantic struggles and cries, C1 was stripped of her right to refuse. She was bound to the bed, iron chains constraining her limbs, not even permitted to resist. Lu Xuanyin took up the dagger herself, weeping as she spoke to her. Wan, do not blame your aunt. I wish it were otherwise, but there is no alternative. The dagger, cold as ice, cut through her wrist to draw blood. C1 felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, as if she were on the brink of freezing. She gazed at Lu Xuanyin, a surge of confusion swelling within her. Unable to comprehend how a mother could be so cruel as to deprive her own flesh and blood of life to save a child with no blood ties. She felt unloved. Others claimed that Aunt Lu was the epitome of propriety. So how could she give birth to such a madwoman? Not only was she capricious, but she also brought ruin upon her own sister. What a pity for the loyal and honest Aunt Lu. In a bid to repay her kindness and rectify her mistakes, she overcame the innate maternal affection for her daughter, taking the knife herself to remedy the calamities wrought by C1. It was indeed a poignant sight. Yet only C1 knew that when Lu Xuanyin looked at her, tears flowed from her eyes, while her heart reveled in laughter. She laughed with a sense of triumph, bright and unrestrained, and her tears bore no warmth, let alone maternal love. Chapter 56. Unexpectedly, she encountered the second miss, who was infatuated with another man. Ever since the esteemed physician visited the estate for a consultation, Qingjia had been unabashedly draining C1's vitality. She had satiated the insatiable mother curse within her, nourished her own greed and ambition, and depleted the unique fortune bestowed by her phoenix fate, ascending to unparalleled wealth and prosperity, while C1, on the other hand, was tethered like a dog, confined within Xiangzhu courtyard, her hands and feet shackled, unable to step beyond the threshold. Even her marriage was hastily arranged. Her sullied reputation forced her to wed Lu Fengchuan, with no alternatives available. The so-called family law invoked by Duke Qin stirred up C1's haunting memories, which were excruciating and deeply ingrained. The system, sensing her turmoil, could not help but remark, "Host, you have reclaimed a total of 19 points of fortune value, just a fraction more, and the second golden feather will be within your grasp. Your fate has already begun to shift." C1 closed her eyes. After a moment, she composed herself and turned to Duke Qin. "Father, I shall reiterate, there is nothing between Lu Fengchuan and me." Duke Qin, however, harbored not a shred of belief in her words, commanding the steward to fetch the birch branches. Yet, he was stopped by the matriarch and Lady Zhao. The matriarch said, "Changjun, Wan is of a straightforward and honest nature. She would not fabricate lies regarding such a matter that concerns the virtue of a young lady. It would be prudent to investigate thoroughly, lest she be wronged. Mother, do not be deceived by her. She is simply stubborn, intending to deny everything." Duke Qin's features contorted in fury, his expression grotesque. Lu Xuanyin exchanged glances with Qingjia. Wiping her tears, Lu Xuanyin sobbed, "My lord, I too cannot believe Wan would act in such a manner. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding?" "Aunt, this is no misunderstanding. My cousin has penned numerous love poems to me, which are likely hidden in her room. If you do not believe me, feel free to search." Lu Fengchuan shouted, fully aware that he must seize this opportunity to become Duke Qin's son-in-law. In doing so, he would not only attach himself to a powerful family, but also ensure that the eldest miss would find peace. The eldest miss, burdened by guilt over C1's disfigurement, had been exploited by this younger sister. C1 raised an eyebrow, anticipating Lu Fengchuan's words. Duke Qin, already harboring disdain for Lu Fengchuan, felt his rage intensify upon hearing this, and he promptly dispatched someone to search Xiangzhu courtyard. Soon, the servants returned to the main courtyard, the steward leading them with a thick stack of papers in hand. It was indeed the poetry manuscripts Lu Fengchuan had mentioned. "My lord, this was found in the second Mrs. Chamber," the steward reported respectfully. Duke Qin accepted the manuscripts and flipped through them, his refined countenance twisting in revulsion as he flung them at C1. "C1, the evidence is irrefutable. Will you still not confess?" Qingjia gasped, her shoulders trembling, her phoenix-like eyes filled with disappointment, unable to fathom that her own sister could commit such an act. At this moment, Si Qingning stood beside her. Normally, she would have taken the opportunity to mock Si Wan, but today, she was uncharacteristically craning her neck toward the entrance, her expression tinged with anxiety. Si Wan pursed her lips. Such unusual behavior surely indicated deeper motives. Host, someone is at the door, the system reminded Si Wan in her mind. Who? Sivan inquired. It is Si Qingjia's close confidant, the second daughter of the Marquis of Huainan, Yin Jiahui, the third miss of the Duke of Changning's household, Shenyaru, and your cousin Zhao Xianwei. Zhao Xianwei is the niece of the Zhao family, the only daughter of the Grand Tutor's household, her status esteemed. Yet her temperament is far from agreeable. Curiously, she is utterly devoted to Si Qingjia. As for Yin Jiahui and Shenyaru, their close association with the other two clearly suggests they are not of good character either. These intimate friends have long regarded Si Wan as cunning and malicious, often deriding and belittling her. Only when the situation seemed ripe would Si Qingjia deign to arrive and intervene. Si Wan had not anticipated Zhao Xianwei and the others would make an appearance at the Duke of Qin's residence at this moment. What a fortuitous coincidence. Si Wan disregarded the poetry draft strewn on the floor and deliberately elongated her tone. Father, these poetry drafts are merely my casual compositions, gathered by someone with ulterior motives, and have become evidence of slander. Yet, lacking lascivious words or signatures, what can they truly prove? Ulterior motives? Duke of Qin sneered at this juncture. You still dare to quibble. There is no such thing as ulterior motives. It is plainly your own shamelessness that has brought shame upon the entire family. Madame Zhao bent down to pick up the poetry drafts, dissenting with the Duke's viewpoint. In my opinion, these few sheets of paper indeed prove nothing. Madam, do not be foolish. If Si Wan had no connection to the Liu family, how would he know of the poetry drafts hidden in her chamber? It is evident that he possesses intimate knowledge of her affairs to speak so confidently and clearly. The Duke of Qin tightened his grip on the willow branch. His gaze toward Si Wan filled with malice. Si Wan found herself amused by the Duke's reasoning. He had never cared for the truth or for her as a daughter of lowly status, only seeking the outcome he preferred. Meeting his gaze, Si Wan asserted, Father, today's incident is a deliberate scheme targeting me. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by the instigations of others, becoming a pawn in their hands. As she uttered the words pawn, her eyes briefly flickered toward Lu Xuanyan. The latter's tears abruptly ceased, her expression exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Lu Xuanyan was quick to react, dabbing her eyes with a silk handkerchief. She wept beautifully, embodying the tender heart of a gentle mother, thus evading suspicion. What are you doing with your aunt? Do you think she would harm you? The Duke of Qin pushed Madame Zhao aside, feigning to use the willow branch to chastise Si Wan. This daughter of his was not only ugly, but also venomous. If she had learned even a modicum of kindness and gentleness from Xuanyan, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. The earlier rewards from His Majesty and concubine Zhao had inflated her pride. It was necessary to temper her disposition for her own good. As her father, it was his duty to discipline her for her benefit. Let her comprehend the principles of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Before marriage, she must obey her father. Upon marriage, she must follow her husband. And she should avoid causing any discord throughout her life, which would be loathsome to others. At that moment, Zhao Xianwei entered the courtyard accompanied by Princess Jiahui and Shenyaru. She linked her arm with that of Lady Zhao, preventing her from obstructing the Duke of Qin's disciplinary actions. Aunt, I have long heard that you have acknowledged a concubine-born daughter under your name. Initially, I found it hard to believe, yet it appears to be true. Xianwei, how is it that you are here? Lady Zhao inquired sternly. Aunt, have you forgotten? Today marks Qingjia's birthday. As her elder sister, I have prepared a gift for her and specifically came to the manor to celebrate the occasion with the little birthday star. Zhao Xinyue's face bore an expression of innocence. Yet she unexpectedly encountered the second young lady, who seemed to have formed a bond with other gentlemen. Zhao Xinyue glanced at Si Wan, her eyes revealing a distinct delight in the misfortune of others. Chapter 57. The mask of hypocrisy has long merged with her being Miss Zhao. It may very well be that the one with whom you share a profound connection is not I, but another. Siwon's tone was calm, her implication clear. Wan, I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me and are reluctant to acknowledge the bond between us. I assure you, from this day forth, you shall be the sole occupant of my heart, without a trace of duplicity. Lu Fengchuan, casting aside his pride, swore to the heavens, his expression earnest and sincere. He was determined to convince everyone present that his feelings for Siwon ran deep, to the point of being utterly devoted to her alone. This way, the Duke of Qin's household would have no grounds to reject the marriage proposal. Zhao Xianyue, reveling in the spectacle, remarked, "Second miss, did you hear that? This gentleman is confessing his feelings to you. As the saying goes, it is easier to seek a priceless treasure than to find a true lover. You ought to cease your quarrel with him." Siwon replied, "If Miss Zhao is fond of this ardent suitor, I would gladly yield him to you." Zhao Xianyue's smile faltered, taken aback by Siwon's unexpected boldness in publicly countering her. Yield him? How could she possibly compare herself to such an inconsequential and impoverished scholar? Who wouldn't he dare approach the Grand Preceptor's carriage? "Second miss, your wit is truly sharp," Zhao Xianyue retorted, her tone laced with disdain. Observing her niece's aggressive demeanor, Zhao sure couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Xianyue had not always been this way. She was once kind-hearted and dutiful, caring for injured birds and serving her grandparents, offering congee to those in need during winter. How had such a fine girl transformed into someone so unrecognizable? Zhao Shi withdrew her hand, increasing the distance between herself and Zhao Xianyue. Yet, mindful of their familial bond, she refrained from speaking too harshly. "Xianyue, Qingjia has already received your sentiments. It is getting late. You should return home." However, Zhao Xianyue had no intention of departing. In recent years, Siwon had relied on the fact that she had once harmed Qingjia's reputation, constantly positioning herself as a savior, subjecting Qingjia to endless humiliation. Now that she had woven her own web of entrapment, Zhao Xianyue was unwilling to miss out on this exquisite scene. Feigning ignorance of Zhao Shi's underlying message, she approached Qingjia and produced a ruby hairpin from her sleeve, adorning Qingjia's head with it. "Qingjia, my cousin had promised to celebrate your birthday with you, and she shall not go back on her word." Qingjia feigned embarrassment, glancing at Zhao Shi, yet secretly delighting in the situation. Had it been only the Duke of Qin's household present, even if Siwon were to rendezvous with a man, as long as her grandmother remained steadfast in her protection, the news could be suppressed. However, with Zhao Xianyue, Yin Jiahui, and Shun Yuru present, all of respectable lineage, her grandmother would be unable to intimidate them without incurring enmity with their families. Thus, Siwon's notorious reputation for being frivolous would soon spread throughout the capital. The mere thought of this brought Qingjia satisfaction, though she dared not show it. Her grandmother and mother had been enchanted by Siwon, favoring this half-sister. If she were to reveal even a hint of malice, it would tarnish the benevolent facade she had meticulously constructed over the years. She wished to avoid raising the suspicions of the matriarch and Zhao Shi, who might perceive her as cunning and scheming. The elderly matriarch's countenance was as solemn as water as she instructed, "Qingjia, please escort the young ladies to your courtyard." "Yes," replied Qingjia. Observing Siwon's punishment at the hands of the family rules, she could not help but feel a twinge of regret. However, before she could step out of the main courtyard, Siwon called out to her, "Sister, please wait." Qingjia paused, turning back with a look of confusion. "Wan, is there something else?" Siwon replied, "Sister, the virtue of a young lady is of utmost importance. The young ladies had just heard some rumors and may have misunderstood. It will be better to linger here a while longer, allowing me to clear my name before we celebrate your birthday." At this, Lu Xuanyu's heart sank, uncontrollably glancing at Siwon. Clear her name? How could Siwon do that? Could it be that she has guessed that all of this was orchestrated by her? Impossible. In contrast to Lu Xuanyu's anxiety, Duke Qin was less concerned with such implications. Tightening his grip on the willow rod, he asked sternly, "Clear your name? Are you suggesting that you have your maidservants as witnesses? They are fiercely loyal to you, but their words cannot be trusted." "Father, do not jest." "It is certainly not that," Siwon replied, twirling her Eastern pearl bracelet. Noticing the burning gaze of Lu Xuanyin and her daughter upon her, she inwardly chuckled. It was time for her to seize the initiative. Grandmother, father, I kindly ask you to move to the front courtyard. Sivan gestured invitingly. Duke Qin, utterly perplexed, scolded. What trickery are you up to? Do not think that stalling will allow you to evade the family's punishment. Father, please trust your daughter, just this once, C1 implored. Duke Qin was reluctant to waste time, but the matriarch decisively stated, let us heed Wan's wishes. Reluctantly, Duke Qin nodded in agreement. Grateful for the matriarch's trust, C1 took the lead, moving steadily and calmly, as if it were not her own father who was reprimanding her. Qingjia, lost in thought, glanced between the ground and C1's feet. She felt that the stone path was different from before, resembling the road to the underworld described in Buddhist scriptures, causing her heart to race with fear. Zhao Xianyue, noticing Qingjia's pale complexion, could not help but ask, Cousin, are you unwell? Qingjia slowly shook her head, speaking in a hushed tone, I simply do not wish for Wan to be punished. She has endured much suffering on my behalf and faced the brunt of malicious gossip. If father truly resorts to punishment, her frail body could hardly withstand it. Despite her inner turmoil, Qingjia still endeavored to present herself as the caring older sister. How utterly shameless. C1 happened to overhear this and stifled a laugh behind her hand. The system also expressed its disbelief. Host. Qingjia is at least a cuckoo girl. She need only seize fortune to ascend gradually to a high position. Why must she be so hypocritical? What you do not understand is that Qingjia is inherently cold-hearted. She trusts no one but herself. Since she became aware, the mask of hypocrisy has been firmly affixed to her visage. After so many years, the mask has seamlessly integrated with her being, forming a habit that cannot be easily discarded. Sivan replied. The system remarked, thanks to your foresight, dear host, otherwise. Falling into the trap set by that mother-daughter duo would have been akin to being drenched in a bucket of filthy water, leaving an indelible stain that could never be cleansed. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the front courtyard. Apart from the servants, there was no one else present, nor was there any unusual occurrence. The heavy stone that had been lodged in Qingjia's heart finally settled, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Duke Qin's patience had completely waned, and he impatiently urged, C1, where is the evidence you speak of? Where exactly is it? Chapter 58. Is such evidence not sufficient? Uncle, the second young lady was merely frightened by the family law and spoke nonsense. Where is the evidence? Zhao Xianyue's lips curled into a smile. Yet her eyes were tainted with malice, murky and unappealing. Zhao's family could not help but rebuke her. Xianyue, this is a matter of the Duke of Qin's household. It does not concern you. Aunt, your words may hurt Xianyue's feelings. I regard you and uncle as my own parents, and Qingjia is my only sister. We are family. How can you be so distant? As she spoke, Zhao Xianyue affectionately linked her arm with Qingjia's, smiling sweetly and innocently. Even though the old matriarch thought her lacking in decorum, she hesitated to issue a direct dismissal due to the connection with the Grand Tutor's residence. She sighed, hoping Wan could truly prove her innocence and not delay her future. Shenyaru gradually approached C1, urging, Second young lady, what are you waiting for? Today is Qingjia's birthday. We should not prolong this any further. Please present your evidence promptly. Like everyone else, Shenyaru was convinced that C1 was lying. Who did not know that the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Qin had always been at odds with Qingjia? Suppressing her sister was akin to pleasing her elder. Shenyaru had always flattered Qingjia, so how could she let such a golden opportunity slip away? The integrity and reputation of C1 were far from her considerations. Miss Shun, are you so eager to see the evidence? C1's red lips curled slightly, a playful smile gracing her face. Mainly, the second young lady has been teasing, which piques curiosity. Those uninformed might think you are merely toying with everyone, Shenyaru remarked. C1 raised her hand, pointing towards the door. The witness is right there. I would appreciate it if Miss Shun could bring her in. Shenyaru cast a doubtful glance at C1. The latter appeared too composed and steady, entirely unlike her previously timid self. How had she undergone such a significant transformation in just a few months. Xinyaru's face twitched slightly, a wave of unease washing over her. She bit her tongue, forcing herself to regain her composure. C1 was merely a lowly, illegitimate daughter. Even if she had fortuitously received the emperor's commendation, she still bore the blood of a commoner. What reputable person could possibly testify for her? Should things go awry, it would be a troublesome predicament. Very well. I shall see what sort of person the second young lady has gone to such lengths to summon as a witness. Xinyaru scoffed, lifting her skirts and moving forward. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she beheld two women standing on the stone steps. One was dressed as a maid, clearly a servant of the Duke of Qin's household, while the other wore a light pink dress and a veil, obscuring her features. What astonished Xinyaru the most was the prominent belly of the woman in pink, evidently several months pregnant, soon to give birth. C1 was truly foolish to bring forth an unknown pregnant woman. What could she possibly prove? It was merely a source of amusement. Let's proceed. Xinyaru beckoned to the two women, leading them back to the front courtyard. Upon seeing the approaching women, the others remained largely unchanged, but Lu Fengchuan turned pale, terror-stricken, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fengchuan, what troubles you? Lu Xuanyin inquired anxiously. Nothing, Lu Fengchuan replied, scrambling to his feet. His teeth clenched tightly, and his face twitched as he dared not cast even a furtive glance at C1. It was as if C1 were a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. A chill coursed through Lu Fengchuan. He could scarcely fathom the depths of C1's cunning. She had, astonishingly, located Yao Yao. This could only mean she had long since unraveled his schemes. What was he to do now? Qingjia did not recognize Yao Yao, yet her astute mind discerned something amiss upon noticing the cold sweat beading on Lu Fengchuan's brow. Who was this woman capable of instilling such fear in him? Jingfeng bowed respectfully. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty and brought the Yao lady back to the manor. Yao lady? Lu Xuanyin murmured softly, pondering for a considerable while, but failing to recall any pregnant noblewoman by that surname. She could not possibly belong to a family of high standing. C1, do you not intend to clarify this matter? The patience of the Duke of Qin had worn thin, and at that moment, he yearned to teach C1 a lesson, lest this girl continue her audacious defiance of authority. Father, just now Lu Gongzi insisted that he and I share a profound connection, even presenting his poetic drafts as evidence of our affection. Is this true or not? C1 spoke slowly. The Duke of Qin suppressed his anger and nodded. But what if Lu Gongzi's affections lie not with my daughter, but with another? C1 continued, her words laden with implication. Qingjia's heart sank, and she stepped forward, wishing to halt C1's assertions. Yet, C1 was resolute. She swiftly approached Yao Yao, tearing away her veil to reveal a face bearing striking resemblance to Qingjia's. Almost 7 parts alike. Yao Yao gasped, attempting to flee, but Jingfeng held her fast, rendering her unable to move. She turned to Lu Fengchuan, her voice sweet and pleading. Xuanlong. All gazes became inexorably affixed to Yao Yao's visage, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet. After a lengthy pause, they shifted their attention back to Qingjia. Indeed, the resemblance was uncanny. Qingjia was breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, like a radiant moon suspended in the night sky, whereas Yao Yao appeared delicate and graceful, akin to a precious gem, soothing to the heart. Although their temperaments were worlds apart, their features seemed to have been sculpted from the same mold, almost indistinguishable. The assembled lords and ladies, astute and seasoned in the intrigues of the inner chambers, could easily deduce the identity of the woman in the pastel gown. She was undoubtedly Lu Fengchuan's favored concubine, a mere diversion for his amusement. Otherwise, she would not so readily refer to him as Chuanlang. A man maintaining a concubine before marriage might merely reflect a lack of propriety. But the fact that this woman bore such a striking resemblance to the Duke of Qin's cherished daughter gave rise to much speculation. Qingjia stared at Lu Fengchuan in disbelief, her mind a whirlwind. How dared he insult her so? He had taken a woman so closely resembling her as a substitute, keeping her without name or status, and had even caused her to bear his child. It was utterly shameless. If this were to spread, my reputation would be tarnished. And how could I ever face others again? Qingjia shook her head while staggering backward, as if unable to bear the blow. Beside her, Zhao Xianyue wore a dark expression and questioned Siwan. You are behind this, aren't you? Siwan blinked, her apricot eyes sparkling like crystal. Yet her words left Zhao Xianyue utterly humiliated. Miss Zhao, your words suggest that I am the villain in this tale. Yet, let us not forget that it was you who sought to place the blame of clandestine meetings with a man upon me. It was you who clamored for evidence. Now that the proof is laid bare before us, the existence of the Yao family sufficiently demonstrates that it is not I who holds the affection of young Master Lu. Is this evidence not compelling enough? Chapter 59. Who dares to guarantee that there is no shadow of Qingjia within this matter? Zhao Xianyue was left speechless with anger. She never imagined that the usually introverted and gloomy One harbored such intricate schemes, intentionally bringing the pregnant Yao into the public residence, claiming to have summoned a witness. While secretly aiming to expose Wan's deceit, she became the scapegoat herself, daring to unveil Yao's veil, revealing a face strikingly similar to Qingjia's. The thought of familiar features appearing on the countenance of a concubine who was subservient to a man filled Zhao Xianyue with profound embarrassment. She could not bear to think of the humiliation and deep shame that the kind-hearted and innocent Qingjia would experience. How truly malicious Siwan was. Zhao Xianyue, panting with rage, glared fiercely at Siwan, yet found herself utterly at a loss for words. The situation had escalated beyond her control, and she realized her grave oversight. Her excessive pride and complacency had led her to underestimate Siwan, resulting in a series of missteps. Siwan, indifferent to Zhao Xianyue's fury, turned to Duke Qin and said, Father, although I may lack beauty, I am still a daughter of the Qin Duke's household. Under your guidance, I have learned the virtues of propriety and integrity. Even if I have affections for a man, I would admire a man of honor and integrity, rather than a despicable individual who keeps a mistress before marriage and is full of lies. Upon hearing such grandiloquent words, Qingjia was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Siwan, brandishing the banner of the Duke's household, proclaimed herself a well-educated lady, capable of discerning right from wrong, and would never privately pledge her life to someone of such low character as Lu Fengchuan, whom she already knew to be morally deficient. Forcing Siwan to admit that those poems were given to Lu Fengchuan would be akin to trampling the reputation of the household into the dirt. The old lady would never allow it, and neither would her father. Siwan was indeed a cunning strategist. Qingjia clenched her silver teeth, her complexion shifting between green and white, wishing fervently for Siwan's disappearance from this world. Fortunately, Yao's appearance bore resemblance to hers. Others would merely assume that Qingjia's twisted expression stemmed from anger, unaware of the true, darkest malice lurking within her heart. As Siwan spoke, she deliberately flattered Duke Qin. The latter, who prided himself on being a scholar, found it difficult to save face and continued to reprimand Siwan. He cleared his throat twice, pointing his cane at Lu Fengchuan, and coldly demanded, Lu, confess the truth. What exactly is going on? If you dare to conceal even a fragment of the truth, you shall bear the consequences. Lu's family background was humble, and Lu Fengchuan, being born of a secondary branch, had never encountered someone of Duke Qin's stature. He could only glean insights about Duke Qin's character from Lu Xuanyan's cautious remarks, which were often limited to praise, as she feared leaving any incriminating evidence. Consequently, in Lu Fengchuan's mind, Duke Qin was a formidable figure, seasoned in officialdom and wielding a fearsome reputation. It was unclear what thoughts plagued Lu Fengchuan, but he trembled with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. With a thud, he knelt before Duke Qin and bowed his head, exclaiming, Your Grace, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs. I have no connection with the Second Mississippi. The reason this matter has come before you is due to a momentary lapse of judgment, driven by an insatiable desire for the grandeur and opulence of the noble house. I sought to ascend the ranks by marrying the second young lady, but I am now filled with remorse and dare not act thus again. I implore you to show leniency. As Lu Fengchuan bowed his head, he spared no effort, the sound echoing sharply. Before long, crimson blood streamed down his cheek. rendering him a pitiful sight. Lu Xuanyan had watched her only nephew grow up. He was the lifeblood of the Lu family, cherished as if he were made of glass. And how could she not feel a pang of sorrow? She yearned to rush forward to support Lu Fengchuan, but was halted by a mere glance from Qingjia. At this moment, it was evident that the Duke of Qin sought to punish the instigator, and should her aunt act impulsively, she might find herself in dire straits. Perhaps her father would show restraint due to past favors and their childhood bond, but it would undoubtedly lead to discord between him and her aunt. Such an outcome would only serve Si Wan's interests. The Duke's face twitched as he forced out a question. Who is Yao? To elucidate, Yao was originally a servant attending to the scoundrel. She possessed beauty and a gentle disposition. Having perceived her agreeable nature, I took her under my wing, intending to make her my concubine after marriage. Lu Fengchuan explained in a hushed tone. Even though Yao bore a striking resemblance to Qingjia, Lu Fengchuan dared not mention this. On one hand, he cherished the moonlight in his heart, reluctant to let it descend into the mundane and be stained by dust. On the other, he feared that seeking a substitute would incite the Duke's wrath further, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Witnessing Lu Fengchuan's bloodied and disheveled state, akin to a lost dog, Si Wan felt a modicum of her pent-up frustration dissipate, with a smile gracing her lips. Her right cheek radiated beauty while her left appeared ghastly. She approached Lu Fengchuan step by step. Young Master Lu, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. You have effortlessly chosen such a beautiful maidservant. She resembles an elder sister more than a mere maid, she remarked softly, her words laced with venom, causing the countenance of all present to shift dramatically, especially Qingjia, whose eyes were suffused with crimson veins, nearly driven to madness by indignation. How dared she humiliate her so? Si Wan, cease your nonsensical prattle. Qingjia is the legitimate daughter of the house, with no connection to that shameless woman. Zhao Xianwei could not restrain herself from retorting. Si Wan took a step back, feigning innocence. Miss Zhao must have misunderstood. I meant no offense. Merely observing the resemblance between Yao and my elder sister. In this vast world, it is not uncommon for two unrelated individuals to bear a striking likeness, is it not? You, Zhao Xianwei, infuriated, could hardly articulate a coherent response. She turned to look at the matriarch and Zhao Shi, Qingjia's grandmother and mother, respectively. Surely they would not allow a mere concubine to behave so insolently? To her astonishment, the matriarch leaned on her cane, her demeanor calm, while her aunt Zhao Shi leisurely toyed with her prayer beads, both exhibiting no signs of anger. Si Wan was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. As the saying goes, the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Today's events, at first glance, seem merely to stem from Lu Fengchuan's covetous desire for the wealth and status of the Gong family, leading him to entertain unscrupulous thoughts of attaching himself to the young lady, Si Wan. However, in truth, this is a meticulously crafted trap aimed specifically at Si Wan. Had she not seen through Lu Fengchuan's facade, had she failed to locate Yao in advance, and had she not resolutely sought to clear her name, this marriage would have been imposed upon her without recourse, ensnaring her like a vengeful spirit from which she could never escape. In such a case, an innocent girl would find herself ensnared in a den of wolves. Who could guarantee that Qingjia's shadow does not linger in this affair? The old matriarch and the Zhao family cannot provide such assurances, yet lacking evidence, they can only stand by helplessly. Chapter 60. My Lord. Fengchuan is still just a child despite finding himself in such a dire predicament. Lu Fengchuan's infatuation for Qingjia remained unwavering. He was reluctant to involve Qingjia in his troubles and could not help but explain, second miss. I come from humble origins and had never had the opportunity to meet the eldest miss before. My association with the Yao family was purely coincidental and bears no relation to the eldest Mississippi. Is that so? Si Wan replied with a playful smile, not believing a word he uttered. She gracefully shifted her stance, gliding towards the visibly distressed Yao, whose pupils dilated in fear. Just days prior, she had been abducted by bandits and taken to a secluded residence, fearing she was to be sold out of the capital. To her surprise, The servants at the residence did not mistreat her. Rather, they provided her with ample food and care, even assigning several matrons to attend to her needs. Yao Yao was bewildered by who she might have offended and was perplexed by the intentions of her captors, living each day in trepidation. Today, a stranger had unexpectedly arrived at the residence and unceremoniously brought her here, amplifying her dread. She had clearly heard the maid address the woman before her as mistress. Could it be that this disfigured noblewoman was the mastermind behind it all? Siwon observed Yao Yao, noting her protective gesture towards her abdomen, easily deducing her thoughts. She was simply afraid that she might be harmed along with the child she carried. In her previous life, although Siwon had harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lu Fengchuan, she still possessed a sense of morality that prevented her from wreaking havoc upon the innocent, especially not upon a pregnant woman and the unborn child. She blinked, bending down to pick up a fallen pouch. The pouch, embroidered with mandarin ducks, was intricately designed and vividly brought to life. It was evident that great care was taken in its creation. "Yao, you dropped this," Siwon remarked. Yao Yao did not deny it and softly expressed her gratitude. Lu Fengchuan, who had been kneeling nearby, turned pale at this sight. He scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Siwon in a few hurried steps, intent on snatching the pouch away. However, he was halted by Jin Ke, who swiftly subdued him to the ground. Jin Ke, a trained assassin, was exceptionally skilled in combat and could easily handle several robust men, let alone a scholar like Lu Fengchuan, who was as weak as a straw. Lu Fengchuan cried out in pain. "Jin Ke," Lu Sun Yin admonished. "You insolent servant, release him at once." Jin Ke paid no heed to her words. As an assassin, she would only obey her master's commands, indifferent to the wishes of others. Siwon pinched the pouch between her fingers, squatting before Lu Fengchuan as she savored the sight of his bruised face. Her spirits lifted. "Young Master Lu, what are you so anxious about?" she inquired. "I'm not anxious," Lu Fengchuan replied, missing a front tooth and speaking through the gap, which made his words sound comical. He fixed his gaze upon Siwon, saying, "Siwon, you are my own cousin, even if you refuse to marry me. You should not treat me so harshly. Remember this. One must leave a thread of hope for future encounters." Siwon curled her lips in a cold laugh. "It is you who has left me no avenue of escape, so why should I show you mercy?" She rose to her feet, brushing away the non-existent dust from her pouch before unfastening it. Inside lay a tightly wrapped talisman of peace. In her previous life, Siwon had encountered this very charm. Yao Yao had flaunted it before her, claiming that although she merely occupied the position of the legitimate wife, it was she who bore the firstborn son and captured Lu Fengchuan's heart. The evidence was this time-worn talisman, its edges yellowed with age, inscribed with a delicate line, "My beloved Jar, may you have peace and health." Yao Yao further remarked that her given name, Jar, was bestowed by Lu Fengchuan himself. Their son would one day inherit everything from the Lu family. At that time, Siwon had already discerned Lu Fengchuan's affections for Qingjia. Yet she refrained from shattering that fragile facade. She felt a pang of pity for Yao Yao, a mere substitute, willingly ensnared by deceit, even forsaking her own identity. It remained a mystery whether, when Lu Fengchuan called Yao Yao Jar, he truly thought of her or of Qingjia, who had already developed mutual feelings with the seventh prince. Siwon presented the talisman before the matriarch and Madame Zhao. "Grandmother, mother, I implore you to take a look," she said. The matriarch accepted the talisman, casting a fleeting glance at it, her complexion instantly turning ashen. Madame Zhao, too, noticed the inscription, while Lu Xuanyan, beside them, was drenched in sweat, anxious to discern the significance of the talisman, but lacking the courage to inquire. Though she remained silent, Duke Qin did not. He approached the matriarch, examining the talisman with great scrutiny, and after a moment, his expression darkened even more than hers. "How dare you?" Duke Qin bellowed, delivering a kick to Lu Fengchuan's face, wishing to obliterate this scoundrel. His legitimate daughter, so noble and exquisite, was a renowned beauty in the capital, destined for a future beyond the reach of ordinary men. How could Lu Fengchuan ever aspire to such heights? Initially, Duke Qin had thought Yao Yao's presence a mere coincidence, but upon seeing the talisman, he, as a man, could not fail to grasp Lu Fengchuan's intentions. It was simply a matter of feeling unworthy of Qingjia, thus seeking a substitute for solace. What infuriated him most was that Lu Fengchuan had even given this substitute the name Jiaer. Once this became public knowledge, how could Qingjia's maiden name remain intact? What future could she possibly have? The thought alone was repugnant to Duke Qin. In his fury, he lifted his foot once more. Lu Fengchuan, struck by Duke Qin's kick, coughed blood, his appearance pitiable, which alarmed Lu Xiuyan. The rational thread in her mind snapped, and disregarding any semblance of decorum, she shielded Lu Fengchuan with her own body, weeping as she pleaded, "My lord, though Fengchuan is erred, he does not deserve death. Will you truly beat him to death? Step aside. Your nephew is no good." Duke Qin shouted angrily, attempting to shove Lu Xiuyan aside, only to find her clinging desperately to his leg, rendering him immobile. Though a concubine, Lu Xiuyan had enjoyed a life of privilege and comfort within the estate, and she had never faced such utter disgrace before. "My lord, Fengchuan is still just a child. He can change. It is inconceivable that he would err again and again." Lu Xiuyan patted her chest in assurance, but before she could utter a word, she was interrupted by Zhao Shi's dismissive gesture. "Aunt Lu, there is something I fail to comprehend," Zhao Shi stated. Lu Xiuyan halted her cries, staring blankly at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi continued, "Previously, when Wan was slandered with accusations of an illicit affair with Lu Fengchuan, I did not see you rise to defend her even once. Yet when Master reprimanded Lu Fengchuan, you were reluctant to let go, repeatedly shielding him. Is it merely because Lu Fengchuan is a male and Wan a female that you exhibit such bias?" Lu Xiuyan shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Yet Zhao Shi was acutely aware of the coldness within her heart, willing to treat her own daughter as a mere pawn in her pursuit of wealth and status. Chapter 61. The Unusual Lu Concubine Madam. Wan is the child I bore after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I not cherish her? Yet, Fengchuan is the only male heir of the Lu family. Even if he was momentarily confused and wished to marry his cousin Wan, it has not resulted in any dire consequences. Let us regard it as mere daydreaming. There is no need to treat him so harshly. Lu Xiuyan gazed mournfully at Madame Zhao, her tears both beautiful and pitiable. Despite her disheveled appearance, her voice, when she pleaded, was as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, crisp and delightful, utterly unlike that of a woman who has borne a daughter. Were she the Duke of Qin, he would willingly bestow upon her additional affection. Coupled with the sentiments of youth and the gratitude for saving her life in her formative years, these were the supports Lu Xiuyan had at her disposal. Yet, she had never relied on her favor to act capriciously. She remained cautious and diligent within the household, meticulously managing the domestic affairs. Recently, Madame Zhao had reclaimed control over the household accounts, carefully reviewing the ledgers Lu Xiuyan had submitted, and found her performance to be impeccable without a single flaw. Yet, this astute and prudent individual treated her own daughter with astonishing severity, which was indeed perplexing. However, her care for Qingjia was unparalleled, attentive to the minutest detail, leaving no room for criticism. Madame Zhao could not fathom why Lu Concubine behaved in such a manner. "Lu Concubine, do you know what is inscribed on that talisman?" Madame Zhao inquired softly. Lu Xiuyan shook her head in bewilderment. The talisman had always been tightly grasped in the hands of the Duke of Qin. How could she dare to approach and disturb it? Naturally, she had not seen its inscription. Look for yourself. As the situation escalated, the Duke of Qin, consumed by rage, hurled the crumpled talisman at Lu Xiuyan's face. She did not dare to evade. Her fingers trembled as she slowly unfolded the talisman. Upon reading the small characters, she was taken aback and turned her astonished gaze upon Lu Fengchuan. "Did you name a lowly mistress Jia? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Fengchuan was utterly humiliated. "Aunt, I was wrong," he exclaimed, bowing his head repeatedly. The once youthful and handsome visage had now turned the color of pig's liver, marred by dirt and blood, presenting a most pitiable sight. Yet, none present felt the slightest sympathy for him, not even Lu Xiuyan. Her teeth chattered, and the veins on her hands bulged, revealing her intense fury. "Lu Fengchuan, What a bold man you are. How dare you covet Qingjia? You even sought a doppelganger and took her into your embrace. Naming her Jiar, one can only imagine what you might call her in private. The mere thought made Lu Xuanyin feel nauseated. And whatever she could conceive, Qingjia would certainly be able to as well. She wished to tear Lu Fengchuan apart, but with so many people present, she could only forcibly suppress the surging hatred within her chest, covering her face and sobbing softly. The system scanned Qingjia's emotional fluctuations and exclaimed, "Host. The cuckoo girl harbors murderous intent towards Lu Fengchuan." Siwan raised an eyebrow, finding it unsurprising. The cuckoo girl was inherently cold and cruel, delighting in predation and plunder. Such a person would always prioritize their own interests over any so-called feelings. Moreover, Lu Fengchuan's affections held no value in Qingjia's eyes. She naturally looked down upon him. Her deliberate closeness to Lu Fengchuan was a calculated maneuver to exploit his engagement with Siwan, severing Siwan's worldly ties and ultimately seizing fortune for herself. In this life, unlike the previous one, with the marriage still undecided, Lu Fengchuan, having lost his status as her fiancé, held no value for Qingjia. His professed affection and supposed protection were nothing more than a farce. The mere sight of him was enough to irk Qingjia. At that moment, Yin Jiahui and Shun Yaru exchanged glances, wishing they could vanish into the earth. They had come to the Duke of Qin's residence to surprise Qingjia for her birthday, only to stumble upon such an inappropriate scandal. Had the protagonist of this disgrace been Siwan, it would have been forgivable. After all, as a lowly born daughter, her marriage would hardly stir any significant commotion. Yet, Lu Fengchuan incessantly claimed to have a secret affection for the second Miss Siwan, while his thoughts were solely occupied by the eldest Miss Qingjia, even enlisting a beautiful maid to serve as a decoy. Should this scandal spread, not only would the Duke's reputation be tarnished, but Qingjia herself would become the subject of gossip. Previously, Yin Jiahui and Shun Yaru had always looked to Qingjia for guidance, for her noble status and scholarly prowess, coupled with the admiration of the seventh prince, brought them prestige. However, should Qingjia's reputation be blemished, akin to a pearl covered in dust, their association would inevitably turn awkward. Catching a glimpse of the peculiar expressions on their faces, Qingjia's tears flowed more freely. Zhao, her mother, deeply concerned for her daughter, stepped forward to grasp Qingjia's hand, gently comforting her. What transpired today shall remain a secret. Mother, Qingjia, feeling as if she had borne an unbearable grievance, suddenly embraced Zhao. She looked at Siwan, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet beneath them lurked an intense hatred and resentment. Had it not been for Siwan's interference and her insistence on seeking evidence to prove her innocence, Qingjia's engagement with Lu Fengchuan would have already been secured, and she would not have been drawn into this predicament. Lu Fengchuan was dragged away by the Duke's guards, and this time, Lu Xuanyin did not intervene. While it was true that he was the only male heir of the Lu family branch, Qingjia was Lu Xuanyin's cherished daughter, and he could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest indignity. If he did not impose strict consequences, what would become of Qingjia's reputation? Qingjia, fortune value 68. Upon hearing the system's notification, Siwan allowed a smile to grace her lips. She had indeed won the gamble. She had long anticipated that Lu Xuanyin and her daughter would meddle in her marital affairs, and she knew their preferred candidate was Lu Fengchuan. Siwan decided to turn the tables, first seeking the crown prince to locate Yao Yao, then feigning innocence as she proceeded to the silk shop as planned. Lu Fengchuan awaited her there, believing himself the hunter, unaware of the age-old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the hidden danger behind. Siwan twirled the East Pearl bracelet on her wrist, her long lashes fluttering. Though her actions were reckless and impulsive, the reward was substantial, as she reclaimed 3 points of fortune value, which included a critically important golden feather. Congratulations, host, on reclaiming the golden feather. The system's tone was filled with delight. Siwan cast a glance back at Qingjia, who was cradled in Zhao's embrace. They appeared inseparable. The illusory cuckoo atop Qingjia's head still lingered, yet its once lengthy tail feathers had diminished from 7 to 6. Even her aura seemed increasingly feeble as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, as if fearing that her remaining tail feathers might be snatched away. C1 had never encountered such an audacious thief, blatantly appropriating another's possessions. However, as time wore on, so long that Qingjia had forgotten that all she possessed was wrested from C1, she mistakenly considered herself the rightful owner. Neither the fortune that enveloped her nor the precious golden feathers truly belonged to her. There would inevitably come a day when all would return to its rightful owner. Chapter 62. Zhao's suspicion of Lu Xuanyan. Zhao held Qingjia in her arms, softly comforting her for quite some time. Lu Xuanyan knelt on the ground, gazing blankly. Wu Mama approached, assisting her to rise, gently saying, "Aunt, the ground is cold. You mustn't catch a chill." Coming to her senses, Lu Xuanyan wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief, brushing off the dust before stepping forward to Zhao, bowing gracefully. "Madam, I never anticipated that scoundrel would dare to covet the young lady. Henceforth, I shall never allow him to set foot in the public residence. I implore you, show mercy and spare his life." Zhao regarded Lu Xuanyan. Her words were earnest, and the disdain in her eyes seemed genuine. She truly wished to protect Qingjia's reputation from being tarnished by Lu Fengchuan. But what Wanwan? Wanwan was Lu Xuanyan's own flesh and blood. Blood ties are inextricable. Why would Lu Xuanyan be willing to marry her child to such a man? Zhao found it perplexing. Lu Fengchuan had wronged Wanwan, and a reprimand would suffice. However, the beautiful concubine he kept by his side, already 6 months pregnant, was a delicate matter. Excessive criticism might harm the unborn child and tarnish their moral standing. Let her go, Zhao decided. Yet, Qingjia was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a while, but could not utter a complete thought. She did not wish to let Yao Shi escape unscathed. The thought of another woman, bearing a striking resemblance to her, flattering and ingratiating herself, filled Qingjia with profound humiliation. She was destined to become empress. However, such a proclamation from her lips would sound vindictive. Her gaze swept the courtyard, eventually settling on Zhao Xianwei. Qingjia softly wept, her tears like delicate blossoms. Being a woman and a sister, Zhao Xianwei understood perfectly the reason behind Qingjia's sorrow. With disapproval etched on her face, she replied, "Aunt, Yao Shi is of lowly birth, merely a servant. It would be better to sell her far away than to keep her here as an eyesore." Zhao furrowed her brow. Lu Xuanyan hurriedly interjected, "Miss Zhao, my family lineage is singular, and we have few offspring. We cannot afford to sell Yao Shi." Zhao Xianwei looked down on Lu Xuanyan, deeming her a woman lacking propriety. Taking advantage of her standing before the Duke of Qin, she provocatively stated, "The mere Lu family. I shall reclaim Yao Shi's status as a servant." Do they dare refuse? Even the Duke of Qin must rely on the power of the Grand Tutor's residence. What is the Lu family in comparison? Lu Xuanyan gritted her teeth, responding, "Of course, they would not dare." In truth, she too could not bear the sight of Yao Yao, whose resemblance to Qingjia was too uncanny. Even when standing side by side, they were not indistinguishable, yet it was still discomforting to behold. She pondered how to retrieve Yao Shi should Zhao Xianwei insist on intervening. Once Yao Shi gave birth, it would matter little whether the child lived or died. She could not allow a mere servant to leave a lingering sorrow in Qingjia's heart. However, Zhao did not permit Zhao Xianwei to act recklessly. "Xianwei, this is a matter of the public residence. You, along with Miss Yan and Miss Shan, should return first. We will arrange for Qingjia to gather with you all another day." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiahui and Shun Yaru blushed deeply. They too hailed from noble lineage, their every gesture and word meticulously guided by the palace matrons, leaving no room for error. Yet, it was the first time they faced a dismissal from their own household. Zhao Xianwei bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. She could not comprehend why her aunt was so bewildered, first protecting the illegitimate daughter Si-Wan, and then shielding the woman, Yao, who bore a striking resemblance to Qingjia. It seemed her aunt's loyalties were misplaced. What merit did Si-Wan possess? Had it not been for Si-Wan's incessant clamoring to prove her innocence? Qingjia would not have found herself in such an embarrassing predicament, being coveted by her half-sister's cousin. It was truly humiliating. Perhaps it was indeed meddling on my part. Having uttered this, Zhao Xianyue swept away, followed closely by Yin Jiahui and Shunyaru. Siwan turned back and caught sight of Si Qingning, who was cowering behind others, and smiled. Si Qingning, usually as explosive as firecrackers, was unexpectedly quiet this time. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often signal hidden motives. Si Qingning's silence was born out of guilt. She had sought to curry favor with Si Qingjia, discreetly informing Zhao Xianyue and her companions, bringing them to the main courtyard, only to inadvertently witness this uproar. Fortunately, Si Qingning had not completely lost her wits. She understood that her actions would surely incur the wrath of the main branch, and at this moment dared not utter a word. Originally, a small banquet was to be held in celebration of Si Qingjia's birthday, but following this farce, the Zhao family decided to cancel the event. The crowd dispersed. Siwan deliberately lagged a few steps behind to walk alongside Si Qingning. Her cousin, merely 15, was youthful and impetuous, with every emotion etched clearly on her face. Had her father not squandered the family fortune in gambling, leaving the second branch in shambles, Si Qingning would not be trailing behind Si Qingjia, hoping for a brighter future. She was still too young, her attempts at flattery awkward and naive, and a careless misstep could lead to her own downfall. Qingning, Siwan called to her. What do you want? Si Qingning replied, her face full of suspicion. As they drew closer, Siwan could detect a faint, pleasant fragrance, distinct from the typical scent of cosmetics. I heard that my second uncle procured some scented pills from foreign merchants, said to ward off pests and evil spirits. Could you spare me one? Si Qingning did not refuse. She promptly retrieved a pill the size of a fingernail from her pocket and handed it to Siwan before hastily departing. The pill was pale and slightly larger than a fingernail, exuding a rich pine scent. It sold exceptionally well in the capital, priced beyond the reach of common folk, sought after by the affluent. Yet, Siwan felt that the pill was not as innocuous as it appeared. Upon returning to Xiangzhu courtyard, she sliced the pill open with a knife, and a powerful, overwhelming odor erupted, making her gag uncontrollably. Host, are you all right? The system inquired urgently. Siwan's mind went blank. She bit her tongue forcefully, compelling herself to regain her composure, and staggered out of her chamber. Splashing cold water on her face alleviated the tumult in her stomach, albeit slightly. This pill was problematic. Under normal circumstances, the medicinal powder was sealed within a wax layer, allowing only the pine scent to escape to the ordinary person. However, if the wax layer is damaged, causing the medicinal powder to leak, it may induce hallucinatory effects. I am fine. Siwan gasped for breath, taking a while to regain her composure. In her previous life, on the eve of the prince's confinement, everyone claimed he had gone mad, unfit to be the heir. Yet, the valiant General Xianwei did not believe such rumors. He even dared to defy the imperial edict and forcefully entered the prince's chamber to pay a visit. What he witnessed was a once proud prince, his eyes a fierce crimson, clouded and wild, resembling a beast driven solely by instinct, wielding a long blade and relentlessly hacking at anything alive. Had it not been for the guards shielding General Xianwei, the prince might have added the charge of fratricide to his list of crimes. Siwan's delicate brows knitted together, a flicker of compassion passing through her gaze. The prince, like her, was a victim of internal strife, a casualty of brotherly conflict. The system inquired, but how does the prince's madness relate to the fragrant pills? Chapter 63. Siwan meets the crown prince again. The imperial hunting grounds are located in the outskirts, where verdant foliage flourishes and a multitude of serpents, insects, and rodents abound. To combat these pests, servants annually procure medicinal powders to scatter throughout the area. This year, a foreign merchant has appeared in the capital, selling fragrant pills that yield remarkably potent effects. Yet the powder within is a lethal poison capable of obliterating one's rationality. While the system cannot divulge celestial secrets, it is permitted to share trivial information with Siwan within the bounds of Destiny's allowance. The system reveals that this powder is ground from the fruits and leaves of the deadly nightshade. Excessive inhalation may induce hallucinations, though a mere handful of these fragrant pills would pose no significant threat. C1 is unfamiliar with the nature of nightshade, yet she comprehends that this is a trap set for the Crown Prince, a lethal scheme. Presently, many perceive the Crown Prince as one who holds her in great trust, a companion aboard the same vessel. If she fails to alert him, would she not be betraying their goodwill? Moreover, the Crown Prince has shown not a hint of affection towards Qingjia, instead finding her peculiar and harboring suspicion. In contrast, other princes have expressed varying degrees of fondness towards her. The seventh prince has even gone so far as to elevate Qingjia to the position of empress, signifying a bond that is far from ordinary. Her only option, therefore, lies with the Crown Prince. With a heavy heart, C1 lowered her gaze, fully opening the windows and doors of her chamber to cleanse the space of the medicinal powder. As for the fragrant pills in Qingjing's possession, she made no effort to procure or alert her. Such items are exorbitantly priced, and the second madam is exceedingly frugal with her limited funds. Her uncle would possess no more than 10 at most, which is of little consequence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a letter was delivered to C1, a formal invitation from the residence of General Xianwei. The Crown Prince had mentioned that the esteemed general wished to express his gratitude for her saving his cousin, Fu Ying, in person. The general's wife, Madame Yuan, having awaited a suitable opportunity, ultimately sent the invitation, inviting C1 for a visit. Naturally, C1 would not decline. She informed Jean K to prepare the carriage, donned a simple gown, and set off for the residence of General Xianwei. The general's estate stood grandly, guarded by stern sentinels. Common folk passing nearby quickened their pace, intimidated by the imposing aura of the place. Upon presenting her invitation to the guards, they ushered her into the floral hall. Inside, General Xianwei and his wife, along with the Crown Prince and young Master Fu Ying, were all present. Upon seeing C1, Fu Ying dashed forward, his face radiant with joy and his eyes sparkling. "Sister C1," he exclaimed, "Si van affectionate di Rafold, Fu Ying Gesser." He was of the same age as Si Su, merely 7 years old, yet tragically perished in her previous life at the jaws of a bear, a true loss indeed. The formidable General Xianwei, with a composed and stern demeanor, extended his hands towards C1 in gratitude. "Miss C, I am deeply thankful for your timely assistance in saving my son's life." Fu expresses his gratitude here. C1 gracefully sidestepped the formal gesture, replying, "General Fu, there is no need for such courtesies. You guard the borders, safeguarding countless lives within the realm. You are a benefactor of the Qi. As a humble woman confined to the inner chambers, I cannot protect the nation as you do. When the opportunity arose to save the young master, it was only right to seize it. There is no need for further acknowledgement." Madame Yuan approached, taking hold of C1's hand warmly. On the day of the Buddha's birth, she encountered the second Miss C, whose demeanor was calm and unassuming. Unlike the eldest Miss C, who reveled in the spotlight, despite a flaw on her left cheek, she remained endearing. While there was gratitude, it was overshadowed by a sense of affinity. C1 glanced at the Crown Prince, who had remained silent since her entrance into the floral hall. Was he displeased with her for using him to hold back Yao Yao? A sense of apprehension crept into her heart, but she reminded herself of the importance of etiquette and offered a slight bow. "There's no need for such formalities," the Crown Prince replied, his gaze still averted, his tone indifferent. "Please sit, Miss C." Yuan Sure, with her naturally straightforward disposition, attended to C1 warmly, even personally serving her tea. After several days apart, C1 appeared notably more radiant. Yuan Sure scrutinized her closely and reached a conclusion. C1 merely smiled, her lips pressed together. A few days prior, she had reclaimed a golden feather, which for Qingjia was akin to severing a limb. Yet for her, it was the finest remedy. Her battered fate was gradually becoming whole, and her vitality was indeed flourishing. The Crown Prince and General Xianwei were preoccupied with pressing state affairs and did not linger. Yuan Sure and Fu Ying remained by C1's side, enjoying tea and the performance, finding a sense of comfort in their company. As the opera neared its conclusion, the Crown Prince approached C1 quietly. The faint scent of dragon's saliva lingered around him, subtle yet assertive. Siwan rose to pay her respects, but he halted her. I am incognito. If you were to bow grandly here, it would betray my identity. Siwan lowered her gaze in silence. Sensing his tone had been overly harsh, the crown prince softened his expression and inquired, Has your maid taken Yao away? Is the trouble resolved? Siwan nodded. How is it resolved? Pray, share with me. Previously, I had mentioned to your highness that my aunt intended to betroth me to her nephew, a man of lowly status, who under normal circumstances my grandmother and father would not consent to. He lingered at the silk shop, watching me, even presenting a so-called poem claiming we were involved. Fortunately, your highness apprehended the pregnant Yao in advance, proving this man's character to be reprehensible and rescuing me from a dire situation. Siwan spoke slowly, her enunciation clear, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. The crown prince couldn't help but glance at her again, frowning as he remarked, Your aunt is quite foolish. Knowing full well that her nephew is an unsuitable match, yet still contemplating your marriage to him. Siwan blinked, acknowledging her aunt's perspective while feeling relieved that the marriage had not materialized. The matter of the incense pills surfaced in her mind, prompting her to lean closer to the crown prince. The young man's expression shifted to one of concern as he grasped her wrist, questioning coldly, What are you doing? Siwan glanced around, noting that Yuan Shi and the others were engrossed in the performance, unaware of her movement, and she exhaled softly in relief. I have something important to report to your highness, she whispered, her warm breath brushing against his temples. The crown prince's countenance grew increasingly stern. Unaware of the shift in atmosphere, Siwan continued in a hushed tone. Recently, foreign merchants have been selling incense pills in the capital, purported to have pest-repelling properties. However, these pills are detrimental to health. Your highness should return to the palace to investigate, lest your subordinates inadvertently procure these foreign incense pills. Are these items toxic? The crown prince asked. Siwan nodded, then shook her head. The poison of the fragrant pill does not harm the body, but rather impairs the mind. This pill is sealed with a wax layer. If it remains intact, one can only detect a faint scent of pine resin. However, if the wax layer shatters, the belladonna powder within will spill forth, plunging one into madness. How do you know the fragrant pill is toxic? The crown prince pressed. Siwan dared not reveal the truth of her rebirth, and so she fabricated a lie. I have sisters at home who play with fragrant pills. Out of curiosity, I asked for one, but unfortunately, I accidentally crushed it, causing the powder to scatter everywhere, which led to a heavy stupor. It was only after meticulously perusing medical texts that I realized it was belladonna powder. The gaze directed at her was intensely burning, prompting Siwan to take a deep breath. If your highness harbors any doubts, you may certainly request the imperial physician to verify. I will not dare withhold anything from you. Chapter 60 for the general's wife's gratitude to Siwan for many years. The crown prince had been regarded by the entire royal family as an ill omen. Despite his noble status, he faced much criticism and covert harm. He was inherently suspicious, as vigilant as a wild beast. Yet Siwan was an exception. He trusted the woman before him, certain that she would not deceive him. Nevertheless, the crown prince stated, After the performance, accompany me to the temporary palace. Siwan softly acquiesced. Soon, a theatrical performance came to an end. Fu Ying clung to Siwan's arm, reluctant to let her leave. Fu Ying, the crown prince said with a dark expression. Fu Ying, having been raised by her cousin since childhood, was intimidated by the crown prince and feared provoking his ire, so she reluctantly released her grip. Sister Siwan, when will you visit the general's residence again? Inger misses you so much, Fu Ying said, gazing longingly at Siwan. He was of the same age as Si Su, and Siwan felt her heart soften at the sight of him. She promised, next time I have free time, I will accompany Inger to watch a performance. Fu Ying was overjoyed, jumping 3 feet high, while Yuan Shi hurried to restrain him, urging him to behave. Second young lady, previously you saved this mischievous child, and the general and I have prepared a token of gratitude for you. We implore you not to refuse. Yuan Shi said as she received a wooden box from a maid and handed it to Siwan. Madam, there's no need, Siwan began, but was interrupted by Yuan Shi. What object could be more precious than my son's life? Please, second young lady, Do not stand on ceremony. C1, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. After leaving the general's residence, she was led by the crown prince to the temporary palace within the hunting grounds. The crown prince summoned his attendants, instructing them to gather the recently purchased deworming pills, an assortment of fragrant herbs and materials, numbering in the hundreds. Come see if you can find the kind of aromatic pill you mentioned, the crown prince said. Siwan stepped forward, bending down to search carefully. Before long, she extracted a few pale white pills from a pile of spices. Your Highness, this is indeed the item, she declared. As Siwan turned back, she tripped over a stone and fell forward. Luckily, the crown prince was quick to react, catching her. Siwan's nose collided with the crown prince's chest. He was muscular, and she felt a sharp pang, unable to suppress a few tears. Is it truly that painful? The crown prince frowned again, perceiving Siwan as overly delicate. Siwan shook her head through her tears. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to glisten with a misty haze. Taking a deep breath, Siwan steadied herself, then opened her palm to reveal several unremarkable round pills. Your Highness, do you need to summon the imperial physician? She inquired. No need, the crown prince replied. Shaking his head, he whispered to the guards, then took a few steps forward. Noticing Siwan had not followed, he urged, What are you dawdling for? Siwan responded with a soft and followed closely behind the crown prince as they passed through a floral archway, arriving at a rather secluded dwelling. It seemed to be quite near the stable. The crown prince pushed open the wooden door, light flooding in, revealing an empty room containing only an iron cage. Inside the cage, 4 or 5 rabbits were making a chirping sound. The crown prince raised his hand, and the guards covered their mouths and noses as he opened the aromatic pill and sprinkled the belladonna powder into the cage. At the outset, the rabbits confined within the iron cage appeared dazed, as though intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. However, as the dosage of the belladonna powder gradually increased, they were subjected to immense stimulation. Emitting piercing screams, their claws incessantly clawing at the cage, even drawing blood. The scent of blood alerted the other rabbits, prompting them to rush forward and feast upon the injured one. The scene was utterly brutal. Siwan pressed her lips tightly together, closing her eyes. If such brutality could be inflicted upon gentle hares, the consequences for an adult man could be easily imagined. Witnessing this, the crown prince erupted in a twisted smile of rage, exclaiming, well, they have truly exerted great effort to secure the position of heir, to employ such despicable means to harm me. Even from a considerable distance during the trial of the drug, he inevitably inhaled a small amount of the belladonna powder. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulging at his temples, and his once handsome visage contorted grotesquely, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. Siwan hurried to the well, scooping up the icy water without hesitation and splashing it onto the crown prince's face before the guards and Qingjia could react. The shock of the well water instantly calmed him. Soaked to the skin, his hairpin askew, the usual cold and imposing demeanor dissipated, revealing his finely chiseled features, strikingly beautiful like a spirit of the mountains. Siwan couldn't help but stare. Biting her tongue, she quickly regained her composure and asked with concern, Your Highness, are you feeling better? See, you possess considerable audacity, the crown prince replied, accepting the cloth offered by a guard to wipe the water from his forehead. His movements were unhurried, yet his gaze remained fixed on Siwan, his pupils dark and unreadable. Your Highness, in urgent matters, one must act pragmatically. I had no choice but to offend you. Siwan murmured an apology. Very well. Considering your contribution in discovering the fragrant pill, I shall overlook your grave disrespect. The crown prince said, approaching her step by step, a droplet of water cascading from his temple onto her hand. Siwan flinched, attempting to lower her head, only to have him lift her chin. He narrowed his dark eyes, scrutinizing her intently, and slowly remarked, The scar on your face is quite unsightly. From childhood, Siwan had endured countless humiliations due to the scar on her left cheek. Although she was not one to overly cherish her appearance, she had repeatedly sought to compete with Qingjia, driven by Lu Xuanyan's favoritism. After experiencing death and realizing that Lu Xuanyan was not her biological mother, her obsession with maternal love dissipated. Perhaps her familial ties were indeed shallow. Compared to the torment she had suffered before her demise, the crown prince's words were trivial. She dismissed them calmly, saying, "If your highness finds it unappealing, then do not look." The crown prince was taken aback, falling silent. As dusk approached, Siwan took her leave. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, the young man's voice resonated behind her. "I will seek a renowned physician for you to remove the scar on your face. Thank you in advance, your highness," she replied. After departing from the encampment, Siwan and Jean K settled into their carriage. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she took a moment to compose herself and unwrapped the gift of gratitude from Madame Yuan, the wife of General Xinwei. It was a landscape painting. Unlike the renowned Qingjia, Siwan did not seek the guidance of eminent scholars. Instead, she attended the clan school for a few brief years and thereafter relied solely on her own explorations of the classics preserved in the family collection. Lacking the tutelage of distinguished masters, her earlier ability to depict Ding Huan's visage was merely a product of her extraordinary memory, painstakingly rendered stroke by stroke. The landscape painting before her appeared rather ordinary, with lines that were somewhat clumsy and lacking in finesse, and coupled with the paper that had long since yellowed. It seemed unremarkable. However, the inscription at the bottom caused Siwan to widen her eyes in astonishment. "Early Spring, Year of the Renzi," painted by Lu Fuzhou. If Siwan recalled correctly, Lu Fuzhou was indeed the paternal grandfather of Qingjia's esteemed mentor. Chapter 65. How could Qingjia not harbor hatred for you? The esteemed scholar whom Qingjia revered, though seemingly advanced in years, was in fact a remarkably youthful man, recently crowned and endowed with prodigious talent. Having achieved remarkable success in the civil examinations, he was known as Lu Yinchuan. Lu Yinchuan held Qingjia in deep affection, showering her with praise. On one occasion, during a visit to the Duke of Qin's residence, Siwan, confined to the courtyard, observed him walking closely alongside Qingjia. Their proximity suggesting a bond more akin to that of lovers than of teacher and pupil. Lu Yinchuan even tenderly brushed away fallen blossoms from Qingjia's shoulder, causing her to blush and smile shyly. However, despite her admiration for his talent, Qingjia ultimately favored tangible power and status, forsaking Lu Yinchuan to embrace the seventh prince. In contrast to Lu Yinchuan, his grandfather, Lu Fuzhou, had attained unparalleled mastery in the art of painting, with his works being sought after at exorbitant prices. This was why the general's wife, Mrs. Yuan, presented a painting as a token of gratitude to Siwan. Yet, the landscape depicted in the painting seemed peculiar. Not resembling the authentic style of Lu Fuzhou. "System, can you discern the authenticity of this painting?" Siwan harbored a faint suspicion, but she could not ascertain herself, contemplating the system's assistance for judgment. Although the system was constrained and unable to assist her directly in dealing with Qingjia, it still possessed basic discernment capabilities that could be put to good use. Please hold on, host. Scanning the landscape painting before you. Scan progress, 100. Host, this painting is genuine. It indeed originates from Lu Fuzhou's hand, the system concluded. Upon hearing this, Siwan's heart raced. If her conjecture was correct, the painting's unusual lines and chaotic composition indicated that it was no ordinary artwork, but rather a military terrain map. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Siwan had never ventured beyond the capital, nor was she familiar with other landscapes. However, she had perused numerous travelogues. The serrated ridges and narrow valleys depicted were characteristic of a fortified border, designed to repel foreign invaders. This was a cartographic representation of the borderlands. As far as she knew, Lu Fuzhou had indeed been commissioned to create such maps. Shortly after the late emperor ascended the throne, there was an initiative to draft a comprehensive map of the Great Qi, encompassing all territories. However, due to the perilous geography of the border, even with military presence, access remained restricted to ordinary citizens. Only Lu Fuzhou, having received imperial edict, was permitted to reside locally and conduct the cartographic survey. Regrettably, he could not penetrate the territories of foreign tribes, thus omitting crucial reconnaissance, leading to an incomplete map. Ultimately, the Great Qi cartographic map lacked the vital border section, a cause for lamentation. There were even whispers that Lu Fuzhou had indeed completed the border map, but before he could present it to the late emperor, he succumbed to exhaustion from his efforts. To her astonishment, the map detailing the border's topography had remained concealed within the residence of General Xianwei all along. Yet, as time passed, others had only remembered Lu Fuzhou's illustrious name, unaware that this was his final legacy. The value of this map far exceeded Si Wan's expectations. She contemplated returning directly to the general's residence to restore the map, but ultimately restrained herself. She recalled that in her previous life, after the demise of Fu Ying, the general's residence was left without an heir, and the crown prince, having succumbed to hysteria, was confined within the palace grounds. Si Qingjia and Lu Yunchen had once visited the gravely ill Yuan clan matriarch. Not long after, the foreign tribes, seemingly aided by divine intervention, launched a decisive assault on the border, with the seventh prince leading the forces to quell the rebellion, thus achieving an unparalleled feat. Support for the dethronement of the crown prince in favor of a more worthy heir grew increasingly prevalent in the court, ultimately resulting in the seventh prince replacing the crown prince as the new heir to the Qi dynasty. Siwan could not ascertain whether the foreign invasion was linked to this map, yet she harbored no intention of returning it. The wheels of her carriage creaked ominously as they traversed the ground. Upon returning to the Duke of Qin's residence, Siwan's first act was to carefully lock away the map. Just as she completed this task, a maid announced the arrival of Si Qingjia. Wan, a few days ago during my birthday, Mother intended to host a small banquet for the family to celebrate, but due to the incident involving Lu Fengshuan, the gathering was canceled. In a few days, it will be your birthday, and I shamelessly wish to celebrate it with you. Would that be agreeable? Si Qingjia grasped Si Wan's hand, her sincerity palpable, as if the discord between them had never existed. She even produced a jeweled hairpin from her sleeve, adorning Si Wan's hair with it. This hairpin is lively and spirited, perfectly suited for you. Si Wan cast her gaze downward, vividly recalling the hatred that had burned in Si Qingjia's eyes on that fateful day. The fact that she sought her out now with such flattery surely concealed ulterior motives. Wan, previously at the Hugua Temple, my brother angered father and was sent to Wansong Academy, forbidden from returning home. However, he is our dear brother. How could such deep animosity truly exist? Could you plead with grandmother to permit him to return? So this was her true intention. Siwan's countenance hardened as she withdrew her hand. Sister, have you forgotten how my elder brother has treated me? Before everyone, he slandered me, accusing me of aiding the crown prince in fabricating lies, causing the dual lotus to bloom prematurely. Such a grave offense, I cannot bear the weight of. Tears welled in Si Qingjia's eyes. Elder brother knows his wrongs. He is inherently soft-hearted and has shown you kindness in the past. We cannot allow him to remain outside forever. Siwan furrowed her brow. She did not possess such influence. Simeon was the legitimate son of the Duke's household, and regardless of the Duke of Qin's ire, that fact would remain unchanged. Moreover, even if Siwan were to petition the matriarch on his behalf, Simeon might not show gratitude. He could very well perceive her actions as a mere effet ade of compassion. Why should she engage in such superfluous endeavors? Raising her hand, she removed the jeweled hairpin and returned it to Si Qingjia. Perhaps it would be best if you spoke to grandmother yourself. Si Qingjia, agitated, could not suppress her frustration. We are family. Are you unwilling to assist me? Siwan nodded. Indeed, you have grown quite bold, emboldened by the support of grandmother and mother, and now you regard me, your legitimate sister, with such disdain. It was the first time Si Qingjia had spoken so harshly, revealing the depth of her anger. Siwan observed her with a sense of detached amusement. As her fortunes dwindled, Si Qingjia was no longer the favored one. She had become restless and uncertain, lost in her own turmoil. Siwan was deeply intrigued. Could Si Qingjia truly perceive her dwindling fortune? The system kindly elucidated. Naturally, she can. Although Si Qingjia cannot directly observe the ethereal manifestation of her fortune, the blood-red rhododendron is intrinsically linked to her destiny. As her fortune wanes, she experiences a palpable depletion of her vitality, leading to an increasingly profound sense of panic within her. Furthermore, Qingjia had previously nurtured flora with such abundant fortune that the vegetation in her courtyard thrived exuberantly. Recently, however, despite the plants not having withered, their growth has significantly diminished. Host, you have usurped her fortune. How could she possibly harbor no resentment towards you? Chapter 66. Using a knife to kill Qingjia left Xiangzhu courtyard in a huff. Before long, it was time for Si-Wan's birthday. Early that morning, a maidservant by Zhao's side delivered a message that a feast would be held in the main courtyard that evening. Si-Wan had already learned of this from Qingjia, so she was not taken aback. She smiled lightly and responded to the maidservant. In the evening, she arrived early at the main courtyard, where the old matriarch Zhao and Lu Xuanyin were present, while Duke Qin and Qingjia had yet to return. Wanwan took her seat beside her grandmother, who beckoned her over. During this time, the old matriarch found herself increasingly fond of this granddaughter. Although Wanwan was born of a concubine, her demeanor was poised and graceful, with not a single fault to be found. Coupled with her kind heart and perceptive nature, the old matriarch was naturally drawn to her. Si-Wan first paid her respects to the elders and then sat beside the old matriarch, engaging in conversation with them. As she conversed animatedly with the old matriarch, Lu Xuanyin's expression darkened, and waves of irritation swelled within her. She had originally believed that Si-Wan had been rendered ineffectual under her care. Not only had she become disfigured and unattractive, but her stubborn and taciturn nature seemed to have taken root. Duke Qin despised Si-Wan, merely waiting for her to come of age to hastily marry her off. Lu Xuanyin had also made plans for Si-Wan to wed her nephew. However, reality diverged greatly from her expectations. Si-Wan not only failed to incur the disdain of the household, but had instead garnered the favor of the old matriarch and Zhao, leading to Feng Chuan receiving 50 lashes, leaving his back bloodied and bruised, unable to walk since. Such a harbinger of misfortune appeared intent on thwarting her. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Si-Wan raised her gaze and discovered that Duke Qin and the others had returned, accompanied by Si-Mian, the Si siblings, and a tall, handsome young man. Who else could it be but Lu Yunchuan? The old matriarch had met Lu Yunchuan once, and being Qingjia's teacher, held him in great esteem. She promptly rose to greet him. Mr. Lu, it is rare for you to venture out. What brings you to the Duke's residence? Lu is merely the nominal headmaster of Wansong Academy, rarely engaging in lectures or mundane affairs, and thus has brought Si-Mian back to the capital. Lu Yunchuan replied with a gentle smile. However, Si-Wan sensed that his visit was not without ulterior motives. With his endorsement, even if Si-Mian were to act foolishly, as long as he did not commit any grave errors, his status would remain unshaken. Qingjia cast a proud glance at Si-Wan, as if to say, even if you do not plead on my behalf, brother will still return. Si-Wan chose to ignore Qingjia, yet he persisted, introducing Si-Wan to Lu Yunchuan. Teacher, this is my sister, Si-Wan. Lu Yunchuan, a revered scholar of the age, commanded respect even from Duke Qin, and Si-Wan naturally could not neglect her manners, offering him a courteous bow. The second young lady is slender and graceful, yet possesses quite the fiery temperament. She nearly expelled her own brother from the house over a disagreement, which has certainly opened my eyes, Lu Yunchuan remarked. On the journey back to the capital, Si-Mian poured out his grievances to Lu Yunchuan. While Lu Yunchuan felt a sense of displeasure, he also discerned the crux of the issue, Si-Wan. It was this young woman who had interposed herself, leading to Si-Mian's unfortunate predicament. The human heart is inherently biased, and even Lu Yunchuan is no exception. Despite his remarkable talent, he places his trust in Qingjia, whom he has personally nurtured, and in Si-Mian, who studies at Wansong Academy. However, he harbors no faith in Si-Wan. Zhao sure attempts to defend Si-Wan, but is obstructed by Si-Mian, who glares fiercely at his half-sister, his smile grotesque. Si-Wan, it has been a long time. Si-Wan sweetly calls out brother, intentionally provoking Si-Mian. As anticipated, Si-Mian's expression contorts as if he has swallowed a fly, bringing Si-Wan a sense of satisfaction. The old matriarch interjects, urging them to commence the feast, reminding them that the banquet has long been prepared and will cool if they delay further. They take their seats in order. Qingjia sits between Lu Yunchuan and Si Mian, both of whom shower her with affection, while their demeanor towards Si Wan starkly contrasts. Si Wan finds the meal utterly tasteless. During the gathering, the old matriarch and Zhao Shi each present Si Wan with a jade bracelet and a jade pendant as congratulatory gifts. Lu Xuanyan also has a gift, a fragrant sachet embroidered with bamboo motifs. Recently, Wan has been running about, and with so many snakes and insects outside, it would be unfortunate if you were to be bitten. Hence, I have specially prepared these fragrant pills for you. Lu Xuanyan clutches Si Wan's hand, speaking tenderly as a mother would to her beloved child. However, the gift she presents is merely a sachet of fragrant pills. As Si Wan expresses her gratitude, she opens the sachet to find over 10 pills inside. Upon examining one, she notices a tiny pinhole on the surface of the pale pill, indicating that the sealing wax has been compromised. If carried on her person for too long, the inhalation of the belladonna powder could lead to a state of delirium. Si Wan smiles faintly in thanks, pondering how Lu Xuanyan came to know about the pill's effects. Was it Qingjia who informed her, or did she uncover it herself? Si Wan leans towards the former possibility. This realization casts light on why the crown prince was confined in the palace. Both the seventh prince and Qingjia, if not the masterminds, are certainly accomplices. Otherwise, they would not be so well-versed in the effects of belladonna powder. Observing Si Wan accept the sachet and place it at her waist, Qingjia feels a flicker of her frustration dissipate. After all, it will not be long before Si Wan descends into madness. Even with the old matriarch and her mother protecting her, they must consider the reputation of the public house. They would never allow a madwoman to remain close. It is likely that Si Wan would be sent to a rural estate to be attended by maids and servants, living out her days there. Qingjia can hardly wait to witness that scene. She raises her cup, toasting Si Wan. Wan, may you have a joyful birthday. Thank you, elder sister, Si Wan replies. She stands and approaches Qingjia, and as she passes by Si Mian, she discreetly pierces the fragrant pill in her palm. The belladonna powder spills forth, with Si Mian inhaling the most, leading him to cough repeatedly. Si Wan holds her breath, clinking her cup with Qingjia's, then excuses herself to change clothes and leaves the dining hall. She meticulously washes her hands several times, ensuring no residual belladonna powder remains before she is satisfied. When Si Wan returns, the wine has circulated thrice. Si Mian, having faced misfortune and disappointment, drinks excessively, one cup after another. His capacity for alcohol was remarkable. Typically, he would remain sober after consuming such drinks. However, today his mind felt somewhat clouded, and his eyes were laced with crimson veins. Si Mian shook his head, and suddenly, the scene from Buddha's birthday resurfaced in his mind. He beheld Si Wan handing a white bottle to the crown prince. The contents of that bottle were indeed the key to the blooming of the twin lotus. Si Mian abruptly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Si Wan, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! How dare you conspire with the crown prince to deceive his majesty? Are you intent on dragging our entire family into perdition?" Si Wan, with an expression of innocence, replied, "Brother, you are intoxicated. I am not drunk. I saw it with my own eyes. You handed the bottle to the crown prince, which led to the blooming of the twin lotus. The crown prince's connection to the Buddha is a mere facade, fabricated by you, Si Wan." Chapter 67. The blade of Si Mian has dulled, a wasted son. How dare he speak such nonsense? The Duke of Qin never expected that, having learned a lesson, Si Mian would show no signs of improvement, still daring to publicly criticize the crown prince. This was tantamount to dragging the entire family into the abyss alongside him. The Duke of Qin valued fame, fortune, and status above all else in his life. Seeing his eldest son act so foolishly, he slammed the table, his face turning ashen, glaring fiercely at Si Mian. Under normal circumstances, Si Mian would never have the audacity to confront his father, but in this moment, influenced by the belladonna powder, he had lost all reason and retorted, "I am not speaking nonsense. It is you who is cowardly, afraid to offend the crown prince. That you turn a blind eye to that vile woman, Si Wan." Gasps of shock filled the room, and Zhao Shi hurried forward. attempting to pull Si Mian away from the dining hall, but he shrugged her off forcefully. Mother, you are mistaken. You have been deceived by Siwan. She is deeply cunning and malicious, and has brought me to this state. Si Mian's disheveled hair and tear-streaked face presented a stark contrast to the typical appearance of someone merely inebriated. Suddenly, Si Qingjia's gaze fell upon the fragrant pouch at Siwan's waist. Taking a deep breath, she whispered a few words to her maid. Meanwhile, Si Mian continued his tirade, scolding Siwan. Do you think that by associating with the crown prince you can ascend to greatness? You are merely a lowly, illegitimate daughter, so repugnant that even a glance is unbearable. You are unworthy of being a concubine to the crown prince. I advise you to limit your interactions with the Eastern Palace, lest you become a laughingstock. Slap! Zhao Shi delivered a stinging blow to Si Mian's face. She was utterly disappointed in her eldest son. If he had merely caused a great calamity, one could argue it was due to youthful ignorance and that he could be guided with care. But his cruelty towards his own sister, his relentless stream of vile words, was a disgrace to his father's legacy. Coming to this realization, Zhao Shi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, Si Mian remained her child, and as a mother, she bore the responsibility of guiding and restraining him. Si Qingjia grasped Zhao Shi's hand, tears welling as she pleaded, Mother, brother is merely drunk. I will have him apologize to you. Please do not be angry. Zhao Shi could only offer a bitter smile. She knew that Si Mian was not truly intoxicated. Rather, he was using this moment of madness to express his pent-up grievances and discontent. These were his true feelings. The Duke of Qin trembled with rage, but recalled that Lu Yunchuan was present, forcing himself to suppress the fury boiling within him, and coldly remarked, This ungrateful son is not drunk. He is clearly in a hysterical fit. Someone, take the young master away. Several young servants entered and escorted the still-shouting Si Mian from the dining hall. Just as they departed, a maid entered with a basin of cold water, but alas, it was too late. Siwan caught sight of this, and a barely perceptible smile flickered in her almond-shaped eyes. Si Qingjia happened to lock eyes with her, her beautiful phoenix eyes nearly blazing with anger. Siwan, do you, dear sister, believe that I am at fault? Siwan twirled the pearl bracelet on her wrist, countering the accusation. In this dispute, she was the unequivocal victim, suffering from an unprovoked calamity. If she were to further blame Siwan, it would only lead her father to believe she was unreasonable, capricious, and unruly. Si Qingjia clenched her teeth, shaking her head, her heart heavy with distress. She exerted considerable effort, ultimately persuading the teacher to intervene, all in hopes of restoring Si Miantong to his rightful position at the public office. Si Mian, as the legitimate eldest son, held a prestigious status and had always valued her. Gaining the trust of both her grandmother and father would render him her most formidable ally. However, this once sharp weapon had dulled, rendered useless. She was left with no choice but to devise alternative methods to reclaim her fortune. The small gathering ended on an unhappy note. On her way home, Si Qingjia felt a deep sorrow, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Lu Yunchun, well aware of her profound attachment to Si Mian, felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her distress. He gently reassured her, Qingjia, do not cry. Everything will be all right. Si Qingjia's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, Teacher, my brother has been wronged. Lu Yunchun furrowed his brow. Si Qingjia hesitated to directly address the effects of the fragrant pill, stammering. His behavior earlier was not that of someone merely intoxicated. It resembled the symptoms of poisoning, as if he had entirely lost his rationality, even speaking ill of the royal family. You have taught him a few lessons. Though he can be proud, he would not descend into such madness. Lu Yunchun expressed doubt, pondering who would poison him upon his return home. I do not know. Si Qingjia's tears flowed more freely. After living for so many years, she understood well the delicate balance of discretion. If she were to be too explicit, directly naming Siwan, it would portray her as petty and discordant with her sister. In the eyes of her teacher, she must remain the epitome of kindness and purity, untouched by the intrigues of the inner chambers. To preserve her image, Si Qingjia had to adopt a roundabout approach, subtly provoking Lu Yunchun's suspicions. allowing him to seek the truth independently. With the teacher here, you shall not suffer any grievances, Lu Yunshan stated with gravity. By the way, I heard my brother mention that you came to the capital in search of something, Qingjia remarked. Lu Yunshan lowered his voice. My grandfather once created a map, but alas, he was abroad at the time, and the servant failed to preserve it properly. Its whereabouts remain a mystery. Is this map of great significance? Qingjia pressed. Lu Yunshan, ever trusting of his students, disclosed without reservation. The map delineates the borders. Qingjia's eyes widened, her breath quickening. She was no ordinary young lady, confined to the narrow scope of domestic life. She was acutely aware of the shifting tides of the world. She understood that to ascend to the exalted position of empress, she must wed a prince of considerable military standing, whose future prospects would allow for the continuation of the imperial lineage. The border map was of paramount importance to those who commanded armies. Do you have any leads? Lu Yunshan replied. The servant mentioned that the map could not have been created solely by my grandfather. A young military officer also contributed significantly, though his identity remains obscure. Do not fret. Qingjia will assist you in locating the map. Qingjia personally escorted Lu Yunshan to his guest room. Afterwards, disregarding the need for discretion, she hurried to the Lingzue pavilion, where Lu Xuanyan resided. At this hour, Lu Xuanyan had yet to retire, and 2 lamps burned brightly in the bedroom. Upon seeing Qingjia enter, Lu Xuanyan dismissed the servants, her voice laced with anxiety. Siwan must have sensed something. Qingjia responded softly. The foreign merchant had clearly arrived in the capital not long ago, and Siwan should not have had any prior exposure to the fragrant pills. How could she possibly know that they concealed belladonna powder within? Moreover, she had cunningly turned the tables, using the powder against her brother. Siwan had never regarded me as a mother. She had long since built her defenses against me. Given the birthday gift I had prepared, it was inconceivable that she would not scrutinize it. Lu Xuanyan felt a pang of regret, realizing that her earlier impulsiveness had alienated Siwan, making it increasingly difficult to draw her close. The revelation of the drug concealed within today's fragrant pills had only served to widen the chasm between them. Chapter 68. A Touch and a Tread. Only then can Qingjia's uncommon essence be highlighted. How fortunate that the hoof stumbled upon the discovery of the medicinal powder's utility. Lu Xuanyan harbored a deep resentment. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gloom and terror passed through Qingjia's eyes. The fortuitous turn of events for Siwan, did it not signify the decline of her own fortune? Lu Xuanyan gently caressed Qingjia's back, her eyes filled with compassion. Do not fear, my lady. What is rightfully yours cannot be taken away by anyone. Yet, aunt, my fortune has waned and pales in comparison to its former abundance. The green clouds in my courtyard have lingered as mere buds for so long, never blossoming. I have cared for orchids far more temperamental than this. Yet I have never encountered such a situation, feeling the gradual ebbing of her own fortune. Even the composed and knowledgeable Qingjia could not help but feel a wave of panic. Her envy towards Siwan deepened. My lady, there is still a way. Lu Xuanyan mused after a moment's contemplation. What means do you speak of? Qingjia inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. Do not forget, the old lady hails from the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, and the old Marquis is her own brother. Now, he lies bedridden, breathing shallowly, and his days are numbered. Lu Xuanyan stated. Qingjia's face was a canvas of confusion. She continued, the old Marquis has long held a fixation for exquisite orchids. Otherwise, why would you have moved that pot of green clouds into the bedroom, if not to hasten its bloom and win the old lady's favor? Indeed, but this has no bearing on Siwan. Qingjia replied, perplexed. Foolish child, if the green clouds you have painstakingly nurtured were to be inadvertently ruined by Siwan, leading to the old Marquis's regretful departure, would the old lady still be so forgiving toward her? Lu Xuanyan explained. Instantly, Qingjia's sorrow transformed into joy, though she could not shake her impatience regarding the still budding green clouds. Aunt, the green clouds have yet to bloom. Do not fret, Lu Xuanyan replied with a knowing smile. Upon returning to Xiangzhu courtyard, Siwan did not rush to rest. Instead, she lit a small lamp and stood by the window in quiet contemplation. In her previous life, at this very moment, Everyone deemed her shameless and licentious, having failed to seduce the seventh prince and resorting to clandestine meetings with her maternal cousin. To preserve their dignity, the Qin duke's household had forcibly betrothed Si Wan to Lu Fengchuan, thereafter confining her to Xiangzhou courtyard, forbidding her from stepping outside even once. Nevertheless, Si Wan gleaned fragments of rumors from the whispers of maids and servants. For instance, the old marquis was on the brink of death, and the old lady, who had always respected her brother, could not help but feel sorrowful. To spare her grandmother's heartache, Qingjia had specially cultivated the renowned green clouds and presented them before the old marquis. The old marquis cherished flowers above all else. Upon witnessing the blooming green clouds, he felt a sense of closure. Since her rebirth, Siwan had heard no further news regarding the green clouds. Yet, Qingjia was meticulous in her actions. Leaving no stone unturned, she would not miss such a splendid opportunity. Siwan cared little for the old marquis's life or death. Her only concern was her standing within the household. However, the silence surrounding the green clouds might well be linked to Qingjia's successive misfortunes. She was not adept in the art of nurturing flowers. The thriving flora in her courtyard relied entirely upon the boundless fortune that surrounded her. The disparity between a fortune score of 68 and one of 90 is akin to a chasm of unfathomable depth. Otherwise, how could Qingjia have so effortlessly obscured the vision of the esteemed Master Mingjing in her past life? The night air was chill, causing the lamp wick to tremble in the breeze. When dawn broke, Siwan took up her pen to compose a letter, entrusting it to Jean K for delivery to the encampment palace. 2 days later, as customary, Siwan visited the old matriarch's quarters to pay her respects. Upon entering, she was greeted by the exclamations of Si Qingning. "Grandmother, you must see the green cloud cultivated by elder sister. It blooms in pairs, with petals that are thick and abundant, resembling water lilies, both elegant and rare. Truly remarkable." Since childhood, Qingjia had been blessed with good fortune. Flowers and plants that others could not nurture thrived in her care, truly a testament to her innate grace. The second madam chimed in, well aware of the news that the esteemed scholar Lu Yunchuan was temporarily residing in the estate, and she had come early to flatter Qingjia, hoping that she might speak favorably on behalf of her son Qi, gaining him a place under the scholar's tutelage. With the guidance of a distinguished mentor, Qi's future path would surely be much smoother. Qingjia was fully cognizant of the second madam's intentions, yet she chose to remain discreet. Quietly seated on a wooden chair, when Siwan entered, she glanced up momentarily. Siwan greeted everyone in turn. "Elder sister's green cloud has blossomed?" she inquired. Qingjia nodded warmly, exclaiming, "The flowers are splendid and rare. I thought we might all move to the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion to admire the green cloud." In her past life, and this one combined, Siwan had scarcely visited the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion more than 10 times. Qingjia, as the esteemed firstborn daughter of the main branch, was cherished and lived in a residence thoughtfully constructed by the water, a stark contrast to the secluded Xiangzhou courtyard. Why should Siwan subject herself to discomfort by approaching so eagerly? Moreover, today's invitation, though ostensibly to appreciate flowers, harbored ulterior motives. Siwan contemplated declining the invitation, but Qingjia took hold of her arm, preventing her retreat. "Wanwan, you've never seen the green cloud before. It's a perfect opportunity to appreciate the flowers together," Qingjia said sweetly, as if there were no animosity between them. Siwan's gaze flickered. She understood that she could not evade this encounter. Thus, she resolved to observe who would outmaneuver whom in this intricate game. The Lotus Fragrance Pavilion featured a dedicated flower room, vibrant with blossoms of diverse varieties. Most striking was the pot of green cloud that Qingjia had placed prominently on a wooden platform. The old variety of orchid was in splendid bloom, its emerald hue captivating and imbued with a unique character, indeed a rare treasure. However, the distance made it difficult to discern the intricate details of the petals. The path from the flower room to the platform was merely a narrow stone walkway, flanked by expansive peach trees whose lush branches arched over, constricting the passage further. It barely allowed 2 people to pass side by side. "Here is the green cloud. Everyone, come quickly to take a look, Qingjia declared, seizing the opportunity to release C1's hand, lest you become ensnared in the unfolding situation. The old matriarch and Madame Zhao stood at the forefront, followed closely by the second madam and her daughter, with Lu Xuanyin and C1 trailing behind. Child, are you still harboring grievances against your aunt? The aunt was truly unaware of her cousin's outrageous behavior, indulging in the disgraceful act of keeping a beautiful maid. Had I known, I would never have considered him as a potential match. Lu Xuanyin explained cautiously, fearing that C1 might not believe her. C1 feigned distress, saying, Aunt, I assure you, I harbor no resentment towards you. It is merely your own overthinking. That is good to hear, very good, Lu Xuanyin replied, her face brimming with relief. Meanwhile, the old matriarch had approached the wooden platform, and, upon catching sight of the pot of green clouds, her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. My brother is a sentimental man. Since childhood, he has been deeply enamored with flowers and trees, particularly rare orchids, which hold a special place in his heart. Alas, as the years have passed, he can no longer traverse the mountains and rivers in search of treasures, which is indeed a source of regret. Today, Qingjia has cultivated these green clouds. Had he seen them, it would surely have brought him immense joy. Chapter 69. Even the green cloud flower bud cannot conceal her malevolence. It is well known within the Duke of Qin's household that the old matriarch shares a profound bond with her elder son. However, it is unexpected that a mere pot of orchids could evoke such profound sorrow, causing the old matriarch to sigh and shed tears. Zhao, while gently wiping the old matriarch's tears, suggested, Mother, if you are missing the old lord, shall we pay a visit to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence today and bring this pot of green cloud along? Would that be agreeable? The old matriarch nodded slowly. Indeed, the green cloud is splendid. Missy has put much thought into it. She composed herself and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Qingjia, modest and unassuming, merely smiled without uttering a word. After the old matriarch had expressed her appreciation for the green cloud, they retraced their steps. Following them were the second lady and Qingning, who circled around the wooden platform, extolling Qingjia to celestial heights. Such praises were not unfamiliar to Qingjia, having heard them countless times before. Internally, she felt a sense of weariness, yet she masked any sign of impatience. To do otherwise would tarnish her reputation as disrespectful to her elders, a consequence too costly to bear. Catching sight of C1 and Lu Xuanyin approaching, Qingjia instinctively held her breath. The day's events could only result in triumph, not defeat. C1 was eager to uncover Qingjia's true intentions, deliberately slowing her pace to scrutinize everything around her. Having recently reclaimed 2 golden feathers, her senses were sharper than before. She gazed at the green cloud, sensing that, although the blossoms were vibrant, there was something peculiar about them. Perhaps the flower stamens were overly delicate, or the petals had not fully developed. No matter how she looked, it seemed abnormal, as if artificially hastened to bloom. This pot of flowers harbored secrets. With this thought in mind, C1 halted, unwilling to approach the wooden platform where the green cloud was placed. Lu Xuanyin, displaying surprise, inquired, Wanwan, what troubles you? C1 shook her head. The green cloud is precious. I shall keep my distance and observe from here. This is your elder sister's labor of love. It deserves careful examination. If you appear too dismissive, what will become of the young lady's honor? Lu Xuanyin urged in a hushed voice. C1 realized that Lu Xuanyin was resolute in her desire for her to approach the platform. If she did not comply, Lu Xuanyin would surely devise another scheme to achieve her goal. C1 silently shook her head, deeming their actions too hasty and lacking in decorum. And he speaks wisely. C1 linked her arm with Lu Xuanyin's, matching her pace. Lu Xuanyin's expression stiffened. Wanwan, you are now acknowledged by the matriarch as a legitimate daughter, while I remain merely a concubine. Should we draw too close, it might lead the matriarch to misunderstand, thinking you favor your auntie, which could distance her from you and jeopardize your future. Auntie endured 10 months of hardship to bring me into this world. Such kindness is repayable only by death. Why must you belittle me with your future? C1 feigned heartbreak, her grip on Lu Xuanyan's arm tightening, ensuring the latter could not escape. Lu Xuanyan, sweating profusely and desperate, attempted several times to shake off C1's grasp, but to no avail. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she bit her lip and acquiesced to C1's wishes. Not far away, Qingjia furrowed her brow in concern. As the two approached the wooden platform, a flower bud the size of a palm suddenly plummeted from the branch, severed from its stem. This was an ominous sign. What could it mean? Why has the verdant cloud been so abruptly severed? Qingming rubbed her eyes, unable to comprehend the sight before her. The second madam, perceptive and astute, promptly pinched Qingming's arm, signaling her to remain silent. Realizing her misstep, Qingming recoiled slightly, resembling a timid quail, afraid to utter a sound. The elderly matriarch, standing a short distance away, witnessed the scene unfold and recalled her brother's deteriorating health. Could this severed blossom be an ominous portent? Her complexion paled in an instant, her body swaying precariously. Zhao Shi hastily supported the matriarch. What transgression has been committed? Zhao Shi cautiously assisted the matriarch to a wooden chair, helping her to steady her breath, offering words of comfort. Mother, it was merely an accident. Do not let it trouble you. Tears streamed down the matriarch's aged face. How can I not worry? Just yesterday, the Marquis's residence sent word that my elder brother has slept the entire day, unable to be roused, lost in a haze, failing to recognize anyone. The venerable Duke of Zhongyong, being of advanced age and bearing old injuries, is fortunate to have lived to 70. Yet, such thoughts cannot be uttered by Zhao Shi, nor by others. It is merely a pity for Qingjia's thoughtful intentions. Having cultivated the verdant cloud specifically for the Duke, which ultimately went unutilized, Zhao Shi sighed inwardly. She offered the matriarch a cup of warm tea, gently urging her, "Mother, take a sip." The matriarch accepted the teacup, sipping cautiously. She then rose, leaning on her cane, her steps unsteady as she exited the flower room. The others followed suit. Qingjia gazed at the matriarch's retreating figure, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly. That night, Duke Qin resided in the Ningxue Pavilion. Lu Xuanyan, having removed her hairpins and washed her face clean, sat before the bronze mirror, weeping softly. Duke Qin approached her side and inquired, "What troubles you so?" Lu Xuanyan shook her head. "Speak," he insisted, his tone serious. "This morning, I accompanied the matriarch to the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion to admire the blossoms. Unexpectedly, upon nearing the verdant cloud, a flower bud fell, causing the matriarch to suffer a bout of distress and weep profusely. The master, they all say, that the verdant cloud becoming a severed flower is a dire omen. Could I be the bearer of such misfortune?" Lu Xuanyan's tears flowed more fiercely. With her delicate beauty and gentle disposition, illuminated by the dim light of a few lamps, her allure was accentuated in the flickering glow. Duke Qin felt a surge of warmth within, drawing Lu Xuanyan into his embrace. "Do not speak such nonsense. You saved my life. How could you be the harbinger of misfortune?" Lu Xuanyan kept her head bowed, fearful of revealing the smirk lurking in her eyes. "Yet if I am not the bringer of ill fortune, why did the flower bud fall the moment Wan and I approached the wooden platform? It was not merely a few scattered petals, but an entire flower bud." Duke Qin's expression darkened. "Was C1 present as well?" Lu Xuanyan blinked. Timidly responding, "She stood beside me. Perhaps she is the one destined for misfortune." Duke Qin scoffed. Years ago, shortly after Qingjia and C1's births, a diviner stayed at the Marquis, reading the fortunes of the two children. Qingjia possessed an exceptionally rare phoenix fate, beyond compare in nobility. The fate of C1 resembles the autumn frost and winter snow, cold and harsh. Although it does not directly harm her close relatives, it nonetheless obstructs their careers, resulting in a naturally tenuous bond with kin. Among her esteemed relatives serving in the court, she stands alone. The Duke of Qin has toiled tirelessly for half a lifetime merely to secure a place within the court, striving to escape the humiliation associated with his illegitimate status. A daughter who cannot carry on the family lineage and inherit the ancestral legacy is a hindrance to his ambitions. How could the Duke harbor any affection for her? That he has not cast C1 out of his home and provided her with a meager meal already marks him as a benevolent father. Yet, contrary to expectations, as she matures, she becomes increasingly unruly, causing turmoil within the household, and her fate grows ever more defiant. Even the green clouds and flower petals cannot shield her from her ominous aura. Chapter 70. Breaking the craft with strength, countering every move, my lord. I am not jesting. This morning was indeed quite strange. Wan, and I certainly did not touch the flower bud, yet it fell in an instant. At that moment, everyone in the household was in the flower room, attended by numerous maidservants and matrons, and many eyes were watching. It cannot be false. Lu Xuanyin pressed her hand to her chest, deliberately displaying a flustered demeanor. After being the confidant for so many years, no one understood Si Zhangjun better than she did. He spoke of benevolence and morality, yet he firmly believed in the supernatural. Otherwise, the fortune teller's prediction regarding the two children would not have transformed his attitude so drastically. He felt no paternal affection for Si Wan, treating her with the indifference reserved for strangers. Her words pierced the heart of Duke Qin like a sharp thorn, inflicting a wound that would fester into an unrelenting loathing, ultimately directed at Si Wan. Xuanyin, let me speak candidly. You may not wish to hear this. Wan truly has suffered from misfortune. Having marred her appearance in childhood and being frail and sickly is one thing. Yet, at the age to be courted, she has not even met a matchmaker. Indeed, it is ill-fated. Duke Qin's disdain for Si Wan was ignited by Lu Xuanyin's few remarks, quickly escalating to a fervent peak. If possible, he wished to rid himself of this daughter at the earliest opportunity to prevent her from hindering others. My lord, now is not the time for such discussions. The old lady's heart is deeply wounded, and you know she cherishes the old, loyal, and brave duke. With the loss of the green cloud orchid, where can we find another rare specimen to present to the duke's residence? Lu Xuanyin trembled as she spoke. Duke Qin fell into contemplation. Rare orchids are exceedingly valuable. Any household fortunate enough to cultivate a pot would guard it like a precious gem, unwilling to lend it out. Moreover, the old loyal duke's time was short. In such a brief period, even with great effort, success was uncertain. Nevertheless, it must be attempted. After all, the old loyal duke was still his nominal uncle, and as a dutiful son, he must consider his biological mother's feelings. He could not afford to lose face in public. I will find a way to handle this. You need not worry, Duke Qin assured. Lu Xuanyin nodded tearfully, nestling into the man's embrace. The next morning, as Si Wan made her way to the old lady's courtyard to pay her respects, she overheard the maids discussing. Aunt Lu is a rare and kind-hearted person. How could she have borne the second young lady? Not only is she unattractive, but it is also said she possesses the fate of a calamity star. This seemed to be true. The Duke had always favored Aunt Lu, and logically, one would expect him to treat the second young lady well as well. Yet, he was rather cold towards her, seemingly due to the implications of her fate. It was a pity for the eldest young lady, who had invested so much effort in nurturing the precious green cloud orchid, only to have it ruined by the calamity surrounding her sister. The old lady could only watch helplessly as her brother passed away with regrets. The system could not help but exclaim, "Host, the cuckoo girl and your aunt intend to push you to the brink. With this calamity star title, if it were to be established, it would sever your familial ties, and your marital prospects would vanish, let alone any chance of offspring. This scheme is highly fruitful." With a slight smirk, Si Wan responded silently. If Si Qingjia were truly so easy to handle, she would not possess the capability to maintain her position as empress. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, this predicament is not without resolution." The system, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "How shall we break through?" Si Wan deliberately held back, offering just 8 words. Overcome cleverness with strength. Counter each move as it comes. If the system had a physical form, it would surely be exasperated, lamenting its unfortunate fate of having such a host. Si Wan strolled forward leisurely, her footsteps startling several maidservants. They never imagined that their whispered criticisms of their mistress would lead to such a swift revelation. The group turned pale, cold sweat trickling down their faces, as they hastily knelt before Si Wan, bowing their heads. Second miss, spare us. We shall never dare again. We know we were wrong. Her fingertips grazed the verdant bamboo leaves as C1 replied, Rise, I have no intention of punishing you. The maidservants exchanged glances, trembling as they straightened up. C1 inquired, From where did you hear these rumors? Aware that the second miss sought to unearth the source of the slander, they dared not conceal the truth. Quickly responding, We overheard it just now in the small kitchen. Several firewood girls were discussing it. Firewood girls? C1 raised an eyebrow. Qingjia had even planted spies in the small kitchen. Could it be that she had changed her nature? I recall there was a maid named Qingjia who once served in Xiangju courtyard. One of them added after a moment's contemplation. Qingjun, Sivan repeated. Her memory of the maid resurfacing. In her past life, it was indeed Qingjia who had gathered the poetry manuscripts, presenting them as evidence at a crucial moment, thereby condemning her to the disgrace of an engagement with an outsider, forcing her into a betrothal with Lu Fengchuan. In this life, C1 had merely managed to replace the servants of Xiangju courtyard and had not yet had the opportunity to settle accounts with Qingjia. Little did she know that the maid would come to her doorstep. There would be no reason to hold back her wrath now. What C1 was unaware of was that Qingjia herself was reluctant to speak ill of her mistress. Should she be discovered, punishment would surely follow. Yet, she had no choice, for Lu Xuanyin held her secrets in contract, and failure to comply would yield dire consequences. Qingjia had no option but to carry out Lu Xuanyin's commands, steeling herself against the dread of the situation. Having obtained the desired information, C1 wasted no time and made her way directly to the residence of the matriarch. Perhaps due to the fright from the previous day, the matriarch had developed a fever in the middle of the night, summoning a doctor for treatment, and had been taking her medicine since early morning. Upon seeing C1, she could not muster much energy, offering only a faint nod. C1, ever grateful, recalled the kindness her grandmother had shown her, and her heart softened. She approached the matriarch, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Do not worry, there are more varieties of renowned orchids than just the green cloud. The matriarch's eyes gradually brightened as she grasped C1's hand tightly. Wan, is what you say true? When have I ever deceived you, grandmother? However, this matter should not be made public for the time being. I ask you to keep it a secret. Even in her weakened state, the matriarch remained sharp-minded. The household appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirled. Every step that Wan takes is fraught with difficulty. Grandmother has promised you as much. The venerable matron gently pinched the delicate tip of C1's nose. Before the two could exchange a few heartfelt words, a flurry of announcements echoed from outside. The female members of the household had arrived. Qingjia stood before the bed, gazing at the frail and weary old lady, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Grandmother, it is all my fault. Had I been more capable, the green cloud I nurtured would have been sturdier, and it would not have become a severed flower. Although the old lady disapproved of her descendants constantly wearing forlorn expressions, she appreciated Qingjia's sincere filial piety and comforted her, saying, My dear child, your heart is in the right place, but one cannot force the affairs of the world. That green cloud has its own fate. Chapter 71. To slander or not. Is it not worth a try? Grandmother, such words should not be spoken, interjected Qingjia abruptly. Historically, the eldest sister had nurtured an abundance of flora, each one thriving splendidly. Typically, they flourished without needing excessive care, yet it was peculiar that the green clouds had encountered a mishap. In the granddaughter's view, it must have been the result of external interference. Qingjia's implication was clear. Remarkably, the second madam, seated in the northwest corner, did not intervene to curb Qingjia's words. C1 couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Her second aunt, known for her meticulousness and almost pedantic caution, rarely left room for gossip. Even with Qingjia's flamboyant and somewhat simplistic nature, her presence alone had always prevented any calamity. However, at this moment, the second madam exhibited an unusual leniency, suggesting an underlying motive. Recalling the esteemed scholar Lu Yunchuan, who had recently visited the manor, and considering the second madam's current pursuit of distinguished mentors for Qi, C1 suddenly comprehended the situation. Ahem, who dares to cause trouble within the estate? The old matriarch exclaimed, her expression filled with confusion. Yesterday, we were all at the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion, and we witnessed concubine Lu and second sister passing by when the green cloud flower dropped unexpectedly. Si Qingning declared. They were the closest, and even if they did not meddle directly, their presence must have had some impact. As she spoke, Si Qingning tightened her grip on her silk handkerchief. Recently, during the celebration of the eldest sister's birthday, she had taken the liberty of inviting Zhao Xianyue and others to the manor, only for it to culminate in the embarrassing incident involving Lu Fengchuan, tarnishing the family's reputation. Although no one had explicitly pointed it out, she was acutely aware that the eldest sister had long known the situation was connected to her. Now, with the green clouds inexplicably damaged, Si Qingning chose to shift the blame onto Si Wan, hoping to appease the eldest sister. After all, the two had already been at odds. As for Lu Xuanyan, she was not even a consideration for Si Qingning. With each of Si Qingning's remarks, the old matriarch's expression darkened further. She could hardly fathom that her granddaughter would stir trouble at such a critical juncture. Truly, she was as foolish as a pig. Qingning, do not speak without evidence, the old matriarch admonished, forcing herself to suppress her anger. Where is the lack of evidence? It is clear that grandmother favors second sister and is unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Si Qingning lamented, her voice audible to all. Pray tell, what evidence do you possess? The old matriarch retorted, now visibly incensed. A shiver ran down Si Qingning's spine. Instinctively, she glanced back at the second madam, her eyes brimming with panic. The second madam sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed her fault for inadvertently revealing the fortune-teller's words from years past, which had reached Qingning's ears. Although she bore an apologetic expression, her words flowed without pause. Yet, what the fortune-teller spoke may not have been mere nonsense. Si Qingjia feigned confusion, her tone innocent. Second aunt, what exactly did the fortune-teller say? Please, do not keep us in suspense. He said, Wanwan's fate is like autumn frost and winter snow. Cold and ruthless, the second madam replied. Si Qingjia gasped, seemingly taken aback by the revelation regarding her younger sister's ominous fate. Nevertheless, even such a declaration could not conclusively link the fallen green cloud flower to Wanwan. Si Qingjia positioned herself protectively in front of Si Wan, embodying the role of a caring elder sister, always so fond of theatrics. The elder sister observed that the pot of green cloud exhibited no signs of damage. Instead, the entire blossom had fallen, resembling a severed flower. If it were not for the heavens issuing a warning, how could such a bizarre and ominous scene come to pass? A look of disdain flickered across Si Qingning's face. At that moment, Lu Xuanyan began to sob, exclaiming, Third miss, it is all my fault. I bear the blame entirely. And it has nothing to do with second miss. Had I known that I would offend the green cloud and tarnish the eldest Mrs. filial piety towards old Duke Zhongyong, we would never have ventured into the flower room. Lu Xuanyan deliberately reminded them of the significance of that pot of green cloud to old Duke Zhongyong. Everyone understood that the old lady held her blood brother in the highest regard. Should old Duke Zhongyong die with regrets, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Si Wan. In a vast estate, aside from the old lady and the Zhao family protecting Si Wan, no one else cared for the lowly-born concubine daughter. Without the old lady's protection, seizing Si Wan's fortune would be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Contemplating this notion, a trace of a smile unexpectedly flickered in Lu Xuanyan's tearful eyes. While others failed to notice, Si Wan perceived it clearly. Her dear aunt was far too impatient, always believing her machinations were foolproof, treating her as if she were a simpleton. Si Wan turned slightly to face Lu Xuanyan, seemingly casually inquiring, Aunt, do you also believe that I have offended that pot of green cloud? Wan. Lu Xuanyan's eyes reddened. Her delicate, fragile demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Si Qingjia. The longer Si Wan looked, the more repugnant she found it. I believe that the sudden drop of the green cloud's flower stalk is not merely due to some ill-omened collision, but rather stems from another cause, Si Wan stated, twirling her eastern pearl bracelet. For reasons unknown, as she spoke with such conviction, an ominous premonition surged within Si Qingjia. No, it was impossible. The situation today was crafted so skillfully that not a single thread of evidence remained. C1 would never uncover a flaw. What reason? Zhao, who had been silent, finally posed a question. C1 gazed at the elegant and beautiful woman, whose brows were furrowed with concern, as if troubled for her kin. Both Si Mian and Si Qingjia were on her mind. It was no wonder Zhao felt this way. The green cloud had not yet reached its blooming time. Yet certain individuals had hastened its growth, employing methods to ensure the flower stalk hung upon the branch, only to fall a specific moment, creating an appearance akin to being struck by ill fortune. C1 spoke leisurely. The women present were astute. They could easily discern the implications behind C1's words. Si Qingning's voice was sharp and piercing. Second sister, do you mean to suggest that eldest sister has set a trap to frame you? I did not say that. Si Qingjia smiled, knowing well that C1 lacked the audacity to publicly disgrace a legitimate daughter. Yet, I indeed harbor such thoughts. Observing the astonished expressions of those around her, C1's smile grew ever more delightful. Wan. Lu Xuanyan's eyes widened as she hurriedly approached C1, grasping her hand tightly. The eldest miss is virtuous and pure as jade. How dare you slander her so? Whether it is slander or not, we shall find out, won't we? Sivan replied. Wan, what do you mean by this? Zhao inquired. Mother, I can vividly recreate the scene from yesterday for everyone. As C1 spoke, she clapped her hands, while Jean K entered the bedroom, cradling a flower pot. The porcelain pot housed a common orchid, far less precious than the rare green cloud variety, standing before the flower pot. C1 fiddled with it for a considerable time before beckoning to Si Qingjia, saying, Elder sister, please step forward. Si Qingjia remained motionless, her expression unusually rigid. It seemed that the elder sister was unwilling to cooperate with me. C1 feigned regret, feeling the intense gaze directed at her. Si Qingjia quietly cursed under her breath. She then lifted her foot and approached C1. Chapter 72. Can Si Qingjia truly be called a gentleman? Si Qingjia advanced with excruciating slowness. However, the distance between the bed and the windowsill was undeniably limited. No matter how gradually she moved, she would inevitably reach her destination. Her teeth were clenched tightly. Just as she was about to approach the flower pot, the petals of the ordinary orchid suddenly fell, mirroring the earlier incident with the green cloud. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. What had transpired? Why did the flowers fall? Si Qingning could not help but murmur. The second madam glanced at C1 with a furrowed brow, exclaiming, This is identical to yesterday as seen. Second miss, what exactly have you done? Second aunt, your words are misguided. C1 retorted with a smile. When the green cloud's petals fell yesterday, you all deemed me the villain, accusing me of harboring malicious intent and bringing calamity upon myself, denying me even the opportunity to explain. Is this truly fair? The second madam was rendered speechless. She recognized the injustice in this situation, yet fairness was a rare commodity in this world. Years ago, both Si Changjun and Si Changwei were bastards. The old matriarch was childless, with no legitimate heir to inherit the family estate. Despite having numerous choices, the matriarch chose Si Changjun, who is now the Duke of Qin, leaving her husband, Si Changwei, as a discarded pawn. Abandoned by the mother he had always respected, Si Changwei became embittered and disillusioned. He gradually fell into decline, succumbing to gambling, losing most of the second branch's wealth, and wasting much of his life. The second madam sighed inwardly, her expression betraying none of her turmoil. Noticing her silence, C1 turned her gaze to Zhao. Zhao took her hand in reassurance, replying, Mother believes in you. C1's lips curled into a faint smile as her slender fingers gently waved, causing the fallen orchid to hover in midair. Zhao observed closely and discovered that C1's fingers were entwined with several fine strands of silk. These silks were even finer than human hair. Though delicate when combined, they could easily support a fragile orchid. Positioned near the well-lit window, the sunlight rendered everything indistinguishable. Grandmother, mother, if one wishes for the flower petals to cling to the branches or to fall at a scheduled time, there are indeed methods to achieve this. My approach, though simple, involves a few inconspicuous silks that are sufficiently fine and resilient to secure a single orchid, C1 explained softly. Her lack of formal education rendered her solution somewhat rudimentary. Had it been someone else, they might have devised a more sophisticated and foolproof method to accomplish the task. Siwon's insinuation was clear. The someone else she referred to was none other than Qingjia, pure as jade and untouched by the world as filth. The latter grasped the underlying implication. Her complexion shifting between pale and flushed, her body trembling in distress, on the verge of collapse. Wanwan, are you implying that I deliberately destroyed the green cloud, which I painstakingly nurtured solely to frame you? Do you understand how difficult it is to cultivate this orchid? Each day, the watering and fertilizing must be precise. Any deviation could obliterate all prior efforts. For this, I had no choice but to move the green cloud into my own chamber. My devotion to this flower is evident. Qingjia accused, her eyes glistening with tears. Qingning, eager to curry favor with Qingjia, chimed in with a sharp tone. Siwon, your own thoughts are venomous, and yet you perceive your elder sister in such a vile manner. Truly, you are measuring a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person. Siwon retorted, a gentleman? What a fine gentleman indeed. Pray tell, what constitutes a gentleman? Qingning was rendered speechless. Siwon coldly laughed, third sister, a loss for words. Allow me to enlighten you. A gentleman embodies the 5 constants: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. He restrains himself and returns to propriety, striving for self-improvement. Yet, one who schemes to alter the fate of the divination wheel, devoid of both faith and wisdom, who acts contrary to the path of a gentleman. How can such a person be deemed a gentleman? Qingning was left dumbfounded. Exasperated, Siwon decided not to waste further time on her and turned her gaze back to Qingjia. Sister, while the green cloud orchid is indeed precious, I previously mentioned that this particular flower has not yet reached its blooming stage. Forcing its bloom results in a frail and inferior product. And how can an inferior product ever be considered a labor of love? You. Qingjia was nearly driven to faint with indignation, her frustration palpable as she muttered. Such a sharp tongue. Yet, upon closer inspection, the guilt in her eyes was almost overwhelming. This was something Siwon comprehended fully. The old matriarch and the Zhao family were also aware of it. Siwon was unafraid of Qingjia, but she did not wish to bring shame upon the Zhao family, so she refrained from speaking further. She settled beside the bed, gently grasping the old matriarch's cold fingers, saying, Grandmother, you are now aware of how the green cloud flower has fallen into the mud, are you not? Given the current circumstances, what could the old matriarch still be oblivious to? Tears streamed down her face as she pounded the bedboard, lamenting the misdeeds. Once her emotions settled, she surveyed the room and sternly declared from now on, let no one dare to mention the words bad luck again. Do you understand? The second madam and her daughter nodded vigorously. However, Qingjia felt a sense of injustice and wished to voice her thoughts, only to meet the old matriarch's icy gaze, causing her heart to lurch. The grandmother, who had once doted on her and never spoken harshly, had now forsaken her for Siwon. Qingjia was tormented and uneasy, yet ultimately, her fear of the old matriarch's punishment silenced her from uttering any despicable words against Siwon. Lu Xuanyan, fearing that the old matriarch might conclude that Qingjia harbored malicious intentions, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Old matriarch, you are well aware of the eldest daughter's talent for nurturing flowers and trees. Every plant that passes through her hands flourishes, and none are of poor quality. How could they possibly be inferior products? I, for one, do not agree with what Wanwan said earlier. Previously, although Lu Xuanyan had defended Qingjia, her care and affection had remained concealed, much like her innermost thoughts, never daring to reveal themselves publicly. However, today, perhaps driven by desperation, she could no longer contain her feelings and directly refuted Siwon, placing her own daughter in an unjust position. The old matriarch frowned, perplexed by Lu Xuanyan's apparent confusion. Had her years of nurturing truly led her to consider Qingjia as her own child, thus alienating Siwon? Otherwise, Lu Xuanyan's unusual behavior was inexplicable. What? Do you believe that Wanwan has slandered Qingjia? The old matriarch's tone was calm, yet her words struck like a heavy hammer upon the drum. Lu Xuanyin could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. I harbor no such intentions. I merely deduce based on reason. Even if you do not trust Qingjia, you ought to behold the garden of lotus fragrance pavilions, where every single bloom is a rare treasure seldom seen in the outside world, she remarked. Si Wanlian gracefully advanced, positioning herself before Lu Xuanyin with a radiant smile, and said, "Aunt, how could the green clouds be compared to mere ordinary flora? If the elder sister truly excels in nurturing exquisite orchids, I happen to possess a distressed Jian with damaged roots. Surely, with your remarkable skills, you could restore Jian to its former splendor, could you not?" Chapter 73. What has become of the Zhao family, to forsake the superior for the inferior? The rare and exquisite orchid, Jian, is renowned alongside the likes of Liyun, a true treasure among flowers. Such precious blooms are far beyond the reach of an inconspicuous concubine's daughter like Siwan. Even if the Jian were to suffer damage to its roots, it would still elude her grasp. Surely, she must be fabricating stories. Lu Xuanyin, looking down upon Siwan, believed she had raised her for many years and had long since discerned her true worth, dismissing Siwan's words entirely. She scoffed, suggesting that since one had found such a rare orchid, it would be prudent to present it here for their enlightenment, while also allowing Qingjia to render aid. However, Qingjia did not share Lu Xuanyin's simplistic view. After all, she had already endured considerable hardship concerning Siwan. Cautious by nature, she was unwilling to assume any risks. The young woman, with her willow-like brows slightly furrowed and her red lips parting as if to retort Lu Xuanyin, ultimately remained silent. This was due to her fear of others discovering her lack of expertise in cultivating flowers, so she feigned a relaxed demeanor and nodded in agreement. Siwan, with her bright almond-shaped eyes, blinked softly and beckoned to Jinxiu, whispering a few words. The latter scurried away. Before long, Jinxiu returned with a drooping pot of orchids. Hastily entering the chamber, she carefully placed the porcelain pot before Qingjia, revealing the Jian that Siwan had just mentioned. The Jian is famed for its densely packed petals and rich fragrance. Yet, it was not merely this. The plant's leaves bore a distinctive crystalline tip, rendering it impossible to counterfeit. Even if Lu Xuanyin were lacking in discernment, she would recognize the extraordinary nature of the Jian. For a moment, she was left speechless, her beautiful visage a portrait of astonishment, tinged with a subtle hint of regret. Siwan did not spare Lu Xuanyin a glance. Instead, gesturing towards Qingjia, "The Jian is here. I implore you, dear sister, to provide care for it." Qingjia felt the cold sweat seeping through her garments, her complexion twitching as she forced herself to remain composed. Wan, grandmother is still unwell, as younger generations. We should prioritize attending to her ailments rather than engage in a battle of wits. Dear sister, may I inquire why grandmother is ill? Siwan asked, through gritted teeth. Qingjia replied, the physician has stated it is a condition caused by excessive anxiety. Then why is she in such distress? Siwan pressed further. Qingjia explained, grandmother is troubled by concerns for the health of old Zhongyong, burdened by worry and anxiety, which has led to her illness. With all the women of the family present, Qingjia had no courage to lie and could only speak the truth. Indeed, dear sister, your heart is as clear as a mirror, and your words are most reasonable. Grandmother's condition arose from her excessive worry, fearing old Zhongyong might leave behind regrets, leading to a sudden collapse in her health, Siwan remarked. She then shifted her tone. However, if we could alleviate those regrets, grandmother, who has always been in good health, would surely recover without the need for medicine. Siwan's gaze fell upon the Juan. Dear sister, by curing the Juan, you would not only demonstrate your ability to cultivate flora, but also resolve a concern for grandmother, achieving multiple benefits. Why do you persist in delaying assistance? Is it disdain for your sister, or are you reluctant to let old Zhongyong see the Jian? As she uttered these words, Siwan intentionally elongated her tone, the sarcasm unmistakable. You. Qingjia's face flushed crimson with rage, wishing fervently to tear Siwan's mouth apart. Observing Qingjia's agitation, the amusement in Siwan's eyes deepened. She sincerely clasped her hands together, adopting the guise of a dutiful and virtuous granddaughter, almost provoking Qingjia to an emotional outburst. Rest assured, Wanwan, I will certainly save this orchid. However, with so many people in the bedroom, I cannot concentrate on examining the roots. I must seek a tranquil place to observe closely before determining a remedy. Qingjia stifled her anger, hoping Wan would recognize her good fortune and refrain from escalating the situation further. Unfortunately, Wan had no intention of relenting. Past experiences had imparted to Wan a crucial lesson. To gain the upper hand, one must strike decisively, forcing Qingjia to reveal a flaw and expose her as the true mastermind. Otherwise, with Lu Xuanyan's nurturing heart, she would undoubtedly bear the burden of blame herself. Qingjia remained the exalted daughter of the noble house, untouched by downfall. The elder sister's words, though seemingly wise, might lead the uninformed to believe she was merely evading responsibility. Wan's sweet, enchanting laughter could infuriate anyone. Qingjia bit her lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Yet, she found herself powerless, slowly taking a seat at the table, gazing at the nearby orchid, the blossoms displaying a faint, fresh green, yet nearly on the brink of wilting. The fragrance was rich, yet subtly mingled with a scent of decay and rot. It was evident that the situation was dire. In former times, as long as the plant had not entirely withered, she would simply need to water it and place it in the sunlight. Even without fertilization, the injured roots would recover with astonishing speed. But times had changed, and Qingjia was acutely aware of her waning fortune. The once favored physique bestowed by heaven was no longer sustainable. Moreover, she was not a seasoned gardener. How could she revive a dying orchid? Qingjia felt as if her feet were rooted to the ground, her limbs stiffening, and beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. She raised her eyes, seeking help from Zhao Shi, who remained expressionless, turning her head away, incessantly fiddling with her prayer beads. An inexplicable hatred surged within Qingjia. She could not comprehend how, despite being the legitimate daughter, pure and dutiful, Zhao Shi's heart and mind seemed solely occupied by the lowly Wan. In what way was she inferior to Wan? In terms of beauty, she was the most stunning woman in the capital. In terms of talent, her teacher was a renowned scholar of the age. In terms of wit and strategy, Wan could at best match her, not surpass her. Qingjia was baffled by Zhao Shi's apparent preference for the inferior over the superior. Had she lost her sanity? Or had she learned something? The thought sent a jolt through Qingjia's heart, her complexion visibly paling. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. She instructed a maid to fetch a new porcelain pot, soil, and fresh water, preparing to treat the dying horse as if it were still alive, yet harboring no hope in her heart. Had her fortune been as abundant as in days past, that green cloud would have flourished effortlessly, sparing both her and her aunt the trouble of hastening its bloom. The maid soon prepared the necessary materials and tools, while Qingjia, with utmost caution, excavated the intricate root system of the plant. Upon discovering the decayed and broken roots, Lu Xuanyan's heart tightened painfully. How could Wan be so malicious, tormenting Qingjia in front of the entire family? She recalled that Qingjia was her blood-related elder sister, filled with both anger and frustration. Lu Xuanyan realized that Qingjia would surely be unable to save the plant today. Rather than squander time and face ridicule, it would be better for her to assume the role of the villain, thereby safeguarding Qingjia. With this thought, Lu Xuanyan's body swayed precariously as she collapsed towards the location of the flower pot. Chapter 74. The teacher is her greatest support host. Be cautious. The system urged urgently. Wan furrowed her brows and swiftly grasped Lu Xuanyan's arm, steadying her. Aunt, please be careful not to fall, she said with a smile. Lu Xuanyan's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green, her gaze fixed on Wan with an expression devoid of gratitude, filled instead with resentment. Seeing this, those around them voiced their concern, though a sense of confusion lingered in their hearts. They could not fathom why Lu Xuanyan was so protective of the young lady. If it were merely loyalty to the Zhao family, her meticulous care for the young lady would suffice. Why then resort to such petty tactics that demeaned her own daughter's dignity? It was utterly perplexing. Lu, if you tire from standing too long, you may return to the Ningzue pavilion to rest. I do not require your attendance here, the old matriarch said coldly. Attending to illness was the duty of a daughter-in-law, and typically, it did not fall upon the concubines. The old matriarch's words served as a clear reprimand to Lu Xuanyan. Lu Xuanyan realized this and felt bitterness towards the old matriarch for her harshness, publicly humiliating her. Yet she harbored even greater animosity towards the Zhao family for their lack of maternal compassion, driving her to the brink. In her pain and embarrassment, she lacked the courage to retort, merely shaking her head with reddened eyes. Qingjia surveyed her surroundings, understanding her retreat was no longer an option. She could only silently pray for divine mercy, hoping to revive the vitality of the flowers as she had done before, to dispel her grandmother and mother's doubts about her. With a flower spade in hand, she stirred the dark brown soil, but before she could unearth the roots, a sudden announcement echoed from outside. Mr. Lu has arrived. The eldest young master is here. Upon hearing this, a faint flush returned to see Qingjia's pale face as she gazed at the young man striding into the room, casting a triumphant glance toward Siwan. Her teacher was her greatest ally. With him present, Siwan could hardly stir any trouble. As Lu Yunchuan entered, his gaze immediately fell upon Qingjia. Seeing his usually carefree student with tear-filled eyes, sitting alone at the table with her sleeves dirted and surrounded by numerous women, especially with Siwan among them, he surmised that Qingjia must have been wronged. His expression darkened like a stormy sea as he turned to the old matriarch and bowed respectfully, asking, "May I inquire what offense my student has committed to warrant such a commotion at the estate?" The old matriarch, leaning against the headboard, straightened her posture and cleared her throat softly before responding. "Mr. Lu, I hold great respect for your knowledge, but I also hope that during your visit to the estate, you can adhere to its customs." Pausing, her tone grew colder. "The rear courtyard is the domain of the women. Men are not permitted to enter freely. Mr. Lu's presence here is already against propriety, and to confront an elder upon arrival further disregards the distinctions of age and respect." The old matriarch implied that Lu Yunchuan's actions were unworthy of a scholar's title. "Grandmother, it was I who invited the teacher here." Simeon stepped forward to explain. Seeing her grandson's reckless behavior, turning against the family, the old matriarch nearly lost her composure. Her teeth clenched and her hand tightening around the embroidered quilt. Siwan gently patted her, seeking to soothe her agitation. Insiemianzias, Siwan harbored ulterior motives. Seeking to entrap him and his sister Qingjia. Lu Yunchuan cast a glance at the indignant Siwan, feeling no remorse for his actions. He pointed at the tearful Qingjia and asked, "Madam, is it not improper for Lu to disregard decorum while your esteemed household bullies a defenseless young lady? Let us not forget, Siwan is merely a concubine's daughter, forever beneath Qingjia in status. Even if your household wishes to elevate her standing, it cannot escape the discerning eyes of society." Qingjia was visibly moved, murmuring, "Teacher." The matriarch could not help but place a hand on her forehead, while Zhao Shi wore an expression of helplessness. The system remarked with disdain, "Is he unwell?" Qingjia is the legitimate daughter, cherished by her parents and relatives, having never faced any injustice, yet she is accused of bullying? The notion of elevating a concubine to the status of a legitimate child is utterly absurd. In her past life, Siwan had only glimpsed Lu Yunchuan once, never having interacted with him, unaware of his unreasonable nature. Like Simeon, Lu Yunchuan cared solely for Qingjia, entirely disregarding the feelings of others. The system expressed agreement. "Host, what do you intend to do?" Siwan smiled gently. Lu Yunchuan, relying on his status as a scholar, was behaving unruly within the estate. She pondered who could possibly rein him in. The system questioned, who could possibly restrain him? Siwan parted her lips, silently responding, "The crown prince." Rising to her feet, she cast not a glance at Lu Yunchuan or Simeon, striding directly to Qingjia and urging, "Elder sister, why do you hesitate to act?" Qingjia deliberately displayed a pleading expression. Lu Yunchuan rushed forward, coldly stating, "Siwan, do not push your luck. Mr. Lu, It was your elder sister who claimed to possess the skill to cultivate flowers. Thus, I entrusted this rare orchid to her care. What wrong have I committed? Even if Qingjia excels in nurturing plants, it does not guarantee success every time. This orchid is clearly beyond saving. Are you not imposing an impossible challenge? Lu Yinchuan retorted. Siwan's smile deepened. I am not imposing an impossible challenge. Rather, I am assisting my elder sister. Lu Yinchuan scoffed. Could you truly be so benevolent? Siwan replied. Elder sister wishes to cultivate a renowned orchid to fulfill the late Duke Zhongyong's wishes. The previous plant has become a withered remnant, rendered useless. This rare orchid is her only opportunity. Would it not be a pity to let it slip away so easily? Qingjia, too, felt a sense of loss. She was eager to attempt, yet lacked confidence. After all, the odds of the orchid surviving were exceedingly slim, and she could not afford to take the risk. Green cloud is green cloud, and Ji Yuan is Ji Yuan. They cannot be conflated. Lu Yinchuan's tone turned harsh as he grasped Qingjia's wrist, intending to pull her away from the table. However, his excessive force caused Qingjia to inadvertently sever the delicate roots of Ji Yuan. Siwan seized the moment to exclaim, her voice trembling, Mr. Lu, elder sister, even if you two are vexed with me, it is unjust to vent your frustration on this precious orchid, which was gifted by His Highness the Crown Prince. How shall I explain this to His Highness? Upon hearing the mention of the Crown Prince, Qingjia's wrist trembled. The flower shovel clattered to the ground. She forced a smile and said, Wan, there must be a distinction between ruler and subject. Do not jest about our esteemed Qi's Crown Prince. Why would I deceive my elder sister? The flower is indeed a possession of the Eastern Palace, but alas, its lifespan is fleeting. His Highness sent this flower to the public residence in an attempt to revive it. Yet unexpectedly, he has sealed its fate. Siwan deliberately displayed an anxious demeanor. You did this on purpose. Lu Yinchuan, in a fit of anger, found the woman before him not only unattractive, but also possessed of a heart as venomous as a serpent's, which made him feel nauseated. Mr. Lu, how can you think of me so harshly without any evidence? Siwan feigned grievance, yet her apricot eyes betrayed a hint of malicious glee. Chapter 75. The choice of Qingjia. Despite Lu Yinchuan's mounting fury, he retained a semblance of composure, refraining from the reckless words that Mian had uttered in disparagement of the royal family. He cast a glance at the delicate and pitiable Qingjia, gritting his teeth and assuring her, rest assured, I shall personally apologize to His Royal Highness the Prince, ensuring that the public house remains unscathed. Siwan observed Lu Yinchuan. Much like in her previous life, he remained steadfast in his protection of Qingjia. Yet, the current display of suppressed anger and profound frustration starkly contrasted with the carefree ease he once exuded. He bore no resemblance to the esteemed scholar he was thought to be. Instead, he appeared akin to her former self, forcibly confined and struggling, both disheveled and despondent. Then I am most grateful to you, Mr. Lu, Siwan replied with a smile, bowing slightly as she accepted the wooden box presented by Jean K and opened it before the gathered assembly. Inside lay the vibrant green flower calyx that had fallen from the branches the previous day. Qingjia's veins bulged with tension, her anxiety palpable. Lu Xuanyan clenched her teeth. She had distinctly instructed her maid to dispose of that pot of green cloud. So how had the calyx ended up in Siwan's possession? Could it be that Siwan had been scheming against her and Qingjia from the outset, her cunning far too pronounced? Without needing to glance at Lu Xuanyan, Siwan could surmise the thoughts of her conniving aunt. With a gentle smile, she remarked, Grandmother, after the green cloud fell yesterday, I felt increasingly uneasy, so I decided to retrieve the calyx myself. Observe, the edges of the petals bear the faintest cuts, precisely the marks one would expect from being hoisted or suspended. The elderly matriarch took the green cloud, examining it intently, yet a dull ache began to throb at her temples. Having lived for so many years, she had encountered every conceivable underhanded tactic and was well aware that the so-called malevolent force clashing with the green cloud was a deliberate trap set by those with ill intent against Siwan, designed to provoke her into reproaching the girl. The malice behind this scheme was all too apparent. The old matriarch closed her eyes, the image of a young Qingjia, tearfully cutting her wrist to draw blood for Zhao's medicinal concoction, flashed through her mind. At that time, Qingjia was so small, her wrist wrapped in bandages that faintly bled, her trembling hands cradling a porcelain bowl. Ultimately, the old matriarch's heart softened as she implored, Wan, your mother has her burdens, do not overtax her. The unspoken implication was for Wan to be magnanimous and refrain from further inquiries. Upon hearing this, both Lu Xuanyin and Qingjia exhibited expressions of unrestrained joy. The matriarch was, after all, in their favor, not allowing Wan, the illegitimate daughter, to wreak havoc. Otherwise, the illustrious reputation of the public house would likely be tarnished. In stark contrast to their fleeting relief, Zhao's eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt. She could not comprehend why Qingjia persistently targeted Wan, leading to discord between sisters, spiraling beyond control. Wan had always held the old matriarch in high regard, yet she possessed her own principles and would not retreat without boundaries. Grandmother, this is the second time, she stated firmly. The old matriarch pursed her lips, gripping Wan's hand tightly, her voice hoarse. Good child, I'm not so muddled as to overlook the principle that one cannot let matters go unchecked thrice. With a sigh, Wan carefully placed the green cloud calyx back into the wooden box, securing it. Let us disperse, the old matriarch gestured, signaling the assembly to leave. Wan rose to leave, and, just as she stepped over the threshold, the voice of Lu Xuanyin reached her. Wan, you are indeed a daughter of the Qin State Duke's residence. Even if you save the Crown Prince's cousin, it is improper to engage in such acts of leveraging gratitude for personal gain. Wan raised her eyes, meeting Lu Xuanyin's gaze. Aunt, I harbor no such intentions. Lu Xuanyin, unconvinced, retorted, do not be obstinate. If you were not parading your favor, how could His Highness the Crown Prince, with his notoriously cold disposition, deliver Jiyuan into your hands? Though Lu Xuanyin was a woman of the inner quarters, she had heard tales of the Crown Prince. This heir apparent, raised by a pack of wolves, possessed an innate bloodlust, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield, his hands stained with the blood of countless foes. He was both a war god of the great Qi and a harbinger of death. Had it not been for the Crown Prince's long-standing affinity for the Fu family, others might indeed mistake him for a heartless beast. Wan merely seized an opportunity, knowing the Crown Prince's weakness, to save Fu Ying's life at the Beast Garden, thereby earning His Highness's commendation, which left her rival Qingjia publicly humiliated. Lu Xuanyin felt a mix of envy and jealousy, bewildered by the heavens' favoritism towards Wan. Had not her fortune already shifted to Qingjia? Why, then, did it seem to be rekindling? If you insist on thinking this way, there is little I can do, Wan said, and with that, she stepped away, making her way towards Xiangzhu courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyin and her daughter first escorted Lu Yunshun to a guest room before returning to Oxian Pavilion. Qingjia dismissed her servants, secured the doors and windows, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Aunt, Wan is so cruel. Before the entire family, she plotted against me, forcing me to treat Jiyuan, and presenting Lu Yun and Huasa before grandmother. Qingjia's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandmother is astute. We cannot deceive her. She knows it was I who tampered, yet she has chosen not to expose it. She felt a chill and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Lu Xuanyin embraced Qingjia, soothing her back as she comforted. Dear miss, the old matriarch still protects you. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to prevent Wan from digging deeper. Qingjia shook her head, her mind a tumult of confusion as she instinctively avoided the disappointment in the old matriarch's expression. Given the circumstances, rather than waste time and energy on self-reproach, it would be wiser to seek an alternative route and leverage her teacher as an ally. Lu Xuanyin inquired, an alternative route? Aunt, you may not be aware, but my teacher has come to the capital not only to ensure my brother's legitimate return to the household, but also to locate the lost frontier maps. Recently, someone sent a message indicating that the eldest daughter of the Huainan Marquis, Yan Jinghong, knows the whereabouts of the maps. Qingjia lifted her teacup, taking a sip to compose herself. Lu Xuanyin had no impression of Yan Jinghong, but recalled that Qingjia was close to the Marquis's third daughter, Yan Jiehui. During Qingjia's last birthday, Zhao Xianyue, Yin Jiahui, and Shun Yaru had come to celebrate, though it had resulted in quite a commotion. Yin Jinghong was the daughter of the Marquis's first wife, while Yin Jiahui was the daughter of the second wife. The sisters were 3 years apart and not particularly close. Yin Jinghong's maternal grandfather once collaborated with Lu Fuzhou on mapping terrain. She is the only one who knows the location of the maps, Qingjia stated. Lu Xuanyan asked, if Mr. Lu were to approach her personally, would Yin Jinghong divulge the truth? Qingjia pressed on the Qingming acupoint, shaking her head. Jia Hui had once mentioned that her elder sister possessed an eccentric temperament. She was kind-hearted yet reclusive. To approach her, one must perform a good deed to earn her recognition and thus engage in conversation. Qingjia discovered, finding Yin Jinghong rather peculiar, insisting that she must engage in acts of kindness as a form of trial. The Huainan Marquis was merely an ordinary noble family, hardly a prestigious household. So what gave them the right to adopt such an attitude? Acts of kindness? Lu Xuanyan furrowed her delicate brows, momentarily perplexed. What benevolent gesture did the eldest lady intend to undertake? After pondering for a moment, Qingjia spoke slowly. There's a street for beggars in the western part of the city, where impoverished souls succumb to hunger and cold daily. If we were to provide them assistance, it would indeed qualify as a noble act. Chapter 76. The System Space and Beggar Street. Qingjia, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, was well versed in the art of maintaining her reputation. She found it neither troublesome nor burdensome. However, having never engaged with Yin Jinghong before, she was uncertain whether her actions would please her enough to divulge the whereabouts of the map. Lu Xuanyan, understanding Qingjia's concerns, offered reassurance. Knowing the clue is a positive development. Let us first attempt this approach. If Yin Jinghong is perceptive, it will be all the better. If she proves to be unresponsive, the minor Huainan Marquis is inconsequential. Other methods may still bear fruit. Although Lu Xuanyan hailed from a humble family and was merely a concubine, her years of managing the household had instilled in her a sense of authority that made her forget her own status, as if she had truly become a second Zhao. With the backing of the Grand Tutor's estate, her words and actions exuded confidence. Qingjia exhaled the mist rising from her teacup, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, she had concealed certain intentions from her aunt. Her eagerness to locate the border map was indeed to curry favor with her teacher and secure a powerful ally. Yet, her most promising future had nothing to do with Lu Yinchuan. She envisioned obtaining the map and presenting it to the seventh prince. While the crown prince had gained renown as a god of war, safeguarding the territory of the Qi, he was also seen as an ill omen by the emperor and the royal family, with little chance of ascending to the throne. However, Siwan's intervention had altered the situation. Through questionable means, she had invoked a rare fortune on the Buddha's birthday, allowing the crown prince to shed his sinister reputation and become a favored heir, blessed by divine favor. Thus, as long as the crown prince did not commit a grave mistake, the emperor had no reason to disregard his legitimacy in favor of a more virtuous heir. How then would Her Illustrious Highness navigate this intricate web? Qingjia's heart tightened, and she resolved to extract the map's whereabouts from Yin Jinghong, vowing that if the Yin family's daughter chose to ignore her, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. In Xiangzhu courtyard, upon her return, Siwan's first order of business was to deal with Qingyun. This maid, who had previously served her, was greedy, cunning, and malicious. Even after being relegated to the small kitchen as a fire attendant, she remained restless. The rampant gossip circulating in the estate served as ample evidence of her nature. Yet, while Siwan harbored disdain for Qingyun, she had no intention of resorting to violence. Instead, she decided to send her far away to the old residence, ensuring that Qingyun would never return to the capital and thus avoid causing further trouble. Having dealt with Qingyun, she beckoned Jinke. We shall visit the Duke of Zhongyong's residence shortly to deliver that healthy and flourishing plant. Jinke responded with a respectful acknowledgement. Earlier, she had procured 2 exquisite orchids from the crown prince. One, with damaged roots, was to be used against Qingjia, and that matter had now reached its conclusion. The other, in full bloom, was now timely to present to the old duke and her grandmother, allowing them to fulfill a lingering regret. Once Qingjia departed, only C1 remained in the room. She pinched the embroidered pouch at her waist, which contained a key, the very key that could unlock the chest holding the border map. The system hesitated for a moment before speaking. Host, the map is actually stored in another location. There is no need for such caution. The public officials are numerous and observant, and even the Xiangzhu courtyard is not entirely secure. If the map's location is frequently changed, it may draw unwanted attention. Having once faced death, C1 naturally proceeded with great caution. Host, there's one place that will never be exposed, the system continued. C1 raised an eyebrow and inquired, what place? The system space. Although C1 had never heard the term system space by its very name, it suggested a realm controlled by the system, inaccessible to outsiders. Is access to this space limited? C1 pressed further. Once you reclaim 20 points of fate, you may open the system space, but you can only retrieve items once per day, the system clarified. C1's eyes sparkled with excitement. This truly was a rare treasure that could alleviate her pressing concerns. She retrieved the map from the chest, only to hear the system's cold, mechanical voice. Host, close your eyes and envision storing the map. She complied, and in an instant, the map vanished from her hands, as if it had materialized anew in her mind. Today's retrieval limit has been reached. You may access the map again tomorrow, the system stated. C1 was not in a hurry to use the map. Its value was immense, and she needed to handle it with utmost care. A single misstep could not only alter her own fate, but also jeopardize the nation's lineage. The consequences of such a blunder were unimaginable. Having secured the frontier map, C1 exhaled in relief. That evening, Qingjia brought her a bowl of stewed snow pear soup and whispered, "My lady, the silver melon seeds have been delivered to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence." On my way back, I overheard something. What is it? C1 asked. Over at the Ocean Pavilion, the steward has prepared a considerable amount of silver melon seeds, slightly smaller than a fingernail. During festivals, the noble masters of the public office reward their servants with gold and silver melon seeds. But now is neither a festival nor a holiday, and Qingjia has just celebrated her birthday. What did she be planning? C1 pondered, unable to comprehend. Yet, knowing her sister, Qingjia would never engage in futile endeavors. Holding so many silver seeds likely indicated an ulterior motive. Keep a close watch on Ocean Pavilion, and report back immediately should there be any news, C1 instructed, and Qingjia nodded eagerly. 2 days passed swiftly, and finally, Qingjia had gathered the silver seeds and set out with the eldest master, Mian, in a carriage. As soon as they departed, C1 followed closely behind with Jean Quebec. A light snowfall had fallen that morning. Though it was not thick, the biting wind howled like a blade, causing the carriage door to creak ominously. C1, holding a hot water pot, still felt chilled. She cracked open a window to gaze at the swiftly passing scenery, which transitioned from vibrant affluence to desolate coldness, even descending into utter ruin. She furrowed her brow. Why are we drawing ever closer to Beggar Street? In the Emperor's realm, the existence of such a street was a consequence of war. The foreign tribes, unskilled in agriculture yet adept with bows and horses, sought to seize food and supplies from the great Qi, but the emperor refused to compromise and steadfastly rejected peace talks. The conflict had persisted for years without respite. Some have experienced the shattering of their families. Others bear the scars of disability. Still others have succumbed to madness, unable to recall their past lives. These forsaken souls ultimately converge upon Beggar Street, a place the authorities cannot eradicate, forcing them to send aid and medical assistance from time to time to avert catastrophe. This location stands in stark contrast to the bustling and vibrant eastern part of the city, resembling a hellish realm that one would instinctively avoid. In a previous life, C1 had ventured to Beggar Street, led there by her fiancé, Lu Fengchuan. He had threatened her, stating that if she did not obediently comply, she would be abandoned here, reduced to the most destitute and wretched of beggars. Thus, C1's memories of this place are indelibly etched in her mind. The chaos of Beggar Street is palpable. What brings Qingjia here? Chapter 77. The Benevolent Bodhisattva at Times. Siwon had to concede that she could not fathom Qingjia's thoughts. Silver melon seeds and the beggar's street, seemingly unrelated elements, were inexplicably intertwined by Qingjia. In this frigid winter, it appeared rather peculiar. Qingjia, luck value 66, the system's prompt echoed in her mind, and Siwon was not surprised. According to the original trajectory of fate, Qingjia would have delighted the venerable Uncle Zhongyong with that immensely precious green cloud, earning the old matriarch's heartfelt gratitude. Having ruined Qingjia's opportunity and severed her ascent, it was only logical that her luck would plummet. Host, the beggar's street, is populated by the disabled, the foolish, or those who are destitute and starving. It is indeed strange for Qingjia to be gathering so many silver melon seeds. The system's tone remained calm, yet Siwon could detect the underlying confusion. She shared the same sentiment. Accompanied by Mian and possibly other guards, Qingjia's actions, while not as perilous as a child clutching gold in a bustling market, were nonetheless attention-grabbing. What could her intentions be? Wait a moment, a child clutching gold. Siwon's pupils constricted as a rather absurd thought emerged. Could it be that Qingjia intended to scatter silver melon seeds in the snow, inciting the impoverished and frail populace to scramble for them? No, surely not. Siwon pressed her hand against her quaking chest, her face pale. Noticing her distress, Jean K expressed concern. My lady, what troubles you? If your health is in question, it would be wise to return to the estate for rest. I can keep watch over the beggar street. Siwon shook her head. To prevent Qingjia and her brother from discovering her presence, she deliberately instructed the driver to slow down, disregarding the howling cold wind as she opened the window. Outside, the excited cries of beggars rang out, their voices reaching a pitch of elation. A benevolent lady ahead is bestowing coins. Generous indeed. I've heard that they are silver melon seeds. If we manage to snatch a few, we shan't suffer this winter. Whoever this lady is, it's remarkable that she has come to the beggar's street with such kindness. A little beggar in the dilapidated temple had been suffering from a high fever. If he could acquire some silver melon seeds, he would have the means to buy medicine. Siwon clutched her handkerchief tightly, beads of sweat forming on her back. The wind, biting and icy, chilled her to the bone. She had never imagined that Qingjia would act so foolishly. Closing her eyes, Siwon instructed Jean K. Go immediately to the Weichong Palace and request the prince to send guards here. No, the Weichong Palace is too far. It will take too long. Go to the General Yuan's residence and find Madame Yuan. Though Jean K was puzzled as to why her mistress was so anxious, she had always obeyed Siwon's commands without question. Nodding, she swiftly departed. Siwon remained in the carriage, her gaze fixed intently on Qingjia. Clad in a fox fur, appeared ethereal like a celestial being. Standing beside her, Mian held an umbrella, shielding her from the snowflakes blown down by the wind, further accentuating Qingjia's noble demeanor. At that moment, Qingjia furrowed her brow, her phoenix eyes filled with concern. Brother, they endure such hardship. Their clothing is so thin that they cannot withstand the cold. The abundance of beggars in this place, particularly during the harsh winter, renders it impossible to provide relief through labor. Even the court struggles to address this plight, which is genuinely lamentable. As Mian spoke, he affectionately ruffled the hair of his sister, Qingjia, who, in her innocence and purity, was far more compassionate towards the suffering populace than that venomous woman, Siwon. With both hands cradling a heavy purse, Qingjia sighed. I wonder if these silver coins will suffice. How much they can procure is a matter of fortune. It is fate, so do not fret. Mian continued to console her. Qingjia obediently nodded. Yet her thoughts lingered on whether such benevolent deeds could sway the peculiar temperament of Yin Jinghong. Were it not for her desire to acquire that map of the borderlands, would she have ventured into the beggar's street on this frigid winter day? Wrapping her fox fur coat tighter around herself, her maid, Lanchi, offered a warming stove, saying, Miss, do not let yourself catch a chill. Qingjia shook her head, remarking, these people clad in tattered garments still stand firm in the marketplace, striving for survival. How could I, adorned in warm clothing, be so delicate? Mian sighed. Qingjia, you are simply too soft-hearted. The hardships of the beggars do not concern you. Brother, We were born into a family of affluence and have never known the pangs of hunger or the sorrow of separation. Yet they are different. They are the lamentable bones along the uncertain riverbank, akin to fleeting dreams in a spring chamber, she replied. Mian took a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped away Qingjia's tears. The siblings had yet to depart from the carriage, and the insignia of the family was clearly visible against the snow. This young lady is strikingly beautiful, and with the carriage of the Duke of Qin. She must be Miss C, remarked a young man with a limp. It is highly likely. It is said that Miss C is deeply filial, having twice shed her own blood for her mother, a paragon among the noble women of the capital. Only such a pure-hearted woman would not disdain us beggars, another added. With beauty and kindness like hers, I wonder who is fortunate enough to win her favor? Hearing their conversation, Qingjia maintained her composure outwardly, yet inwardly felt a sense of pride. Long before, when she first provided medicinal herbs to the Zhao family, her reputation for filial piety had already spread throughout the capital. Back then, she was still a child, merely the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qin, with a narrow worldview and superficial thoughts. Thus, when she learned of the empress's praises, Qingjia trembled with excitement. This was her first taste of fame and fortune, intoxicating her to the point of no return. Consequently, as she matured, Qingjia frequently considered her reputation in her actions. She would only act when it benefited her. Today, her visit to the beggar's street to aid the people seemed a commendable choice. She did not conceal her identity. The insignia on the carriage was sufficient for these beggars to deduce her noble lineage, and among the most beautiful and benevolent daughters of the Duke of Qin. Who else could it be but her? Wan was hideously unattractive, and Qingning was as dull-witted as a pig, utterly useless, not even comparable to a single strand of her hair. Qingjia licked her parched lips, her heart already consumed by delightful visions. Here, she could rescue the common people. And as her virtuous reputation spread, not only would it attract the attention of Yin Jinghong, who would seek her friendship, but it would also earn her the respect of the Empress Dowager and others residing in the imperial palace. After all, the plight of the beggar street was a consequence of war, and the emperor had long desired to resolve this issue. Yet, the sheer number of beggars, the wounded, and the mentally challenged was overwhelming. Establishing a dedicated charitable house would incur exorbitant expenses that the court could ill afford. Thus, this place had become a source of distress for the emperor. If she could alleviate his burden, would it not be a significant achievement? In due time, she would not only receive imperial commendation like Siwan, but also wash away the misfortunes brought upon her during the Buddha's birthday, when the divination wheel cast ominous signs. All her desires had gone unfulfilled. Chapter 78. The turmoil of hearts, reaping what one sows each time the thought of this cycle crossed her mind. Qingjia felt as though her heart were pierced by countless invisible needles, leaving her wounded and bleeding. She was unwilling to accept her fate. After all, she was a rare phoenix destined for greatness, deserving of the finest things in the world. Yet, Siwan's cunning and deep-seated scheming had forcibly altered the course of her anticipated ninth fortune, thwarting her plans for brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Qingjia resolved to cast aside her tumultuous thoughts. Aware that the time was drawing near, she had no intention of delaying further. She unfastened a substantial purse and extracted a handful of gleaming silver coins. The sunlight cascaded down, making the intricately shaped silver coins shimmer brightly, almost blindingly. Not far off, Siwan, witnessing the scene, could no longer conceal her presence and called out loudly, "Elder sister," upon hearing the familiar voice. Qingjia widened her eyes in disbelief and turned her head to see Siwan approaching. Her expression stiffened as she observed Siwan drawing nearer, her countenance decidedly less than favorable. However, she retained a semblance of composure, recognizing that this was not the moment for confrontation. With a gentle and disarming smile, she inquired, "Wanwan, what brings you here?" "It is not about what I am doing here, but rather what you intend to do, elder sister." Siwan cast a glance at the silver coins in Qingjia's palm, feeling a surge of emotion that compelled her to grit her teeth. "You ought not to bring gold and silver to Beggar Street. It will incite the common folk to fight over it, leading to dire consequences." Despite their bitter rivalry, Siwon could not bear to involve innocents. The conflict between the sisters was theirs alone, and it was unnecessary to shed more blood. After much hesitation, Siwon resolved to offer her warning. Dire consequences? Qingjia's red lips parted, echoing the phrase with increasing derision in her gaze. Wan, do not overthink it. Although this place is called Beggar Street, it is primarily populated by soldiers who have fought valiantly on the battlefield, possessing noble character and sound judgment. Would they behave like greedy hyenas, squabbling over scraps? Such nonsense. Simeon, too, found Siwon's concerns to be unfounded. He shoved Siwon aside with a sneer. A venomous and petty woman like you, devoid of any conscience, cannot possibly comprehend the selfless sacrifices of the soldiers. Your attempt to thwart Qingjia stems merely from jealousy. If all women were as small-minded as you, chaos would ensue. Fortunately, there are noble souls like Qingjia among us. Otherwise, the dignity of women would be utterly tarnished by your actions. What is it that I envy? Sivan retorted. I pity you all. Self-proclaimed virtuous while engaging in acts that sow discord, destined to reap the fruits of your own misdeeds. Simeon laughed heartily. Reap what one sows? Open your eyes and see who truly will face the consequences. His disdain for Siwon made him resistant to her counsel. Merely refraining from pushing her into the throng of beggars was already a show of restraint. At that moment, the surrounding crowd had long been entranced by the silver coins, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, and they echoed in agreement. Miss C is absolutely right. I once severed the heads of foes on the battlefield. Yet I also lost an arm, rendering me unable for arduous tasks. Each day, I barely managed to find sustenance. Miss C, in her kindness, graciously offered me silver melon seeds. Why would I contend for them? Dear Miss C, please do not be deceived by that girl. We are in dire need of silver melon seeds, for my wife is 6 months pregnant and requires nourishment. How can it be that we are both daughters of the Duke of Qin, yet the disparity between us is so vast? One is virtuous and pure, while the other is malicious and hideous. Siwon paid little heed to the murmurs of others, yet her indignation simmered within. She closed her eyes, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within her breast. Were it not for Jean K's absence and her own lack of martial training, she would have undoubtedly slapped Simeon and Qingjia across the face. Fools! Host, the system sighed. It is futile to reason with a ghost intent on self-destruction. Your safety is paramount. Gritting her teeth, Siwon retreated swiftly along the wall and returned to the carriage. The beggar's insults continued unabated. Hearing their vile remarks, Qingjia felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Recently, she had been the one ensnared and scolded. Today, the tides had turned, and it was Siwon who had incurred the public's ire. She could scarcely contain her laughter. Qingjia, the hour grows late, let us commence. Perhaps influenced by Siwon's presence, or perhaps sensing the fervent gaze of the beggars, Simeon felt an involuntary surge of anxiety and urged her onward. Qingjia nodded, scattering the silver melon seeds into the distance. The seeds fell like raindrops from the sky, landing amidst the mounds of snow with a dull thud, instantly vanishing from sight. The beggars, their eyes wide with desperation, resembled famished beasts, their irises laced with a frenzy as they surged forth. They plunged into the snowdrifts, searching for the silver seeds. The snow, closely resembling the seeds' luster, made distinguishing them difficult. They stripped off their garments, using their body heat to melt the snow. Some cried out in exhilaration, clutching several silver seeds. Others returned empty-handed, faces filled with disappointment, while some resorted to violence, fighting over the meager spoils. The scene was chaotic. Seeing this, Qingjia furrowed her brow. This was not how it should be. These beggars ought to have respectfully gathered the silver seeds, kneeling in gratitude and extolling their benefactor's kindness. How could they be so blinded by greed, even to the point of shedding blood? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Qingjia admonished, "You were once soldiers. Adhere to military discipline. Do not fight. Take your time." As she attempted to intervene, Simeon firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her back into the carriage. Outside, a beggar pounded on the window, shouting, "Miss C, I haven't gathered any silver seeds yet. Please, grant me a few. Miss C, I see your pouch is bulging." clearly still containing plenty. You are not lacking in silver. Do not be so stingy. Qingjia's shoulders trembled, her teeth biting in her lower lip. Brother, what shall we do? She exclaimed, panic overtaking her. Mian raised his hand, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and called to the driver, quickly, drive us away from here. With a crack of the whip, the horses neighed, and the carriage began its swift departure. Behind the carriage trailed a throng of beggars, a dense mass that pursued relentlessly. Some of the beggars fell to the ground, and not only did no one offer them a hand, but many more trampled over them. That unfortunate soul never rose again. Qingjia was so terrified that her limbs turned to jelly. She could hardly fathom that her impulsive act of kindness could engender such a horrifying scene. Was Siwan truly right? Qingjia, hurry and throw out the silver melon seeds. Mian urged urgently. Regaining her composure, Qingjia, trembling, scattered the seeds onto the ground through the carriage window. In an instant, the number of pursuers multiplied, their frenzy intensifying. Chapter 79. The absurdity of inversion. The pristine white snow, once immaculate, is now stained with splotches of crimson. The vivid scarlet hue is glaring, impossible to overlook. A biting cold wind seeps through the window panes, carrying with it faint echoes of anguished cries and desperate pleas for help. Despite having anticipated this grim scene, Siwan cannot help but feel a pang of compassion. She turns her head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The knuckles resting on her knees turn pale and bluish. The coachman, a rough-hewn man, struggles to find words, mumbling, "Miss, if the second young lady and the eldest young master had heeded your advice, they would not have turned good intentions into disastrous outcomes." Good intentions? Siwan silently scoffs. If Qingjia truly possessed a benevolent heart, today's calamity would never have befallen them. Her sudden visit to the beggar-s street, ostensibly to aid the impoverished, was, in truth, a pursuit of reputation, profit, power, and influence, a frantic endeavor driven by ambition. Her schemes are so superficial. Had she possessed even a modicum of wisdom, she would not have found herself in such an irredeemable situation, altruistically acting for the sake of benevolence. The inversion of cause and effect is utterly ludicrous. Siwan watches as Mian and the others hastily flee in their carriage, resembling frightened souls pursued by malevolent spirits, desperately scrambling for escape. A stark contrast to their former haughty and arrogant demeanor. Yet, Siwan cannot muster even a thought of mockery. Her gaze is fixated on the beggar collapsed on the ground, unable to rise, his chest heaving, teeth clenched tightly, producing a series of sharp clicks. Do not fret. The golden sparrow will arrive shortly. The system assures her silently. At this moment, Qingjia within the carriage is paralyzed with terror, her heart racing, lips pale, devoid of color. Beside her, Mian is scarcely better off, his face ashen, eyes vacant. It is evident that these two scions of privilege, born with silver spoons in their mouths, have never tasted the bitterness of life. They remain oblivious to how the few silver coins they disdain could stir such turmoil on the beggar-s street. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds reverberates against the carriage walls, shaking violently. Someone is hurling snowballs and stones at their vehicle. Realizing this, Qingjia is gripped by fear, while a tumultuous wave of hatred surges within her, thick and suffocating. She cannot comprehend why these beggars, whom she had generously offered auspicious silver coins to alleviate their plight, would turn against her in such a manner. In her 16 years of life, Qingjia has known only smooth sailing. Shortly after her birth, her unique destiny and the malevolent curse within her aided her in usurping C1's fortune, allowing her to thrive as the cherished jewel of the Grand Duke's household. With fortune on her side, she has always been the favored one, utterly ignorant of the principle that it is not scarcity, but inequity that breeds discontent. Mian tightly grasps Qingjia's hand, whispering reassurances, "Do not be afraid. The beggar-s street is not long. We will soon break free." Qingjia nods vacantly. Seeing her state, Mian's heart aches, and his resentment towards C1 deepens. It must be C1 who has orchestrated this predicament, deliberately ensnaring them. Otherwise, how could a simple act of charity devolve into such chaos? Abruptly, The carriage lurches violently, and Qingjia screams at the top of her lungs, her back crashing painfully against the carriage wall, producing a dull thud. Simeon was disoriented from the impact, a metallic taste of rust lingering in his mouth, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. Despite being a man untrained in martial arts, his knowledge of the 6 arts of a gentleman endowed him with a physique considerably more robust than that of a lady. He soon regained his composure. Before he could chastise the coachman, mocking laughter echoed from outside. After years of neglecting the use of a hobble, my skills have evidently dulled. This horse did not break its neck, but merely halted the carriage. Brother Hu is formidable indeed. We, his companions, are fortunate to witness such prowess. If it weren't for Brother Hu's quick reflexes, these esteemed young masters and mistresses would have surely escaped by now. If they were wise, they would simply surrender the silver coins. Although Qingjia possessed a cunning intellect, she was ultimately a young lady from a prestigious family, having interacted primarily with the women of the inner quarters and rarely with beggars. Thus, she never anticipated that this band of ruffians would pose such a dire threat, akin to merciless brigands. Brother, are they not soldiers? How can they be so fearsome, just because I possess silver coins? They resort to using hobbles, as if they intend to kill for wealth. Tears cascaded down Qingjia's cheeks, fragile and pitiable. In the past, Simeon could never restrain his compassion upon witnessing her in such a state. Yet today, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. Had it not been for Qingjia's impulsive decision to come to the beggar street to aid the needy, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Her kindness, while admirable, sometimes bordered on folly, endangering both herself and others. Qingjia, astute and adept at reading others, noticed her brother's furrowed brow and the impatience brewing within him, recognizing that he held her accountable for their plight. Ignoring her own pain, she clutched tightly onto Simeon's sleeve, terrified he might abandon her there, for that would spell her ruin. Simeon attempted to pry her fingers loose, but his efforts were in vain. He resigned himself to her grip and lifted the carriage curtain, locking eyes with the leader of the beggars. The man, missing a leg yet possessing remarkably strong arms, bore a vicious scar from his temple to his jaw resembling a centipede, a clear indication of his malevolence. A chill ran through Simeon, yet his pity for his sister prevailed as he quietly reassured her, "Do not fear. I will take you home." Internally, he silently prayed for the authorities to promptly notice the commotion on Beggar Street and rescue them. These wretched beggars could perish without a second thought. But he was the legitimate heir of the public house, destined to inherit the title of Duke of Qin, a position that must not be compromised. As for his sister Qingjia, she might very well marry into royalty, becoming one of the most revered women in the land, a stark contrast to these lowly beggars. Miss C, Master C, cease your charade of unconsciousness. Must I personally drag you out? The man known as Brother Hu, with bloodshot eyes and a rusted machete in hand, advanced slowly towards the carriage. Upon witnessing this scene, the coachman was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing into the snow, unable to rise. Qingjia, in a state of utter panic, discarded her hairpins, throwing them far away. She cried out, "The silver coins are gone." These ornaments were of considerable value and could be exchanged for money. Brother Hu turned his gaze towards Simeon, with a determined grit of his teeth. Simeon unclipped the jade pendant from his waist, bestowed upon him by his father. This exquisite Hetian jade represented the ancestral treasure of the C family. Yet, in this moment of desperation, he had no alternative but to surrender this emblem of his identity to the beggar. Hugo, limping forward, bent down to retrieve the Hetian jade. The craftsmanship of the pendant was exquisite, warm to the touch, and gleaming with an oily luster, instantly revealing its immense value. However, such a precious artifact, despite its worth, was perilous to possess. Unable to pawn it for silver, it could easily attract unwanted trouble. With a wicked grin, Hugo carelessly hurled the Hetian jade against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. Chapter 80. Dear sister, are you well? Simeon fixed his gaze upon the shattered jade pendant, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, yearning to rush forward and confront Brother Hu. Yet, he was firmly restrained by Qingjia, who clutched his arm, preventing any movement. Brother, the pendant is merely a material possession. Its shattering is of little consequence. Si Qingjia urged inasht don. Merely a material possession? Si Mion's handsome, refined face contorted in rage as he pointed at the fragmented jade. Qingjia, do you not comprehend the significance of this pendant? It was bestowed upon our father by our grandmother when she chose him to inherit the title, a testament to its value. Si Qingjia was well aware of its importance, yet a shattered pendant could never be restored. Rather than indulge in a fleeting act of bravado that might provoke the brigand before them, it would be wiser to exercise patience and await the arrival of the authorities to deal with Brother Hu. At times, Si Mion's impulsiveness was a source of concern for her. Brother Hu, disinterested in the siblings, stuffed the gold and silver trinkets into his pocket, eyeing the disheveled yet still beautiful woman with a scrutinizing gaze. Feeling his gaze upon her, Si Qingjia was overwhelmed with discomfort and hastily exclaimed, "Esteemed warrior, I truly possess no money." Her voice even tinged with a hint of desperation. Recognizing her noble lineage and wishing to avoid trouble, Brother Hu and his companions limped away from the scene. Just as Si Qingjia sighed in relief, a throng of beggars surged towards them. Unable to contain herself, she let out a piercing scream. At that moment, armored guards finally arrived, brandishing long blades to block the beggars' advance. Upon seeing this, Si Qingjia felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. The energy seemed to drain from her body, and she collapsed onto the ground. Si Mion, too, was not faring much better, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, and trembling uncontrollably. Si Qingjia observed that the newcomers were not officials, but rather a group of unfamiliar guards, the origins of which were unknown to her. She inquired, "May I ask who has dispatched you to Beggar Street?" The leading guard replied, "My master is the General Xianwei." Upon hearing this, the expression of gratitude on Si Qingjia's face abruptly froze. She could not fathom why the General Xuanwei's household would be present on Beggar Street. Could it be that Si-Wan had alerted them? Indeed, Si-Wan had once saved Fu Ying, and the general's household had only this one heir. Consequently, the Fu family held deep gratitude toward Si-Wan, always heeding her call. If Si-Wan had sent someone to the Fu family with a message, they would undoubtedly have obliged. Yet, Si Qingjia remained skeptical of Si-Wan's altruism. Her sister had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, and were it not for their grandmother's persistent intervention, Si-Wan would likely have shown no mercy. Should Si-Wan be aware of Si Qingjia's thoughts, she would surely mock her for being overly sentimental. While the guards of the general's household indeed rescued her and Si Mion, that was not their primary objective. Their purpose was to quell the frenzied populace. The allure of silver had awakened the deepest desires within them, inciting malevolence, without external restraint. It could lead to irrevocable consequences. The recent tragedy of a beggar trampled to death served as the most poignant evidence. The Fu family already wielded significant influence within the military, and the guards were well-trained and skilled in combat. It was not long before they regained control of the situation. In a hurried return, Jin Ke assisted Si-Wan in disembarking, as the two of them treaded upon the snow, making their way step by step towards Si Qingjia and her brother. Si-Wan's expression was devoid of emotion, her flawless half-face a stunning sight as she looked down upon Si Qingjia. "Elder sister, are you well?" A surge of unexplainable anger welled up within Si Qingjia, and she clambered up from the snow with great effort. She endeavored to straighten her back, yet her disheveled hair betrayed her embarrassment. Gritting her silver teeth, she replied, "I am well." Si-Wan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Si Qingjia's stubbornness. She approached the corner, bent down, and picked up the shattered jade pendant. Cradling it in her palm, shaking her head, she remarked, "What a pity for such exquisite jade." Si Mion's temples bulged with veins, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Si-Wan, do not feign innocence. You are always so pretentious," he exclaimed in exasperation. Si-Wan wore an expression of feigned innocence, taking a step forward and inquiring, "Brother, have I erred again? Is it wrong to advise you against enticing the common folk with silver melon seeds, or to send messages to the general of Xianwei, or perhaps to express concern for you and sister?" A barrage of questions left Si Mion speechless. He clearly recognized that while Siwan's words may not be pleasing to hear, every action she took was beyond reproach. She had foreseen that Qingjia's intentions to assist the needy would lead to such consequences and had stepped in to offer her counsel. Yet he, blinded by personal grievances, had dismissed her advice and even mocked her, convinced of her ill intentions. The reality struck him like a resounding slap, leaving him battered and in deep pain. It is my fault. I thought of the destitute in Beggar Street, struggling for food and clothing, possibly unable to endure the winter. Thus, I took it upon myself to bring brother here and distribute the prepared silver melon seeds to everyone. Who would have thought my good intentions would lead to such calamity? Qingjia covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her fingers, exuding an unspeakable sorrow. However, to Siwan, this woman was nothing short of detestable. Throughout their lives, Qingjia had never spoken a single truth, always shrouded in deceit. Her arrival at Beggar Street, under the guise of aiding the populace, undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives that remained undiscovered. Elder sister, tears are the most useless of things in this world. Will your weeping bring back those who perished in this chaos? Siwan's tone was frigid. Qingjia stumbled slightly, nearly falling had it not been for Lan Shi's timely support. I did not mean to, she muttered defensively. Your intentions are irrelevant. What matters is what you have actually done. Your so-called benevolence has not only failed to assist the people, but has instead resulted in numerous fatalities. Siwan suppressed her fury, gripping Qingjia's shoulder firmly. Qingjia, this is not merely a trivial quarrel between sisters. It concerns lives. You would do well to consider how you will explain this to the authorities. Under normal circumstances, Siwan's blatant disrespect, directly addressing her elder sister by name, would have warranted a severe reprimand from Simeon. However, times had changed. Having just been saved by Siwan, he found himself lacking the dignity to assume the role of an elder brother and chastiser. Qingjia was nearly petrified by Siwan's words. She never anticipated that the consequences would be so severe to the extent that it drew the attention of the authorities. What should she do now? Qingjia was in a state of utter confusion, anxiously pacing back and forth. Lan Shi, concerned for her mistress, spoke in a hushed tone only audible to the two of them. Do not panic, Your Highness. The seventh prince is here. He will protect you. Upon hearing this, Qingjia's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally found solace. Lan Shi's words held truth. The seventh prince indeed possessed the capability to safeguard her. As the saying goes, under heaven, all land belongs to the emperor. Along the borders, all subjects owe their allegiance to the throne. Even if she had inadvertently caused the deaths of a few beggars, and the officials were alerted, what of it? She was destined to be the future empress. And who would dare to entangle themselves with her over such insignificant lives? Chapter 81. The art of sidestepping and distorting truths. One observed with clarity that despite Qingjia's trembling from the cold and lingering fear, her eyes were filled with disdain. Clearly, she held no regard for the innocent lives lost. Simeon, nearby, mirrored this indifference. Accustomed to their exalted positions, they could only perceive the luxurious illusions of the heavens, oblivious to the mundane realities below. Siwan, uninterested in the duo, turned away and respectfully saluted the leader of the guards, expressing her gratitude. Aware of her identity as a guest of the general's residence and grateful for her act of saving the young master from the beast garden, the guard leader felt unworthy to accept her gesture of thanks. He inclined his body and returned her salute. The chaos in the Beggar Street persisted for 2 hours before the officials arrived to restore order. Glancing at the beggars along the roadside, some bloodied, others with severed limbs, and a few clutching silver coins with delight, Siwan couldn't help but purse her lips. Remembering the substantial profits from the silk shop, she instructed Qingjia, first, go to the silk shop to withdraw some money, summon a physician, and purchase some medicines and food. Remember, do not take the silver directly to the Beggar Street. As the saying goes, past mistakes serve as lessons for future conduct. Having witnessed the calamity wrought by Qingjia, Qingjia dared not disregard her mistress's words. She nodded vigorously and hurried away. Siwan then departed the Beggar Street in her carriage. As her vehicle brushed past Qingjia and Simeon, there was no intention to halt, and take them along. Seeing this, Si Mian was infuriated, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking the wall with a resounding thud, causing his knuckles to bleed slightly. The grotesque expression on his face startled Si Qingjia. "Brother, do not be angry. Wan did not mean it. Do not hurt yourself." Si Qingjia feigned a conciliatory tone, while in truth she was stoking the flames of his wrath. As the carriage swiftly vanished from the street corner, Si Mian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Qingjia, do not make excuses for Si Wan. She did this on purpose. This lowly woman, with a twisted nature, has long been consumed by jealousy. Now that she has found an opportunity to trample us underfoot, how could she let it slip away? She must put on a grand display to showcase her supposed wisdom." Having said this, Si Mian wished to leave the beggar street without further delay, intending to take Si Qingjia back to their residence. After all, the atmosphere here was perilous, with beggars staring at them with unsettling intensity. Moreover, the numerous corpses strewn across the snowy ground were undeniably ominous. However, before they could depart, the siblings were detained by the officials. A gleaming blade was pressed against Si Mian's neck, and his face turned ashen with rage. "You dare! My father is a first-rank duke. Release us at once." He lowered his voice to roar, still concerned about maintaining his dignity. "I care not for your father's status. Such a grave mistake must be judged according to the law," retorted the official curtly. Seeing that reason had no effect on the man, Si Qingjia began to feel uneasy. The reputation of a young woman is of paramount importance. Once tarnished by accusations, she not only loses the esteem of esteemed individuals, but also becomes a subject of ridicule among the highborn, fodder for idle gossip. Her prospects for marriage may grow increasingly bleak, making the notion of marrying the seventh prince seem utterly unattainable. With tear-streaked eyes, Si Qingjia implored Si Mian for assistance. Faced with the distress of his beloved younger sister, whom he had cherished for over a decade, Si Mian could not bear to see her suffer. Summoning his courage, he declared, "Take me instead. Release my sister, for she is not implicated in this matter." Si Qingjia wept softly, her tears glistening like pearls as they cascaded down her delicate cheeks, exuding a poignant beauty. The constable, merely tasked with apprehending the true culprit, found no desire to escalate the situation and promptly waved his hand, dismissing them. Ladies of noble families ought to be educated and wise. Young lady, refrain from such foolishness in the future, lest you cause harm to yourself and others. At these words, Si Qingjia felt a surge of indignation, her complexion turning crimson. She yearned to assert her status as an esteemed disciple of a great scholar, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and lauded by many learned individuals, far superior to this ordinary constable. Yet, witnessing the disarray around her, she swallowed her retort. Reluctantly, Si Qingjia departed from Chietre Street, glancing back at Si Mian as if loath to leave him behind, her face a mask of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Si Wan first visited General Xianwei's residence to express her gratitude to Madame Yuan before returning to the government office. Their paths converged perfectly as they arrived together. The elderly matriarch, Madame Zhao, along with others, hurried out upon hearing the news. Lu Xuanyin, in particular, was in tears, her eyes swollen and on the verge of fainting. "Qingjia Wan, are you both unharmed?" Madame Zhao grasped each sister's hand, her beautiful face etched with concern. Si Wan replied with a soft laugh, her words laden with meaning. "Mother, I am quite well, but I wonder if our elder sister, surrounded by the populace, was frightened?" Si Qingjia bit her lip in frustration, raising her gaze to meet Si Wan's unadorned face. It was refreshingly bare, devoid of any cosmetics, yet the scar on her left cheek made her appear unexpectedly timid. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Si Qingjia tightened her hold on her luxurious snow fox fur, forcing a smile. Fortunately, the authorities arrived promptly. "And all is well," she proclaimed. Si Wan's lips curved in a subtle smile as she deliberately turned her head, seemingly searching for something. Si Qingjia grasped her sleeve nervously, uncertain of Si Wan's intentions. Lu Xuanyin, standing behind Madame Zhao, furrowed her brow in annoyance at Si Wan's disquieting demeanor. "Wan, what troubles you?" inquired the matriarch, This morning, brother left the residence with elder sister. Yet it is only elder sister who has returned now, Si-Wan noted, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Madame Zhao, taken aback, instinctively turned to see Qingjia, her lips moving silently. Others exchanged puzzled glances. Qingjia, where is your brother? Madame Zhao could no longer restrain her curiosity. Qingjia understood that evasion was futile. Rather than expend energy concealing the truth only to have Si-Wan expose it, she opted for honesty, which would spare her some embarrassment. She spoke in a hoarse voice, "Mother, my brother. He has been taken away by the authorities." The old lady's face twitched as she recalled the hesitant and faltering manner of the servant when delivering the news. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within her. The matter was likely far more complex than she had initially assumed. The wooden cane struck the ground with force, and the old lady rasped, "What on earth is happening? Speak the truth without any concealment." Qingji cried, "I went to Beggar Street with my brother to aid the people, but unexpectedly, the authorities mistook us for villains. Without any inquiry, they apprehended my brother, and by now, he must have been taken to the government office." SWN clapped her hands, deeply impressed by Qingji's skill in evading the core issue and reversing the truth. Chapter 82, Elder Sister. "I have one matter unresolved." Si-Wan clapped her hands to capture the attention of all present. The matriarch turned her gaze towards her, her expression solemn as she queried, "Wan, since you are here, can you clarify what transpired at that moment?" Logically, Qingjia, being the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, renowned for her exceptional talent and widespread reputation, should have held a high degree of credibility. However, Qingjia had exhausted the matriarch's trust through her repeated antics. Hence, the latter sought answers from Si-Wan in front of the entire family. Qingjia bit her tongue fiercely, perhaps exerting too much force, as a metallic taste filled her mouth. She cast her eyes downward, delicately pressing a silk handkerchief to the corner of her eye, portraying an appearance of profound sorrow. In truth, she feared the revelation of her hatred towards Si-Wan. Why must Si-Wan meddle? Was it not enough to have humiliated her on the streets of beggars? Upon returning to the estate, Si-Wan relentlessly pursued the matter, as if she had no regard for her elder sister. Lu Xuanyan shifted her stance, approaching Qingjia and gently patting her hand in a gesture of comfort. Yet, her gaze towards Si-Wan was laced with suspicion and wariness, as if confronting a bitter enemy rather than her own daughter, whom she had borne after 10 arduous months. The second madam raised an eyebrow, finding the dynamics within the main household rather peculiar. Neither mother nor daughter appeared to resemble one another. However, as this matter did not concern her, she refrained from exposing the tension. Grandmother, perhaps elder sister, was frightened and overlooked several critical details. The reason elder brother was taken by the authorities is due to a fatal incident on the streets of beggars. Si-Wan spoke in a calm tone, her hand clenched tightly within her sleeve. The matriarch's pupils dilated suddenly, unable to fathom what she had just heard. A fatal incident? How could there possibly be a death? And how is it linked to Myeon-gur? Her expression was far from pleasant, her breathing quickening. This incident traces back to elder sister's kindness, as she collected numerous silver coins to distribute to the needy on the streets of beggars. Si-Wan continued slowly. The matriarch abruptly turned her head, fixing Qingjia with a penetrating gaze, as if seeing her granddaughter for the first time. How could a person be so foolish as to bring silver coins to a marketplace rife with beggars? Was it any different from a child clutching gold? She truly had lost her senses. Such a straightforward logic was clear not only to the matriarch, but also to the Zhao family and others present. After all, while the women of highborn families might dwell in the inner chambers, they managed household affairs and navigated social intricacies, requiring considerable intellect and discernment. Faced with the matriarch's gaze brimming with disappointment, Qingjia struggled to remain standing. Had it not been for the maid supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, Si-Wan was undeterred and continued. Elder sister and elder brother, riding in their carriage, displayed benevolence on the streets of beggars, carelessly scattering silver coins like bait, exuding a tantalizing aroma, enticing countless beggars to pursue them. With so many people congregated, trampling became inevitable, leading to injuries and even loss of life. Enough. Lu Xuanyin interjected sharply, interrupting Si Wan's words. My Qingjia possesses an extraordinary fate, destined to ascend to the central palace and perhaps become an immensely esteemed empress. Thus, her reputation is of utmost importance, and it must never be tainted by any blemish. Wan, the young lady, had the best intentions, wishing to assist those destitute beggars, yet she was unprepared for their insatiable greed, which led to this unfortunate incident. Lu Xuanyin appeared to be explaining to Si Wan, but in truth, her words were directed at the old matriarch and the Zhao family, aiming to exonerate Si Qingjia. The old matriarch narrowed her eyes and said, Lu, it was I who instructed Wan to recount the events that transpired in the beggar street. Your interruption of her narrative suggests discontent with me, does it not? Lu Xuanyin was taken aback by the old matriarch's accusation. She fell to her knees with a thud, the pain shooting through her, yet she dared not rise, and in a sorrowful tone, she replied, Esteemed matriarch, I harbor no such intentions. It is merely that Wan's account is exceedingly biased, which may lead you and the madam to misunderstand the young lady. I only wished for familial harmony. Hence my attempt to prevent Wan from speaking recklessly. I truly meant no offense. Biased? In what way? The old matriarch slowly shook her head. She believed Wan's words to be devoid of embellishment and, in fact, quite fair. The reason they sounded harsh was that Lu Xuanyin's actions had been so absurd that it was difficult for Lu to accept. Lu, the crux of today's farce lies with Qingjia. Do you acknowledge this? The old matriarch inquired. Lu Xuanyin closed her eyes and nodded. The old matriarch continued. The beggar street indeed resulted in loss of life due to trampling. Is that not correct? Lu Xuanyin nodded once more. And Si Mianji has not returned home because he has been implicated by Qingjia and pursued by the authorities as a suspect. In this, is there any fault? The old matriarch's tone rose slightly. Lu Xuanyin trembled and shook her head, acknowledging the truth. Lu, for many years you have cared for Qingjia, holding a deep affection for her, even treating her as your own daughter. Yet wrong is wrong. Regardless of Qingjia's status, she must bear the consequences of her actions. The old matriarch declared with increasing gravity. Although Lu Xuanyin internally disagreed with her assertion, she lacked the courage to refute it, merely murmuring her compliance. Qingjia, you have erred. Your grandmother intends to impose familial discipline. Do you harbor any grievances? Si Qingjia felt deep resentment, yet her disposition resembled that of Lu Xuanyin, inclined to conceal her true feelings, and thus she would not reveal her innermost thoughts. She lifted the edge of her fox fur cloak, knelt in the snow, and gently shook her head, saying, Qingjia acknowledges her mistake. Grandmother, if you must punish me, please do so, but do not let it harm your health. Otherwise, even if I were to face 1,000 deaths, I could never absolve myself. Lu Xuanyin gazed at her, tears streaming down her face, as if she were Si Qingjia's true mother, while Zhao was merely an unrelated stranger. Otherwise, how could she remain so composed, witnessing this absurd scene unfold? Si Wan secretly scoffed but feigned innocence, saying, Elder sister, there's indeed one matter I do not comprehend. I am uncertain whether I should inquire. Si Qingjia, biting her silver teeth, mustered her spirit and replied, Sister, feel free to ask. I shall leave nothing unsaid and clarify any doubts you may have. That is splendid. Si Wan blinked, speaking with an unhurried demeanor. The elder sister has always acted with poise and decorum, exuding the grace of a refined lady. How could she suddenly conceive the whimsical idea of venturing to the beggar street to perform acts of charity? I have heard that the beggars there are victims of the ravages of war, and it is only natural to feel a twinge of compassion, which might explain your choice to visit that place. Si Qingjia, unable to admit that her intentions were to curry favor with Yan Jinghong, resorted to her fabrications. Is that so? Si Wan clearly expressed her disbelief. She stepped forward, standing before Si Qingjia, casting her gaze downward upon the once proud, arrogant, and ruthless woman. The elder sister never engages in futile endeavors. I had assumed you harbored other motives. Chapter 83. Si Qingjia faces family discipline. Si Wan's insinuations caused Si Qingjia's expression to shift dramatically. Her features contorted as she gritted her teeth and retorted, Wani, you repeatedly claim I have ulterior motives. Do you possess any evidence? Do not tarnish my name with your subjective conjectures. With tear-filled eyes, Qingjia gazed at the matriarch, who had always prioritized the greater good and would never allow Wani to create a scene in public. Moreover, Qingjia was convinced that Wani had no proof. After all, her meticulous efforts to perform acts of kindness were solely aimed at getting closer to Yin Jinghong and uncovering information about the maps of the border. A matter steeped in secrecy, one that even her teacher remained oblivious to, let alone Wani. With her slightly pale lips curving upwards, Qingjia felt an unspoken sense of triumph. Her gaze towards Wani brimmed with provocation. Wani, while it is true that Qingjia's actions may have been ill-considered, leading to a grave mishap, it does not necessarily imply she harbors other schemes, the matriarch sighed. Wani, although your aunt has not received extensive education, she has heard a saying, in my observation of the world, all things are colored by my perspective. If you perceive the eldest miss as cunning and full of tricks, what about yourself? Can you truly claim to act in perfect harmony with your words, beyond reproach? The thought of Qingjia facing familial punishment tightened Lu Xuanyan's heart, deepening her animosity towards Wani. She was even willing to disregard the potential for others to suspect her, charging forth for Qingjia's defense. And even if the eldest sister refuses to speak the truth, I cannot force her to reveal her true thoughts. You need not expend your breath trying to persuade me, especially with my brother still within the government office. Should we tread upon the law, the consequences would be dire, Wani replied slowly. She understood well that even if Qingjia had despicably usurped fortune and fate, becoming the cherished jewel of the Duke of Qin's residence, in the eyes of others, it was the future heir, Mian, who held paramount importance. If forced to choose, the matriarch would undoubtedly select Mian over Qingjia. Qingjia's face twitched, her grip on the silk handkerchief growing slick with perspiration. Eldest sister, did you not consider my brother at all when you left Beggar Street? Wani added without restraint. Lu Xuanyan, in a fit of frustration, found herself at a loss for words. How could Wani be so devious, driving her beloved Qingjia to the edge? Madame Zhao's fingers moved the prayer beads with increased urgency. The matriarch cast her a glance and stated, "This matter must be reported to Changjun." Zhao responded softly. They were ultimately women of the inner household, not suited to contact the government directly. It was better left to the Duke of Qin to handle. Nevertheless, even so, with Mian, now tainted by the stain of a fatal incident, his aspirations of inheriting the title seemed increasingly bleak. A flicker of secret delight surged within the second madam. Once, both Changjun and Changwei were illegitimate sons. But her brother had been fortunate enough to be chosen by the legitimate mother to inherit the title, leaving her husband severely impacted, never to recover. Now that Mian had been incapacitated, and with Su still young, did this not imply that her own son might have a chance? Contemplating this possibility, the second madam found her breath quickening, her cheeks flushing with excitement. The matriarch instructed the nurse to summon the Duke of Qin. As he arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Xuanyan and Qingjia, both weeping profusely. Perhaps the demeanor and movements of the two were strikingly similar, both adorned with traces of tears on their cheeks. At first glance, Duke Qin found them remarkably alike, almost as if they were mother and daughter. He shook his head, dismissing such a preposterous thought. He inquired, "What has happened?" "Master, Mian has been taken away by the authorities." Zhao spoke in a calm tone, betraying no hint of turmoil, and recounted the events that transpired this morning on Beggar Street. With each word, Duke Qin's expression darkened, ultimately becoming so gloomy it seemed as though it could drip with despair. This foolish child, utterly lacking in wisdom. Zhao let out a silent sigh. Mian was indeed foolish, yet his predicament was inextricably linked to Qingjia. Had it not been for the protection of his younger sister, the esteemed eldest son of the Duke's household would never have found himself embroiled in such a grave situation. How pitiful, how tragic. Duke Qin unleashed his fury. Once his emotions settled, he remarked, "For now, I can only hope that this matter does not escalate. Otherwise, even I would find it impossible to bring Mian back unscathed." Zhao faltered slightly. As a mother, She had devoted immeasurable love and effort to nurture her eldest son, Mian, throughout his 10 months in her womb. Despite his change in temperament and penchant for foolishness, her disappointment was overshadowed by a profound sense of compassion. She yearned for Mian's safety and well-being. Siwan supported Zhao's arm, offering silent comfort, for the farce on Beggar Street was beyond concealment. Even if Duke Qin wished to obscure it, such efforts would be futile. Ultimately, Qingjia could not escape the family's discipline. Though the old matriarch was advanced in years, she took it upon herself to wield the willow rod, striking it upon the girl's back. Qingjia cried out in pain, beads of cold sweat and tears cascading down her cheeks, her form curling like a shrimp. Siwan watched intently as Qingjia found herself in such a wretched state. In her previous life, she had endured even harsher punishments. The barbs of the willow rod would often tear into flesh, driving one to the brink of madness. Yet today, the rod had been treated smooth and devoid of thorns. While painful, it would not leave gory scars upon the skin. The suffering endured by her elder sister paled in comparison to her own. The old matriarch had indeed shown mercy. Lu Xuanyan, however, felt an overwhelming surge of sympathy, wishing she could bear the pain in Qingjia's stead. When the final strike of the rod fell, she could no longer contain her anxiety, rushing forward to carefully lift Qingjia, as if cradling a fragile porcelain piece. Yet she had never treated Siwan with such tenderness. She had regarded her as undeserving of compassion, believing her punishment was well warranted. Now, Qingjia was drenched, as if pulled from water. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she bit down hard on her lower lip, crimson blood trickling down slowly. The humiliation of today was etched in her memory. She vowed to make Siwan, this wretched girl, pay back 100-fold in the days to come, lest her resentment remain unquenched. As everyone dispersed, Siwan pondered on the way back to Xiangju courtyard, contemplating the reason behind Qingjia's personal visit to Beggar Street. Such acts of charity had not occurred in her previous life. Calculating the time, the Yuans have been engulfed in profound sorrow due to the loss of their child. Qingjia therefore ventured to the Grand General's residence in Xianwei, where she acquired the invaluable map of the borderlands. However, given Qingjia's disposition, once she learns of the map's existence from Lu Yinchuan, she would undoubtedly pursue it with unwavering determination, employing every means at her disposal to achieve her objective. The fact that she has yet to take action implies one critical truth: she has not ascertained the whereabouts of the map and cannot, as in her past life, attain her desires in one fell swoop. She must resort to more circuitous methods. As C1 meticulously sifts through the remnants of her previous life in her mind, an absurd notion begins to crystallize. It becomes increasingly apparent that Qingjia's myriad actions are likely motivated by her quest to obtain the map of the borderlands. Chapter 84. To walk a long path, one must not fixate on temporary gains and losses. The reason C1 harbored such suspicions was that, apart from the couple of General Xianwei, only the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Huainan, Yin Jinghong, knew who possessed the map. Yin Jinghong was widely acknowledged for her eccentric temperament and held great admiration for Master Mingjing. However, she was not a person of the world, lacking the grace and freedom often associated with such individuals, instead adhering rigidly to the pursuit of virtue and good deeds. Thus, to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yin Jinghong, one must perform acts of kindness that would earn her approval. In her previous life, there were those with ulterior motives who, upon hearing that Yin Jinghong's maternal grandfather had once surveyed the map with Lu Fuzhou, attempted benevolence in order to draw closer to her, ultimately becoming the subject of mockery. Unexpectedly, Qingjia also became one of them. Siwan shook her head in quiet disapproval. She had long suspected that Qingjia was driven solely by self-interest. The impoverished citizens of Beggar Street could offer her no tangible benefits, and her efforts to provide aid there were nothing but a fruitless endeavor. Yet, Qingjia proceeded regardless. This could only indicate one thing: she hoped to receive rewards through other means, specifically from Yin Jinghong. However, despite her considerable efforts, it would ultimately be in vain. The map had long been placed within her system space, removed from this realm, rendering all of Qingjia's machinations futile. Connected to the system space, C1 examined the map before pouring herself a cup of hot tea. Jean K, standing nearby, spoke softly. Mistress, as per your instructions. I have retrieved 500 taels from a silk shop, engaged several physicians, and procured the finest healing ointments to send to Beggaress Street. Sivan nodded. In a world where survival was already a struggle, the last thing one should do is to awaken the desires of ordinary people, leading them into a sea of cravings. Qingjia's misstep lay in her excessive confidence, always believing that she could control the unfolding events, which resulted in an uncontrollable situation. As the servant departed, she noted that not only were officials gathering evidence, but many dignitaries had also come to assist the common folk, including Prince Onping. Upon hearing the name of Prince Onping, C1 was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a smile. Although he hailed from royal lineage, Prince Onping was a leisurely prince with little ambition, preferring to wander the mountains and rivers. The late emperor, unable to manage his brother, had conferred a title upon him to send him away. However, the most troublesome aspect of Prince Onping was his tendency to exaggerate upon hearing news. Any information that reached him would inevitably be embellished and spread throughout the capital. The Qin Duke's residents had hoped to suppress the rumors, but now with Prince Onping intervening, Qingjia's charitable actions would surely become widely known. The teacup clinked softly against the table, dissipating some of C1's pent-up frustration. In her past life, her reputation had been utterly tarnished, with everyone branding her as shameless and accusing her of seducing men. C1 had no defense, forced to endure slanderous words day after day. Now, in this new life, the tides had turned, and it was time for Qingjia to experience the bitterness of being backstabbed and maligned. 3 days later, the incident of Miss C scattering silver coins on Beggaress Street, provoking a frenzy among the populace, caused quite a stir. Not only did it bring shame to the elders of the Duke's residence, but Zhao Xianyue also expressed concern for her cousin, personally visiting to inquire about the matter. Qingjia, did you truly venture to Beggar's Street with silver seeds? Upon seeing Zhao Xianyue's incredulous expression, Qingjia felt an increasing heaviness in her heart. She acknowledged her lack of foresight that led to this mishap. However, what was the difference between these individuals confronting her and the hindsight of those who speak after the fact? Were they mocking her folly? Tears streamed down Qingjia's face in frustration. Zhao Xianyue hurriedly took a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears, soothingly saying, "Do not be anxious, Qingjia. Mere idle gossip will pass with time, and tranquility will return. You need not dwell on it. Cousin, I have disappointed my teacher's guidance and become the laughingstock of the entire capital. How can I ever face anyone again?" Qingjia whispered, her heart heavy with despair. She could not bear the thought of being belittled and ridiculed by those highborn ladies who were utterly base. Just as her sorrow reached its peak, a tall figure approached. Who else could it be but Lu Yunchuan, a guest of the public office? Qingjia, if one wishes to traverse the long road ahead, one must not be overly concerned with momentary gains or losses. Qingjia trembled as she rose and bowed to Lu Yunchuan. Since becoming his disciple, she had always been a source of pride for her teacher, yet now she felt she had brought him into disrepute. She was nearly overwhelmed by the tide of shame. "Teacher, the student acknowledges her mistakes," she wept bitterly. Qingjia, rather than wallowing in self-pity, it would be more beneficial to muster your spirits. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yunchuan produced a drawing from his sleeve, depicting a phoenix surrounded by radiant light, noble and beautiful, vividly lifelike, leaving a lasting impression. Perhaps due to her affinity with the phoenix, Qingjia found herself entranced by the illustration, momentarily lost in its allure. "Teacher, what is this?" she inquired. "This is the blueprint for a phoenix wood carving crafted by my grandfather. Soon, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. His Majesty governs the realm with filial piety, and a palace banquet is essential. When you present this phoenix wood carving, it will surely leave an indelible mark on all present. Though the tributes from ministers and their families may be precious and rare, what can they offer to the imperial family that they have not already seen? Even rare treasures are abundant in their private vaults. Instead of preparing ordinary items, it is far better to win the Empress Dowager's favor with exquisite craftsmanship." Qingjia excelled in painting, and her previous depiction of the 6 aspects of Guanyin had garnered high praise from the Empress Dowager. In Lu Yunchuan's eyes, his student possessed both ambition and talent. Rather than entangling herself with those vulgar individuals, it would be wiser to maximize her own abilities. The title of the capital's foremost talented woman was far more melodious than that of the most beautiful. His Qingjia was certainly not a mere empty vase devoid of substance. Having been Lu Yunchuan's disciple for many years, Qingjia could easily fathom her teacher's intentions. She dried her tears and respectfully accepted the exquisite wood-carving blueprint. Not only was the object itself remarkably exquisite, but its origin from the renowned Lu Fuzhou would surely incite a frenzy among the masses. Her teacher was genuinely planning for her future, helping her to shed the dust of disgrace and ascend to great heights. Qingjia was deeply moved and spoke each word with conviction. Rest assured, teacher, I shall gather my strength and carve the phoenix with diligence, refusing to allow those despicable and shameless individuals to revel in their triumph. The individuals she referred to were none other than Siwan. Lu Yunchuan's expression darkened as he remarked, "Your sister is indeed ruthless. This act has irrevocably shattered Si Mian's opportunity for nobility, showing no regard for familial bonds. A mere illegitimate daughter should be dealt with directly, sparing us her ungratefulness and the trouble she continually brings to Qingjia." Zhao Xianyue interjected. Qingjia bit her lip and shook her head. "Yet she is still my sister. I shall grant her another chance, for I believe that Wanwan will repent." Zhao Xianyue, exasperated, retorted, "Your kindness and compassion only serve to embolden the shameless." Chapter 85. The recluse invited by Zhao Xianyue, Qingjia forced a bitter smile, embodying a sense of helplessness intertwined with a lack of alternatives. Zhao Xianyue, filled with sympathy, gently pulled up her sleeve to reveal a swollen and bruised wound, a consequence of the disciplinary measures imposed by the old matriarch. "Is it painful?" Zhao Xianyue inquired. Qingjia shook her head, explaining that after applying the medicine, the pain had subsided considerably. Her grandmother had not been excessively harsh. With a series of sighs, Zhao Xianyue urged, "Focus on carving phoenixes in the manner. Once my aunt becomes pregnant, the emperor's favor will only intensify, allowing her to offer some guidance." Surely, the household would not continue to indulge Siwan. Upon hearing Zhao Xianyue mention Zhao Defei, Qingjia lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering slightly. Her beloved aunt, since her pregnancy, had devoted all her energy to the unborn child, completely forgetting that Qingjia had once been her most cherished junior. Qingjia clenched her fist within her sleeve. Maintaining a composed exterior, she could not display her disdain for Zhao Defei's impending offspring in front of the Zhao family. Otherwise, not only would Zhao Defei reject her, but the expansive Taisha residence would do the same. Though Qingjia was astute, her greatest skill lay not in flaunting her intelligence, but in weighing pros and cons with clarity. The Taisha residence, deeply rooted in history and favoring her, was better approached with warmth and closeness, rather than through overt machinations that might cool their affections, thus yielding tangible benefits. "Dear cousin, that day, Wanwan was also at the beggar street. She misinterpreted my intentions, believing me to harbor ulterior motives, which prompted me to assist the populace. I am at a loss for how to clarify this," Qingjia said, stifling a cough behind her hand. Zhao Xianyue quickly patted her back, her brow furrowing deeper as she seemed to contemplate something. "I maintain that such coincidences are exceedingly rare. Those affluent individuals would not venture out into the desolate cold unless there was some ulterior machination at play," Zhao Xianyue asserted, her disdain for Siwan intensifying. Nearby, Lu Yunchuan lightly tapped the table, pondering how to eliminate the threat posed by Siwan. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Qingjia, while you cherish your sisterly bond, sometimes others may exploit your compassion, leading to unforeseen troubles. It would be wiser to find ways to extinguish the danger in its infancy." Qingjia feigned a look of bewilderment. "Siwan is too perilous, too headstrong. Sending her to the countryside would be beneficial for both you and the household. Do you not wish to grant her a chance for redemption? A secluded place, devoid of worldly distractions, would be more conducive for her reformation," Lu Yunchuan continued. Qingjia was captivated by Lu Yunchuan's words, her mouth feeling parched. She indeed wished to confine Si Yuan in a desolate location, where no one could hinder her from seizing her destiny and becoming a true phoenix. She closed her eyes, suppressing her inner longing, and shook her head. Grandmother and mother would never agree to that. Did Miss Zhao not just mention that the Empress Dowager could offer some counsel to the household? One is an inconspicuous, illegitimate daughter, while the other is the esteemed Empress Dowager, a choice so evident that even a fool would know which to favor. Lu Yunchuan, being a man, had seldom paid heed to the affairs of the inner court, and thus his methods were grand and forceful. Yet, reality is seldom as straightforward as he envisioned. Though his aunt held a noble status, earning the respect of the household, she had no inclination to target Si Yuan. After all, it was Si Yuan who, through a so-called divine dream, had prevented Empress Zhao from consuming the dear blood wine, thus safeguarding the precious fetus she carried. Empress Zhao's temperament was direct. She could be aptly described as one who desires the life of her child with love, yet wishes for the demise of her enemies with equal fervor. As long as her unborn child thrived, she would not hold Si Yuan accountable. It is already arduous for a pregnant woman. Such trifles should not be a source of distress for her. Qingjia was acutely aware of the strategy of retreating to advance. There were many matters in which she ought not, and could not, involve herself. Zhao Xianyu grasped her hand, a mix of frustration and sympathy evident on her face. In a moment unseen by Zhao Xianyu and Lu Yunchuan, Qingjia's lips curled into a subtle smile. For several consecutive days, the Si siblings have been ridiculed for their seemingly foolish act of distributing silver melon seeds in the beggar street. Si Mian, as the legitimate son of the Marquis, had spent years studying at the Wansong Academy, while Qingjia was a student of the esteemed scholar Lu Yunchuan. Yet, their perspectives were alarmingly narrow. One couldn't help but question the efficacy of Wansong Academy in educating its students. Otherwise, how could Si Mian have descended to such folly? Once a promising young noble, he now languished in prison, unaware of when he might regain his freedom. In his desperation for this unworthy firstborn, Duke Qin scoured the realm, beseeching deities and seeking blessings, striving to extricate Si Mian from his plight, only to encounter countless rebuffs. Frustrated, Duke Qin lamented the existence of this son, yet he could not entirely forsake Si Mian.